Chapter 354. Conspiracy in the vast wilderness. A semblance of chaos has emerged. Beasts, previously unseen, now roam from all directions, even infiltrating the frontline legions, coercing the great wilderness army to expand towards the eastern continent. These formidable beasts instill fear in the great wilderness army, which dares not resist. At the forefront, Princess June, adorned in a golden robe and riding a white steed, displays a mix of anger and unease. These beasts have traditionally refrained from meddling in the affairs of the great wilderness, yet now they actively appear, driving the army forward to claim new territories. The eastern continent, however, is the domain of Tianxing, where Li Hao recently vanquished the armies of 3 other nations. Thus, launching an assault on Tianxing at this moment is an exceedingly precarious decision. Opposing them stands an army of over 10,000 warriors from the Battle Heaven Legion, alongside tens of thousands from other factions of the Tianxing army, resolutely poised. The Silver Moon warriors exude an overwhelming presence. Brief skirmishes have already transpired. Though the great wilderness army has not been utterly defeated with the beast's assistance, their overall strength pales in comparison. These fleeting encounters have resulted in significant losses, with over 10,000 soldiers perishing at the hands of divine retribution, illustrating a stark contrast to the rumors of their earlier skirmishes with Li, where they were reportedly easily vanquished. On that fateful day, they witnessed Tianxing's soldiers ascend into the skies, engaging in fierce battles. However, upon actual confrontation, they discovered that the Tianxing army was even more formidable than anticipated, with their leaders emanating an aura of terrifying bloodlust. Moreover, the numbers of the Tianxing forces continue to swell as reinforcements arrive. Currently, Tianxing retains a military force of just over 1 million, all elite troops. With a population of 100 billion, the ratio of soldiers is strikingly small, yet this scarcity ensures that only the most capable remain. Princess June recalls her father's words, gaining clarity on matters previously obscure. The beasts are unwilling to remain dormant, while her father desires a retreat. Entangled within this situation are various other powers, and the great wilderness, as the weaker party, finds itself unable to resist. Now, over 100 beasts have infiltrated their ranks, many of which may possess the strength of the sun and moon level, a truly terrifying prospect. In the expansive wilderness, those who have genuinely reached the sun and moon tier are few and far between. How can they contend with such beasts? Resistance is futile. Furthermore, the beasts show no concern for the deaths of the elite great wilderness soldiers, allowing them to perish freely. Each fallen soldier releases an aura of chaos, further aiding the beasts in their expansion. The Tianxing forces, equally ruthless, continue their onslaught, fully aware that slaying the great wilderness soldiers will only exacerbate the spread of chaos. Yet, their commanders remain merciless, some Silver Moon warriors even participating in the slaughter personally. Thus, the two sides engage in silent clashes, with the great wilderness suffering the most. At this moment, Princess June, commanding her white steed, swiftly retreats to the rear. There, a black stallion stands, resembling a human as it freely feasts upon the bloodied remnants, its forelimbs akin to arms. Upon hearing the voice of Princess June, the formidable warrior of the Beast clan cast a fleeting glance in her direction and inquired, "Why have you returned instead of commanding the battle at the front lines?" Princess June replied solemnly, "Master Ma, the Tianxing army is exceedingly powerful, and their general is exceptionally formidable. Zhao Shuguang, the director of the Silver Moon Administrative Office, is immensely strong. Even the other ancient beasts cannot rival him. I hope Master Ma can take personal action." Master Ma gazed towards the chaos beyond. Zhao Shuguang. Indeed, he was strong. Previously, he had even slain a beast. According to the hierarchical system of Li Hao and his companions, the adversary was on the verge of reaching the 7th level of the Sun and Moon realm. Such combat prowess surpassed that of some who had attained the pinnacle of immortality. Even if one were not invincible, the average immortal would find it difficult to contend with him. The crucial point was that the Silver Moon possessed numerous combatants of Sun and Moon caliber, and at this moment, several of their peak forces had yet to make their appearance. While Master Ma acknowledged the strength of their adversary, he also recognized that they were not yet in the realm of chaos. Should they step beyond this chaotic domain, the will of heaven would target them. Even if one possessed the strength of the sacred path, outside the chaos, they would be constrained by the divine will and might not be able to overcome this individual. Defeating him is not insurmountable, Master Ma stated coolly. Continue to expand. As long as chaos extends its reach, these foes will crumble under pressure. If chaos does not encompass the area and the divine will is against us, I cannot recklessly venture forth, as I would face overwhelming suppression. Therefore, your ability to confront them rests solely upon you. A flicker of anger ignited in Princess June's eyes. How shall we confront them? By sacrificing lives? These powerful beasts will not venture out. Yet, if they do strike, they must emerge from the chaos. Only through the loss of lives, many lives, can the essence of chaos permeate, leading these beasts to expand their territory. Can the elite forces of the great wilderness withstand such tribulations? Drawing a deep breath, Princess June quickly asserted, "If Master Ma cannot emerge, please allow me an audience with my father. He is powerful enough to leave the great wilderness, and if he is willing to fight personally, the morale will undoubtedly soar. Your father is currently in seclusion, unable to emerge hastily," Master Ma replied. Princess June swiftly suppressed her anger and resentment. She understood that her father was likely imprisoned or even killed by the enemy, though he might still be alive. However, she was now unable to see him. Moreover, even the civil and military officials were nearly inaccessible, as the royal court of the great wilderness now had a sacred path beast personally overseeing it. "Understood. I shall proceed to the front lines," Princess June declared, no longer wishing to linger on the matter. She swiftly mounted her steed and charged towards the front lines, navigating through the throngs of people. Soon, over 10,000 elite soldiers followed her, the finest force of the great wilderness, all dedicated to protecting the princess. Their combat capabilities formidable, even equipped with some new combat armor. Meanwhile, Master Ma merely cast a glance back and continued consuming his blood offerings. Beside him, a warrior clad in black armor, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke. "Master Ma, it is likely that neither the king of the great wilderness nor his daughter will acquiesce to this decision. Why not eliminate the root of the problem? Imprison or slay this Princess June?" Master Ma replied calmly, "If we were to kill her, would you take charge of the great wilderness army? The great wilderness is not solely ours, it belongs to them as well. Without them, how could the great wilderness continue to expand?" His tone towards the individual beside him was not particularly amiable, as this person hailed from Hurricane City. It is not merely the mundane world, but rather a sage of formidable strength, who, upon their encounter at the edge of the vast wilderness, manifested directly from Hurricane City into this realm, showcasing immense audacity. However, it was not long before the wilderness severed its connection with the sage. The wild beasts are not foolish. They are wary that should a link be established, more powerful beings might emerge from Hurricane City. Thus, upon sensing the arrival of a sage, they swiftly disrupted the chaotic veil in the vicinity. At this point, Master Ma inquired, "Do you believe that Li Hao might venture into the wilderness? Does he possess such audacity?" "Indeed," replied the figure in black armor, nodding emphatically. "This individual exhibits considerable boldness. The boundless city has already fallen into his grasp, and his strength is formidable. Several sages from Boundless City have been slain. While other factors may contribute, it is undeniable that he possesses the capability to kill sages. Therefore, he harbors little trepidation towards the wilderness. Lord Mundane has instructed me to convey to you all not to underestimate Li Hao. The optimal strategy would be to allow the wilderness to border Hurricane City, as this would facilitate the entry of even more powerful beings to assist the wilderness in eliminating Li Hao." Master Ma remained silent. "When that time comes, it shall not merely be the slaying of Li Hao. To annihilate the sage beasts of the wilderness and overturn the vast expanse would incur no detriment to you. Would it? Should you succeed in vanquishing Li Hao and destabilizing the wilderness, it would be a double triumph. The wild beasts, having stood firm for countless years, are well aware of the intentions of these individuals. Collaborating with them is tantamount to courting danger. Yet, to refrain from cooperation while the wilderness expands poses its own risks. Li Hao's faction is not to be trifled with, although the wilderness boasts several sage beasts. Securing victory is not guaranteed and could result in substantial losses, a concern shared by the sage beasts of the realm. In recent days, Li Hao has not been sighted. Perhaps he is in seclusion, or devising some scheme, or perhaps he has already infiltrated the wilderness. Impossible. Master Ma shook his head, saying with calm assurance, "The denizens of the wilderness all possess the essence of wild beasts and chaotic energy. As for outsiders, like yourselves, the moment you enter, we can sense your presence. If Li Hao were to arrive, we would detect him immediately. Beside him, The sage nodded in agreement. Their perceptiveness is indeed acute. Otherwise, when the borders meet, it would not be solely this sage who arrives, but many more. Yet, as contact was established, the wild beasts quickly sensed it and severed the chaotic connection with Hurricane City. While Hurricane City could indeed be relocated, such movement is futile. If you enter and the chaotic essence nearby is disrupted, you would unwittingly find yourself ensnared within the wilderness's grasp, unable to escape the ancient city. Now that would be troublesome. The wild beasts govern the expanse of the wilderness. The reason they allowed the sage's entry is that one sage cannot overturn the wilderness. There are indeed numerous sage beasts within the wilderness, at least 6 that I have observed, and who knows how many more may exist. The sage from the ancient city pondered. If an opportunity arose to slay Li Hao, it would be most advantageous. If not, other means must be sought to resolve the wilderness issue once and for all, restoring harmony to the cosmos. The wilderness's incursion into the heavens, should it be eradicated, may not merely lead to a second revival. It could also earn the favor of the heavens, granting them further advantages. As the wilderness stands as a malignant growth within the cosmos, the two sides remain locked in a standoff. At this moment, Li Hao had arrived at the location. Gazing across at the densely packed Dahuang army, enveloped in the essence of the wilderness and chaotic energy, though somewhat intimidated, they were compelled to launch repeated assaults. With each clash, lives were lost, and a veil of chaotic energy seeped into the void, soon to be followed by the emergence of savage beasts, further spreading the chaotic essence across the land. The territory of Dahuang was gradually expanding. If left unchecked, it might soon consume the entire eastern continent. My lord. At this juncture, several formidable figures had gathered. The aura of Director Zhao had grown increasingly potent. A glance from Li Hao suggested that this individual was on the verge of formally ascending to the 7th layer of the sun and moon, perhaps within moments. To reach this level, one must open at least 28 meridians, and it seemed Director Zhao had already opened 27, needing just 1 or 2 more acupoints. The members of the Radiant Sword had also arrived, significantly strengthened since their last encounter. Notably, Radiant Sword was not part of the original 10-man team, but now possessed the power of the 4th layer of the sun and moon. Meanwhile, several members from the previous 10-man group, forcibly elevated by the saint from the Earth's core, such as Ho Xiaoqing, Yuan Shuo, and Kong Jie, had perished, leaving the remaining members as formidable warriors of the 4th or even 5th layer of the sun and moon. The Silver Moon faction was now far more powerful than during their previous confrontation with Boundless City. At this moment, Lin Hongyu and her companions had not yet arrived, and Li Hao had opted to keep them engaged in reform efforts. It was at this time that he caught sight of a female general clad in golden robes, riding a white steed. He recognized her as the daughter of the Dahuang king, reputed to be a fierce warrior in her own right. Surrounding her were thousands of elite troops from Dahuang, rivaling even the demon hunters. Li Hao's gaze drifted back, and the Dahuang region appeared somewhat dim, obscured not by darkness, but by the pervasive chaotic energy that hindered visibility. Had the Dahuang king made an appearance? No, Director Zhao shook his head, stating that up to now, aside from Princess June, they had yet to see a single notable high-ranking official from Dahuang. He remarked, if nothing unexpected occurs, they may have been captured or even slain by the savage beasts. While outright slaughter seems unlikely, as the Dahuang army still requires their strength, it is highly probable that they have been imprisoned. The presence of savage beasts within the Dahuang army suggested a certain coercion, indicating that the beasts had taken control. Zhao, being astute, discerned the situation and inquired, "My lord, do you intend to establish contact with the Dahuang king?" He then shook his head, cautioning, "It is quite challenging and perilous. Moreover, the Dahuang king is not pivotal to the overarching situation. The true foundation of Dahuang lies within these savage beasts. Even if the king possesses some combat prowess, it is at most at the 4th or 5th layer of the sun and moon, incapable of exceeding that. Attempting to reach out to the Dahuang king is ultimately futile." He advised against Li Hao risking himself to make contact. However, Li Hao harbored his own thoughts and responded, "Do you suppose there are individuals from the Hongqin faction currently within the Dahuang territory?" Upon hearing this, Zhao hesitated briefly before nodding. It is indeed possible. Those individuals, who previously faced failure in their resurrection plans, will not simply acquiesce. In confronting the Great Wasteland, they will strive for a swift revival. Even if they cannot resolve the situation, They hope to witness a mutual destruction between us and the wasteland. This time, with the wasteland launching an offensive, it is possible that these individuals are subtly instigating the conflict. Beside him, Ba Dao exhibited a certain agitation, having lost his former coldness. Now only radiating restlessness. He spoke in a low tone, "Then let us fight them. Though the wasteland is formidable, it is not invincible." Li Hao cast a sidelong glance at Ba Dao and shook his head. At what cost? How many must perish? The savage beasts possess at least 5 or 6 saints. And the Red Dust faction is also lurking with intent. Even if we, the Silver Moon, expend all our strength to slay some saints, it will ultimately lead to mutual destruction. And now, everything is just beginning. Must we endure once more? Ba Dao suddenly became more agitated, his sword intent emanating fiercely. Previously, when we annihilated the boundless city, the Lord said that dawn has arrived. The Silver Moon no longer needs to remain hidden or endure humiliation. Must we retreat again? These adversaries, compared to before, have grown significantly more aggressive. This is both a boon and a bane. Li Hao shook his head. Certainly, we shall not endure. The times have changed. I have slain saints and fear nothing. Why would I seek to endure and negotiate again? The casualties are too great. An outcome I do not desire. Rest assured. Tianxing spoke solemnly. Ba Dao, await the Lord's decision. Why the urgency? Ba Dao, once a quiet individual, could not remain so now. Everyone was infused with a fervent desire for annihilation, eager to eradicate all foes. After a moment of silence, Li Hao spoke. Is it possible to contact Princess June? I wish to enter the Great Wasteland. Is there a way? He raised his hand. It matters not. Even if I enter the Great Wasteland, these ruffians cannot easily contend with me. Li Hao continued. The king of the wasteland surely does not wish to remain a puppet, casually imprisoned by the savage beasts, nor does he wish for his 100,000 elite soldiers to become fodder for the invading beasts. The intent of these savage creatures is unmistakable. They aim to invade the eastern continent, utilizing the chaotic essence from the deaths of these warriors. Hence, negotiation is essential. Negotiate. Li Hao nodded, smiling. A mere great wasteland is of little consequence. The crux lies with the savage beasts and the Red Dust faction. He turned to Director Zhao, contemplating for a moment. I have a rather risky proposition that requires the cooperation of both armies, as well as your assistance. If successful, the benefits will be plentiful. If not, what of it? Li Hao smiled. Victories and defeats are commonplace in warfare, but should we succeed, unforeseen advantages may arise. Director Zhao hastily replied, Lord, please proceed. I require 1,000,000 soldiers to unleash their might, their shouts echoing through the heavens, obscuring the sun. This will confuse our formidable enemies, making them mistakenly believe that the other side is allied with them. His words were somewhat ambiguous, yet Director Zhao faintly grasped the essence of his thoughts. He pondered, realizing that the fray between the two armies, with its explosive energies and bloodlust, would shroud the skies. Is this for the Red Dust faction? To mislead the Lord of Tianxing into believing that the Red Dust faction is allied with the savage beasts, while simultaneously causing the savage beasts to mistake the Red Dust faction as Li Hao's reinforcements. After weighing his thoughts, he solemnly remarked, it is quite perilous. They are all top-tier powerhouses. If both sides recognize each other, it will spell immense trouble for us. As the fervor of 1,000,000 soldiers surged, a chaotic aura erupted, disrupting the very fabric of the heavens and the earth. However, once the two sides engaged in direct contact or attempted verbal communication, Li Hao shook his head, asserting that he would not recklessly initiate dialogue. It would be a gamble. Should he win, it would be a resounding victory. Should he lose, there would still be an avenue for retreat. This time was not a dead end. The city of war had already repositioned itself near the passage, ready for a swift escape. Li Hao had feigned ignorance with Yu Hai earlier precisely for this reason, yet it required cooperation from both parties. In the vast wilderness, only the army's combat could disrupt the realm, with 1,000,000 soldiers' vitality soaring, their battle cries reverberating through the cosmos, capable of creating a diversion. Otherwise, facing top-tier powerhouses, even those of the king level, it would be impossible not to recognize one another. A single side's eruption would have limited effect. Mutual cooperation was essential. On the side of Hong Chun, accustomed to clandestine maneuvers, Li Hao was certain that even if reinforcements arrived, they would remain in the shadows, avoiding the front line. It was highly unlikely that Hong Chun himself was within the vast wilderness. He was undoubtedly a king-level powerhouse. and the wild beasts of the great wilderness would not permit a king to enter their domain without restraint. This deduction was grounded in logic and reason. Thus, even if a sage from Hongchen's side appeared, their numbers would certainly not surpass those of the great wilderness's sage beasts. Although he appeared to venture alone, he could summon several sages at any moment, perhaps seizing the opportunity to eliminate a few sages in the process. All of this required the cooperation of the king of the wilderness and his army. If successful, he might eradicate numerous sages, even eliminating Yuhai, thereby severing their claws and fangs. Yet, he harbored a concern. Should he eradicate all the wilderness beasts? Would it lead to the shattering of chaos and a second revival of the heavens and earth? This too required some support and information from the king of the wilderness. Thus, he longed to meet the king. Li Hao pondered this when Director Zhao, somewhat hesitant, glanced across and remarked, "Our aura is incompatible with the wilderness. Once we enter, we may be swiftly detected by the opponent. At this juncture, we must engage in battle. My lord, I shall personally meet this Princess June shortly. My fear lies in the possibility of the opponent turning traitor and luring you into the wilderness." "There's no need for concern," Li Hao replied, shaking his head. Director Zhao suddenly sighed. "You should not have allowed Qian Wuliang to leave. Otherwise, he could have assessed the situation and determined whether the opponent was genuinely cooperative. Initially, there was significant aversion to that individual, yet now, the sentiment had softened. At times, Qian Wuliang was indeed quite necessary." Li Hao smiled. "He should return soon." "Soon?" Director Zhao was taken aback. "Ing Hongyue is not an easy adversary. Can Qian Wuliang resolve the troubles on that front quickly? Do not dwell on the past." Li Hao urged. "Advance and strike. You need only focus on negotiations. Whether they succeed or fail is inconsequential. If they falter, we shall launch a fierce assault, creating chaos. If all else fails, we can abandon our ambitions and lower our expectations." "Understood." Director Zhao nodded. At that moment, the bright sword swiftly interjected, "My lord. What of the attack? You are the Eastern commander. Take charge." "Yes." The sword of radiance surged with excitement, and without further ado, swiftly returned to the battlefield. In the next moment, the long sword gleamed against the sky, followed by a fierce roar. "Charge!" Boom! Hundreds of thousands of troops surged forth, dense and overwhelming, akin to a celestial collapse, pressing towards the opposing million-strong army. This expanse was a desolate wasteland, a vast desert, where the terrain sprawled, with a chaotic aura marking the boundary between the two forces. In an instant, the armies clashed. Boom! The sound of their collision reverberated like thunder, and the battle cries echoed earth-shatteringly. In this moment, Li Hao observed silently. The Silver Moon army was growing increasingly formidable. Ahead, the Battle Sky army and the Demon Hunter army pierced through the enemy's heart like a blade. Though the great wilderness cavalry was numerous and their warriors formidable, they found themselves in retreat against the Silver Moon army, as fierce beasts rapidly joined the fray. The Silver Moon martial artists also joined the battle, their roars resonating in the heavens. Amidst the chaos, a female general clad in golden robes and white armor swiftly entered the fray. Meanwhile, Zhao Shuguang vanished in an instant, piercing through the void. In the blink of an eye, a colossal seal descended, shattering the heavens. Princess June, possessing merely the strength of the sun and moon, barely at mid-tier, stood no chance against Zhao, who was on the verge of advancing to the late stages. In an instant, she was left in tatters. Had it not been for her powerful and agile white steed, which narrowly evaded Zhao's lethal strikes, she would have likely been slain on the spot. Li Hao watched, suspecting that Zhao had no intention of parleying, but rather aimed to directly annihilate her. Before long, several fierce beasts gathered near Zhao, aiding Princess June. Li Hao glanced over, raising an eyebrow slightly, as a flicker of golden light sparkled in his eyes. It seemed these beasts were not merely assisting the princess, but were instead protecting the white steed. Could it be that this steed bore significant importance? He observed for a while longer without concern, continuing to scrutinize the great wilderness soldiers. Soon, he reached out, sensing a faint chaotic aura emanating from beneath his feet. Li Hao, however, was not genuinely hopeful about negotiating with the opposing forces. He was also devising a means to infiltrate the great wilderness. The chaotic aura. He inhaled a small amount, only to frown slightly as he felt a sense of rejection. Chaos is indeed a path. Everything is a path. And chaos must correspond to a greater way. Chaos should not be repelled. Otherwise, would new path cultivators entering the cosmic expanse have to endure the rejection of chaos? Thus, there must be a corresponding path vein for the way of chaos. Li Hao quietly sensed and attuned himself. After a while, his gaze shifted, as within him. An area stirred faintly. He swiftly absorbed more chaotic energy, and the previously rejected chaotic essence vanished upon contact with that area within him, causing Li Hao's eyes to brighten. Indeed, I knew it. All things possess a path. Chaos cannot be excluded from the realm of the great path. This realization made matters considerably easier. In an instant, he absorbed even more chaotic energy. At this moment, the two sides were locked in a fierce battle, with numerous soldiers perishing and even fierce beasts being slain. Chaos spilling forth. Yet, Li Hao swiftly drew upon this chaotic essence. The great wilderness. In the midst of his manipulation of the chaotic spread, Mazin suddenly exhibited a flicker of doubt in his eyes. Numerous lives had been lost, including several formidable beasts, yet the extent of the chaos did not meet expectations. It seemed as though some had vanished into thin air. With a hint of perplexity, he pondered the peculiar circumstances. The essence of chaos could only be absorbed by the savage beasts. As for the great wilderness human tribe, their coexistence with these creatures had endowed them with traces of the beast's bloodlines, thus enabling them to assimilate the chaos. Others, however, were incapable of such absorption. Given this, where had the chaotic essence disappeared to? Just as this question crossed his mind, a tremor of celestial will surged forth, shaking the very heavens and earth. And he began to gain some clarity. Cursing under his breath, he realized that this celestial will had grown increasingly powerful, even capable of extinguishing fragments of chaos. If this continued, and the great wilderness did not expand, it was possible that the celestial will could actively obliterate the chaos. There was no time to waste. Meanwhile, within Li Hao's being, waves of chaotic essence dissipated, and soon a chaotic vein revealed itself, prompting a smile to grace his face. The chaotic vein felt immensely potent. Without hesitation, he gradually unlocked it, and soon a faint aura of chaos began to emanate from him. In the next instant, Li Hao vanished into thin air. At that moment, Princess June was engaged in a fierce battle. The few savage beasts that had come to her aid were proving no match for Director Zhao. With two of them already slain, the might of Director Zhao was truly terrifying. Princess June increasingly understood why her father had refused to march into battle. If the celestial beings were so formidable that even powerful savage beasts were being vanquished, how could they possibly mount an offensive? Regarding the communications from Director Zhao, she contemplated with concern, wondering if he was merely attempting to disrupt her efforts. If he genuinely sought cooperation, why was he so ruthless? With a thunderous crash, a white steed was sent flying. Princess June, atop the horse, was continuously spitting blood, her complexion pale as a result of the overwhelming strength of her adversary. In the rear, Mazin seemed to sense the shift, and in an instant, an immense force descended upon the realm, proclaiming in a booming voice, "Retreat." The army fell back, the savage beasts retreating into the chaotic realm, and upon witnessing this, Director Zhao chose not to pursue further. From a distance, the bright sword commanded, "Halt." With the enemy retreating into chaos, there was no need for further pursuit. Despite the disparity in numbers, with their forces only a third of the enemy's, the great wilderness army found themselves in disarray. Princess June continued to cough up blood, her face growing paler still. Behind her, soldiers rushed to her side. Concern etched upon their faces. At that moment, no one noticed the additional mounted soldier amidst the chaos of battle, given the tumultuous skirmish. With Director Zhao's thunderous strikes even dispatching savage beasts, who would pay heed to the presence or absence of a single soldier? Meanwhile, Li Hao observed Princess June briefly before shifting his gaze to the white steed. Its injuries were rapidly mending, as chaotic essence flowed forth from within. Despite its considerable wounds, it astonishingly began to recover within mere moments. Li Hao's eyes flickered. This savage beast must either be a descendant of a top-tier powerhouse or possess some extraordinary trait. Even when injured moments ago, it had caused a wholly savage beast to exhibit signs of urgency. The retreat of that sacred beast was not due to the considerable losses suffered by the great wilderness army, but rather because the white steed had sustained an injury. How intriguing, Li Hao mused. He turned his gaze backward, where he could vaguely perceive a black steed, and in the next moment, his eyes flickered as he noticed a figure clad in black armor beside the steed. His gaze sharpened with exceptional acuity, and in an instant, He sensed a potent aura flicker and vanish, an indication of a saint. Indeed, the Red Dust faction had already made contact with this side. However, it appeared that no agreement had been reached, nor had any genuine trust been established between the parties. Otherwise, there would not be merely one saint present. Just one. Li Hao pondered, feeling that it was insufficient. He was not merely seeking a single saint. At this moment, Battle Heaven City lay within his vicinity. Accompanied by the old tortoise, Colonel Jiao, Li Fu Hai, General Huai, and himself, along with the forces of the Battle Heaven army and those monstrous plants. While it may not be feasible to contend with 6 or 7 saints, 3 would undoubtedly suffice. 1 was simply too few. Of course, there might be wilderness beasts accompanying them. Contemplating these matters, Li Hao communicated through his armor. Director Zhao, continuously exert pressure on the opposing side, primarily targeting the annihilation of the wilderness beasts. Should a saint appear, retreat swiftly. We must compel the wilderness beasts, inflicting severe losses to entice more powerful beings to join the great wilderness. Understood. Additionally, if Qian Wuliang returns, instruct him to immediately join the battlefield, donning my golden armor to impersonate me and infiltrate the great wilderness. Just then, a voice resonated from the armor. My lord, I have just returned. It was Qian Wuliang. Indeed, his return signified the successful completion of his mission. Li Hao was aware of his return, but had refrained from initiating contact. The recent dialogue was intended for the higher echelons, functioning as a public channel. Whom did he slay? Yin Luo or the Flying Sword Immortal? Yin Luo, Ing Honghua, along with others, managed to escape from the Great Li with approximately 1,000 elite warriors. Li Hao was not surprised. The 4 principal leaders were beyond Ing Honghua's capacity to eliminate. The master of Haotian Mountain possessed formidable strength, likely surpassing both Yin Luo and the Flying Sword Immortal. Hence, Qian Wuliang could only have slain the other 2. The 3 major factions, in conjunction with Haotian Villa, previously boasted nearly 100,000. Yet now only 1,000 elite warriors had managed to escape. This revelation was somewhat unexpected for Li Hao. So many had perished? And what of the Great Li? The king of Great Li had sustained serious injuries, while Jiang Li had shattered a white jade bone. Dozens of divine guards had perished, as had numerous priests, along with tens of thousands of elite soldiers from the Great Li. The king of Great Li did not manage to kill you? This lord is Wuliang's protector. How could the king of Great Li dare to slay me? Even upon his return, Qian Wuliang, despite not having seen Li Hao, carried a semblance of humility and awkwardness. The losses incurred by the Great Li were substantial. Many high-ranking generals had perished in battle, and both the king of Great Li and the chief priest had been injured simultaneously. Indeed, the king of Great Li harbored intentions of eliminating this scoundrel Qian Wuliang. For during a critical moment, Wuliang had commanded tens of thousands of Great Li soldiers, fearlessly risking their lives, even resorting to self-detonation to forcibly delay the progress of the major factions. The casualties were grievous. Were it not for the king of Great Li's apprehension towards Li Hao, he would have long since turned against him, his heart nearly bursting with rage. Fortunately, after forcibly slaying Yin Luo, Qian Wuliang announced his intention to depart. Had he chosen to linger, the king of Dali would likely have been unable to restrain himself from eliminating him. Yin Luo's demise was indeed a welcome development. Li Hao continued to communicate discreetly, noting that one of the 3 major organizations had finally been vanquished, a piece of news he could relay to Lu Yin later. Qian Wuliang, it seemed, possessed considerable skill. While Li Hao had anticipated the other's success, he had not foreseen it occurring so swiftly. Moreover, Qian returned promptly, seizing an opportune moment. You have just completed a mission and should not be compelled to undertake further risks. However, given the rarity of individuals capable of impersonating me, are you willing to venture forth once more? I shall adhere to the Lord's command. Then, disguise yourself as me, proceed cautiously into the great wilderness, and exert some pressure there. I have but one request. I require more formidable warriors from the mortal realm, as well as some wild beasts, to sense a degree of pressure. Additionally, it would be prudent to inform the wild beasts that I am seeking reinforcements of exceptional strength. These tasks are indeed challenging. Can you accomplish them? Certainly. Qian Wuliang responded promptly, his heart swelling with joy at finally mending previous grievances. He had hurried and risked defending the king of Dali and Jiangli, yet he felt assured that this step was not misguided. If the king of Dali was displeased, so be it. Weakening Dali was also a means to enhance the safety of Tianxing. he was confident that Li Hao would remain indifferent to the situation. The king of Dali, upon returning with his elite forces numbering in the millions, would hardly be perturbed by the loss of a few thousand. The king would not dare to confront him directly. Thus, all accomplishments could be addressed later, without fear of claiming undue credit. Qian Wuliang quickly replied, then added, "My lord, Ing Hanyue has escaped, likely heading towards the region of the Divine Kingdom to the west. However, it is possible that arrangements remain in Dali, related to the Forbidden Sea." Understood, Li Hao responded succinctly, not elaborating further. Noticing Li Hao's reticence, Qian Wuliang chose to remain silent, and soon departed from the Tianxing military camp, vanishing from sight. Shortly thereafter, Master Ma's gaze flickered momentarily as he glanced in a specific direction. Beside him, the black-armored warrior also stirred, inquiring, "Master Ma, have you detected something?" Calmly, Master Ma replied, "It appears that someone has infiltrated our ranks. I shall investigate." With that, he vanished in an instant. Moments later, he arrived at the previous location, only to disappear again, pursuing the trail with keen intensity. Is it Li Hao? The opponent possesses impressive skills. It seems they have sensed my presence. Despite multiple attempts to follow, they have consistently evaded me. No wonder the new martial traders are filled with trepidation. Shortly thereafter, the black-armored warrior caught up, asking, "Do you require assistance, Master Ma?" "No need." Master Ma replied with a hint of dissatisfaction. These individuals were like tenacious leeches, quite bothersome. Observing this, the black-armored warrior refrained from further comment but did not depart, choosing instead to follow closely. If they could locate and eliminate Li Hao, it would be a monumental achievement. However, after a short while of tracking, Master Ma's expression turned grave. He sensed someone perpetually fleeing from him. Yet, each time he drew near, the individual would swiftly detect him and escape, slipping away like an eel. Each encounter seemed to create new complications. Moreover, from beyond, the sounds of battle echoed once more. The Tianxing forces had initiated their offensive again. Moreover, the horse sovereigns soon sensed a disturbance. Formidable beings were encroaching. Cursed be this feigned diversion. Were they cooperating with Li Hao to infiltrate? A resounding crash echoed as an ancient beast was slain. In the next heartbeat, he witnessed Zhao Shuguang striking towards Princess June, injuring the white steed once more, causing a tremor in the heart of the horse sovereign. The white steed must not perish. This embodies the essence of chaos. The esteemed sovereigns of the ancient beasts, for various reasons, were reluctant to allow any one individual to wield absolute power. Thus, this white steed became the crux of chaos. Furthermore, the spread of chaos necessitated the essence of chaos as a vanguard, serving as Princess June's mount to obscure their intentions. Yet now it had become the target of Zhao Shuguang's assault, for Princess June was the leader of the army. What a predicament! As thoughts raced, a formidable aura ascended from the distance. An ancient beast resembling a monkey soared into the air, barreling towards Zhao Shuguang and his companions. Concurrently, a figure materialized, and Director Wang's voice resonated through the heavens. "Holy Path, ancient beasts? Do you truly believe yourselves invincible? Do not provoke a Holy Path war, lest the city of war ascend, and the war holy ones march forth. Can a band of savages withstand a single strike from my war saints?" The monkey-like ancient beast retorted coldly, "City of war? Long dormant. The main city lies in ruins. How much combat strength remains? Preposterous. Ignorant fools. The celestial star mines have long since fallen into the hands of the celestial star. The mines still exist. My city of war can indeed mobilize and rush here to annihilate you savages. Do you truly believe a mere handful of Holy Path ancient beasts are invincible? Withdraw now for a chance at survival. Otherwise, the wilderness shall perish, and the ancient beasts face extinction. The celestial star can obliterate boundless main cities, and it can likewise eradicate you." His words reverberated through the cosmos. At this moment, the horse sovereign remained silent, though a weight of gravity pressed upon him. Would the city of war truly mobilize? If so, it would indeed be a significant dilemma. Meanwhile, the black-armored figure beside him shifted slightly, transmitting a message. There are indeed several saints in the city of war. Li Hao has seized the celestial star mines, vanquished the boundless city, and slain several saints, acquiring substantial immortal and primordial power. It is possible that the saints have completely revived. I know that some sovereigns are unafraid. However, if a true battle ensues, the losses would be catastrophic. It would be wiser to act while they remain unaware of our existence and assist our comrades in resolving them. Should the saints of the city of war awaken alongside the strengths of the celestial star, compounded by Li Hao, it would be truly formidable. At this moment, the horse sovereign found himself in a quandary. Should he collaborate with these entities? However, such an alliance would also be fraught with peril. They must not be allowed to grow too powerful, lest the ancient beasts face dire consequences. Yet, permitting a select few to enter could be beneficial. I shall consult with a few other sovereigns. Nevertheless, the lineage of ancient beasts possesses the capability to suppress them. Even if they come, they would not exceed 3 saints. Otherwise, it would be better for you to remain in Hurricane City. 3 saints? The black-armored figure pondered. It was not an unfeasible option. Li Hao might possess other means. When the time comes, should both sides engage in true combat, 3 saints could indeed alter the course of events significantly. Very well. However, the other party possessed considerable power, comparable to the immortal. I observed that there was no need to worry about the savage beasts on this side. Well, He Jia chose not to speak further. He actually wished to procure more immortals, but alas, this savage beast was unwilling. In the next moment, Ma Xun vanished once more, somewhat vexed. Was it truly Li Hao who had intruded? It indeed seemed so. Otherwise, how could he be so elusive, managing to evade capture despite several attempts at tracking? At this juncture, the frontline had no choice but to station a saintly path savage beast, and upon Li Hao's incursion, Ma Xun promptly relayed the information. Soon followed by the emergence of another saintly path savage beast, joining in the pursuit of Li Hao. Meanwhile, Qian Wuliang was profoundly tense. A moment's carelessness could lead to his demise, with multiple saints hunting him down. Li Hao, as expected, held him in high regard. Considering him for such a formidable task at the first opportunity, it was a small consolation to his self-esteem. Was it not his own choice? Not far off. Li Hao was equally astonished. Qian Wuliang was indeed capable. The fact that he had eluded several saints during their pursuit was impressive. His decision to have Qian impersonate him and sow chaos in the vast wilderness had proven to be astute. At this moment, he turned to glance back at the great wilderness royal court. The previously stationed saintly path savage beast had vanished. Moreover, the white horse was certainly extraordinary. Director Zhao's 2 assaults on this location had drawn the attention of the saintly path savage beasts. The offensive must continue. As Li Hao transmitted a message through his armor, the next instant, a fierce battle erupted once more amidst the chaos, and Li Hao swiftly disappeared from his original position. He sped away, taking advantage of the distraction as that monkey-like sacred beast pursued Director Zhao, making his way towards the great wilderness royal court. Outside the court, 3 savage beasts remained stationed, all formidable and endowed with immortal power. However, they had yet to detect Li Hao's presence. With a flash, Li Hao boldly infiltrated the inner sanctum of the royal court. The 3 savage beasts seemed to sense something amiss, glancing around. Their attention was soon captivated by the distant sounds of battle cries, leading to their growing irritation. These human beings were quite bothersome, attacking repeatedly, yet fleeing each time. Did they not tire of it? At that moment, within the royal court, the great wilderness king exuded a despondent aura, seated in silence, lost in contemplation. Around him, various officials appeared equally dispirited, their spirits low. While the great wilderness king pondered these matters, Li Hao's voice resonated in his ears. When the great wilderness invades the borders, does the great wilderness king possess the capability to unleash a 1,000,000-strong army in an instant? Their blood energy blotting out the heavens, chaos enveloping the earth? If so, then act. If not, then refrain. Should this endeavor succeed, I shall remain in the great wilderness. If it fails, the great wilderness shall cease to exist. The great wilderness king remained composed, though internally, he was profoundly shaken. In such circumstances, Li Hao could still reach out to him. He was audibly communicating in his ear. How astonishing, especially considering the presence of numerous saintly path savage beasts nearby. In the next moment, he felt something suddenly materialize in his hand. It was the military armor, capable of blood recognition to establish a bond, to connect with me. Only you can reach me. Direct communication is possible. I must depart. If I linger any longer, I shall lose a vital general. Li Hao's voice carried a hint of mirth. The other white horse is quite remarkable. I hope the king of the great wilderness can share some insights with me. Moreover, your daughter possesses a commendable foundation. Ultimately, I need to ascertain how many formidable warriors have come forth as the sovereigns of the red dust. If you lack this ability, then there is no need to discuss anything further. The king of the great wilderness remained inscrutable, silently admiring Li Hao's audacity. At this moment, a single shout from him might compel this person to remain. How could he dare? Such boldness was astonishing. Nearby, many sages were present. Of course, he would not utter a shout. Yet, he was still struck with astonishment, pondering why Li Hao was so confident that they would stand together. After all, he was the lord of the great wilderness. Remember this, king of the great wilderness. Only the Silver Moon people can wield the powers of the Silver Moon realm. The great wilderness, whether it be the Silver Moon people, wild beasts, new martial artists, or the Red Moon, are all unworthy of governing the heavens and the earth. With that, he took his leave, bidding for good news. In an instant, a gentle breeze seemed to sweep through, and the king of the great wilderness understood that Li Hao had departed. After a while, he rose to his feet. Outside the grand tent, a wild beast peered in. Its tone indifferent. Do not wander about. The king of the great wilderness replied calmly. It is merely a matter of uncirculated blood. A brief walk is necessary. Several great individuals are watching over this place. Do you truly think I would act recklessly? Furthermore, I reiterate my caution regarding the red dust side. Do not engage in deep cooperation with that person. They will undoubtedly seek to infiltrate the great wilderness with formidable warriors. Should more than 3 sages enter, it may herald a grave crisis. I hope this message is conveyed to the esteemed ones. Additionally, please inform the esteemed ones that the pace of the great wilderness's invasion is alarmingly slow. If this continues, it may also signify ominous signs. Among the great wilderness human race, I alone possess the most intense chaotic aura, and among my subordinates, both civil and martial, the chaotic aura is most profound. Given the circumstances, I implore the esteemed ones to permit us to engage in battle. The chaos is spreading, hastening the assimilation of the eastern continent. Otherwise, if we persist in this manner, when will we ever conquer the eastern continent? Upon hearing this, the wild beast seemed momentarily taken aback. This person, who had previously been reluctant to march into battle, was now willing. If he was indeed willing, it would be most advantageous. Yet there lingered the fear that this individual might flee. The king of the great wilderness replied calmly, "There is no need for concern regarding the great wilderness. It is my homeland. I am the lord of the great wilderness, and at this juncture, with war already declared against the celestial stars, what retreat remains for me? I shall convey your message to the esteemed ones." The wild beast ceased further discourse. Perhaps with all these individuals participating in battle, the pace of expansion could indeed accelerate, for it was currently far too sluggish. The king of the great wilderness nodded slightly and resumed his seat, his mind awash with myriad thoughts. Li Hao, I shall wager once more. The red dust faction, the wild beasts, and the multitude of sages, can you truly obstruct or vanquish them? Li Hao quickly discerned something amiss with the white horse. This individual possessed an astute perception. Various thoughts flooded his mind, rendering him both anxious and exhilarated. The wild beasts were formidable, and the new martial warriors were equally daunting. These were ingrained beliefs. Yet now, he was conspiring with Li Hao to scheme against these powerful beings. Was it truly feasible? In this moment, the lord of the great wilderness seemed to be transported back to the days when he unified the great wilderness, filled with excitement, trepidation, unrest, and a tinge of fear. At this moment, Li Hao had already departed from the desolate wilderness. Moments later, Qian Wuliang appeared, drenched in sweat and trembling all over. Upon seeing Li Hao, his body quivered, yet he felt considerably better. He had narrowly escaped encirclement by 2 saints, and it was Li Hao's timely command that had allowed him to retreat. Such days are truly exhilarating. Chapter 355. All is well. Seeking subscription and monthly votes. Preparations for the evacuation of the eastern continent's citizens. At this juncture, Li Hao suddenly spoke, instructing Lin Hongyu to organize personnel for evacuation. My lord. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. The eastern continent is vast, with numerous provinces and a population exceeding 2 billion, rivaling that of the central regions. Such a large-scale evacuation would be an immense strain on both manpower and resources. The crux of the matter is that a swift evacuation would render it impossible to provide adequate resettlement. Director Zhao furrowed his brow, gravely stating, My lord, evacuating the populace at this time will undoubtedly incite panic. With so many people, it is not a trivial matter. We lack the manpower to manage such an operation. It is not merely millions or tens of millions that can be effortlessly relocated with extraordinary power. We are dealing with a staggering population of several billion on the eastern continent. Li Hao's words left everyone in a state of disquietude. The sheer number of individuals involved was overwhelming. After a moment's contemplation, Li Hao suggested, "Then let us evacuate the eastern population of the Dingbian province, which constitutes roughly half of the eastern continent." This too seemed implausible. Zhao Shuguang shook his head once more. "There are still 10 provinces with a population nearing 1 billion. My lord, the mere act of mobilizing and relocating them is an enormous undertaking. Even in extraordinary times, preparing for such a project could take a year or more. What does a billion people signify? Even with rapid transport via warships, capable of carrying 50,000 individuals at a time, it would require 20,000 trips, or 40,000 round trips, under the most favorable conditions. In reality, it may necessitate 30,000 trips, or even more, no matter how swift the warships may be. The process of boarding and disembarking, transporting to various locations, and carrying belongings would take considerable time. Each round trip could easily consume several minutes. If we assume 2 round trips per hour, that would still be considered fast. In a day, a single warship could manage only 50 trips, necessitating relentless operation. Now that we have captured Boundless City and War Sky City, our fleet has increased significantly, boasting dozens of vessels. Yet, even in a single day, they could only manage 2,000 to 3,000 trips, requiring 10 days and nights for completion. Not to mention, operating multiple warships continuously for 10 days would deplete resources to astronomical levels. This is assuming everything proceeds smoothly. Had Li Hao spoken sooner, there may have been time to devise a plan. However, to suggest early evacuation while the celestial stars and the desolate lands were still at peace would have presented even greater complications, essentially abandoning the eastern continent. At this moment, Li Hao found himself ensnared in contemplation. It is indeed a troubling predicament. Yet, to refrain from evacuation amidst the encroaching desolation would mean that half of the eastern continent would succumb to the chaotic realm, where ordinary individuals would likely succumb to the chaotic energies, resulting in death. With a ruthless heart, one might choose to disregard the situation, for there are countless lives at stake. Should victory be attained in this battle, the number of saints slain would exceed 1, and the calamities of the desolation would dissipate, striking a severe blow to the realm of red dust. Beyond the seas, there may even be hope to vanquish the threat entirely. Moreover, it is not necessarily true that everyone will perish. In this era of universal martial cultivation, time may be sufficient, and perhaps only several million lives will be lost. However, the notion of millions seems insignificant given the vast population of Tianxing, akin to merely the population of a large city. Yet, as Li Hao gazed upon the densely packed million-strong army before him, he anticipated at least tenfold casualties. A frown creased his brow. This matter had crossed his mind previously, but back then he speculated that the enemy might not engage in a full-scale onslaught, and he had not planned to leverage their power against Yuhai. Now, having reached this juncture, if Li Hao chose to disregard the situation, everything might unfold smoothly. Yet, neglecting the consumption would lead to astronomical figures, and time would inevitably stretch. At that moment, Li Hao suddenly spoke. "The chaotic aura will not damage the structures. If we have sufficient warships, we could evacuate 500,000 people per vessel, aiming to relocate 10 billion civilians. That seems quite excessive. But what if we commandeer an ancient city? An ancient city can accommodate 50 million inhabitants. With a bit of crowding, it could easily house 2 to 3 times that number. Does the Lord intend to evacuate the populace?" Director Zhao's mind was in turmoil. Li Hao contemplated for a moment and said, "Evacuating would instill greater faith in our intention to withdraw, and of course, it is also to safeguard their lives. If we do not evacuate, perhaps not too many will perish, but amongst 10 billion, a modest estimate would be at least 1 million lives lost. Let us act as if we were oblivious to the circumstances on the eastern continent, which would not significantly concern us." At that point, someone spoke up, prompting Li Hao to turn. To his surprise, it was not Qian Wuliang. Li Hao was not taken aback when Qian Wuliang made a remark, but this time, it was none other than Bei Quan. With Nan Quan perished, and Yao Si sacrificing himself to save him, the once vibrant Bei Quan had grown increasingly somber. Yet, his martial prowess had always been characterized by grandeur. Today, this magnificent master suggested they simply feign ignorance about the situation, as the eastern continent had never been tightly bound to them. The primary issue lay in the sheer number of people. The evacuation would be excessively cumbersome. not only wasting time, but also prone to complications. The energy consumed could reach astronomical proportions, potentially depleting all available resources in one fell swoop. Li Hao fell into contemplation. Should they choose not to evacuate, their only option would be to thwart the invasion of the Great Wasteland, where at least 6 saints from the holy path of the wasteland beasts would emerge. On their side, at least 2 or 3 saints from the Hongxian faction had already mobilized, totaling 8 or 9 saints, if not more. Their own numbers of saints were insufficient. To eradicate one faction before addressing the other was a perilous gamble, fraught with the risk of cataclysmic upheaval. From a broader perspective, sacrificing a few ordinary lives for the sake of multiple saints was an exceptionally advantageous trade. After all, not everyone would perish. However, should the Great Wasteland invade and the beasts commence their slaughter within the chaotic realm, it would not merely be a matter of millions. They might face total annihilation. When these formidable beings unleash their power, a city could be obliterated in no time. The loss of all lives would not drastically alter the grand scheme. They were but the weak. As long as victory was ultimately secured, the rapid reproductive capacity of humanity would soon replenish the fallen warriors. Li Hao gazed skyward, his mind occupied with these thoughts. After a lengthy pause, he spoke. Let us proceed gradually, without haste. The battleship is too small. We shall utilize the infinite city, a place capable of accommodating over 100 million souls. We need not bring anything other than provisions. A maximum of 10 days' worth will suffice. My lord, this is excessively complicated, and gathering such a population will not be an easy task, one voiced concern. Indeed, many shared this sentiment, feeling that the scale of the endeavor was overwhelming. Moreover, even if the infinite city could genuinely house 1 or 200 million, what of the remainder? There are not enough ancient cities to accommodate them all. Director Zhao interjected. In that case, my lord, utilizing the infinite city is feasible for relocating the elderly, the infirm, women and children. Those affected by the encroaching chaotic energies would not meet their demise. Li Hao turned to him. And what if the savage beasts attack? Zhao, feeling helpless, thought to himself that if that were to happen, it would be unfortunate for those involved. Yet, what alternative exists? It is certainly preferable to relocating 1 billion people. Since the dawn of time, the Silver Moon world has likely never witnessed such a grand scale of migration. Regardless of the duration, a population exceeding 1 billion would spell disaster. In the realm of the extraordinary, Li Hao felt emboldened to make such claims. However, in the ordinary world, voicing such thoughts would render him a madman. The migration process could very well claim more than half of those involved. At this moment, Director Wang sighed, lamenting. If only the Celestial Dog Emperor were still present, he could effortlessly swallow an entire eastern continent without a second thought, storing it within himself, thus avoiding such troublesome logistics. Yet, if such a powerful being existed, migration would be unnecessary. This is a paradox. A being so formidable, capable of consuming a continent whole, would not require relocation. As the situation grew increasingly fraught, many turned their gazes toward Qian Wuliang, urging him to speak. The sentiments toward the inhabitants of the eastern continent were not deeply rooted. If anything, they were indifferent. With the plan reaching this critical juncture, the prospect of a significant opportunity loomed. A single battle could potentially alter the balance of power entirely. The prospect of Li Hao orchestrating another migration was indeed burdensome. Qian Wuliang remained silent. No, I shall not speak. After a moment's contemplation, he added, migration could indeed serve a purpose. On one hand, it would confuse the enemy, making them believe that we are truly incapable of resistance, allowing them to encroach upon us step by step. Secondly, it would test the governance and organizational skills of others, as there may be future migrations required. Today is merely a strategy against the great wilderness. In the future, should traitors emerge from the north or should that esteemed emperor be unsealed, we may need to relocate the entire northern populace. This could serve as a rehearsal, a prelude. The assembly cast furious glares at him. Undeterred, Qian Wuliang continued, moreover, relocating the populace and safeguarding the lives of the anxious residents of the eastern continent serves as a means to win their hearts and bolster our reputation. This will also showcase the capabilities of Tianxing, demonstrating our ability to relocate 1 billion people. Since time immemorial, only we, Tianxing, have achieved such a feat. Of course, numerous challenges remain. After reflecting, Qian Wuliang pondered, the infinite city has limited capacity. Where shall we settle the remaining populace? Even if it is merely the 10th day. With so many people, It is all too easy for chaos to ensue. Li Hao pondered for a moment and remarked, on the side of Shuiyun, a new continent is being constructed in the sea, preparing for the migration of its population. Currently, it remains unoccupied, but development is underway. What do you think of gathering people there first? Qian Wuliang nodded. It is feasible, yet it is still too many to accommodate, regardless of where they are placed. It poses a monumental challenge. Li Hao also nodded, glancing towards the rear where cities stood tall. Allowing the wilderness to spread unchecked would soon result in a scene of carnage. In the past, such matters had never crossed his mind. He had never considered the implications until it was too late. Yet, this was the light that his mentors had fought for. He would not let them down. The efforts of his teachers, who had sacrificed their lives for this light, could not be in vain. Unexpectedly, despite all preparations, troubles arose at this juncture. At that moment, someone spoke up, Director Wang. He turned to Li Hao, grit his teeth, and said, if the Marquis persists, I have an idea. Speak. Instead of migrating bit by bit, which is too cumbersome, let us move the entire city. Directly place the cities upon the seas. In fact, when the silver moon first rose, the 4 seas did not exist, they were established later. If the Marquis does not find it troublesome, we could fill the 4 seas, preparing for the integration of various continents. What? Li Hao was taken aback. Director Wang continued, Marquis, the power of a sage. In the past, a sage could effortlessly relocate a grand city. Of course, the sages of today are not as formidable as those of yore. They are merely comparable to the immortal. However, with sufficient manpower, it is still possible. We can carry city after city away. The crowd stood in stupor, having never contemplated this issue. Li Hao himself had not. Yes, he was aware of his own strength. He had previously witnessed the relocation of the entire battle city, but that was an entire stronghold, akin to a divine weapon. Now, moving a regular city posed a different kind of complication. Moreover, there were people inside. Buildings were not so robust. Too much disturbance could lead to catastrophic collapses, akin to the very heavens crumbling. Director Wang added, if we proceed this way, we will not need to migrate again. We can simply fill the 4 seas. Proper divisions can be established, and if we relocate half of the eastern continent, we can fill the eastern sea. In essence, we would be transferring half of the eastern continent into the eastern sea, thereby permanently connecting the eastern continent with the central region. The 5 continents would then be reduced to 4. The remaining half would require no movement. Furthermore, this approach would yield another advantage, forming a cohesive landmass, making future defenses against potential disasters or formidable foes much simpler. Li Hao, somewhat bewildered, remarked, relocating the cities of the eastern continent, even if only half, encompasses over 300 cities. Director Wang nodded. Indeed, that is considerable. Yet, if we act swiftly, moving 30 cities in a day would only take 10 days. 10 days would be just enough to retreat while engaging in battle, granting the wilderness some time. Chaos requires time to spread. This time, the noble lord can once again publicly instill awe across the 4 corners of the continent with the celestial canopy, rallying the hearts of the people. The strength of the powerful may be formidable, yet the common folk lack a true comprehension of it. However, should one relocate 30 cities in a single day, filling the East Sea, I dare say that from henceforth, aside from those irredeemably wicked, no one would dare oppose the noble lord. Moreover, there is a point that the noble lord has perhaps overlooked. As cities are relocated, the eastern half of the continent becomes desolate. The city of the storm must now be situated near the great wilderness, though its precise location remains unknown. Yet, when the surroundings are barren, the movement of the city of the storm will undoubtedly cause a great stir. To avoid our presence, it can only choose to distance itself from the great wilderness. Otherwise, should the battle ensue and the great wilderness feel threatened, the wild beasts, with no escape, might once again summon the powerful from the city of the storm into the wilderness, creating an immense dilemma. Director Wang spoke earnestly. However, if there is nothing in the vicinity, given the nature of the red dust, he would certainly hesitate to expose the location of the city of the storm. It is highly probable that he would withdraw and relocate the city, perhaps even departing from the eastern continent altogether. Li Hao's eyes flickered. He had indeed contemplated this. Yet he was also taking a gamble, wagering that the wild beasts of the great wilderness would not dare to engage with the city of the storm. But if the wild beasts of the great wilderness were truly desperate, would they still care? Li Hao was betting that by the time the wild beasts regained their senses, he would have already dealt with them. At that moment, he could simply retreat into the House Star realm, and should red dust truly enter the chaotic region, he would have no fear of him. However, Director Wang's perspective made it seem even more secure. After a moment of contemplation, Li Hao remarked, "Yet a city is vast. Relocating it is quite a hassle. Utilize formations for stabilization," Director Wang suggested. "We only require several sun and moon figures to secure the 4 cardinal directions. The noble lord can then, with great might, uplift the grand city and excavate the depths. Of course, it must be dug deep enough, otherwise it shall sink into the East Sea. In the future, this place may very well transform into an ocean. However, this is inconsequential, as it will also prevent the invasion of the great wilderness and the spread of chaos, rendering the wild beasts strong yet devoid of habitation and land, thus diminishing the gains from their invasion." Upon hearing this, Li Hao's heart stirred once more, and he nodded. This method was indeed commendable, albeit somewhat taxing. He could envision the consequences of relocating 30 great cities in a single day. He might very well be exhausted to the point of collapse. Yet now, he was at the peak of his power, and the ancient city's sage could not recklessly appear. Thus, it fell upon him to take the lead. Each instance would likely culminate in battle. In 10 days, an astonishing outcome of relocating 300 cities. Director Wang continued, "Noble Lord, furthermore, there is no need to announce the invasion of the great wilderness. We only need to state that for the unification of the 5 continents, the eastern continent must be relocated to fill the East Sea. The populace will not be alarmed. Rather, they will be astonished and perceive it as a marvelous journey rather than a flight from danger. As long as we resolve the great wilderness issue afterward, everything will be manageable. We now possess control over public opinion. We have triumphed, and we can articulate our narrative as we wish." Li Hao suddenly laughed. How intriguing. Director Wang had rarely offered his opinions before. At most, he would provide a brief introduction when encountering new martial artists. Yet today, he was proactively sharing ideas and suggestions. At this moment, Director Zhao and his companions nodded in agreement. This is excellent. Though deemed ineffective, it is of no concern to the valiant Li Hao. The unification of the 5 directions continent represents an extraordinary and monumental endeavor, unparalleled in the last 100,000 years since the advent of new martial arts. At this juncture, Director Zhao affirmed, "I believe this is feasible. Moreover, it will neither burden the populace nor incite social turmoil. Neighbors will remain neighbors. As long as we execute meticulous planning, the locations of the major cities will correspond to their previous positions. Even the adjacent city will remain the same, merely shifting from the far east to the secondary east, with the border region becoming the extreme of the eastern continent. Furthermore, this will establish a direct connection with the central region, greatly facilitating subsequent management and the promotion of education and culture, significantly aiding the construction of the continent's transportation system. Engaging in battle while addressing these concerns seems quite advantageous. It will also serve to hone the physical prowess of the Marquis." At that moment, Li Hao felt a surge of frustration. Just earlier, you deemed relocation too challenging and resource-intensive, yet upon hearing of my intent to move cities, you speak of physical training. Do you possess no sense of shame? Director Zhao, nearing the 7th level of the sun and moon, boasts commendable combat strength. Li Hao remarked casually. Surely, with the cooperation of some formidable warriors, Director Zhao could facilitate the relocation of a city, correct? Director Zhao appeared somewhat embarrassed before quickly responding. Perhaps, but my strength is insufficient. A moment's carelessness could result in catastrophic upheaval, landslides and city collapses, leading to countless casualties. I cannot bear such a heavy responsibility. Under heaven, only the Marquis can safely transport the grand city to the Eastern Sea. This was indeed true, though the individual in question was rather mischievous. After contemplating for a moment, Li Hao nodded. Very well. Regardless of the outcome, it is essential for the eastern continent to distance itself from the Great Wastes, lest we inadvertently invite invasion, which would be quite troublesome. Moreover, Director Wang is correct. This could compel Hurricane City to refrain from lingering nearby, should Hurricane City appear. While Li Hao and his companions may lack the strength to penetrate its defenses, they could effectively seal off the city. If the city cannot emerge or return, it would face dire straits. At that point, given that the scheming individual had plotted for many years, he would likely become restless. Additionally, this would be exceedingly detrimental to their forthcoming endeavors. Thus, if all cities were to vanish, Hurricane City would certainly not dare to remain, as it would draw too much attention. Even underground, every movement would create ripples. Currently, due to the abundance of cities and people, Li Hao and his companions are preoccupied with other concerns, allowing Hurricane City to linger in the vicinity. Li Hao pondered, feeling somewhat helpless. Having just relocated Battle Heaven City, surely everyone is now aware of my ability to move cities? This time, I am tasked with relocating 300 grand cities. While they may not be as vast as Battle Heaven City, the challenge could prove even greater. Taking a deep breath, Li Hao spoke. Let us begin our promotion today. For the sake of unifying the 5 directions continent, to resist formidable adversaries, and to prepare for the impending series of wars, I shall relocate cities. Let all residents of the relocating cities return home on the day of the move and refrain from disturbing the nearby townsfolk. This will indeed be manageable. Although there are many towns, their populations are sparse. Each relocation to the large city allows for warships to accompany and facilitate the migration of residents from the nearby towns. Everyone nodded in agreement. What once seemed a cumbersome and nearly impossible task now appeared feasible, as Li Hao was willing to attempt it. Utilizing his formidable strength to relocate half a continent, he mused on the Blood Emperor, the true epitome of power. One strike could cleave the continent in two. This meant that the relocation of the eastern continent was not merely about moving cities, but rather lifting an entire landmass, a feat that would render the efforts of others insignificant. Li Hao chuckled bitterly, finding some humor in his predicament. The current sages seem somewhat insincere. According to Director Wang, the sages of yore were vastly more powerful, effortlessly relocating a great city without the need for elaborate formations or assistance from immortal beings. They could simply uproot a city at will. This indicates that the current heavenly kings are formidable adversaries. In the great wilderness, with the emergence of the wilderness king, the savage beasts consented to his decisions. If he had agreed, then matters would proceed smoothly. The prospect of the savage beasts rebelling seemed implausible. Would the wilderness king dare to defy them? That would be monumental news. Meanwhile, the boundaries remained embroiled in conflict. However, in a fleeting moment, the heavens above revealed countless celestial canopies. Li Hao's figure emerged, as he, along with Director Qi and Yu Ming, meticulously laid out the heavens, which now nearly enveloped the entire starry realm. Close to the great wilderness, a prominent eastern city stood, adorned with numerous celestial canopies. I am Li Hao. His presence materialized in the cosmos, as genteel and serene as ever. Today, he initiated the celestial canopy to convey significant news to all corners of the starry realm. I aspire to unify the heavens, merging the 4 continental regions with the central land, leveling the seas to forge a unique house-star continent. From all directions, the inhabitants of the starry realm gazed in astonishment, listening in silence, utterly perplexed. What could this possibly mean? It is well known that the starry realm is divided into 5 parts, surrounded by 4 seas, which complicates unity among the continents and hinders cultural, economic, and educational connections, thus impeding the overall development of the starry realm. Li Hao presented a vast map of the starry realm, and everyone stared in awe, taking in the entirety of its form. With a swift gesture, he declared his intention to relocate the remaining half of the 4 continents to the seas, transforming the 5 continents into a cohesive whole, what he termed the central continent, or the house-star continent. This would completely isolate the Great Li, the Divine Kingdom, the Great Wilderness, and the old lands of Shuiyuan, asserting the supremacy of the Central Plains and severing any potential future assaults from the 4 corners. Should the 4 nations rise again many years hence, forming alliances would be impossible. They would have to traverse mountains and seas to besiege the Central Plains. In that moment, everyone comprehended his words, yet they could only feel it was a fantastical tale. What a jest! Li Hao casually gestured, and with that, he could shift half of the 4 directions continent. His intention was to relocate an entire half of the continent to fill the eastern sea. Was he jesting? He continued. Starting tomorrow, from the eastern continent as the focal point, the following 30 major cities will be moved to fill the eastern sea. Those I name need not prepare anything. Simply remain at home tomorrow. Nearby towns were instructed to secure their possessions, for he would transport entire cities to fill the eastern sea. As he began to call out names, the residents of the cities mentioned were left in utter disbelief. Are you joking? What is happening? What do you mean by filling the eastern sea and unifying the 5 directions? Many questioned whether Li Hao had been drinking the previous night. Was this even something a person could utter? The enormity of relocating a city was simply unfathomable. This announcement was just the beginning. Each day, the celestial canopy would be activated, and new cities would be added to the migration list. Furthermore, he cautioned everyone to prepare for sudden changes in weather, as the eastern sea could bring chilling winds that would lower temperatures, so they should be ready for the cold, while everything else would remain unchanged. He assured them that he would purify the seawater, so there was no need to worry about a lack of fresh water. He proclaimed this almost playfully. Yet at that moment, countless individuals were rendered speechless. They were left bewildered. They understood the words, but still questioned whether Li Hao was merely jesting. Meanwhile, in the great wilderness, many were equally astonished, including the wild beasts. It was not that no one could achieve such a feat, but rather that Li Hao intended to relocate cities from the eastern continent. This meant that even if the great wilderness invaded, there would be no increase in population or chaotic energy infiltrating the human realm, thus significantly diminishing the advantages of such an invasion. Simultaneously, within Hurricane City, powerful figures were dispatched to observe the unfolding situation, and the news quickly returned. Hong Chun was momentarily taken aback. The relocation of major cities was beyond his expectations. With this, the nearby area would be left entirely vacant, making Hurricane City, even if underground, conspicuous and immobile. Any movement would risk exposure. Hong Chun furrowed his brow. He had never anticipated Li Hao would take such action. He believed that Li Hao was not necessarily afraid of the great wilderness. Perhaps he would fight to the bitter end instead of opting for relocation before any battle had commenced. Wouldn't this choice imply that Li Hao feared the adversary? Did he lack confidence in confronting the great wilderness? It was true, after all, that there were many formidable beasts within the great wilderness. However, even if half of the eastern continent was relocated, what would happen next? If the great wilderness continued its invasion, would he keep relocating? Where else could he move? The world was finite. The more territory the great wilderness occupied, the less space remained for him. If he could not contend with the great wilderness, then ultimately, wouldn't his relocation be in vain? Li Hao should have understood this. Hong Chun murmured, unless he intends to transform this area into a battleground. Fearing the collateral damage to the populace, he chooses relocation to designate this region as the site of a final confrontation. He swiftly produced the star map, comparing it with the cities Li Hao announced for relocation, starting from the eastern edge. And this, merely, was the beginning. Li Hao pondered deeply, contemplating the boundaries he would establish. The day he ceased his relocation efforts might very well mark the onset of his confrontation with the great wilderness, a decisive battle. But why prolong the inevitable? Once again, he found himself lost in thought. There must be underlying reasons unknown to him, compelling Li Hao to delay. Transforming a region into a battlefield, thoughts surged forth incessantly. He spoke earnestly. Continue to observe. Keep a vigilant eye on Li Hao's every move. The moment he halts his relocation, we must pay close attention to the shifting of the grand city. This is no mere coincidence, without reason. The area of conflict is expanding. This individual certainly would not engage in futile endeavors. As for the unification of the 5 continents, this could indeed serve as a pretext, a justification for the formidable foes nearby. What is this unification of the 5 continents? Unless Li Hao is utterly idle. Hong Chun meticulously scrutinized the map, uncertain of the extent to which Li Hao intended to relocate. There were undoubtedly issues at play. Soon, his gaze fixed upon Dingbian. A slight frown creased his brow. Jinxing City? Is he to relocate as far as here? Could Jinxing City possibly hold significance for him? Presently, the powerful within the city found it challenging to venture out, as the gaze of the world's mightiest was fixed upon the east. Otherwise, they could have further explored. The crux of the matter lay with the base stations. This was indeed a vexing issue. While Li Hao had captured 9 base stations, seemingly of little consequence, the actual impact was profound, severing the channels of communication for their external pawns. Now, information could only be relayed in person. The 9 base stations that Li Hao had painstakingly secured had now become obstacles for various factions to communicate internally and externally. Yet, Li Hao seemed indifferent to it all. A multitude of powerful beings began to converge in various locations, setting up formations in certain cities listed. The residents of those cities exhibited no significant trepidation, merely curiosity and bewilderment. They were neither instructed to migrate nor to act in any particular manner. They were simply advised to remain at home the following day. A day of inactivity was not unwelcome. The question remained, how does one move an entire city? Meanwhile, The great wilderness seemed perplexed, but remained undeterred in their continued invasion. With fewer strong individuals on Li Hao's side, it paradoxically favored their incursion. If you intend to flee, we shall not hold back. We will continue our advance. Ultimately, as the realm constricts, will you not still be caught up to by us? The following day dawned. The celestial canopy was unfolding. Despite widespread disbelief on this day, even those engaged in labor elsewhere would occasionally glance outside or upward, for the sky was now teeming with an abundance of celestial phenomena. Let us observe what our commander Li intends to do. At that moment, Li Hao's figure once again materialized upon the celestial screen. Soon, a grand city emerged in view. While outsiders may not recognize it, the inhabitants of the eastern continent, particularly those from this city, surely knew their own. Some even cheered upon seeing fleeting silhouettes across the celestial display. Some even beheld their own reflections. In this era, ascending to the celestial canopy, visible to the entire world, is an unparalleled honor. At this moment, concerns of relocation felt trivial, irrelevant to them. And it was in this instant that a scene, astonishing both heaven and earth, unfolded. Li Hao suddenly roared, his form expanding infinitely. 10 meters, 100 meters, 300 meters, 500 meters. In the blink of an eye, a colossal figure, 1,000 meters tall, overshadowed the sun, surpassing all the structures of the city, manifesting before everyone like an ancient giant. All were rendered speechless, unsure of what to utter. Li Hao's voice reverberated through the cosmos. This is the path of the Hao star. Mastery of divine powers, ever-changing. 1,000-meter form is but a trifle. Today, I shall move the city to the East Sea. The residents need not fear. As his words fell, massive dragons emerged from Li Hao's being, each representing a path of enlightenment. In an instant, 36 dragons materialized. Suddenly, the immense city began to tremble. The dragons burrowed into the earth, causing the city to quiver incessantly. Some individuals turned pale with terror. Li Hao's voice rang out once more, addressing the city's inhabitants. Do not worry, do not panic. We are all practitioners. Mere tremors warrant no such alarm. The city's guardians, the night watchmen, and the village militia are here to maintain order. Those who dare to sow chaos shall face merciless retribution. Under my watchful gaze, who would dare to cause unrest? Upon his declaration, an immediate silence enveloped the city. The towering giant looked down upon the world and the great city as the crowd swallowed hard, none daring to raise their voices again. Gradually, the city ascended amid the astonishment of all. The 36 dragons roared in unison, in the awe of all celestial beings. A colossal city rose from the ground. Though still a city, it now floated in the sky, the earth beneath hollowed out, and in an instant, the area where the city once stood transformed into a black hole as water surged upward from below. Li Hao let out a deep growl, raising his arms. For at this moment, many formidable beings surrounded him, stabilizing the city. Yet, the celestial canopy illuminated only Li Hao and the floating metropolis. The world fell silent. What is this? A deity? Could a deity possess such power? Is this humanity? Li Hao's voice echoed throughout the heavens. Devote yourselves to cultivation. A new path emerges. At this moment, I have merely opened 36 pathways and 360 apertures, the sun and moon in their ninefold splendor. All can attain this, no need for astonishment. These dragons are manifestations of the pathways. Everyone is like a dragon. Everyone possesses great power. Today, as the city is moved to the sea, the continents shall unite. And that day is not far off. With a thunderous roar, Li Hao soared, lifting the great city, heading towards the East Sea. In this moment, the city erupted with countless shouts, some frenzied, some fearful, some exhilarated, some fervent. My heavens! Never did we imagine that we would experience such a phenomenon. Initially anxious due to proximity to the great wilderness, fearing an impending assault, yet now, as they were truly relocated, suspended in the sky, all felt an unparalleled sense of shock and exhilaration. The great wilderness crisis has dissipated, and astonishingly, they are able to soar alongside an entire city. This is truly incredible. Soon, as they pass over a grand city, countless inhabitants below are fervently shouting, while above, the vast city obscures the sun, plunging the land into darkness. Yet no one is filled with dread, for the heavenly canopy still remains, and they behold Li Hao, witnessing the colossal city flying in the sky. A multitude erupts in fervent cheers, Commander Divine, Commander Invincible. In this moment, many are bowing in reverence. Is he still human? Have humans truly reached such heights after cultivating the 36 meridians? Is it merely a matter of unlocking 360? Some among them have already unlocked 7 or 8, finding it seemingly simple. From this perspective, the distance to 360 does not appear insurmountable. Initially, they may not have been overly invested in cultivation, but today a shocking spectacle has indelibly imprinted itself upon their hearts. They cannot help but feel that Li Hao is more than human. Cultivation. At this moment, this thought resonates in the minds of all. One must cultivate. 360 openings can indeed move a grand city. This is utterly astounding. As Li Hao elevates the great city, soaring through the skies, fervent roars echo throughout the entire Tianxing. The voices grow hoarse as countless individuals gaze upon this extraordinary sight, unable to extricate themselves from its allure. Until Li Hao enters the East Sea, the massive city begins to descend slowly, with a thunderous sound, quaking as it hovers above the East Sea, stirring up towering waves. Yet, the waves are swiftly subdued by Li Hao, as the immense city calmly settles down. In reality, the act of landing is not so simple at this moment. Numerous powerful beings are suppressing the sea below, or else it would surely unleash monstrous tides. At this moment, Li Hao experiences a profound sensation. He feels the weight of belief, the essence of myth, and the vibrations of the great path. On that fateful day of battle in the divine kingdom, he had harnessed the strength of the multitude, yet was swiftly defeated by the moon goddess. Subsequently, he relinquished that thought, ceasing to rely on the strength of the masses, knowing it was unreliable. However, this time, as he relocates an entire city, he perceives that the entire Hao Star realm seems to tremble. Not only that, but above Li Hao, the will of heaven appears to be swirling, vibrating, and rejoicing. For the will of the people manifests as the will of heaven. When all individuals fervently believe in one person, even the will of heaven can be influenced. Relocating a city, though seemingly straightforward, yields effects far surpassing any of Li Hao's previous endeavors, be it educational promotion, literacy campaigns, distributing seeds, providing sustenance, expelling formidable foes, or annihilating enemy nations. These tasks may seem ordinary and distant to many. Yet, in this singular moment, Li Hao, with the might of one, relocates a grand city, utterly astonishing the entire Tianxing populace. Li Hao sighs inwardly, feeling somewhat helpless. Indeed, it is the other matters that truly drain one's energy. As anticipated, in this day and age, accomplishing substantial tasks pales in comparison to the allure of the ephemeral. For instance, the relocation of grand cities. Had it not been for the vast wilderness, he would never have contemplated such an endeavor. The outcome, however, was astonishingly favorable. Li Hao chuckled softly, unconcerned, recognizing it as a positive development. As long as he did not rely entirely on this force, merely utilizing it as needed, perhaps it could yield remarkable effects. Before long, Li Hao resumed the relocation process. City after city ascended into the skies, soaring across the eastern continent. The cheers of the populace had long since grown hoarse. Gradually, the fervor diminished, yet at that moment, each individual's eyes sparkled with brilliance. The man who materialized against the backdrop of the heavens would remain etched in their memories for a lifetime. Countless souls were filled with fervor, driven to cultivate diligently, inspired by the nascent path that had just emerged, where everyone held the opportunity to unlock their potential. At this moment, regardless of their prior trust in Li Hao, multitudes began to fervently idolize him. Meanwhile, in the vast wilderness, the wilderness king paid no heed to the events, swiftly leading the wilderness army into the territories abandoned by Li Hao to expand their reach, the chaotic aura steadily spreading. On the opposing side, the celestial star army's resistance persisted, yet with diminished intensity. The savage beasts, now invigorated, showed little concern for Li Hao's city relocations. One city after another vanished. In the eastern sea, magnificent cities gradually took form, while the earth elementals fervently employed their divine abilities to extend the land and reclaim the sea, striving to connect the major cities, a monumental task not accomplished in a day. Day after day, the number of cities continued to multiply. Above, Li Hao tirelessly transported, unaware of fatigue. Though the celestial star people no longer fixated on his actions, every glance upward filled them with inexplicable awe. Their eyes burned with fervor, igniting even more passion. Li Hao, brimming with energy, found that what he had envisioned as exhausting was, in fact, invigorating. As the faith of the masses surged, waves of profound energy flowed into his being, and amidst the frenzy of collective cultivation, he had not even engaged in his own training. Yet dozens of his meridians had opened. Li Hao was swiftly unlocking his meridians, preparing to complete his second cycle of 360 channels and to awaken the second tier of his sword path divine ability. Where could one seek justification for this? After all he had accomplished, he found himself less a laborer than a mere mover, battling in the divine kingdom, confronting treachery, promoting education, propagating the new path, and fostering development. All of these seemed less impactful than relocating cities. Truly, in this era, people often appear rather superficial. Li Hao had internally lamented countless times. The same held true for the new martial arts. The war in the Heavens Army, having relocated an ancient city, had grown fervently enthusiastic. Now, as he began moving cities once again, the Celestial Star people were fervently enthralled by him. Had he known it would come to this, he would have done nothing but transport items daily. Nevertheless, he smiled joyfully, finding pleasure in the process. Indeed, perhaps, by the time he completed the relocations, he would not only awaken the second tier of the sword path divine ability, but might even unlock it halfway. How much time does this save in one's own cultivation? A single day can equate to a month of arduous training. Each day, more than 10 enlightenment points are unlocked. Under normal circumstances, Li Hao would achieve only a few in several days, but now, he is unlocking them by the dozen daily. A complete mastery of the sword path requires 600 meridians. Li Hao even contemplated that if he were to act as a laborer, unlocking over 10 meridians each day, perhaps after half a year of such exertion, he would ascend to the status of a supreme being with all 600 meridians. Of course, this is but a lofty aspiration. In reality, as Li Hao continued his labor, the effectiveness began to wane, and the initial fervor had diminished. Amidst his relentless efforts, entire cities vanished. The chaotic aura of the great wasteland steadily spread, inching closer to the province of Dingbian. At this moment, the king of the great wasteland led his army, gradually approaching Dingbian, a peculiar glint appearing in his eyes. Li Hao had ceased all communication with him, and he too had not reached out to Li Hao. However, he speculated that perhaps the decisive moment was nigh. If this continued, the eastern continent would be pierced through. Casting a glance back, the countless lakes left the king of the great wasteland in a state of exasperation. Having seized vast territories, he found himself surrounded by dark pits and lakes. The savage beasts, however, were elated, while he remained devoid of excitement. Previously, he had thought Li Hao might relinquish certain regions, yet it appeared that Li Hao had left nothing for him. The ruins of Star Town. As the aura of the wasteland encroached ever closer, the old tortoise avatar solemnly remarked, "Then this time, I must trouble you, esteemed elder." Li Hao had sacrificed half a continent to ensure that the wasteland bordered the ruins of Star Town. The savage beasts cared only for the 8 main cities, disregarding other ruins, hence they had not paid much attention to this area. Should the elder manage to vanquish these beasts, then the demise of the wasteland and the revival could commence. Yu Hai's gaze flickered, and he nodded, rest assured. However, can the individuals from Zhantian City truly not be relocated? Alone, I may not suffice against multiple saintly savage beasts. Before the old tortoise could respond, Wu Peng's avatar suddenly interjected, at critical moments, Zhantian City will indeed make an appearance. Commander Wu, Yu Hai suddenly admonished, and Wu Peng maintained a calm demeanor, elder. In times of peril, we need not remain in constant vigilance. As soldiers, it is better to speak openly. Our primary concern remains the prevention of Hurricane City. The savage beasts will require the elder and Li Hao's direct intervention. However, should danger arise, we will also relocate Zhantian City to join the fray. Yu Hai's gaze shifted, casting a glance at Wu Peng before smiling. That is wise. It is prudent to remain cautious. Commander Wu, as a soldier, your straightforwardness is commendable. Yet one must not divulge everything. Wu Peng's avatar replied with composure, the Zhantian army fears nothing. Yu Hai smiled in silence. Meanwhile, the chaotic aura began to spread forth, and Yu Hai looked into the distance, revealing a hint of a smile. Reinforcements from Hurricane City have arrived. The savage beasts are also on the move. And Zhantian City, if all proceeds smoothly, perhaps this time, they could decisively conquer the great wasteland, initiate a second revival, seize Zhantian City, and vanquish several saints. Under the resurgence of heaven and earth, the seals would remain unbroken. This truly is divine providence. The other primary cities pose no threat. They will soon be vanquished, allowing us to unlock the boundary point and seize the remnants within, thereby confronting the Red Moon Emperor and ultimately claiming the Silver Moon territory. After a millennium of anticipation, success appears to be within reach. A glimmer of joy once again illuminated Yu Hai's eyes. All of this he owed to Li Hao. He had not anticipated that Li Hao would facilitate the swift encroachment of the great wilderness, bringing it into proximity with the Star Town. He even pondered whether it was divine while hastening its revival, thus interfering with Li Hao, compelling him to make such choices. For the second revival, it is indeed beneficial for the divine will as well. Perhaps this is the essence of reality. Soon, I can already sense the aura of chaos. Suddenly, Yu Hai chuckled. It had been a long time since he had taken action. Fellow comrades, stand by my side with your avatars, ready to slay the wild beasts. This is our duty. He could hardly contain his eagerness. Chapter 356. The Outbreak of War. The Great Wilderness. Chaos spreads. Suddenly, a wild beast materialized, bearing a look of confusion as it gazed into the distance, speaking, "There is a peculiar fluctuation ahead. It could be the remnants of a new martial legacy. Should we avoid it or proceed to overwhelm it?" New martial legacies are not uncommon, as long as they are not within the 8 great cities. The wild beasts remain indifferent. Even among the 8 great cities, if it is not the territory of the red dust, the wild beasts are not particularly fearful of them. Now, with Li Hao's relocation, the invasion of the great wilderness accelerates swiftly. The Celestial Star faction, though still resisting, exerts less pressure than before. The realm in which the holy wild beasts can operate has expanded. Look! At that moment, a voice called out. In the distance, hundreds of thousands of troops emerged, dense and overwhelming, blotting out the sun from all directions as the commanders arrived. The Light Sword, the Azure Sword, Qin Lian, and Bei Quan each commanded an army of 100,000, totaling 400,000 troops gathering from every corner. Silver Moon warriors swiftly appeared. The Sky Sword, the dominant blade, Qian Wuliang, Director Zhao, all made their entrance. Several wild beasts exchanged puzzled glances. Previously, the Celestial Star's resistance was not formidable, and the great wilderness had pushed through effortlessly. Today, did Li Hao not intend to retreat any longer? Some wild beasts gazed at the great wilderness king. However, the great wilderness king remained silent, simply casting his gaze towards the few strong figures clad in black armor. He held a superior perspective over the wild beasts, an intellectual superiority, yet, at that moment, some powerful figures from Hurricane City accompanied the wild beasts. These individuals were indeed astute. The great wilderness king could perceive that Li Hao intended to transform this location into a battlefield. The people of the red dust would inevitably realize it too. Only the wild beasts, fixated on expansion, genuinely believed that Li Hao was incapable of resistance, thinking they could sweep across the world themselves. The great wilderness king spoke solemnly. Li Hao has been relocating, merely stalling for time. At this moment, he must have gathered his forces and amassed powerful allies. The War Heaven City or other ancient cities may be nearby, ready to join the fray. Li Hao intends to confront us here in a decisive battle. Numerous formidable beings exist at the saint level, and at this moment, the Black Stallion spoke once more. I have just sensed the presence of a new martial relic. Could it be that within lies a powerful entity, perhaps a trump card prepared by Li Hao for us? The others regained their focus, clearly recognizing that this relic was extraordinary. The monkey sovereign bared his teeth. Does Li Hao not fear that we might circumvent this place, denying the opponent any opportunity for confrontation? The chaotic aura could indeed be bypassed. The great wilderness king murmured, while it is possible to avoid this place, it is essential to note that this is the core of the eastern continent. Should we miss this location, it would create a void throughout the entire great wilderness region. This position holds great significance. Li Hao is certain that we shall not bypass it. Would the esteemed ones be willing to do so? Certainly not. Not only is the area prosperous, but it is also crucial, being the heart of the eastern continent. To bypass it would indeed pose a dilemma. However, they speculated that perhaps Li Hao has allies hidden within this relic. The number of powerful beings remains uncertain, as well as their origins. Are they from the realm of Battle Sky City, or perhaps other ancient cities? Several of the wild beasts turned their gaze toward the saints from Hurricane City. One of whom in black armor spoke softly. Li Hao possesses the ability to relocate powerful entities. He may have been preparing for this moment all along. This relic before us may indeed conceal numerous formidable beings, and it stands as the sole significant relic between the great wilderness and the east, suitable for the opponent to unleash their full potential. Thus, it is only natural that Li Hao would choose this as the battleground. While it is indeed normal, the others recalled some advice from Lord Red Dust. Do not act recklessly. This is the relic of Star Town, which may possess unique qualities. Although it is not the true Star Town, Red Dust had repeatedly cautioned before his arrival to exercise caution. The key point is that Red Dust feels Li Hao might be plotting something nefarious. We must thoroughly assess the situation before making any decisions. This time, 3 saints from Hurricane City emerged. Any more, and the Great Wilderness would be unwilling. Meanwhile, the Great Wilderness boasts 6 saint-level wild beasts, 9 in total. Even if a heavenly king were to appear, they could be vanquished. With such strength, the parties are not overly fearful of one another. The apprehension lies in the Great Wilderness fearing a betrayal from Red Dust's side, while Red Dust's faction is concerned that the Great Wilderness might strike against them. This mutual wariness is the source of their anxiety. In the Silver Moon realm, apart from the Emperor of the Red Moon, no other emperors exist. 9 saints can thrive anywhere they go. When encountering a heavenly king, there is no need for excessive fear. At this moment, the Great Wilderness King spoke. Esteemed ones, should a crisis indeed arise, I hope that you can join forces and set aside any barriers. I am well aware of Li Hao. Despite his recent rise, having potentially vanquished the 3 nations, he should not be underestimated. He stated gravely, it would be best if we can avoid the relic before us. We could encircle the entire eastern continent, placing this location at its core. This cannot be. Just as he uttered these words, the horse sovereign, somewhat irritated, replied, the terrain here is unique and situated in a core area. Unless we can isolate ourselves at a considerable distance, we risk being ambushed by the opponent, who could strike from behind. You are still a ruler. Such thoughtlessness is unbecoming. The expression of the Great Wilderness King shifted subtly. Esteemed ones, let us first avoid their sharpness. Silence. Master Ma bellowed. Avoid their sharpness? This Great Wilderness King grows increasingly timid. Were it not for his long-standing dominion over the Great Wilderness and the rapid expansion under his leadership in recent days, I would hardly deem him worthy of my attention. Leaving a relic in the core region unattended would be far less prudent than seeking a resolution to the crisis while the saints of the mortal realm are present. What does this Great Wilderness King truly understand? Once the Great Wilderness engulfs the entirety of the East, its expansion will inevitably decelerate. At that juncture, the saints of the mortal realm will also face expulsion, perhaps even hostility. To return then to address the troubles of the Star Town relic would be to invite one's own discomfort. The savage beasts would relish the opportunity to resolve matters forthwith. The Great Wilderness King hesitated but ultimately said, I shall heed the directives of the esteemed ones. However, we must remain vigilant against Li Hao. This individual is cunning and resourceful. The downfall of the 3 kingdoms and the slaying of divine beings in the realm of the gods all point to his capacity for destruction. Silence. This time, other esteemed ones joined in the rebuke. This man is quite bothersome. In the face of impending war, his repeated pessimism is unwelcome. For the savage beasts, a single Li Hao poses little threat. Only the new martial practitioners present a challenge. In the era of origin, the savage beasts were utterly outmatched by the might of the new martial warriors. Yet now, the situation has altered. The origin has perished, or rather, it has vanished. Although the savage beasts have weakened slightly, primarily due to insufficient chaotic energy and severe suppression, they are still, as saint-level beings, decidedly more formidable than those saints of the current age. The savage beasts harbor no fear of these adversaries. Meanwhile, a figure clad in black armor calmly remarked, at Battle Heaven City, several saints are present, including General Huai, Guardian Gui, and the acting commander of the reserve guard, Wu Peng. Even if all were to come, it is unlikely they would all arrive. Should they do so, Battle Heaven City would be unmanageable. 2 would be the maximum. For the other main cities, Li Hao may not be able to persuade the saints to descend, suggesting that the opposing side might harbor 2 saints, with Li Hao himself potentially possessing saintly powers, thus totaling 3. He pondered briefly before continuing. However, the enemy's coalition is substantial, and their combat strength is not to be underestimated. Together, they might barely ensnare a single saint, thus amounting to 4. For great saints should suffice, no? The great wilderness king countered once more, not necessarily. Li Hao is acutely aware of our multitude of saint-level powerhouses. Naturally, he has refrained from launching a direct assault, opting instead for a strategy of fortification. He is likely slightly weaker than us, but I believe not by much. It is conceivable that he possesses even more saints, perhaps exceeding 6. The figure in black armor shot him a glance and nodded slightly. Your analysis holds merit. Yet where would he procure over 6 saints? We possess a deeper understanding of the current circumstances. Among the 8 main cities, Boundless has fallen, Sword City is sealed, and the Tempest is in our hands. The remaining cities are Zhou's Star River, Zhao's Martial Alliance, Zhang's Destiny City, Hong's Thunderstorm City, and Wang's Battle Heaven City. Aside from his close ties with Battle Heaven City, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to rally saints from the other main cities to assist him in battle. And Zhong'an, the great wilderness king, frowned. Do not forget this individual. The figure in black armor paused momentarily before nodding, perhaps. However, the relationship between Zhong'an and Li Hao was not as intimate. Perhaps they would come, yet even so, their numbers were merely 4 or 5. The great wilderness king solemnly reiterated the need for caution, believing that the opposing side had prepared at least 6 or more formidable beings of the sacred path. Rest assured, the black-armored warrior replied, displaying impatience. We are far more aware of the situation than you. Several main cities will definitely not send reinforcements. This is something they understand all too well. Even if they do come, Li Hao must be wary. Their confidence stemmed from their knowledge of the underlying circumstances. Unless Li Hao were to relocate several ancient cities, confronting 9 venerable beings would be a mere folly. From the outset, they were not overly concerned. Rather, their anxiety lay in whether they could eliminate a few ferocious beasts. They hoped that Li Hao's side could produce a few more sacred beings. Even in failure, if they could slay 2 or 3 of those beasts, they would have a chance to breach the great wilderness and annihilate both factions in one fell swoop. Despite the great wilderness king's repeated counsel, the general became somewhat impatient. Very well, great wilderness king, you go command the troops at the front to deal with those minor pests. Spare some of them. They are elite warriors, the finest fighters of our great wilderness since the chaos invasion. Let Ajun handle the command. The great wilderness king wished to say more, but the general's voice turned cold. Do you wish to defy orders? The Silver Moon warriors are no weaklings. Your daughter cannot contend with them. So go command on the front lines. The great wilderness king, feeling somewhat helpless, sighed and nodded. Be cautious, esteemed ones, take care of yourselves. As long as the great wilderness army stands, those ruffians cannot stir up much trouble. With that, he sighed again, mounted a ferocious beast, and bellowed, Great wilderness army, heed my command. In this battle, I shall lead the charge, breaking through the Celestial Star defense line and seizing the Celestial Star. Long live our king. With a thunderous roar, 1,000,000 soldiers cheered. Previously, they had been worried when the great wilderness king was imprisoned, but now, with his personal appearance and leadership, they were invigorated, having consumed half of the eastern continent within 10 days. The great wilderness king's voice rang out once more, increasingly fervent and passionate. If we triumph in this battle, annihilating our formidable foes, a clear path lies ahead. My soldiers, at the crucial moment, our great wilderness army shall ignite our vitality, unleash chaos, and engage in a life-or-death struggle with the enemy. They may possess many strong warriors, but the venerable ones will surely come to assist us in defeating the strong foes. The Celestial Star can be extinguished with ease. Long live our victory. The cheers erupted once more. Meanwhile, several venerable beings and sacred figures from the mundane realm nodded slightly in agreement. The 1,000,000-strong army was, in fact, not as powerful as the opposing 40,000 warriors. Once the Celestial Star army formed their battle formations, they could become a troublesome foe. After all, there were also the war sky troops among them, equipped with means to deal with formidable opponents. If the great wilderness army could entangle them, that would be most advantageous, preventing interference in the battle of the sacred beings. As for the inevitable casualties and the burning of vitality, if some were to perish, so be it. Once the invasion succeeded, who would worry about a lack of personnel? Just moments ago, feeling somewhat dissatisfied with the great wilderness king, the general now chuckled softly. As a sovereign, perhaps he is a bit timid, yet in a situation with no way out, this fellow still dares to fight. Previously, The great wilderness army was shrouded in a pall of despondency. However, at this moment, it brims with fervor, and several esteemed elders are in high spirits. Consequently, some of the adversary's formidable warriors will be ensnared. With his presence, certain complications have been alleviated. Yet nearby, a beast resembling a leopard coldly remarked, "This fellow has repeatedly defied us. Once we stabilize, he ought to relinquish his position. Although the great wilderness king has performed adequately, this individual harbors too many personal notions. For instance, just now, while his intentions were well-meaning in offering advice to the beasts, such a weakling, by incessantly reinforcing Li Hao's side and spreading alarmist rhetoric, is indeed quite irksome." The several sages nodded in agreement, deciding to address this matter after the battle. On the front lines, the great wilderness king cast an impassive glance back. Every word he uttered was sincere. Anyone with discernment knew that Li Hao's side, daring to engage in a decisive battle here, must have been well prepared. If he lacked the confidence to contend with more than 6 sages, why would he choose this location for a showdown? Was he truly at a dead end? Thus, his silence posed the real issue. However, it was evident that none of these individuals had grasped this. They believed Li Hao could not summon such a multitude of sages and that they would be impervious to him, viewing this confrontation merely as a desperate struggle. In the next moment, the great wilderness king uttered a commanding roar that reverberated through the heavens. "Unleash your vital energy. Let chaos invade. Victory for the great wilderness." With a thunderous blast, the vital energies surged, eclipsing the sun. Chaos spread, and the very heavens changed hue. He did not heed Li Hao's counsel to unleash their strength at a critical moment. Instead, he opted for an immediate eruption, obscuring the celestial design. Whether Li Hao could grasp this was his own concern. As a sovereign, adaptability was paramount. In the throes of battle, an impromptu eruption, as Li Hao suggested, was far more complex than it appeared. During such tumult, coordination becomes challenging. Had Li Hao ever commanded a grand army? At this moment, the great wilderness king was still filled with a sense of superiority. Li Hao possessed no experience in leading large forces. Did he truly believe that 1,000,000 could act as one? Could one simply erupt at will? Preparation was essential. As anticipated, even after the great wilderness king roared several times, it took a while for the great wilderness army to complete their surge of vital energy, the chaotic aura spreading. Had they followed Li Hao's advice to explode spontaneously, they might have been too late. At this juncture, Li Hao observed the scene and nodded slightly. He realized he had miscalculated. With a multitude of people, the variety of reactions was to be expected. Surprisingly, the great wilderness king swiftly seized command of the army. Demonstrating some capability, Li Hao sent a message. "All soldiers, unleash the power of the Tao. Let the new Tao force pervade the heavens for our decisive battle." With an affirmation, a thunderous roar echoed as 400,000 troops, under their respective commanders, swiftly executed the command. The aura of the Tao spread, the heavens transformed, and the will of the heavens stirred. In this battle, fate itself intervened. The great wilderness had been invading continuously, and the will of the heavens had gained some wisdom. Recognizing that its territory was under siege, over the past few days, it had been resisting the incursion of the great wilderness. At this moment, the will of heaven, the power of the new path, the force of chaos, and the vitality of countless individuals erupted, casting the entire realm into a dim hue. Kill. Accompanied by the battle cries, both sides swiftly collided at the border, with a thunderous roar reverberating throughout the cosmos. Simultaneously, chaos began to spread forth. In Tianxing City, a figure gradually materialized upon a small tree. Yu Hai's form emerged, and as he gazed skyward, a smile graced his lips. "At last, I can step forth." After surveying his surroundings for a moment, he noticed that several powerful avatars remained. Although somewhat dissatisfied, he refrained from expressing it and softly inquired, "When might my esteemed fellow Taoists manifest in their true forms? I am concerned that these adversaries may prove formidable." With a glance at Wu Peng, he continued. Wu Peng replied solemnly, "There is no need for haste, Senior. Tianxing City is already in motion and approaching this locale. However, we must first guard against unforeseen circumstances, which will require some time." "Tianxing City has been activated?" Yu Hai asked. "Indeed," Wu Peng affirmed with a nod. "You will soon be able to sense it." At this juncture, he turned to the old turtle. "Guardian Turtle, since you are not a denizen of the main city, you may not perceive its arrival. Therefore, I shall provide you with a token." As the main city nears, you will be able to sense its presence in a timely manner, enabling you to assist us in vanquishing those savage beasts. The old turtle hesitated, expressing concern. This senior is not from the main city, Commander Wu. This may not be appropriate. Once the token is given, it can pinpoint the location of Zhantian City. Wu Peng frowned. At this moment, unity is of utmost importance. The envoy of Xinhai is also not a native of the main city. If we can grant him a token, why not provide one to this esteemed senior? The old turtle remained uncertain, but Yu Hai interjected, "It is of no consequence." Seeing this, the old turtle relented. "It is not that we harbor ill intentions." But very well. With that, it produced a small turtle shell and handed it to Yu Hai. "Esteemed senior, as soon as Zhantian City appears in the vicinity, you will swiftly sense its fluctuations." Yu Hai nodded slightly, a smile illuminating his face. He understood the situation regarding the main city. This artifact could indeed locate the main city's position, provided it was within a close range. Furthermore, given the considerable commotion caused by the main city's movement, as a top-tier expert, he could sense it even without the token, but having it would certainly enhance his ability to respond effectively. Simultaneously, in Wubian City, there were individuals stationed within. Director Wang, Lin Hongyu, and others did not engage in the external conflict, but remained on high alert, ready to receive orders. Their task was straightforward. When Zhantian City descended or when Li Hao opened the Haoxing realm, they would activate Wubian City and approach the Dingbian province. This served a dual purpose: to intimidate Hurricane City while simultaneously deceiving Yu Hai. Timing was crucial. They aimed to synchronize the energies of Zhantian City and Wubian City. In preparation for this battle, Li Hao had meticulously organized various strategies over the past 10 days. Not solely for the relocation of the city, but also to refine the previously imperfect plans, minimizing the enemy's doubts. Strategists such as Director Zhao and Qian Wuliang participated in all aspects of plan formulation. At this moment, their success hinged solely on fortune. In the realm of the Silver Moon, a fortuitous advantage lies with the will of heaven in the battle against the great wilderness. This divine intention can disrupt certain celestial mechanisms. The opportune moment, the advantageous terrain, and the harmony among people all favor Li Hao at this juncture. Taking a deep breath, clad in armor, he surged forward alongside the mighty army. In the distant sky, Qian Wuliang, surrounded by a great dragon and adorned in golden armor, echoed Li Hao's fervor. Bellowing, "Charge! Slay the enemy! Annihilate the great wilderness! Kill!" The army swiftly plunged into the fray. The cacophony of clashing armor and the roars of steeds resonating through the heavens and the earth. Concurrently, a potent aura erupted from the rear of the forces. The sages of the great wilderness exchanged glances, nodding in mutual acknowledgement of this formidable presence. Indeed, the adversary's might resided within the ruins. At that very moment, a colossal tortoise emerged between the realms, its immense form casting shadows over the battlefield. Observing this, the black-armored warrior remarked, "The guardian of battle heaven." In the next instant, an enormous tree materialized, sprawling across the void, its presence unmistakable. General Huai. The aura was somewhat obscured due to the multitude of troops, but it was clear that the opposition indeed had sages among them. The several wild beasts exchanged glances before turning their attention to the black-armored figures. "What shall we do?" One of the black-armored warriors replied softly, "It would be best if our esteemed ones could resolve this matter independently. If not, we shall join the fray. We have all emerged as our true selves. If we fail to vanquish them and eradicate their presence, our identities will be compromised, hindering our future endeavors." The wild beasts inwardly cursed. To put it bluntly, they were merely spectators in this battle. The horse sovereign, weary of further discourse, stated gravely, "Just assist us a little. If the enemy attempts to flee, help us intercept them. At a critical juncture, aid us in obliterating their fundamental path. We are all wild beasts of the chaotic system, and our understanding of the fundamental path is limited." "That is indeed the case," the leopard sovereign interjected. "You and your companions will accompany us. The others have not engaged in combat for years. Let them witness the prowess of the new martial warriors." In an instant, 5 colossal wild beasts blotted out the sky, traversing the void and crossing the armies, headed straight for the opposing side. Meanwhile, the leopard sovereign cast a discontented glance at the sages. These individuals offered no assistance and only added to the chaos. Yet soon, it seemed inconsequential, for at that moment, from afar, the golden-armored Li Hao approached. striding through the air towards them. His voice resonated across the expanse. You lot, do not let me uncover your identities. At this moment, the heavens are directed at you. If your auras are revealed, I shall relay this to other ancient cities. I too wish to see if anyone can discern who you are. The three sages, concealed beneath their black armor, felt a weight of gravity in the air, scanning their surroundings without uttering a word, gradually making their way toward Li Hao. The heavenly curtain? Sending messages? Eliminating you would resolve everything. Meanwhile, across the battlefield, within the golden armor, Qian Wuliang's face turned ashen, drenched in cold sweat. Caution, we must exercise utmost caution. Disguising himself as Li Hao, entangling several saints, was a directive from Li Hao himself. Recently, the tasks he had undertaken were fraught with peril, and he understood that this signified Li Hao's esteem for him, though it was not without the shadow of retribution. This noble lord harbored a narrow mind. The previous incident, once resolved, would likely conclude matters entirely, sparing him from further deliberate vengeance. Of course, his own prowess played a role. Zhao Shuguang was scarcely a contender for this assignment. The outcome hinged upon today's battle. A total of 9 saints. Alongside those from the Star Town, there might even be a king. Should they manage to vanquish them all in one fell swoop, it would be an unparalleled triumph for Tianxing. Could the noble lord successfully resolve this predicament? These 3 individuals might be acquainted with the one from Star Town. Should their identities be revealed, it could swiftly trigger a chain reaction. In this moment, Qian Wuliang felt the venture was excessively audacious. The noble lord wagered that these 3 would not dare to fully reveal their essence, rendering Yu Hai unable to discern their identities. Moreover, the noble lord also gambled that Yu Hai would refrain from being overly conspicuous, perhaps fearing the exposure of his true identity. If any party were to boldly unveil their essence and identities, it would spell great trouble for them. Though a million-strong army could create chaos from afar, such interference would falter at close range. Once their essence was exposed, it would be impossible to conceal. Qian Wuliang pondered, suppressing his agitation, and once more shouted, "Do you wish to kill me? It cannot be so simple. You treacherous knaves, with War Heaven City nearby. I am eager to witness how you plan to slay me." With that, he soared into the air, heading straight for the edge of chaos. The 3 great saints exchanged glances and turned toward the leopard sovereign. With a cold glare, the leopard sovereign stated, "This one is yours to handle. Can the 3 of you not subdue a martial artist of the new era?" Upon hearing this, the 3 laughed. Then let the leopard sovereign observe. "This individual shall not escape." With that, they vanished simultaneously, pursuing the edge. The leopard sovereign, seeing this, quietly followed, but did not advance, merely waiting for them to make their move. Further afield, the battle seemed to have erupted, and the leopard sovereign caught a glimpse of 5 primal beasts already clashing with humans, though the enemy numbers appeared fewer than anticipated. A thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth. At this moment, the 5 primal beast lords were taken aback. There was, astonishingly, only one formidable opponent. The figures previously revealed were but avatars, now retreating to the rear, leaving their adversary as a solitary warrior. Was the opponent at the peak of saintly prowess? At this moment, Yu Hai indeed emanated the essence of a peak saint, yet he was immensely powerful, battling 5 primal beasts in silence, engaging them head-on. Boom! The 5 primal beasts could no longer afford to hold back. Their opponent was formidable. They had not anticipated that Li Hao had summoned a peak saint. This was indeed unexpected. Meanwhile, Yu Hai felt a surge of excitement, yet alongside that exhilaration was a hint of discontent. Old Tortoise's avatars were present, making it inconvenient for him to unleash his full strength or reveal much, unless the avatars were vanquished. Of course, there was no need to eliminate them all. Leaving Wu Peng's avatar would serve as a witness for himself, which was quite fortuitous. One person faced 5 beasts, and in an instant, they clashed. The void erupted with a chaotic aura, obscuring the heavens and blocking the sun. A great battle had commenced. The 5 savage beasts were relentless. This individual must perish. And fortunately, there was only one of him, an advantage indeed. As for the whereabouts of the few from War Heaven City, they speculated that perhaps they were waiting for the opportune moment, plotting against several saints of the mortal realm. Their sole objective was to eliminate this individual. Otherwise, if several powerful beings from War Heaven City appeared, it would spell trouble for them. They needed to eliminate him swiftly. If Li Hao were to place the powerful ones from War Heaven City alongside this man, they would undoubtedly find themselves at a disadvantage. His presence had inadvertently benefited them. The beasts communicated telepathically, excitement evident in their thoughts. What a fortunate turn of events. Li Hao, so foolish. Boom. The sky was torn apart, and the earth shattered. Yu Hai, despite facing 5 opponents, though somewhat outmatched and continually retreating, was not directly overwhelmed, which astonished the old tortoise and his companions. The Heavenly King. Yu Hai was undoubtedly a seasoned Heavenly King. Moreover, he was no weakling, otherwise. Merely unleashing his peak saintly power would not enable him to contend against 5 adversaries so effortlessly. This man, when exerting his full strength, must be far more formidable than he currently appeared. The old tortoise and his companions felt a surge of apprehension, yet they quickly composed themselves. Had Li Hao acted without any strategy and simply engaged, he might have faced misfortune. However, now with 5 savage beasts joining the fray, even if Yu Hai could not subdue him, he would certainly drain his strength significantly. Wu Peng had been observing as well, though in truth, it was Li Hao himself who was watching. At this moment, Li Hao, having entered the great wilderness region, felt a quiet astonishment. This fellow was truly powerful. Yu Hai was undeniably an esteemed heavenly king. Judging by Yu Hai's demeanor, he seemed intent on obliterating several avatars. Otherwise, upon later analysis, one might deduce the identity of his opponent. At that time, he was continuously following several saints in flight. The battlefield was chaotic beyond measure, the clash erupting amidst cries of battle. Below, Li Hao was navigating through the tumultuous crowd, not alone, as many others were doing the same. Ahead, Qian Wuliang had halted, desperately wishing for Li Hao to appear immediately and deal with these foes. Otherwise, he would be paralyzed with fear, facing 4 saints alone. The crux of the matter was that he was only at the mid-level of the sun and moon phase, and his actual combat strength was merely at the immortal tier. It was not just 4, even 1 could easily slay him. If all 4 were to unleash their full might, with a single strike, he would meet his demise. The saints, however, remained vigilant, wary of any unforeseen circumstances. They believed that Li Hao would not recklessly seek death. He likely had his own preparations and schemes. They sensed the fluctuations nearby, searching for any hidden powerhouses, wondering if the main city was close, and whether Zhang had arrived. Thus, they refrained from launching an all-out assault right away, preparing to kill. The leopard sovereign, in his impulsiveness, contemplated simply crushing the opponent, yet he reconsidered, thinking it prudent to let these individuals handle the matter, opting to watch from the sidelines without intervening. At this juncture, Li Hao was engaged in a fierce battle with several rushing celestial army members, their clash vibrant and dynamic, yet he remained observant. He was waiting for the opportune moment, anticipating that the fierce battle among them would reach its zenith. Only then would he make his move, striking decisively to annihilate the few saints present. The 4 saints, Old Turtle, the Sea Guardian, General Huai, and Commander Jiao, alongside myself and numerous formidable plants. Could we swiftly resolve this? Certainly. Meanwhile, at the front lines, the great wilderness king was urgently collaborating to confront Director Zhao, his heart filled with impatience. The outbreak of chaos was time-sensitive. Li Hao remained motionless, devoid of any signs of action, with only the distant fluctuations of powerful warriors clashing. This stalemate could not persist for long. Did Li Hao possess any means? 9 saints. Once their vitality wanes and chaos dissipates, would Li Hao still have a chance then? The great wilderness king was equally anxious, his frustration mounting. It was clear they had agreed to cooperate, yet Zhao Shuguang seemed oblivious, launching ruthless strikes with deadly intent. Could it be that he truly intended to seize this opportunity to eliminate me? Everyone was awaiting a chance. At this moment, what was lacking was merely a catalyst. On this vast battlefield, the powerful had their own schemes, while the armies of both sides remained oblivious, engaged in a bloody melee. The weak could only serve as pawns. Meanwhile, the formidable players strategized, each seeking to outmaneuver the other. Further afield, in Hurricane City, the distance from the great wilderness region was considerable due to its expansion. With Li Hao relocating surrounding cities, Hurricane City could not approach too closely. Within the city, Hong Chun furrowed his brow. At this moment, he possessed a celestial screen revealing the battlefield, albeit dimly, rendering the scene unclear. In Star Town, this individual was challenging 5 kings alone. His brow furrowed tighter. The warriors from Star Town had not arrived, yet Li Hao was present on the battlefield. Where were the warriors from Star Town? He realized that Li Hao must have a plan. However, It remained unclear where his hidden trump card lay. As for the trump card, it likely involved several individuals from Star Town. Did Li Hao know Wu Peng? Suddenly, he pondered. If he was unaware and brought Wu Peng along, even if there were some calculations, it would not be of great concern. Li Hao's side lacked a saint. If he gained an additional one, the balance would shift, potentially turning the tide of battle. At that instant, his brow twitched. A main city was approaching Hurricane City. In an instant, Hurricane City vanished. He sensed a wave of energy drawing near. Was it Star Town? Li Hao's side had also mastered Boundless City, though it lacked powerful figures. And maneuvering the ancient city would consume immense energy, without significant advantage. It must be Star Town then. This indicated that Star Town was indeed heading to the battlefield. The individuals from Star Town had genuinely committed themselves to Li Hao, willing to battle on his behalf by controlling the ancient city. Simultaneously, in the chaotic heavens above, the sky vaguely split open. Suddenly, a turtle shell on Yu Hai's person shimmered and trembled. Yu Hai's heart stirred. Was Star Town truly entering the battlefield? Moments later, he sensed a faint disturbance emanating from afar, a ripple caused by the colossal ancient city traversing the heavens and the earth. Only a being of his caliber could perceive it from such a distance. The city of war was about to enter the battlefield. At that moment, behind him, several avatars seemed to share his excitement. Wu Peng, in particular, exclaimed, "Senior, hold on. This appears to be a signal." In the next instant, Yu Hai suddenly unleashed a formidable aura, letting out a fierce roar as he struck out with a punch. A thunderous crash resounded as a sacred beast was sent flying, its power sweeping across the expanse. The force surged forth, and Yu Hai shouted, "Be cautious, I cannot contain them." Boom. The old tortoise avatar was instantly shattered. A tremendous force rushing in. The others hastily retreated, yet a few were still caught in the blast. Only Wu Peng, clad in battle armor, managed to withstand the residual shockwave. Upon witnessing this, Yu Hai's eyes flashed with delight. In the following moment, he erupted with even greater power, delivering a punch that had previously kept 4 beasts at bay. However, with this blow, the bull beast was sent hurtling backward, blood spraying in all directions. How could this be? The beasts were astonished. Yet, Yu Hai's gaze turned cold as he glanced back to see Wu Peng nodding in tacit agreement. He knew they had succeeded. He chuckled lightly. The city of war is nearly here. With that, a weapon materialized in his hand, formidable and ominous, glinting with a hint of crimson. In an instant, he swung the blade towards one of the beasts. He aimed to eliminate a few beasts before the city of war arrived, thus allowing him time and energy to deal with those troublesome figures from the city. Heaven aids me. Opposite him, there appeared to be more beasts, their auras chaotic and obscuring the sky. The city of war was likely to manifest there first, granting him a tremendous opportunity. Die! Yu Hai roared, slashing with his blade, shattering the heavens. The beasts were struck with terror. The king. Boom. The long blade descended. And in an instant, it cleaved the slower bull beast in two, the blade bizarrely and voraciously consuming the fragments of its shattered form. Be cautious. This man is a king. The beasts exclaimed in alarm, but Yu Hai would not grant them the opportunity to send a warning. With a cold smile, he enveloped the area in his aura. Too late for communication. The beasts, now consumed by anxiety, desperately attempted to retreat from the chaotic aura. Yet below, a white horse dashed past, Princess June riding it, charging forth without a backward glance. They sought to escape the chaos, but it continued to spread. The beasts were alarmed, cursing their fate. How could the essence of chaos have spread so far? Wherever the white horse went, chaos followed, making it difficult for them to retreat. Stop! The bull beast roared, directing his ire toward Princess June. Fool! Why have you charged so far? Meanwhile, Princess June, resolutely riding her white steed, pressed onward, heedless of anything behind her. This is my father's command. I shall charge ahead. Anyone who obstructs me shall be disregarded. At this moment, Princess June felt an unusual sensation. For throughout her journey, she encountered numerous formidable warriors of the Silver Moon, yet it seemed as if none of them acknowledged her presence, allowing her to advance through the battlefield unimpeded. In fact, a legion of elite troops followed closely behind, charging alongside her, yet no one seemed to take notice. What has happened to the celestial star? What has befallen my father? What purpose does my relentless advance serve? In that moment, Qian Wuliang was gripped by terror. Li Hao cast a glance into the distance and smiled. Yu Hai could no longer contain himself. In an instant, he manifested, unleashing a sword strike aimed at a black-armored opponent. These individuals had been vigilant, sensing the upheaval from behind, and this realization brought them a measure of relief. They have come. I told you. Li Hao could never confront them alone, yet it appears that there is also a new path warrior behind him, wielding a sword as well. The emergence of a second being comparable to a saint, aside from Li Hao, was the crux of their astonishment. Meanwhile, Qian Wuliang's eyes brightened at the sight, and he bellowed, "You shall perish. The War Heaven City has arrived." In the distance, the ground trembled as an ancient city seemed poised to charge forth. At this moment, the leopard sovereign let out a cold laugh. And suddenly the chaos receded from the edges, accompanied by an eerie chill. Were these individuals fools? If War Heaven City wished to enter this domain, they would first have to navigate through the chaos. With the chaos withdrawn, how could they possibly advance? As a sovereign, such an act was within reach, after all. This place bore no essence of chaos. In an instant, even Qian Wuliang found himself expelled from the chaos. The leopard sovereign's plan was simple: eliminate the assailant from behind before spreading the chaos further, ensuring that every saintly adversary met their end. One black-armored warrior, upon witnessing this, laughed heartily, proclaiming, "The leopard sovereign is astute. The chaos is firmly within our grasp. The ambush is but a jest." Li Hao has underestimated the situation. Yet at that very moment, the true Li Hao unleashed a sword strike that did not merely ambush his opponents, but instead rent the very heavens asunder, revealing a pathway. He could not be bothered to regard these fools. Who among them was unaware of their control over chaos? Only a simpleton would think otherwise. In that fleeting instant, figures emerged from the pathway. Several venerable saints, including the old tortoise, materialized almost instantaneously. Without uttering a word, the old tortoise, Li Hao, the ninth master, Li Fuhai, and General Huai, 5 saints in total, launched their assault, this time directed at the leopard sovereign. This beast, adept at controlling chaos, must be eliminated foremost. 5 saints. Initially believing their adversaries to be confined within the ancient city, they were taken aback as these figures suddenly appeared beside them. The leopard sovereign, still at a distance from the trio, felt its expression shift in disbelief. How could this be? How could they appear here? It had isolated the ancient city. But there was no time for contemplation. In the next moment, an earth-shattering roar reverberated throughout the heavens. Boom! A colossal leopard was instantly cleaved into fragments. While the 3 black-armored saints turned pale, and the sound of an explosion echoed across the sky, Li Hao, with a single stroke of his sword, shattered all opposition. The other saints displayed their formidable powers, obscuring the heavens and sealing the earth. The leopard sovereign was silenced before his cries could echo, meeting his demise in an instant. The 3 great saints changed their expressions in unison. How can you be here? This is impossible. What was that disturbance in the ancient city moments ago? Moreover, this man seems to be Li Hao. Who is it that stood against us just now? And over there, who is battling the 5 great wild beasts? Where do all these powerful figures come from? In an instant, a torrent of doubts surged into their minds. Meanwhile, a flash of murderous intent gleamed in Li Hao's eyes as he bellowed, "Kill!" Boom! Everyone launched their attacks simultaneously, and in an instant, 8 saintly powers clashed, causing the heavens to shatter and the earth to quake. In the distance, Qian Wuliang fled hastily, should the residual waves from the 8 saints reach him. A mere mid-phase sun and moon cultivator like him would be obliterated in an instant. At this moment, the battlefield erupted into a fierce and violent clash between both sides. Including the fallen leopard sovereign, a total of 14 saint-level beings and 1 king participated in the fray. The air was thick with the surge of 1,000,000 vital energies. Chaos spilling forth, and the world dimming into darkness. The cries of battle resounded through the skies. Having plotted for many days, Li Hao now began to reap the fruits of his victory. At that very moment, within Hurricane City, Hong Chen's expression shifted slightly as the celestial canopy before him shattered instantaneously, yet in the final moment, he caught sight of certain revelations. His countenance altered as he suddenly sneered. So it is. Li Hao has actually mastered the Great Tao universe. Previously aware that Li Hao could enter the Great Tao universe, he now realized that Li Hao had concealed others within it. So that was the case. This meant that the cities recently passed, regardless of whether it was Battle Sky City, lacked powerful guardians. Furthermore, he had begun to suspect the identity of the one battling the 5 wild beasts. He had previously had some inkling, but lacked certainty. Now, however, he was convinced. Who would emerge victorious remained uncertain. Hong Qin's demeanor turned cold. At that instant, Hurricane City swiftly vanished, racing toward the great wilderness. Perhaps in time to partake in the conflict. Li Hao's momentary victory did not equate to ultimate triumph. Just at that moment, a tremor coursed through Hurricane City. A tremendous boom resounded. Hong Qin's expression changed as he looked up to see a book enveloping Hurricane City. Zhang. His demeanor turned icy in an instant. You dare to return. Zhang En's voice drifted softly. Heaven and earth cannot constrain me, yet they may confine you. If you are unwilling, then come forth. Do you think I am afraid? Do you dare? Zhang En chuckled lightly, his voice echoing through the ancient city. Though I currently possess only the strength of a pseudo-saint, you cannot escape. As for heading to the great wilderness, you may as well forget it. You are forcing my hand, inciting the slaughter of other main cities. Zhang En echoed again. If you truly wish for this, then there is little I can do. If you refrain from slaughtering, one day Li Hao will annihilate them all. Should you eliminate some of the defenders, and Li Hao subsequently destroy the city, I shall harbor no grudges. You, Zheng Yu, with your second revival not yet underway, even with the strength of a half-emperor, you are of little use. Best to wait obediently for your second revival. Humph. Red Dust let out a cold snort, speaking of a second resurgence, and yet another resurgence. After years of plotting, every attempt was thwarted by that wretched group. Alas, this time, you, Zhang En, have miscalculated. I may not be able to catch up. Li Hao and his companions have acted swiftly. Whether I go or not makes little difference. That group has even mastered the method of compressing chaotic energy. The true crux does not lie with me. Zhang En, since you have chosen to entangle yourself with me, I shall indulge your whim. Suddenly, Red Dust laughed. Very well. Otherwise, had Zhang En reached that side early, he might have recognized the individual from Star Town. But since he is not present, those others may not be able to discern him, which is indeed intriguing. Zhang En, then I shall play along with you. Boom. The ancient city trembled. A tempest sweeping across the heavens and the earth. Outside the ancient city, Zhang En continued to strike, suppressing the turbulent winds. Raising an eyebrow slightly, what of Zheng Yu? Is he no longer in a hurry? Turning his gaze towards the distance, could this battle yield merit? He was uncertain, yet at this moment, he could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. Chapter 357, The Fall of the Heavenly King, Subscription and Monthly Votes Requested. Completed, written extensively, over 16,000 words. In the great wilderness, several saints took action and swiftly eliminated Leopard Sovereign. In the next moment, they cried out again, within the void. A long sword pierced through the heavens, followed by another long sword. The ninth commander, two sword cultivators, skilled in offense. Among the formidable beings, there was another adept in the art of killing, known for his overwhelming strength. His true form was that of a water buffalo. At this moment, his golden physique erupted, and with his sharp horns, he charged forth like a holy demon. General Huai's branches pierced through the heavens, while the turtle guardian transformed into a great seal, descending to suppress. This individual, whose true form was a turtle shell, now morphed into a formidable seal. Reminding Li Hao of the time he mistakenly identified the city lord's seal, the mystic turtle seal, as the opponent's true form. Clearly, this individual was not necessarily inept in offense. He was merely modest. Meanwhile, Li Hao, beneath the heavens, gathered the will of the cosmos, imbued by divine intent. Not only that, in that instant, it seemed as if countless people were bowing in reverence from all directions. The devil's sword was unparalleled. Li Hao traced a sword, and in that moment, the Hao Star realm was turned upside down. A circular river seemed to tremble and merged into the colossal sword. Through Li Hao's steadfast passage, countless paths converged. 5 powerful beings faced 3 saints. Opposite them, the 3 saints' expressions changed drastically. In the next moment, they shouted in unison, their blood energy piercing through the heavens, the great Tao manifesting. Although the source Tao had been severed, some primal power still surged forth, causing the auras of the 3 to swell momentarily. As their blood energy erupted, they could no longer afford to present their origins, fearing their identities would be exposed. Even the Bloodblade technique was unleashed, transforming into 3 blood-red long swords, simultaneously slashing towards Li Hao. These 5 formidable beings posed the greatest threat of death that Li Hao had brought upon them. The 3 dared not hesitate. Kill. Li Hao's commanding voice reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Opposite him, shrouded in a haze, a formidable foe was engaged in battle. At this moment, Yuhai, sensing an unusual tension, shifted his expression and let out a fierce shout as he wielded a blood-red long knife, cleaving the horse lord in two. Both sides were locked in a frenzied struggle, seemingly racing against time to conclude the conflict and move to another realm. A thunderous roar echoed across the skies as a colossal steed shattered in an instant. A monkey-like beast, howling with ferocity, transformed into an enormous chaos monkey. Its eyes bloodshot as it bellowed, "You are not of one accord." With a resounding crack, Yuhai, undeterred, swung his blade and severed the monkey lord in half, adding to the fallen horse lord and bull lord, thereby annihilating the three great beast lords on the spot. The remaining two beasts were gripped by terror and astonishment. This individual was a heavenly king, and not just any fledgling in that realm. At this juncture, Yuhai furrowed his brow and glanced towards the rear, where Wu Peng's avatar lingered. However, Wu Peng's expression mirrored shock as he gazed into the distance, murmuring, "How did they arrive here?" Yuhai's brow deepened. Could it be that Li Hao had uncovered something, thus excluding Wu Peng from the fray? Wu Peng quickly asserted, "I cannot afford to remain here. They may suspect me. You must swiftly deal with these beasts. I will shatter my avatar to inform my true self and ascertain whether it remains within Warheaven City. If so, I shall summon it here." Yuhai's mind stirred. Indeed, the old tortoise and the others seemed to have arrived, yet they had not sensed Wu Peng's presence. Was it possible that Wu Peng truly resided in Warheaven City? At that moment, Wu Peng's avatar shattered, and his orange battle armor soared into the void. Yuhai contemplated striking it down, but ultimately refrained, realizing that the armor might return to its master. Surely, Wu Peng's true self still lived. If he were dead, his avatar would have disintegrated long ago. The persistence of the avatar indicated that even if there were suspicions, they had not succeeded in slaying it. Wu Peng's avatar had been present in this place for several days. With no time to ponder further, Yuhai noticed the two remaining beasts attempting to flee. A cold smile crept across his lips as he swung his blade. "Li Hao, do you presume to use these beasts to delay or even eliminate me? Your thoughts are far too simplistic. The power of a heavenly king surpasses your imagination. Moreover, these brutes possess neither skill nor strategy, only mindless aggression. Such savage beasts cannot hope to slay a heavenly king." With a thunderous crash, his great blade descended. The two beasts roared in desperation, their voices shaking the heavens as they sought to expel the chaos surrounding them, attempting to disrupt Yuhai. At this moment, the atmosphere above was already rife with chaotic energy. The deaths of several beasts had begun to ripple across the entire wasteland region. Meanwhile, Li Hao and his companions were locked in combat, their swords clashing. A resounding explosion tore through the void, the firmament fracturing as Li Hao shattered the lethal strikes of three formidable adversaries, staggering back a few steps. At this very moment, the next strike, delivered by the ninth commander, sliced through the chest of a saint with a resounding crack. In an instant, a force surged forth like a tidal wave, resulting in a deafening explosion as the injured saint was utterly obliterated, scattering into fragments in midair. A spectral figure emerged, exuding cold ferocity. Gritting its teeth, "Let us perish together." Boom. The sound of an explosion reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth, a self-detonation. For new martial practitioners, self-detonation at the final moments of battle has become almost customary. It is the key to their invincibility, for even in defeat, there remains a chance for retaliation. However, at that moment, a great seal transformed into a shield, and with a thunderous roar, the sound of the explosion echoed across the sky. Yet, the immense energy merely caused the shield to resonate, while the two saints beside the perpetrator were left spitting blood, cursing under their breaths. What a fool. The royal family's turtle shield is here. Your self-detonation harms not the enemy, but severely injures us instead. In that moment, both were acutely aware of the peril they faced. Glancing into the distance, they saw, as the army's vitality surged to a critical point, the chaotic celestial mechanisms were no longer as formidable as before. They simultaneously witnessed a figure executing a decisive strike against a savage beast. It was him. A flicker of realization passed through their minds. No wonder the five great savage beasts had been unable to subdue him, instead being vanquished and left in disarray. At this moment, there was still hope. Delay for a while. Just as this thought crossed their minds, one felt a sudden pain in the chest. The previously retreating Li Hao had, unbeknownst to them, appeared behind one of the saints, his sword piercing through with an expression of serene calm. Under the might of his strike, the opponent was instantly obliterated. The other's countenance shifted dramatically, disbelief washing over him. How are you here? Li Hao had clearly been behind the shield, defending against the force of the self-detonation. At this juncture, Li Hao remained silent, simply gazing skyward as the will of heaven stirred the surroundings. With the demise of several savage beasts, the great wilderness began to tremble, the divine intent sweeping across the land, rendering the entire chaotic region extraordinarily tumultuous. Why am I here? The divine will proclaimed. By traversing the void, I manifest here, and so I am. He turned to gaze into the distance, focusing on the ethereal figure who had just slain a savage beast with a single stroke. His expression shifted slightly. Yu Hai was indeed formidable, having already dispatched 4 savage beasts, truly astonishing. So swift. Both sides launched their assaults almost simultaneously, yet Yu Hai, a solitary force, had effortlessly vanquished 4 savage beasts. Meanwhile, Li Hao's side, comprising 5 warriors, had only managed to slay 3 saints thus far. Kill! A fierce shout resonated through the heavens. In the next moment, the 5 formidable fighters struck simultaneously, and the last remaining one revealed a glimmer of despair, abruptly turning towards the old tortoise and his companions. I am. Boom. The 9th commander's sword cleaved through the void, its murderous intent shaking the heavens. I know who you are. As the 3 unleashed their full power, recognition dawned upon them. But what of it? They were all destined to perish. The sword intent of the 9th commander was, in fact, sharper than that of Li Hao. This strike was more potent than the previous ones, as he gathered his internal strength and with a fierce shout, unleashed a sword that would not return. It was as if the very fabric of the world had been torn asunder. Boom. In a fractured space, a single sword transformed into a multitude, hurtling towards the opponent. The countenance of the saint changed dramatically, and with all his might, he unleashed a punch. At that moment, Li Hao, who had just vanished, suddenly reappeared, brandishing his own sword with lethal intent. Simultaneously, the force surged like a rampaging bull, its hooves trampling the earth, causing a tumultuous uproar that shook the very heavens. The battlefield swayed, leaving all present somewhat disoriented. The saint bore the brunt of the upheaval, rendered dazed and confused by the cataclysmic tremors. General Huai, witnessing the chaos, summoned a myriad of branches that pierced through the air. In an instant, the sky and earth seemed to collapse. A thunderous roar erupted as the saint's body was instantly riddled with countless wounds, and in the blink of an eye, he was shattered into dust, his very essence obliterated. At that moment, Li Hao levitated into the air, extending his hand to grasp the void, causing ripples to resonate as 3 pathways of essence materialized, as if 3 figures floated in the ether. In this instant, aside from the old tortoise who sighed inwardly, neither Commander Jiao nor Li Hao nor the forceful presence of the sea paid any heed, devoid of any sense of regret. Several formidable beings swiftly ascended, diving into the 3 primordial paths. With a resounding crash, the pathways shattered simultaneously, and the anguished cries of the 3 echoed through the void. The destruction of the pathways signified their absolute demise, unless the new marshal returned and the king of men paid a price for their resurrection. These 3 would cease to exist. Meanwhile, in the distance, Yu Hai delivered his final strike, a resounding crack reverberating as the last of the savage beasts fell before him. He exhaled heavily, his visage stained with blood. In his fervor to swiftly eliminate the 5 sacred beasts, he had incurred some costs. Yet these were trivial compared to the slaughter of the 5 sacred entities. Both sides engaged in a rapid and ruthless exchange, resulting in the deaths of a total of 9 sacred powerhouses in the blink of an eye. Yet, at this moment, Yu Hai furrowed his brow. Why did the chaos persist? According to his expectations, with the annihilation of the savage beasts, the chaos should have receded or even vanished entirely, overshadowed by divine will, prompting an immediate resurgence. But why did the chaos linger? Could it be that other savage beasts still remained? Besides the sacred beasts, numerous other savage entities were locked in fierce combat with the Silver Moon warriors. Was it these creatures that sustained the chaos? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, and he prepared to act, the void trembled once more. In an instant, several powerful figures materialized. Li Hao smiled and congratulated. Congratulations. Senior, have you ascended to the Heavenly King level? Yu Hai's eyes sparkled as he chuckled and nodded. By fortunate coincidence, I have advanced to the Heavenly King. He then glanced at the multitude of savage beasts behind him, which were now suffering heavy casualties. With the death of several sacred beasts, panic ensued among them, leading to even more losses in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Li Hao turned, his voice commanding, "Great Wilderness King, assist me in extinguishing all savage beasts." The Great Wilderness King was utterly astonished, aware that he was taking a gamble. However, he had not anticipated the rapid demise of the 6 sacred beasts, nor the swift execution of the 3 saints from the Red Dust faction. Certainly, he was aware that Li Hao and the formidable being who had vanquished several savage beasts were not necessarily allies. Perhaps from the very beginning, Li Hao had held these savage beasts and the saints in contempt. At this moment, he dared not speak further and bellowed, "Great Wilderness Army, we are all of the human race, not mere puppets of the savage beasts. Unite with the celestial stars and slay the savage beasts." 1,000,000 soldiers of the Great Wilderness Army were momentarily distracted, in the midst of a fierce battle. With significant casualties on both sides, over 100,000 had perished from the Great Wilderness Army. While the Celestial Stars Army had also suffered thousands of losses, how could they suddenly turn and assist one another in exterminating savage beasts? What nonsense! Even in the face of the Great Wilderness King's command, confusion, anger, and rebellion stirred among the soldiers, who continued their slaughter against the Celestial Stars Army. Damn it! The king has betrayed the Great Wilderness. In that instant, those disobedient soldiers, still engrossed in their killing spree, suddenly had their eyes turn blood red, and the next moment, they launched themselves into a frenzied, suicidal charge against the nearby savage beasts. Boom! One soldier after another was mercilessly slaughtered by the beasts, yet they left behind trails of blood on their foes. In the distance, a strange aura emanated from Tianxing, enveloping the heavens and earth. A multitude of soldiers from the Great Wilderness Army devolved into madness, attacking the savage beasts. The Great Wilderness Army primarily consisted of cavalry, and now, their mounts too went berserk, exploding forth and annihilating numerous weaker savage beasts, plunging them into the chaos of war, where they were slain in the blink of an eye. The Great Wilderness King's complexion changed drastically as he cast a glance towards Tianxing in the distance. Just as he was about to speak, a formidable aura descended upon him. Director Zhao regarded him and softly remarked, "General Tianxing is assisting the king in quelling the rebellious forces. Gains and losses are part of the enduring path. Weakening the 4 nations was nearly their collective consensus." Tianxing had eradicated many elite forces of the Great Li upon his return, and everyone remained silent, harboring only the thought that it was a commendable act. Although the Great Wilderness had formed an alliance with Li Hao and shared a tacit understanding, many of the 1,000,000 cavalry remained unruly. If that were the case, let them perish. The Great Wilderness King's expression shifted as he realized that within this brief span, at least tens of thousands of soldiers had fallen, coupled with previous losses. The Great Wilderness Army was now reduced to around 800,000. Yet he understood that if he did not comply, the Great Wilderness Army might face annihilation. Rage boiled within him, but at this moment, he could only endure. The Great Wilderness King managed a strained smile and refrained from further words, turning instead to engage a savage beast with ferocity. This elder, who typically seemed as fragile as a bird, was now as savage as the beasts themselves. Boom! A punch followed another, and in an instant, he fatally struck down an immortal savage beast. Meanwhile, the Great Wilderness Army continued their relentless, suicidal assaults. Corpses lay strewn across the battlefield. At this moment, Yu Hai did not intervene nor take action. He merely observed silently. He too was waiting for these savage beasts to perish. Perhaps, once they were all gone, the chaos would dissipate entirely. Then, the heavens and earth would swiftly revive. For the Great Wilderness had encroached upon much of their domain. Once chaos transformed back into the world, the stability of space would surely be restored in an instant. He was waiting, and Li Hao and his companions were also waiting. Several individuals were distributed in various directions, encircling one another, with the void above them trembling incessantly. The 5 formidable beings bore solemn expressions. This individual was overwhelmingly powerful. Having slain 5 saints, he still exuded an intimidating aura. At this moment, the old turtle and his companions had begun to vaguely discern the identity of their opponent, albeit with a touch of incredulity. Was this person truly present? Who then? Was that red dust? Their thoughts were muddled, yet a palpable gravity hung in the air. This was a seasoned monarch. Countless savage beasts had been slaughtered, their cries echoing throughout the heavens and the earth, and the battlefield was nearly transformed into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, littered with lifeless bodies. Heaven's will swept across the expanse, seemingly rejoicing while expelling chaos, the chaotic energy gradually dissipating. A faint smile graced Yu Hai's face. The onset of the second resurgence would be considerably easier now. At that juncture, if no one else, Zheng Yu would surely make his appearance. Meanwhile, in Hurricane City, Zhang furrowed his brow, turning to gaze into the distance once more. The vast wilderness was transitioning from darkness to light. Chaos appeared to be vanishing, and the world seemed to stabilize further. Had Li Hao not anticipated this? Within the city, however, red dust wore a slight frown, harboring little hope. He was aware of certain circumstances. Chaos would not dissipate so easily. The world, on the other hand, had somewhat reverted to its state prior to Boundless City absorbing the energy of the cosmos. Just as he pondered this, an immense gravitational force emanated from all directions, and Boundless City began to absorb once more. However, if chaos were to dissipate entirely, the absorption would serve no purpose. Energy might diminish, yet the world would remain stable. In such a case, even in the absence of energy, they would still be able to escape. Yu Hai sensed this as well, but paid it little mind. What significance did absorbing a bit of energy hold? As the last savage beast was slain, Yu Hai waited in silence, his expression shifting as he turned to Li Hao and the others, suddenly stating, "Young friend Li Hao, it appears you are unconcerned about the imminent onset of the second resurgence?" Li Hao nodded. "I am not worried. Perhaps the elder is unaware that chaos does not easily dissipate. Is it related to these great wilderness human tribes? Do they possess chaotic energy?" Seeing Yu Hai seemingly eager to engage, Li Hao smiled and shook his head. "No, it is due to the essence of chaos. As long as the essence remains, much like the will of heaven, chaos will not dissipate." "Ah, I see." Yu Hai nodded, a hint of regret crossing his features. "So, that white horse I mentioned earlier." The savage beasts were impatiently fixated on that girl, urging her to return. Was it because the white horse embodies the essence of chaos? This individual possessed a discerning eye. Li Hao affirmed, "Elder, your insight is remarkable." Yu Hai sighed, "So that's it. No wonder. This implies that slaying the savage beasts was in vain. However, it is not too late to understand now. By eliminating these few, and subsequently targeting the white horse, the second resurgence will naturally commence, and this world shall still belong to us." At this moment, however, the chaotic energy in the vicinity began to dissipate. Li Hao continuously absorbed the chaotic energy in the vicinity, gradually forming a clear space around him. Yu Hai's expression shifted slightly as he turned to Li Hao, astonished. "I must say, you've been remarkably calm, waiting here while effortlessly absorbing the chaotic essence. Once the chaos dissipates, you will either retreat to the relic or you must eliminate a few individuals beforehand." Li Hao replied with a smile, "Senior, it would be wise to return. Once the chaotic energy completely dissipates, it is likely to cause a disturbance in the heavens and earth. If the seal shatters, we would all be doomed." "Return?" Yu Hai chuckled. "At this point, do you truly believe that? All your scheming has been to eliminate me, and now you wish to let me go?" Li Hao, despite his youth, had many thoughts, yet ultimately everything hinges on strength. At this moment, the facade was entirely torn apart. The ancient turtle also spoke up, expressing some astonishment. "I never expected you to be Zheng Hongyuan. This raises a question. Who, then, is the leader of the rebels? Could it be your son Zhengyu? If so, the Zheng family truly is blessed with talent." Zheng Hongyuan. Previously, everyone believed that the one known as Hong Chun was the head of the Zheng family. But that was not the case. He had been scheming in Star Town all along. Moreover, it was known that Hong Chun was also a king, a top-tier king, which indicated that the Zheng family boasted more than one king, but two. Yu Hai laughed. At this juncture, what significance does it hold to ponder such matters? He cast a glance at Li Hao and then at the fading chaotic zone. Arching an eyebrow, he remarked, "You are aware that I am a king, and yet you dare to remain here, reluctant to leave. Are you concerned that I might swiftly eliminate everyone else present?" He gestured towards the troops with a smile. "Or do you simply wish to kill me, still clinging to that ambition?" Li Hao remained silent. At that moment, the sky suddenly cracked open, and he soared into the heavens, calmly stating, "If you do not wish to be compressed back to the relic, why not join me for a conversation up here?" Yu Hai's expression shifted as he gazed at the sky. After a long pause, he exclaimed, "So that's it. You emerged from the great Tao universe. Truly astonishing. No wonder." He looked at Li Hao, who met his gaze with calmness. "If you prevail, you will not only eliminate future threats, but also seize the great Tao universe. In that case, even the Red Moon Emperor would not be feared. Although the boundary may hold certain remnants, you may not easily acquire them. Perhaps only by uniting the 8 great families could they be retrieved. Yet, you being a king, if you were to seize the great Tao universe, could potentially confront the Red Moon Emperor." Yu Hai regarded him with caution, but Li Hao remained unfazed. Whether it be the new marshal or the Silver Moon, they are ultimately one and the same. In the end, the Red Moon is the true outsider and the genuine threat. The existence of an emperor endangers us all. Should we emerge victorious, we shall find a way to contend with him. If you prevail and acquire the new Tao universe, as long as the new Tao persists, you will eventually be able to confront him. Are you serious? Yu Hai inquired, incredulity evident in his tone. Li Hao smiled. If I were to perish in battle, then naturally, everything would be true. Yu Hai, or rather Zheng Honyuan, appeared somewhat incredulous. Yet Li Hao seemed genuinely earnest. Could one truly enter the great Tao universe? If one hesitates to enter, the delay may lead to the point where those few truly step in and depart, leaving oneself to retreat back to the ruins, waiting once more for an opportunity. Yet, with one's identity exposed, the next encounter may prove even more troublesome. Various thoughts incessantly surface. He gazes into the vast cosmos. Should he venture forth? A moment of hesitation ensues, while at that instant, the others boldly traverse the void, seemingly plunging into an alternate universe. Li Hao's voice resounds again. If the elder does not come, our next appearance may herald your demise. This battle resulted in the demise of 9 saints, yielding significant gains, and there has yet been time to fully absorb these results. Once digested, the elder may find no further opportunities. It seems you are quite intent on ending my life. Zheng Honyuan chuckled, weighing his options momentarily, and in the next moment, he reached a resolution. He would venture into the great Tao universe. Should victory be attained, it would not merely entail the elimination of these threats. The crux lies in seizing control over the great Tao universe. Such temptation is irresistible. The machinations to this point have all been for the conquest of the Silver Moon world, yet one Silver Moon world pales in comparison to the great Tao universe. The chance lies before him, a treasure more precious than 100,000 years of scheming. Why not strive for it, even in the face of danger? In an instant, Zheng Honyuan shattered the void, stepping boldly into the passage. The 6 of them, akin to long-lost friends, strolled leisurely into the great Tao universe, lingering not in the vicinity of the passage nor engaging in battle. Everything would be addressed once they entered. From all directions, the Silver Moon warriors displayed subtle changes in expression. Could Li Hao and the others achieve victory? Director Zhao and his companions also yearned to enter, yet this time, Li Hao had not included them. Clearly, he intended to exclude them from the fray. The expression on Director Zhao's face shifted, and he commanded, "Clean up the battlefield. Gather everything. Great Wilderness King, restrain your wild wilderness troops, disarm, and await further instructions." The Great Wilderness King's countenance altered slightly. However, upon witnessing the fierce intent in the eyes of the Silver Moon warriors surrounding them, he furrowed his brow and chose to acquiesce. With a single command, he issued a low shout, "Lay down your weapons." The Great Wilderness soldiers appeared somewhat at a loss, yet trepidation gripped them, particularly after witnessing the previous frenzy that resulted in heavy casualties among their ranks. Now only around 700 remained, deeply affected by the losses. Faced with such circumstances, even the king had capitulated. How could they harbor any desire to resist? Soon, the clatter of weapons falling to the ground resonated throughout the realm. Countless weapons were discarded, and the cavalry dismounted from their steeds, anxiously awaiting orders. Meanwhile, further afield, the boundless city emerged, within which Lin Hongyu and her companions welcomed Princess June into the city with cheerful expressions. However, the princess's countenance shifted continuously. These individuals, while claiming to invite her to the ancient city as a guest, swiftly separated her from her white horse upon her entrance. The elite soldiers who had accompanied her now found themselves encircled by tens of thousands of armored warriors, instilling a sense of unease within Princess June. It felt as though she had just escaped from a tiger's den only to find herself once more in a wolf's lair. and this group appeared more daunting than the savage beasts. Lin Hongyu, akin to a neighborly elder sister, radiated a brilliant smile, reassuring Princess June. Rest assured. Once the Marquis vanquishes his formidable foes, the Great Wilderness King will earn significant merit in this battle. The Marquis, with his clear distinction between public and private matters, shall undoubtedly reward him. The Great Wilderness shall no longer endure hardship, but instead enter the prosperous heartland, becoming a part of the celestial star. Princess June's expression subtly shifted, yet she remained silent. The notion of entering the heartland posed a daunting challenge for the Great Wilderness, accustomed as it was to the borders. Once they ventured into the heartland, their cavalry advantage would be nullified, not to mention the uncertain fate of their cavalry at that time. However, such considerations were momentarily overshadowed by the urgency of the present. Lin Hongyu's voice resounded through the heavens. All troops, swiftly enter the city. Prepare against potential enemy assaults as we exit the Great Wilderness and await the Marquis's orders. In an instant, a vast army began converging towards Boundless City. The colossal ancient city materialized between heaven and earth, marking the first time in 100,000 years that a main city had officially manifested in this realm. Previous strongholds, such as Hurricane City and War Heaven City, had never revealed themselves to the world. The army quickly regrouped, while the Great Wilderness forces, filled with unease and trepidation, hastened towards the ancient city under the guidance of the Great Wilderness King and several esteemed generals. Yet, Lin Hongyu and her companions were preoccupied with greater matters. The Great Wilderness was merely a trivial affliction. The pivotal factor remained that Celestial King. Should they succeed in eliminating the Celestial King, victory would be assured. Conversely, even if they annihilated the Great Wilderness and dispatched several saints from the mundane realm, such outcomes would ultimately be inconsequential, mere trifles without decisive significance. As the thoughts of the assembly lingered on these matters, a distant sight caught their attention. An immense city appeared momentarily, only to vanish as if scrutinizing something. Lin Hongyu's countenance shifted. Hurricane City. At that moment, the stability of the cosmos seemed to have strengthened slightly. Although the mundane realm might not emerge unscathed, it could likely manifest a projection as it had before, given that the Great Wilderness had dissipated much of its chaotic energy. Caution became paramount. Lin Hongyu contemplated pursuing the lead, but ultimately relinquished the idea. If the Marquis triumphed, these adversaries could not escape, and should they falter, tracking them would prove futile. A sense of apprehension enveloped everyone, though none voiced their concerns. Simultaneously, within the Radiant Star realm, Zheng Hongyuan surveyed his surroundings and suddenly chuckled. Young friend, are you not a bit disingenuous? Is the vast universe truly so murky? It seems as though everything exists in a state of void. At this moment, Li Hao remained silent. Yet, the voice of the ninth elder suddenly echoed, bearing a tone of indifference. Zheng Hongyuan, I wish to pose a question. Has the Li family or the new martial sect treated your Zheng family unjustly? Others may betray out of perceived injustice, but you, a member of one of the 8 great families and a being of celestial stature, why choose treachery? Zheng Hongyuan smiled. Li Daozong, what reason do I require? In truth, the world of the extraordinary revolves around a singular premise. The human king has obstructed our path, denying us any future. It is that simple. If we lack the ability to enter the realm of the emperor, it would be one matter. However, the human king has severed the hope of celestial kings accessing the emperor's domain. The world is divided into 3 factions. The human king and the Tsang emperor occupy one. The sovereigns of the realm another, while the remaining millions of beings fill the last. There is no room left for new powers to rise. The predecessors have monopolized the path ahead. What can be done? My Zheng family, having entered the realm of the heavenly king, aspires to ascend to the esteemed ranks of the emperor and the sword sovereign. We possess a miniature world, yet we fail to refine it and are unwilling to bestow it upon others. Is this not profoundly unjust? Zheng Hongyuan offered no defense, instead chuckling. Is it wrong to seek strength? After dedicating a lifetime to cultivation, reaching this level only to be perpetually stymied without hope, do you believe anyone would find contentment in that? To be aware of a path ahead, yet have it severed, is as simple as that. There are not many reasons. For everyone knows that the world is divided into 3 parts. In this latter era of new martial arts, aspiring to become an emperor has nearly become a distant echo. For some, having their path obstructed is akin to a deep-seated grudge. What further justification is needed? Upon hearing these words, several formidable beings fell silent. They were merely saints, not yet having ascended to the heavenly king level, and thus could not grasp such sentiments. Perhaps, once they step into the realm of the heavenly king, on the cusp of becoming emperors, they too might harbor similar thoughts. In the later stages of the new martial era, it indeed appears that certain flaws have emerged, effectively obstructing the paths of some individuals. At that moment, Li Fuhai suddenly interjected, "Zheng Honyuan, cease with these grandiloquent excuses. You are simply afraid of death. They do not know. How could you? The monarch of humanity once decreed that once someone ascends to the emperor level, they may do so through trials." Zheng Honyuan suddenly replied with a smile. "That is merely a feigned glimmer of hope." Li Fuhai coldly retorted, "You only believe that you cannot pass the trials, which indicates you lack the capabilities of an emperor." Zheng Honyuan did not rush to act. Instead, he shook his head slightly. No, no, no. You do not understand. Others have attempted before, only to vanish without a trace. The monarch of humanity absurdly utilized the creation jade plate in conjunction with the thunder tribulation of the godsmith to test the populace. How ludicrous. In the early stages of the new martial era, not even during the initial martial period was there an emperor's tribulation. Yet, in the era of the monarch of humanity, upon their ascension to emperor, they ultimately created a cataclysmic tribulation for the emperor. Is this not a deliberate attempt to eradicate those deemed threatening? Li Fuhai coldly asserted. The monarch of humanity believed that the later generations, having not experienced the wars of the new martial era, lacked sufficient fortitude and trials. To smoothly ascend to the heavenly king is already a blessing. To become an emperor naturally requires acceptance of the trials. Should the later generations be allowed to ascend to the emperor level without challenge, the new martial world would have descended into utter chaos long ago. The later generations still possess opportunities. Merely overcoming the great tribulation suffices. Those emperors from the early stages of the new martial era, even if given another chance, could all survive. It is not a deliberate targeting, but rather that, in the later stages of the new martial era, everyone advanced too rapidly, with no formidable foes in sight, leading to a superficial mastery of realms. Today's saints, whether their origins have been severed or not, are simply not on par with those who participated in the grand battles of the early new martial era. They inhabit entirely different tiers of existence. Thus, the emperor's tribulation serves as the trial for all strong individuals of the post-new martial era. Before them, Zheng Honyuan evidently, upon entering the heavenly king level, learned of the news and perceived no hope of overcoming the great tribulation, prompting him to choose another path, perhaps believing it offered greater opportunities. Li Fuhai suddenly laughed mockingly, declaring, "You are merely making excuses for your own impotence. You believe that you will falter during the tribulation, leading only to your demise and the dissolution of your path. Thus, you chose betrayal, colluding with the Red Moon. Yet, even with this alliance, you did not foresee that the Star Gate would be irrevocably sealed, severing your source and imprisoning you for countless years. You could not have anticipated that your meticulously prepared revival methods would be thwarted time and again. For 100,000 years, you, a wretched fool, utterly inept, presumed to wield dominion over the grand cosmos, to command the silver moon world, and aspire to become an emperor?" The voice of the abyss, at this moment, dripped with venomous sarcasm. While it appeared simple-minded, its words bore no trace of simplicity. It mocked. "Have you discerned anything in your exploration? Have you acclimated to this place? You speculate that your inaction is for adaptation. What, then, is our reason for restraint?" Zheng Hongyuan's expression shifted slightly. His own reluctance to act was indeed for the purpose of surveying his surroundings and adapting to the environment, hence his lack of urgency, relishing the idle chatter with these individuals. But what of Li Hao and his companions? Why did they remain inactive, awaiting something as well? At that moment, the void trembled, and in an instant, a grand formation enveloped the surroundings. Numerous monstrous plants manifested in all directions, revealing the formation. Encircling them were tens of thousands of battle sky soldiers, now led by a warrior clad in orange armor, who proclaimed with a weakened voice, "Report to the two guardians. The monster plant army and the battle sky army have sealed off all directions. Zheng Honyuan, escape is impossible." Zheng Hongyuan's gaze flickered. Wu Peng. Is this individual indeed Wu Peng? At that moment, he felt uncertain. Simultaneously, Li Hao's figure emerged, glancing upward. Zheng Honyuan could not see him. Yet he perceived the deeper truth. The formation was not intended to annihilate Zheng Honyuan. It was a protective formation. Its purpose was to obstruct the external forces of thunder, indeed. The thunder of the Tao. Li Hao aimed to gather the thunder of the Tao. Zheng Honyuan was infused with the potent essence of the Red Moon. Evidently having had significant contact with the inhabitants of the Red Moon universe, heavily infiltrated. Yet, until now, no thunder had descended. For it had all been kept at bay by Li Hao. Individual bolts of thunder held little lethality against a heavenly king. However, if they were to be restrained and released in unison at a critical moment, it might yield transformative results. Perhaps a single bolt could grievously wound the opponent. Zheng Honyuan mistakenly believed that Li Hao sought to ensnare him with the grand formation, misjudging Li Hao's true intentions. Li Hao was acutely aware of the slim hope for success. A multitude of monstrous plants, led by a host of lesser beings, alongside tens of thousands of battle sky soldiers, could hardly contend with a single heavenly king. Moreover, should combat ensue, the losses would be catastrophic. While he did not wish for the Silver Moon inhabitants to perish, nor cared for the fates of the new martial artists, he would never deliberately send them to their deaths. These monstrous plants, along with the vast army of battle sky soldiers, were merely preparations for the impending release of the formation. As for the armored incarnation of Wu Peng, it held little significance, intended only to disrupt the formation and draw forth the thunder. Should Zheng Honyuan believe this, it would be an unexpected boon. If he did not, it would matter little. With merely a slight reduction in effectiveness, Zheng Honyuan, at this moment, sighed in realization. So this is what awaited me here? It seems that the city of war has indeed entered this place, and the war army, along with the array of demonic plants, aims to ensnare me. Is this truly the extent of your trump cards? He chuckled. After waiting for a considerable time, it became apparent that this was all that Li Hao's faction could muster. Indeed, dozens of demonic plants, tens of thousands of war army soldiers, and several saints are formidable forces. It appears that at this juncture, these individuals can only summon such power. It even exceeds his own expectations. Yet, it is still insufficient. In the next moment, he laughed. You do not comprehend what it means to be a king. How foolish. Without the essence, you are merely a slightly stronger saint. I have encountered numerous emperors. Who do you think you are to mock? Suddenly, Li Fuhai spat disdainfully, unable to tolerate such arrogance. As if no one had seen greatness. Aside from Li Hao, who among us has not encountered formidable beings? My grandfather is an emperor, my ancestor is an emperor, and my ancestor's companion, the Southern Emperor, is also an emperor, and a particularly powerful one at that. To suggest that someone lacks experience when speaking to me is utterly ridiculous. Zheng Hongyuan's expression darkened momentarily before he vanished from sight. You talk too much. The Water Power Nyo clan, having reaped the benefits of opportunism, has produced two utterly unremarkable old bulls that have somehow become emperors. Truly, the heavens are blind. Meanwhile, the Zheng family has been blessed with talent, whether it be himself, his eldest son, or his third son, all possess extraordinary gifts. Yet, the monarch of beasts insists on orchestrating some great calamity among the emperors, severing their hopes of ascension. Now, hearing Li Fuhai's brazen words ignites his fury. In an instant, a thunderous roar echoed through the heavens. Boom! Li Fuhai transformed into a magnificent golden bull, immensely powerful, and with a thunderous sound, his hooves shattered the void. Simultaneously, pressure from all directions surged toward the adversary. For the king, it was of little concern, and he paid little mind to these demonic plants. Li Hao and his companions, however, sprang into action, wielding two massive swords that cleaved through the heavens. The two sides clashed instantly. At that moment, Zheng Honyuan laughed. If this is all there is today, not only will I eliminate these obstacles, but the vast universe and the city of war will also become mine. Bang! A long whip materialized, slicing through the void and shattering the sword intent of the ninth commander. The 9-section whip of the Zheng family is renowned across the land. And at that moment, Zheng Honyuan ceased to conceal anything. His formidable aura was unleashed, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. With a single strike, he unleashed a thunderous blow, grasping the void, and a robust branch was instantly seized in his hand, which he crushed to powder with a resounding crack. General Huai let out a muffled groan, and several were shaken. This individual has already traversed a portion of the path to kingship, not merely a novice. Even though he had previously encountered 5 powerful beasts and appeared somewhat weakened, at this moment, facing them, he remains astonishingly strong. And those 5 savage beasts failed to inflict significant damage or depletion upon him. Incredible. Haha. Zheng Honyuan laughed heartily, years of pent-up frustration released in an instant. Do you truly believe that 5 wild beasts can exhaust me? Slaying 5 savage beasts has only depleted 1/5 of my strength. With the remainder, vanquishing you is more than sufficient. 1/5. The old tortoise was somewhat astonished. You have reached the mid to late stage of the Celestial King? Otherwise, how could you wield such formidable power? Without the support of primal essence, to annihilate 5 saints with such minimal expenditure suggests that, to truly defeat him, one would require no less than dozens of saints. Haha. Zheng Honyuan did not respond. Instead, he unleashed a punch, causing the void to ripple. Li Hao, concealed in the shadows, was forced out by the strike, raising his brows in acknowledgement of the formidable strength displayed. The 6 formidable beings continued their fierce exchange, their movements intertwining. The old tortoise took on a defensive role while the other 4 engaged in relentless offense, creating a tempest in the void. Yet, they found themselves at a disadvantage. With a thunderous roar, the golden bull's horn, which could topple the sea, was unexpectedly shattered by a single punch from the adversary. Moo. The force that could topple the sea let out a wail of agony. This time, they had suffered greatly. They had not anticipated the sheer terror of this foe's might. Merely a celestial king, akin to the saints of yore, whom they were well acquainted with. Yet now, this individual was evidently not at the nascent stage of the celestial king realm. This realization brought them to a significant loss. At the very least, he was in the mid to late stages of the celestial king. The group erupted in fury, with Li Hao wielding a colossal sword that cleaved through the void, summoning a multitude of celestial bodies to converge. Sword after sword, his combat prowess was now on par with that of the force that could topple the sea, even surpassing the likes of the 9th Commander and the old locust tree, boasting greater destructive potential. The great sword soared through the air, striking in succession, while various divine abilities erupted forth, conjuring mountains of blades and seas of flames that surged toward their opponent. Zheng Honyuan, however, wore a radiant smile. Excellent. Engaging with Li Hao would aid him in comprehending the Tao more profoundly and understanding the new path. What a fortuitous opportunity. Boom. The 2 sides clashed continuously, their 6 figures weaving through the chaos, shaking the very fabric of the universe. Outside the fray, the towering redwood and other formidable beings felt an immense pressure. Beyond the formation, myriad bolts of thunder converged. At this moment, they had but one task: to stabilize the formation and await the gathering of thunder. The potent force of the crimson moon emanating from Zheng Honyuan was palpable, and as the great Tao universe struggled to dispel this crimson moon power, the thunder would only multiply. This might very well be the pivotal factor determining the outcome of the clash. The Redwood and the Imperial Guards, being astute, understood that should they succeed, even without direct involvement in battle, they would be hailed as heroes. However, should the formation shatter prematurely, and the accumulated thunder fail to incapacitate or severely wound Zheng Honyuan, they would bear the blame for the defeat. Hold firm. The Redwood fervently communicated with its fellow beings. We must withstand the pressure and accumulate more thunder. Should we succeed in slaying this foe, our lineage will achieve great merit. And when the heavens open anew, we too shall produce an emperor. Yet, some beings felt a gnawing anxiety. My lord, we fear that the accumulation may not suffice. Several saints may not withstand the strain. The Redwood, startled, swiftly glanced toward the center, only to behold the adversary's whip cracking a tortoise shell, leaving it in a state of shock. That was a supreme divine weapon, its weapon spirit a saint. Yet now, it had been shattered under a single strike from the opponent, and if this continued, the thunderous power would not accumulate in time, and Li Hao and the others would be doomed. So formidable. At this moment, Li Hao too furrowed his brow. Too powerful. Such a course is untenable. The power of thunder is insufficient, yet if this continues, several will inevitably suffer. His expression shifted momentarily. In an instant, he took a deep breath, and suddenly, inscriptions began to manifest from all directions, including the 5 elemental inscriptions. Without further hesitation, he disregarded the fate of Lu Yin and the others, fearing they might fall victim to the sudden disappearance of the inscriptions. He hoped it would not happen. In the next moment, the inscriptions emerged in abundance. Even the previously vanished Tao character inscription reappeared instantaneously, along with the 5 elements, Tao texts, and the forces of wind, thunder, light, and darkness. Li Hao's aura surged significantly. Yet it was still not enough. At that moment, fragments began to materialize within the heavens and the earth, converging and amalgamating with the inscriptions, swiftly transforming into a longsword. The Starry Sky Sword? Zheng Hongyuan was momentarily taken aback. The shattered Starry Sky Sword? In that instant, the Starry Sky Sword began to mend itself. Various energies and divine abilities were brewing within it. Within Li Hao, acupoints emerged one after another. In an instant, 360 acupoints manifested, forming a small sword. The next moment, additional acupoints lit up, yet this time, only more than 150 were ignited, leaving a considerable gap from the required 360 for the second round of Sword Dao Divine Ability. Over the course of 10 days in the city, Li Hao had opened many acupoints. Yet it was insufficient for him to unlock the second round of the Sword Dao Divine Ability. Just as Zheng Hongyuan sent Li Hao flying with a punch, Li Hao gritted his teeth and suddenly swallowed the longsword. The next moment, acupoints were rapidly ignited, 200, 240, 260, but he still fell short of the 360 required. Not enough. Unable to ignite the second round of Sword Dao Divine Ability, even with 359 acupoints opened, it was inadequate, and transformation did not occur. Zheng Hongyuan's gaze was sharp. What a remarkable divine ability. He discerned it. If Li Hao were to ignite the second round of 360 acupoints, not only would he rival himself, but he would certainly be much stronger than now, incapable of being so easily overwhelmed. A splendid divine ability, a commendable Dao method. Alas, the opponent's foundation was insufficient. Even forcibly consuming the Starry Sky Sword was not enough to ignite the second round. What a pity. He felt a sense of regret for Li Hao. A broader smile spreading across his face. It seems like it is still not enough. Li Hao glared coldly at him, and in the next moment, suddenly smiled. Perhaps it is enough? Zheng Hongyuan was taken aback, and at that instant, an overwhelming surge of blood energy erupted from Li Hao. This blood energy swiftly coursed through each acupoint, and a shadow faintly emerged from his body. A figure equipped with a blood knife at the waist and a longbow on his back. The Blood Emperor. Several were taken by surprise. At this moment, the words Battle Heaven appeared, and in an instant, among the remaining 360 acupoints in the second round, around 70 to 80 still remained unactivated. And in the blink of an eye, they were ignited by these two words. Battle Heaven. In the distance, the city of Battle Heaven trembled slightly. On the periphery, the soldiers of the Battle Heaven army, some of the revived troops, felt their blood energy instantly dissipate, merging into Li Hao's body. Li Hao roared with fury, and with a thunderous shout, boom, all the acupoints of the second round were ignited. Prepare to meet your end. The term Zhan Tian facilitated his forceful ignition of the acupoint. Otherwise, Li Hao would have been unable to succeed. The sword pierced through the heavens and the earth, embodying the essence of the great Tao. With a single stroke, wind, fire, thunder, and lightning surged forth, violently assaulting the opponent. In this moment, the others erupted in joyous exclamations. It actually worked. Attack! The powerful figures roared in unison. Previously suppressed, Li Hao now took the lead, his strength instantly surpassing the formidable force of Li Fu Hai. A single swing of his sword, and even Zheng Hongyuan was compelled to retreat slightly, sustaining injuries from the sword's aura. Remarkable. Zheng Hongyuan snorted, lashing out with a whip, and with a resounding crash, the sword aura shattered, only to immediately coalesce into even more sword energy. The previously precarious situation for the remaining few finally eased. However, Li Hao understood that even with the second round of sword techniques, he was still no match for the Heavenly King. There was still a long way to go. It could only be said that he had barely managed to fend off the previously invincible onslaught. Should the opponent continue their assault, they would surely meet their demise. Zheng Hongyuan bellowed again, striking with his whip repeatedly. Bang, bang, bang. The powerful figures were incessantly sent flying. The old tortoise shell was riddled with cracks. General Huai was on the verge of becoming a bald tree, and Li Fu Hai was left battered and bruised, his golden horns broken. The weakest among them, the ninth commander, had just recovered his physical form, only to be pierced through by a whip, nearly shattering half of his body. This opponent was exceedingly strong. The battle raged on, a fierce contest. The few struggled to hold their ground as Li Hao unleashed a series of powerful attacks, wreaking havoc. Yet he too was not spared from the brink of severe injury. Repeatedly struck by the opponent, his flesh torn and bloodied, while the adversary merely bore a few bloodstains. Their aura slightly diminished, but unharmed. Zheng Honyuan chuckled. Indeed, it is a pity that you encountered me. Had it been a newly ascended heavenly king, you might have truly faced calamity, but alas, I am not one of them. At this moment, amidst their fierce battle, the surrounding formation trembled violently. Dozens of demonic plants bent under the strain. Yet, without Li Hao's command, they continued to hold on. They could only endure. In this moment, the internal conflict raged on. While outside, the orange armor suddenly emitted a faint pulse. Zheng, the clan leader, contemplated breaking the formation. He intended to exit the formation first. For the Battle Heaven City had yet to launch its attack. Li Hao was prepared to deliver a thunderous strike against the clan leader, should he remain within the formation, as it could easily result in injury from the impending explosion of Battle Heaven City. Zheng Honyuan felt a stir in his heart. He found himself somewhat distrustful of this individual, sensing something amiss. However, if the opponent took the initiative to break the formation, it would pose no significant threat to the overall situation. It would be better if they did break it, yet if they didn't, it was of little consequence. The pressure from these demonic plants was not overly burdensome for him. Certainly, should Battle Heaven City manifest, should it truly explode, the main city's might would not be trifling. If Wu Peng indeed broke the formation and managed to step outside, that would also be advantageous. As he pondered, suddenly, outside, the orange armor moved, and abruptly, a fist struck towards a demonic plant. With a thunderous impact, the plant trembled violently, its aura instantly waning. Wu Peng. At this moment, Li Hao roared in fury, an unmistakable signal. As for whether the other party would believe him, Li Hao harbored little hope. If they believed, then the might of thunder would surely befall them. If they did not, it would matter little. Naturally, being a tad more formidable would be advantageous. At this moment, Wu Peng shattered a monstrous plant with a single punch, roaring, break. With a resounding crash, the great formation began to crumble, and the demonic flora spewed forth golden blood. The redwood materializing, filled with dread. You are doomed. Zheng Honyuan was momentarily taken aback, but the next instant, he erupted into wild laughter. The formation was indeed breached. It did not seem a mere illusion. Unexpectedly, there was a delightful surprise. Escaping the formation would undoubtedly be the best outcome. He vanished in an instant, materializing near Wu Peng, taking a step to exit the formation, seeking greater safety. Across from him, Wu Peng sent a monstrous plant flying with a punch. In the following moment, a vast gap appeared in the array, with the other plants continuously spewing blood, real blood. Even their source power was expelled. This was not caused by Wu Peng. Rather, the thunder was too potent for them to withstand, ultimately overwhelming the formation. Zheng Honyuan stepped forth, intending to laugh, when suddenly, his expression shifted. In that fleeting moment, several figures rushed from behind, and above, a colossal bolt of thunder, resembling a heavenly pillar, suddenly descended with an earth-shattering roar. Imbued with boundless wrath. Although it was a nascent path within the grand universe, the power of the crimson moon had provoked it for long enough, and it had yet to be extinguished. The universe itself was enraged. It was determined to annihilate this individual. Boom! The immense thunder struck instantly, causing Zheng Hongyuan's countenance to change. Mistaking it for a formation, he attempted to evade, only to discover that wherever he went, the thunder had locked onto him. The tremendous noise reverberated through the heavens and the earth, and Zheng Honyuan let out a pained cry as countless fissures appeared upon his flesh, accompanied by an indescribable sense of dread. What was this? It was not merely a formation. It bore the semblance of a calamity befitting an emperor. In a fit of rage, Zheng Honyuan glared at the distant Wu Peng, but at that moment, Wu Peng was nowhere to be seen. The battle armor manifested on another figure, none other than Li Hao, who was merely testing the waters. Whether it succeeded or not was inconsequential. It could only be said that, at this moment, Zheng Honyuan was bearing the brunt of a greater and more direct surge of thunderous power. With a cold shout, he commanded, "Kill him." He then soared skyward without engaging. The other four rushed towards Zheng Honyuan with haste. As for Li Hao, he sought to absorb the power of the Grand Path. Such immense thunder was simply unfathomable. He needed to first draw upon the power of the Grand Path, frantically opening his meridians, strengthening himself to enhance his chances of vanquishing the opponent. He plunged into the midst of the thunder, and as it relentlessly assailed Zheng Honyuan, it left behind a plethora of Grand Path energies. It was Li Hao's first encounter with such an abundance of pure grand path power. He absorbed it with fervor. One by one, his meridians were rapidly opened. Those he had forcibly opened earlier were instantly stabilized. At this moment, it was not merely about attribute-less pathways. Any pathway would suffice. Li Hao cared not for distinctions. He opened whatever he encountered. 1, 2, and countless pathways were swiftly unlocked. Below, Zheng Hongyuan's piercing screams echoed, desperately resisting the fury of thunder. The power of the red moon within him was gradually eroded, and when it dissipated, the thunder would vanish as well. At this moment, he had no time to spare for others. The remaining few were also engaged in a frenzied assault. They left numerous wounds upon him, yet still struggled to slay a single heavenly king. He was so formidable that even several saints began to doubt whether he had transcended into the later stages of the heavenly king realm. It was an insurmountable challenge. Boom. The sound of explosions reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. Zheng Hongyuan continued to wail in agony, yet he persisted in his defense, bellowing, "You cannot kill me. You think mere thunder can slay me? You are delusional." Despite his body being severely scorched, he rapidly regenerated. The wounds inflicted by the saints were continually healing. In the skies above, Li Hao remained silent, continuing to open his meridians. The overwhelming force of the thunder mingled with the power of the Tao was immense. 3. 5. Li Hao disregarded everything. Even as he felt he could no longer bear the strain, he continued to open his meridians relentlessly. In the end, he could hardly keep track of how many he had opened. At this moment, the thunder had weakened considerably. Meanwhile, Zheng Hongyuan remained alive, swinging his whip to send the ninth commander flying, laughing heartily. "Do you think you are worthy of killing a heavenly king?" The others were filled with despair. "We cannot even kill him?" The ninth commander roared, unleashing a surge of energy, indicating the onset of self-detonation. He was furious. With the combined might of 5 saints, along with the previous 5 savage beasts, totaling 10 saints, and the assault of the thunder of the Tao, they were equivalent to a heavenly king. After battling this foe for so long, he was determined to perish in a glorious explosion. Just as he was about to unleash his self-destruct attack, suddenly, the heavens and the earth trembled violently. Everything around them was instantly unveiled. A long river materialized, a circular starry river. At this moment, a long sword appeared, infused with countless stars. In the sky, Li Hao had absorbed too much power from the Tao and was on the brink of collapse. A massive sword emerged from the cosmos. Li Hao let out a fierce roar, "Annihilate all life." The sword intent of the eternal swordmaster. In that instant, Zheng Hongyuan's expression changed drastically, as if he recalled something, as if he had glimpsed the past, reminiscent of the era when the sword sovereign wielded the silver moon. With a piercing cry, he turned to flee. Although he appeared relatively unscathed, he was, in truth, drained beyond measure, his flesh shattered by the thunder. This sword was more powerful than any preceding strike. Meanwhile, Li Hao's body continued to crack, yet he gritted his teeth. Escape? Where to? The city of war locked onto him. In an instant, the city of war materialized, suppressing the heavens and the earth. The words war heaven descended upon Li Hao like a weighty burden. With a thunderous sound, the war heaven army locked onto the surrounding void. Zheng Hongyuan's countenance changed drastically as he shouted, "If you kill me, my son will have no reservations and will surely kill you. My son has the hope of becoming an emperor. Li Hao, do you dare?" He referred to Zheng Yu. Li Hao let out a cold snarl. Swinging his sword, the heavens would crumble and the earth would quake. "Your son becoming an emperor? Nonsense. Before he can ascend, I shall slay him." At this moment, everything within him coalesced into this singular sword strike, a sword of unparalleled might, a sword that pierced through the void. The myriad powers erupted. Boom. A thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth, as Zheng Hongyuan, firmly anchored in place, unleashed a furious bellow, relentlessly swinging his fists and attempting to fend off the onslaught. The sword energy surged wildly, obliterating the path of the great Tao, yet in an instant, his arms vanished. His corporeal form shattered, and his strength continuously eroded. His body restored, only to be shattered again, and restored once more. This individual was tenfold more difficult to slay than a sage. With a resounding crash, a colossal sword swept across the cosmos, plunging the realm into silence. The area where Zheng Hongyuan had stood fell eerily quiet. The sword's brilliance dissipated, and tranquility enveloped the world. 5 sages, numerous immortals, and tens of thousands of warriors lay sprawled in the void, utterly astonished. Meanwhile, Li Hao's expression shifted dramatically as he let out a fierce roar. Kill. A flicker of feeble sword light erupted instantaneously. In the void, a fleeting shadow manifested, catching Zheng Hongyuan off guard. He had not anticipated this. Li Hao inwardly cursed. If you have never faced death, how can you comprehend that every fallen new martial powerhouse must make one last desperate stand? Whether through self-detonation or a final, anguished cry, you have nothing to offer except your claim that my son surely did not kill you. Damn. This person is truly difficult to kill. Zheng Hongyuan concentrated his mental energy. Although he had not perished, he was at his most vulnerable, yet the others were equally weakened. He quickly gathered himself and revealed a cold smile. It would be exceedingly challenging to slay me. Just as Li Hao and the others prepared to unleash their mental energy once more in an attempt to vanquish him, the void trembled. From the depths of the universe, a colossal star emerged, and in an instant, it transformed into a book. The great star morphed into a tome, instantly suppressing the cosmos with a thunderous sound. Zheng Hongyuan was taken aback, roaring in disbelief. Impossible. With a cataclysmic explosion, the star shattered, and Zheng Hongyuan's spiritual form was instantly obliterated. In the next moment, Li Hao and his companions surged forward, a cacophony echoing as the heavens trembled, and Zheng Hongyuan's cries of despair echoed throughout the universe. Yet, the shattered star vanished in an instant. Li Hao's expression shifted slightly as he glanced at the star, revealing a hint of confusion. The others shared in the bewilderment. What was this? With a resounding blast, a torrent of primal energies, kingly powers, immortal forces, and boundless spiritual energy surged throughout the universe. A king was finally worn down to his demise by Li Hao and his companions. Meanwhile, outside Hurricane City, Zhang looked up at the sky, spitting out a mouthful of blood that instantaneously turned to ash. He shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it. Inside Hurricane City, Hong Chen's countenance suddenly paled, muttering, "This cannot be. How could this be? Li Hao's faction could not possibly possess the power to slay a king. Even if they did, they could only contend with a fledgling king. If his conjecture was correct, that was his father, a being at least mid-stage king, perhaps even nearing the late stage. There was no way he could be vanquished by these individuals. No, that was absolutely incorrect. Perhaps I have misjudged. Yet, why do I feel a strange sense of blood connection? Impossible." His expression fluctuated, a twinge of panic creeping in for the first time. How could this be? At this moment, the heavens and the earth trembled as if celebrating something, the will of the heavens sweeping forth, and the power of the great Tao suddenly radiating in all directions. In that instant, the entire silver moon seemed to quake. A king had perished. Chapter 358. Ascending to harmony in the Haoxing realm, the very fabric of heaven and earth trembled, and the cosmos quivered faintly. The fall of a celestial king represented a form of nourishment for the nascent universe, a means of refining the great Tao. As if the Tao itself were analyzing this fallen king. At this moment, Li Hao and his companions were filled with laughter. Despite their injuries, Li Hao's physical form still fracturing under the immense explosive force, he wore a smile. This battle had been against formidable foes. Yet it was not as perilous as the confrontation at Boundless City. For in this encounter, Li Hao had orchestrated the entire affair from the outset. The time, the place, and the people were all in his favor. With the assistance of the enlightened, despite the strength of the adversary, they ultimately ground their opponent to dust. Danger, indeed, was not without its glimmers of hope. A smile lit up Li Hao's eyes as he surveyed the scattered celestial bodies around him. "Teachers, do you see this?" he mused. "Once upon a time, we nearly faced annihilation after slaying a few saints. Yet today we have vanquished a celestial king. Though aided by the new martial artists, they will soon become Silver Moon denizens. The new martial artists are no longer the primary force. In this battle, he had taken the helm. It was a stark contrast to the past when they sought others' aid. Now, he led them to eliminate traitors, becoming their core." Li Hao beamed with joy. The slaying of a celestial king signified not only a shift in power, but a transformation in mindset. His heart had expanded. The celestial king, the mightiest beneath the imperial sovereign. Regardless of past prowess, the present truth stood, being a mortal who could be slain. At this moment, his momentum began to manifest. The Tao had been relinquished, yet his spirit remained steadfast. Curiously, his momentum seemed to amplify, and subtle changes stirred within him. Although the specifics of these changes eluded him, He sensed an impending transition to the next tier. Having reached a pinnacle in the 9 layers of sun and moon, he felt on the verge of officially stepping into the next realm. Harmony. Indeed, harmony. He sensed that the 36 meridians he had unlocked were converging, as if to form a small sword. Once this sword was complete, he might officially enter the state of harmony, achieving parity with the saints. In the latter stages of sun and moon, one typically resides between the pinnacle of immortality and the realm of saints. Li Hao could slay saints due to his diverse arsenal and the numerous paths he mastered. In truth, Director Zhao, at the 7th layer of sun and moon, could scarcely contend with a saint, only managing to hold them off with great difficulty. Having already slain 10, defeated 100, battled 1,000, and traversed the mountains and seas of the sun and moon, Li Hao was on the brink of entering the next phase, officially achieving harmony. What is harmony? Harmony signifies the unification of the great Tao, with the foundation of attribute-less meridians and the 36 fundamental paths. After completing a cycle, all meridians open, merging into one, transforming into the embryonic form of attribute-less divine powers. This is harmony, Li Hao contemplated. 360 attribute-less pathways can coalesce into a complete swordsmanship divine ability. At this stage, in this era, it is likely that one could rival a half-emperor. A successful cycle of fusion signifies the formal entry into the realm of unity. Does it not? If the realm of unity is indeed divided into 9 levels, then perhaps 3,772 pathways correspond to the 2nd level, while 73,108 pathways pertain to the 3rd level, each aligning with the 3 tiers of sagehood. 109 pathways signify entry into the 4th level, comparable to the Celestial King tier, while 217 pathways mark the 7th level, akin to a half-emperor. Is this not so? Li Hao did not intend to overly delineate the levels. The realm is of little consequence as long as combat strength is achieved. It is only upon reaching 360 pathways that a monumental transformation occurs. Thus, this entire phase should be regarded as the stage of unity. Each level should involve the fusion of a single cycle of pathways. Consequently, at the 7th level of unity, one ought to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with a half-emperor, and even at the 9th level, one might still be on par with a half-emperor. Yet transcending to the emperor tier is impossible, for that represents an immense transformation. At this moment, Li Hao felt a vague understanding within. The formidable power of an emperor requires at least 360 pathways to be fully fused, thus forming a swordsmanship divine ability capable of contending with an emperor. The recently slain Zheng Hongyuan possessed a combat power at least between the 4th and 5th levels of unity, although Li Hao was merely at the 9th level of the sun and moon. The combat strength he could unleash at his peak was likely nearing that of the 3rd level of unity, as he had forcibly activated far too many pathways. With the aid of the great cosmos. In reality, Li Hao had already surpassed his realm in terms of combat prowess. However, the adversaries he encountered were consistently formidable, a fact that everyone seemed to overlook. Other sages resided between the 1st and 3rd levels of unity. Li Hao glanced at several sages lying in the void. These sages were, in fact, the most powerful, likely possessing the strength of the 2nd to 3rd levels of unity, while the others, including the 9th commander, barely reached the 1st level. The Old Tortoise and General Huai were probably around the 2nd level of unity, the realm of unity. In this moment, Li Hao formally established the name for this realm, encompassing the sages and celestial kings of Ur, as well as the half-emperor tier, for he had no desire to further subdivide it. Perhaps, in years to come, or even after countless years, as humanity progresses slowly, there will be a finer division of realms, as such delineation serves to inspire greater motivation. Otherwise, a singular realm of unity, after countless years of cultivation without advancement, would drive one to madness. New martial arts, in essence, reflect this as well. Whether sages, celestial kings, or even emperors, all are marked by the level of shattered spatial realms. In truth, consolidating this into a singular realm is of no consequence. Li Hao pondered, choosing not to dwell on such matters. He simply knew that he was on the verge of officially entering the realm of unity. 36 pathways began to formally fuse in the aftermath of this battle. Once completed, he would possess a foundational swordsmanship divine ability. Perhaps a subtle transformation would arise. The reason it is deemed subtle is that it constitutes merely a small cycle, rather than the completion of a grand cycle. Victory. In that very moment, Those soldiers and demonic plants around him erupted in jubilant cheers. They had triumphed. They had slain a celestial king. At this moment, all eyes were fervently fixed on Li Hao, filled with both madness and eagerness. Even during the zenith of the Battle Heaven army, they had never slain a heavenly king. At the peak of their power, the commander of the Battle Heaven army was merely at the pinnacle of the sacred Tao, not a heavenly king. The lord of Battle Heaven City and the head of the Wang family had barely crossed into the realm of the heavenly kings. In fact, the outside world remained oblivious, knowing only that in the Silver Moon realm, there existed but one emperor, alongside several at the sacred Tao pinnacle, while the heavenly kings were largely absent, most seeking breakthroughs into the emperor level or preparing for the emperor's tribulation. Yet today, they had slain a heavenly king, albeit one devoid of the source Tao. Still a heavenly king nonetheless. The absence of the source Tao for both Li Hao and his comrades was inconsequential. Their fervor remained unbridled. Everyone was exceedingly exhilarated. The death of this heavenly king symbolized that Li Hao's faction had ascended to a new echelon, rendering all main cities, save for the Red Dust faction, incapable of rivaling him. The world had officially entered a triadic phase: Red Dust, Crimson Moon, and Li Hao. From the initial chaos, where myriad factions vied for supremacy amidst countless powerful beings and ancient cities, the Silver Moon had now firmly established itself in this tripartite dominion. Both the Emperor and the Red Dust factions now severely constrained. The seemingly weakest faction, Li Hao's, was poised for a period of growth. Li Hao revealed a faint smile and declared, "Everyone, tend to your wounds and cleanse the battlefield. I need to meditate for a while." With that, he vanished into the void. In the distance, a long river wound through the cosmos, and Li Hao slipped into its depths, leaving no trace behind. The few remaining warriors exchanged glances, their eyes flickering with understanding. Li Hao was likely on the verge of a breakthrough. After an arduous battle against formidable foes, slaying saints and even a heavenly king, his spirit and energy had reached a pinnacle. With the 9 levels of the sun and moon, Li Hao was poised to officially step into the next tier. They said little, merely recovering enough to begin clearing the battlefield. The demise of a heavenly king left behind an abundance of wealth, not to mention the treasures they might possess. Even the flesh, bones, and energy were invaluable. In the current era, it was rare for the human race to directly harvest the flesh of their foes, yet in these times of severed ties, with the adversaries being traitors and the only slain heavenly king, who would care? Zheng Hongyuan is dead, and Zheng Gong has been killed. Our enmity with the Zheng family is now irreconcilable. The old tortoise suddenly lamented. The Zheng family had 4 members. The eldest had ventured out, perhaps avoiding the corrupting influence of the other 3, or he might have fallen to the sword master on his last outing. Among those who remained in the Silver Moon world, only Zheng Yu still drew breath. This Zheng family scion was likely the embodiment of Red Dust, also a heavenly king, and potentially even more formidable than his father. In this age of severed origins, his swift ascent to the heavenly king level, possibly even half-emperor, was quite alarming, indicating Zheng Yu's extraordinary talent. Meanwhile, Li Fuhai caressed his broken horn, feeling a pang of sorrow. Upon hearing the old tortoise, he scoffed coldly. "And what of it? Are you afraid of that Zheng Yu?" Zheng Hongyuan remarked that his son possesses the demeanor of an emperor. If he truly had the confidence to surmount the tribulation of the imperial sovereign, why would he need to devise intricate plans? If he were indeed unparalleled in the world, he could ascend to the rank of imperial sovereign in the new martial era and engage in battle within the Crimson Moon Great World, potentially advancing even further into the deeper realms of sovereignty. The fact that the opponent is acting with such stealth indicates a lack of assurance. Thus there is nothing to fear. He, after all, is unafraid. In the post-new martial era, those who dread the imperial sovereign tribulation and hesitate to face it have nothing to fear. The human king established the tribulation not to extinguish the hopes of the new marshal, but rather, in stark contrast, he embodies the vision of a great sovereign. As long as one's temperament, strength, and abilities meet the criteria, and one successfully navigates the tribulation, he may even be permitted to depart freely, laden with power and prowess. If you possess the capability, you could even traverse to other universes, much like the sun god, unrestrained by anyone, not even the human king. Lacking such capabilities, one must patiently remain within the new martial world, under the protection of the human king and his kin. The old tortoise mused, while it is said so. If we were to take Zheng Hongyuan's words at face value, then Zhengyu may indeed have crossed into the realm of a half-emperor. Regardless of his temperament, a half-emperor, even at their weakest, would not be someone we could contend with. This is indeed a fact. Li Fuhai nodded, acknowledging that without their original source, their progress has been exceedingly slow. At that moment, Li Fuhai suddenly gazed into the starry expanse and declared, "The path of the original source holds no future. It is not that the path is flawed, but rather that we are currently unable to extract the source for cultivation. Are we to rely on slaying saints or heavenly kings for advancement? Slaying even a heavenly king would barely suffice for a single upgrade. Yet, the new avenues of existence and the nascent universe are burgeoning." Upon hearing this, several individuals were stirred. The old tortoise softly remarked, "Shall we, the pathless, emulate the old king? Simply exchange our physical forms?" To which Li Fuhai responded with exasperation, "You are indeed naive. Our lack of a path is not of paramount importance." "What?" he questioned. "The path is merely a connection point. We possess the original avenue, which does not conflict with the new path. As long as it traverses the universe and establishes a fixed passage, one can fabricate a great star of any path. Inserting it into this river of stars, whatever path you envision, that becomes the path." Li Fuhai, as someone who has garnered extensive experience and exposure, continued, "For instance, in the realm of fire, if you employ the original avenue to penetrate the fire domain and fabricate a great star of fire, the nascent universe currently exhibits minimal repulsion. After operating for a while, it will indeed become the path of fire. However, as the great avenue strengthens, opportunities will diminish, because a powerful universe will naturally repel foreign entities. To illustrate," he added, "consider a turtle. In its vulnerable youth, if you implant a ball in its flesh, it will come to believe this is its natural state. Yet, when it matures, if you attempt to impose another ball upon it, will it not retaliate fiercely?" The old tortoise, uninterested, chose to disregard this analogy. "Why bother? I have not provoked you. Your example is utterly nonsensical, though its qualifications may be ancient. This individual is not without merit. Coupled with a dual emperor's status, perhaps even a trifecta, it is beyond reproach. How could a mere soul of a divine weapon possibly compare? Thus, one can only acquiesce in resignation." Li Fuhai then turned to the others and remarked, "At present, we are still saints. Our combat prowess and understanding of the great Tao remain formidable. We can still force our way into the cosmic realm of the Tao. However, as time progresses and the Tao grows stronger, should we find ourselves unable to assert our presence, we will have no choice but to reconstruct our physical forms and emerge as the new generation of humanity, starting from scratch. Although our progress may be swifter than others, to regain the combat power of saints, we must cultivate to a higher echelon beneath the sun and moon. Pray tell, how much time do you believe that would consume?" The others fell into contemplative silence. Li Fuhai chuckled, seemingly unconcerned, muttering, "A bunch of inexperienced youngsters. It's no wonder you can only toil as mere foot soldiers in the land of the silver moon." The group was left speechless. However, the ninth master was undeterred. Frowning as he said, "The senior is also in the silver moon." Li Fuhai laughed. "It's different. Of course, I am not referring to your Li family. My purpose in coming to the silver moon is distinct. I am neither exiled nor without options. I am here for the new world, filled with opportunities. And I aspire to become the king of the demon race in this realm. The sword sovereign shall reign as the lord of the world. While I merely seek to claim the title of demon king, perhaps even a false emperor. Alas, the sword sovereign failed to devour the world. And thus I gained nothing, a tremendous loss indeed." Expressing his regret, he continued, "You have no idea. In the past, to secure this position, my Waterforce Divine clan, with 2 emperors personally intervening, sought the favor of the human king, the Tsang Emperor, the Supreme One, and the Southern Emperor, among other powerful figures, even bestowing a substantial amount of resources to the Sword Sovereign. Otherwise, he would have been on the brink of starvation. In the end, we garnered nothing, a truly grievous setback." At this point, he chuckled again. "Fortunately, opportunities still abound." The ninth master was taken aback. "You actually spent money?" "I was unaware." Naturally, such dealings between emperors would not be common knowledge. Who would have thought? While they were unwilling to venture into the desolate lands, the Waterforce family had gone so far as to personally approach the human king, the Tsang Emperor, and the Supreme One to solicit their assistance. This was indeed extraordinary. The Sword Sovereign would undoubtedly have to show them due respect. Li Fuhai, brimming with audacity, possessed every right to be so. Observing their silence, he added, "Opportunities are right before us. Why hesitate? How can one achieve greatness whilst lingering in uncertainty? A bunch of ignorant fools. Whether it be the original Tao, the inner world Tao, the new Tao, or the old, whether it be new martial arts or primitive ones, what significance does it truly hold? Even if you have cultivated the path of the red moon, at a critical moment, a well-timed strike against it will earn you the praise of the human king. In this new era of martial arts, there are still primitive martial artists and those of the original strength. The sword sovereign stands as an anomaly, having cultivated no specific Tao, yet achieving unity among myriad paths. How could he not succeed?" The ninth master raised an eyebrow slightly. "The Tao of the Li family can still be regarded as the original Tao." "Nonsense," Li Fuhai retorted without hesitation, showing no respect to this junior. Nor did he feel it necessary. He directly insulted. What original Tao has the sword sovereign cultivated? Long ago, he had already consumed the Tao, assimilating 3 paths and a bridge into himself. Only the eternal sword exists in this world. Having long since traversed a unique path, the great power now resides within oneself. Perhaps ushering in a new cosmic realm, or perhaps embodying a self-contained universe. Why does the sword master of this universe hesitate to consume the silver moon? Perhaps he deems it unnecessary, as he may be nurturing the cosmic path within himself. The ninth master was momentarily taken aback, as were the others. What? Nurturing the universe within oneself? How could that be possible? However, Li Fuhai, disinterested in further discourse, merely glanced at the fallen demonic flora nearby and suddenly inquired, "What do you think about that little redwood?" Upon hearing this, the distant redwood instantly replied, "I shall obey your lordship's command." "Damn it! You can outdo me in this too. You have a bright future ahead." Li Fuhai, indifferent to further conversation, closed his eyes in contemplation. Contemplating the urgency of switching paths while the crowd was sparse, he pondered over which area to occupy. His gaze was sharp. The river of the great path, at present, was scarce and incomplete. He must select a region to establish dominance. In truth, he desired the water element area, but he understood that it would likely be claimed by Li Hao's direct lineage. That would not do. If he sought the water element, he might end up sharing it with others in the future and could end up with nothing substantial. He was not adept with blades, spears, or halberds either. The attributes of wind, thunder, light, and darkness were similarly unsuitable, as Li Hao's subordinates were also practitioners of those abilities. As various thoughts flashed through his mind, he turned his attention back to the Great Path region, gazing towards the river of land. After a prolonged moment, his heart stirred. It mattered little which area Li Hao occupied. A person like Li Hao would not confine himself to a single region, but would strategize across the board. For the demon race and himself alike, other domains were not his forte, and cultivation therein would not yield smooth progress. However, what about the physical body? Yes, the physical body. He vanished in an instant, reappearing in a small region where few were dedicated to cultivating the path of the physical form. Only a handful of direct descendants remained. Within the vast river, the physical body area bore a faint milky glow, with very few stars present, most of which were diminutive. The only relatively larger star belonged to Li Hao himself, while the others were feeble. This region paled in comparison to the 5 elemental domains, or other attribute-based abilities, and even fell short of the sword and blade area. Yet, Li Fuhai's eyes sparkled with a hint of joy for the demon race. This place was indeed favorable. The physical body would undoubtedly emerge as a mainstream pursuit in the future, even if not everyone aspired to possess a formidable physical form. Strength in the physical realm was undoubtedly a concern for all. If he could dominate the physical body region, that would present a tremendous opportunity. He cautiously glanced back. At this moment, those few simpletons likely had not considered the depth of the situation. Li Jejun, the 9th descendant of the Li family and a fellow clansman of Li Hao, was so engrossed in his sword practice that he probably hadn't thought much about it. And even if he did, it would likely be in terms of the sword path. The sword path is not weak. In fact, it is quite strong. Yet the number of sword practitioners is overwhelming, with many direct descendants under Li Hao also dedicated to swordsmanship. Currently, there are few qualified to vie with him for the path of the physical form. This place is mine. It began to gather the immense power of the Great Way, collecting the scattered milky white essence of the corporeal body, and commenced forging its own stars. Although it had yet to transition to a new path, it was prudent to prepare adequately. Upon emerging from its seclusion, Li Hao declared his intent to change paths, instantaneously shifting his trajectory, connecting with the stars, and transitioning to a new way. Opportunities are reserved for those who are well prepared. As it busied itself, shortly thereafter, a figure, or rather a creature, appeared in a vibrant area brimming with life force. It gazed towards the elder bull, as the red fur transformed into human form, somewhat bashful and humbly inquired, "Esteemed Sea Guardian, what do you think of my choice of this life-rich region?" The elder bull sighed, recognizing the talent of the demon plant lineage. Unfortunately, General Huai seemed less astute than this individual. What a pity for your ancestor who followed King Huai. Choosing this location is indeed wise. The path of life is of paramount importance in any era. Reflect on whether anyone might contest you for this ground, and whether you can prevail against them. The red fur contemplated, casting its gaze towards the distant imperial guardian, who was laboring innocently. That fellow appeared rather naive, yet he was the first to support Li Hao. If it were to seize this life region, perhaps Li Hao would remain indifferent. However, it could also allow the other to establish roots here, sharing the life territory in the future. Yet, how could two share when one could dominate entirely? For demon plants, one must choose between the path of life or the path of wood. However, the path of the five elements is saturated with practitioners. While the path of life seems to be without competitors presently, it found itself conflicted and hesitant, uncertain if it could indeed contend with the imperial guardian, which could lead to complications. Might the elder provide some guidance? The demon plant lineage had long been devoid of strong figures. As part of the demon race, it hoped for the elder's continued mentorship. The human race has always occupied the rightful place in the world, and while the demon race refrained from contention, its strength might one day afford opportunities to stand tall in the universe. Li Fuhai, observing its potential, was somewhat taken aback. It was quite remarkable for a wild demon plant to possess such insight. Producing a talented demon from the demon plant lineage is exceedingly rare. After some reflection, it acknowledged that competition for the life path would be fierce, with many demon plants and even humans vying for it due to its significance. I recommend you consider another path, one that may be overlooked yet suitable for the demon plant lineage, such as chaos. What? The red fur was taken aback. What do you mean by chaos? Have you not seen that the chaos lineage has already emerged? Few seem to care, often dismissing it as the domain of savage beasts. Yet I must inform you that within the cosmic expanse, there exist immensely powerful savage beasts. One such beast resembles a sovereign of worlds, thriving in the cosmos and chaos, exhibiting unparalleled strength. My grandfather once ventured beyond the new martial realm and traversed the cosmos, where he fortuitously encountered a wandering chaos tree. For your demon plant lineage, rooting in the chaotic universe would be an ideal match. Demon plants possess substantial potential. Of course, it requires a gamble to emerge from the universe. Otherwise, in the small worlds, or even the vast one, the future remains limited. Yet, if one dares to gamble and successfully escapes this world to enter the cosmos, that would be extraordinary. The opportunity arises. You command chaos, take root in chaos, and at that time, even the life tree or the wood path tree would pale in comparison to the chaos tree. The red fur felt a stirring within its heart. A gamble. Betting on Li Hao's ability to emerge from the silver moon, to transcend the confines of his small world, and even to navigate the chaos itself, is a distant hope. When that time arrives, he shall wield the power of chaos, and opportunities will abound. Yet, at present, this seems somewhat far-fetched. He glanced at the sea of power, the life and wood realms, which are indeed better suited for demonic plants. Was this individual truly intending to suppress me, or was this genuine advice? Nevertheless, there is merit in their words. At this moment, no one is concerned with the chaos realm. In fact, it is unknown that a path of chaos has even been born. No one is vying for it, as there has been little interaction regarding it. As for the great wilderness king, he has had some contact, but it hardly counts as direct lineage. Even if one were to genuinely surrender and cultivate the path of chaos, it would merely be as a vassal. Thoughts flickered and struggled within him. Ultimately, he merely wished to be a lord within his small world, yet choosing the chaos realm necessitates a yearning for Li Hao to venture further, to carry the path beyond the heavens and the world. The life realm is indeed something he deeply craves. Turning his gaze once more to the foolish imperial guardian, who had arrived even earlier than himself, he realized that the opportunities here were scant. As a wise tree, He understood that sometimes victory is elusive, not due to strength, but rather due to emotional ties. After much contemplation, he made his decision. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder. I shall explore the vicinity of the Chaos Realm. It holds promise. The Sea of Power chuckled, for this gamble depends on Li Hao's ability to transcend the world, to defeat the Emperor. Otherwise, the Chaos Realm in this world is undoubtedly inferior to others. He had not chosen the path of flesh, which was quite commendable. The Chaos Realm harbors too great a risk. It is far better suited for those of lesser strength who yearn for recognition within the demonic plant lineage. Should they succeed, they would feast. Should they fail, they would not suffer significant losses, especially considering that the demonic plant lineage is not solely represented by the redwood. The redwood said nothing further, swiftly vanishing, not directly seeking the Chaos Realm, but instead approaching the Imperial Guardian, casually extending a favor, allowing him to engage more with the life realm, preparing for a path exchange. Although the demonic plants lack a path vein, they can connect to a region through their essence, artificially creating stars. As the Sea of Power suggested, while the great paths remain weak, they will naturally merge as they grow stronger. Guiding the Imperial Guardian into the realm of life, the redwood then vanished, continuing its search for the exceedingly weak Chaos Realm. Presently, it seems that Li Hao is the sole practitioner of the new path of chaos amidst the vastness of existence. In this grand river of time, he is but an inconspicuous fragment, making the search arduous and seemingly devoid of promise. Thus, no one would contest with him for it. At this moment, the demon clan began to take action. The ninth commander and his companions fell into deep contemplation. After an indeterminate time, the old tortoise suddenly spoke. A massive star has recently emerged from the depths of the universe. It must be a powerful being who has cultivated the new path, a sage of considerable caliber, perhaps even more than an ordinary sage. In the final moments, this great star suppressed the adversary with immense strength. At the very least, it is a sage. The opponent is also a practitioner of the new path. Yet Li Hao seemed unaware of the significance of this revelation. Who could it be that has successfully integrated the essence of the great Tao on behalf of another? Those familiar with the new Tao understand the intricacies of this integration. Some have speculated about the existence of a formidable being possessing the combat prowess of the sacred Tao. However, many find it hard to believe that this individual has achieved such an integration. Commander Zhou nodded, acknowledging the unspoken thoughts shared among them. There was no need to elaborate further. The individual in question may have their own reasons for remaining silent. Commander Zhou then inquired about the opinions of the two mentioned by the envoy of Zhenhai. General Huai contemplated briefly before responding. There is merit in this notion. Whether it be the new Tao or the old Tao, both ultimately serve the purpose of empowering oneself. As long as the heart remains steadfast, one need not be confined by form. I concur with this perspective. The limitations of the original Tao in this era are indeed quite pronounced. Clearly, he was in agreement. The old tortoise sighed and added, I too suggest that we seize the opportunity while the new Tao universe is still in its infancy. If we delay, we may find ourselves unable to integrate when it becomes robust, leading to complications down the line. This time, the heavenly monarch had met his demise here, prompting several to consider that perhaps a change was indeed in order. The constraints of the original Tao had become evident, without its enhancement and continuous supply. Even the strongest of heavenly monarchs would find their endurance wanting. Moreover, after a battle, recovery might take an extended period, as evidenced by their current situation. In contrast, Li Hao and his companions were recovering rapidly. Why was this so? The great Tao universe was present, allowing them to draw upon its power. Commander Zhou contemplated for a moment before nodding. Let us discuss this further when he emerges. The group fell into silence, each absorbed in their thoughts. The city had cast its vote. The soldiers had cast theirs, the people had spoken, and now even the great Tao had made its choice. At this juncture, there was nothing more to be done. Meanwhile, Li Hao remained oblivious to the contemplations of his peers. At this moment, within him, the 36 Tao veins were rapidly merging. Gradually, a sword materialized, taking on a tangible form. The 36 Tao veins, akin to 36 colossal dragons, began to fuse, not in a scattered manner, but in a way that fortified Li Hao's flesh, blood, bones, and overall vitality. This small sword danced within him, and Li Hao sensed a transformation in his strength. Powerful sword intent surged forth from him, resonating with a thunderous boom that seemed to reverberate through the great Tao universe, marking the birth of a new realm. Li Hao became the first individual to officially ascend to the level of Tao integration within the new Tao. As for the formidable celestial body that had previously existed, while powerful, it had not truly achieved the level of Tao integration. It merely amplified its inherent divine abilities upon its transfer. This is the realm of Tao integration, Li Hao murmured. At that moment, the great river of Tao trembled slightly, as if his voice echoed across the stars. In an instant, all cultivators who had opened their Tao veins and possessed a life star, those existing at the level of the mountain and sea, suddenly found a singular thought emerging in their minds. Tao integration. After the sun and the moon, there exists Tao integration. Someone had crossed into this exalted level. The hearts of the mountain and sea powerhouses stirred. This world had birthed its first Tao integrator. In the world of Silver Moon, the crowd, once filled with concern, suddenly exhaled in relief, with someone murmuring, "The Marquis has attained the Tao of harmony." They understood that it must have been Li Hao. As for the reason behind this transformation, who could say? Perhaps the Marquis has gained greater mastery over the great Tao. At this moment, everyone felt a sense of tranquility. Not only had the Marquis survived, but he had also ascended to the realm of harmony, officially stepping into a domain comparable to that of the saints. A joyous occasion indeed. Simultaneously, in the west, the group, led by Yue, suddenly halted. She gazed up at the sky, her expression shifting as she murmured, "Tao of harmony." Beside her, the sword immortals wore expressions of complexity. They too had cultivated the new path, and thus opened their Tao veins. At this moment, they also perceived the echoing voice of Will resonating from the cosmos. After the sun and moon, there lies the Tao of harmony. Someone had indeed entered this exalted realm. Certainly. It must be Li Hao. Such terrifying prowess. In truth, they were not weak. Several leaders among them had nearly reached the solar and lunar realms. However, with 36 Tao veins, from the 10th onward, one would enter the realm of the solar and lunar, continuing to the 36th, which still lay within the Tao of harmony. How difficult it was to ascend to this level. How long had Li Hao been cultivating? Yet now, he had stepped into the realm of harmony, even influencing everyone around him. This was indeed formidable. Not far from these individuals, some divine beings suddenly changed countenance. The Tao of harmony, the divinities, born of the great Tao, now heard the voice resonating through the starry cosmos, signifying a shift in the new path. The sun and moon were no longer the limits, but the Tao of harmony had become the ultimate frontier. At this moment, even the heavens and earth trembled. Previously, when the celestial king perished, there had been a tremor in the cosmos, as if in celebration. Now, with the emergence of a being of harmony, the world shook once more. As the will of heaven swept across the surroundings, the moon goddess, who had previously garnered some favor from the heavenly will, now found her expression shifting. She sensed the divine favor drifting away from her. The heavenly will was indeed a tangible reality. With the alteration of the heavenly path, someone had surged ahead of all others, swiftly advancing to become a formidable being of harmony, perhaps the first saint since the birth of the new Tao. As for the existing divine beings, they were merely strong in their original paths, not true practitioners of the sacred Tao. At this juncture, how could the heavenly will not abandon these individuals? It was evident that the heavenly will was supremely pragmatic. In the north, the king of Dali likely faced a similar fate, as the heavenly will was departing from him as well. Tao of harmony, the moon goddess murmured, gritting her teeth. He had ascended too rapidly. Furthermore, with his entry into the realm of harmony, the stability of the heavens and earth had increased. Previously, the cosmos had been frail, but now it seemed to have regained its former strength. Was he no longer afraid? With Li Hao's ascension, the heavens appeared to stabilize alongside him. And on the side of the great wilderness, the chaos had dissipated significantly. Li Hao seemed less apprehensive than before. His choice to ascend was clear evidence. Li Hao represented the zenith of the combat prowess of the new Tao. Consequently, as before, some ancient avatars could emerge, including those from the mundane world. Even if their strength did not match Li Hao's, some immortal beings, or even their true forms, could step forth. While saints might still encounter some challenges, the pinnacle of immortality could very well allow their true forms to emerge from the remnants of the past. Li Hao no longer restricts himself, does he? Why? His confidence seems boundless, enabling him to confront those immortal beings. Although he has previously slain sages, his victory over the sage of the divine kingdom was, in truth, A cunning maneuver. The moon goddess pondered, her expression growing increasingly intricate. Can one who has transcended to the realm of unity still seek vengeance? The crux lies in the fact that this individual wields the power of the great Tao, while the deities remain in a phase of exploration, lacking profound understanding. Should this continue, if the essence of his life star is discovered by the adversary, he might be struck down from afar. On this day, nearly all the new practitioners of the Tao sensed a change. Even those who heard no sound felt their cultivation progressing with unprecedented ease. As the chaos dissipated and with the demise of several sages, energy began to overflow, making the energies of heaven and earth seem far more abundant, facilitating the cultivation for many. Continuously, individuals experienced breakthroughs, albeit unaware of the reasons. Some speculated that it might be related to Li Hao's relocation of the city, preparing for the unification of the 5 continents. Suddenly, Li Hao's legend grew ever more mythical. In the Silver City, high above, beneath the seal and beneath the Star Gate, an ancient entity abruptly opened its eyes, murmuring, "Is the world awakening once more?" A good omen. Previously, the resurgence of the world had been interrupted, but now it had commenced anew. With the revival of the world and the release of energy, the seal would grow increasingly fragile. While a secondary resurgence may not completely shatter the seal, a third might indeed achieve that. The Red Moon Emperor revealed a hint of a smile, which quickly transformed into an expression of concern. The power of the Red Moon within the Silver Moon realm had weakened significantly. It seemed Li Hao might truly eradicate the influence of the Red Moon. This individual could not be allowed to remain. Chapter 359. Vengeance in person. Within the realm of the Radiant Star, the great Tao galaxy trembled momentarily. Li Hao emerged from the starry expanse, his aura now more potent than before. He appeared increasingly ethereal, with the 36 paths fully merging to form a small sword. At this juncture, he had officially stepped into the first level of unity. Each progression within this realm could be subdivided into numerous minor stages. However, Li Hao was indifferent to such classifications. Not only had these 36 paths been established, but during his recent battle, he had activated numerous acupoints. Some of these acupoints closed automatically, yet many remained open alongside the paths he had completed. Next, he aimed to seek the second minor cycle, continuing to explore the 36 paths and advance to the next stage of cultivation. Alternatively, he could pursue the grand cycle of 360 paths and open the acupoints of the grand cycle. Nevertheless, completing the grand cycle was exceedingly time-consuming and laborious. It would be wiser to finish the minor cycle first. This way, each stage would yield a small transformation, with neither approach being inherently superior. In terms of combat prowess, both would yield an increase, depending on personal choice and necessity. For Li Hao, initiating the minor cycle seemed more appropriate at this moment, as the grand cycle required the completion of all 360 acupoints to enhance combat capability, whereas the minor cycle would grant an increase in strength upon opening just one path. As he stepped out, his gaze subtly shifted towards the distance. The force of the sea and the redwoods at the edge seemed to be engaged in some form of cultivation. He turned his head, a flicker of emotion stirring within him. In the next moment, the force of the sea sensed Li Hao's presence, instantly opening its eyes and vanishing from its original spot. Reappearing before Li Hao, a smile evident in its bovine eyes. Has the Lord exited seclusion? Congratulations. It was merely a breakthrough at a minor checkpoint. Li Hao smiled faintly. He had not truly entered the realm of unity with the sun and moon. In truth, he had always possessed the power of unity, so the enhancement was not particularly significant. Nonetheless, it indeed marked a substantial advancement in his realm. The level of unity, in any era, belonged to the strong. The old bull continued to extend his congratulations, disregarding Li Hao's modesty, and added, "My lord, it seems that the path of the corporeal body is somewhat ungoverned, with no one primarily cultivating it, merely serving as a supplementary path. How about I, the old bull, condense the great star of the corporeal body and stabilize the realm of the corporeal path?" Li Hao's heart stirred. He had not even broached this topic. Yet the force of the sea was proactively seeking to exchange paths. After contemplating for a moment, Li Hao replied, "That is acceptable, but the corporeal body is vital. Whether for the demon race or the human race, both are exceedingly important. Currently, there is no pressing need for everyone, so it can wait." The old bull understood. The force of the sea nodded. In the future, there shall be no restrictions on others cultivating the corporeal path. The path is vast, with countless stars. I shall merely specialize, not monopolize a sector. Li Hao regarded it for a while before finally saying, "Do as you wish." The force of the sea smiled, choosing not to speak further. Having gained Li Hao's approval was sufficient. The future would unfold in due course. One could not forcibly strip away another's right to cultivate. After all, why should their tardiness affect him? Meanwhile, Li Hao glanced again at the distant redwood, feeling another stir within him. Was that fellow delving into chaos? To be honest, he had only just begun to explore the path of chaos himself. It was rather weak. Selecting any area as a primary path would surpass his current understanding of chaos. The redwood was intriguing. Of course, chaos should not be weak. However, since Li Hao did not specialize in this path, but rather practiced comprehensively, he generally would not delve deeply into it. If someone dedicated themselves to this path, their achievements would likely be commendable. It was somewhat surprising that the redwood had not opted for the wood or life systems, but not unexpected that it chose to cultivate a new path. He said nothing more and soared into the void. Moments later, he landed in the city of War Sky. Within the city, the soldiers had returned, and several strong individuals were already present. At this moment, the ninth commander stepped forward, presenting a storage ring. This only contains some of Zheng Hongyuan's blood and flesh power. The power of immortality holds no other treasures. His 9-section whip was also shattered and was not worn with the storage ring. It may have been left in the ruins of Star Town. Li Hao nodded slightly. This was indeed possible. However, it was insufficient. He glanced into the void and inquired, "In the previous encounter, we did not completely eradicate Zheng Hongyuan. Has his fundamental path now entirely subsided and vanished?" Previously, everyone had been somewhat drained. Li Hao found it challenging to present the essence of the opponent's fundamental path. Now, he was left pondering one point. This person had been dead for some time. Was their path still lingering in place? The ninth commander spoke. "After death, the great Tao may linger in the realm of demise. However, this place is the Haoxing realm. It remains uncertain whether it will expel the opponent's original Tao, or if there are other factors at play." Li Hao nodded in agreement. "Let us test this notion. When dealing with such individuals, one must eradicate them entirely, leaving no room for future repercussions. I believe severing his Tao at this moment may attract the attention of that worldly figure, Zheng Yu. He may only harbor suspicions now. Yet should we cut off Zheng Hongyuan's path, he will undoubtedly come to know the truth. Presently, Zheng Yu may not be entirely certain. He might possess some awareness, but it is unlikely to be clear. Once the Tao of the Heavenly King is severed, especially that of his father, he will be fully aware of the situation." Li Hao chuckled. Am I to fear his madness, should he force his way out, only for the Red Moon Sovereign to emerge and plunge the world into chaos? Suddenly, a cold smile graced Li Hao's lips. Let him emerge. The first to perish will be him, the worldly Zheng Yu. I seek to incite his fury and madness. If he chooses to confront me due to his father's demise, I shall await his arrival. All of this stems from that group of rascals. The deaths of Yuan Shuo and the others were largely due to this fellow. Had Zheng Yu not relentlessly pursued a second revival, had he not orchestrated the invasion of the four nations, had he not sought to slaughter all under heaven, and forced the early revival of Li Hao's faction, why would he have aggressively attacked the boundless city at that time? He harbors no animosity toward anyone else, yet his disdain for Zheng Yu and his ilk, second only to the Red Moon, even rivals it, filling him with boundless loathing. He bears little resentment toward the Red Moon Sovereign. After all, they are adversaries. They're to invade. It is merely a matter of principle. Eliminate them and be done with it. Why harbor any ill will? Yet with Zheng Yu, Li Hao's feelings are steeped in hatred. Not sensing this, I find it utterly futile. He must become aware of it. Li Hao spoke softly. Not only shall I ensure he perceives it, but I will also make him witness the flesh, bones, and power of his father consumed by us. I want him to understand that it was I who killed his father and his second brother, and he shall be next. Li Hao delivered these words with an unsettling calmness, yet the ninth commander's expression shifted slightly as he remarked, cultivating the Tao and nurturing the heart, I remain tranquil. Li Hao replied with serenity, there is no need for the ninth commander to say more. I am fully aware of my actions. In the past, some advised me against letting hatred transform me into a machine of slaughter. However, I have long since understood, I shall not descend into mindless killing, yet I require vengeance. I seek retribution to achieve inner peace. I am neither saint nor demon. I am a martial artist of the Jianghu. One must pay with life for the lives taken. If one has the ability, they avenge. If not, they must relinquish. It's that simple. As I traverse the Jianghu, I regard life and death with indifference. Where is the notion of falling into demonic paths? Such counsel is unnecessary. He is aware of his actions, fully conscious of his choices, and he will not lose control. Every decision he makes is clear and deliberate. However, such words caused the ninth commander to change color slightly. At this moment, Li Hao spoke with an unsettling calmness that only heightened the sense of dread. After the deaths of Yuan Shuo and the others, Li Hao underwent a transformation. What kind of transformation? His heart was clear, unburdened by attachments. At this moment, Li Hao embodied the essence of a merciless Tao. He was merely a cultivator. And in the grand scheme of existence, aside from vengeance, nothing else seemed worth mentioning. Li Hao had vanished, his voice resonating. I endeavor to materialize the path of the Heavenly King. I beseech your assistance to sever this path. There shall be a surge of primordial essence. Shanxi and Di Wei, your efforts in thwarting the enemy are commendable. Though not sages, you may draw from this essence. If Shanxi can ascend to the sacred path, it would herald another sage among the demon plant lineage. In the distance, the redwood was suddenly enraptured with joy. To sever a heavenly king's path would undoubtedly release a copious amount of primordial power, even if it paled in comparison to the past. Even if it had been nearly depleted by Zhang Hanyuan, a heavenly king remained a heavenly king, an everlasting entity. Indeed, the gamble had paid off. Opportunity had arrived. Should one ascend to the level of a sage, the subsequent path could lead to the realm of harmony. It swiftly reappeared on the original battlefield. Meanwhile, Li Hao surveyed the surroundings, pondering deeply, as the forces of the great Tao converged, seemingly sweeping through the void. The path of the heavenly king had not been entirely severed. Its presence remained uncertain. He needed to investigate further. After a thorough exploration, he found nothing amiss. Li Hao furrowed his brow, questioning whether it had truly vanished. Was it lost? His understanding of the primordial Tao was limited. For instance, if a new Tao practitioner perished, would the Tao vein remain intact? Who could say? It might still exist, or perhaps close off its connection to the Haoxing realm. Even now, Li Hao could not ascertain with certainty. Perhaps it had been expelled from the Haoxing realm, toward the direction of the Star Suppression City ruins. A thought stirred within him. Perhaps at the moment of death, it was cast out. Previously, upon slaying Wu Peng, the Tao had lingered even after the latter's demise. With this realization, he instantaneously became a conduit, opening a passage and disappearing from the spot, followed closely by the others. At this moment, in the great wilderness, the chaos was beginning to recede. However, it had not vanished entirely. Although diminished, it still lingered, now considerably more tenuous. Above the ruins of Star Suppression City, Li Hao and his companions appeared. Li Hao attuned himself to the cosmos, silently perceiving his surroundings, when suddenly, his gaze shifted, revealing a hint of a smile. In the next moment, with a wave of his hand, the power of the great Tao spread forth, gradually manifesting an immensely broad celestial pathway, extending into the boundless darkness, perhaps leading to the primordial universe. Yet, this primordial universe was currently severed from their reach. Even upon reaching its end, they would encounter only infinite void and darkness. Unable to return to the primordial realm, all present inhaled deeply at the sight of the pathway. The old tortoise spoke solemnly. It is only the primordial universe that has vanished. Otherwise, given the strength of this fellow's Tao, he would likely transcend into the later stages of the heavenly king. Alas, without the augmentation of primordial power, his combat prowess remains formidable yet restrained. At that moment, a shadow emerged, faintly visible upon the ethereal Tao, revealing none other than Zhang Hanyuan. Though Zhang Hanyuan had perished, it was merely in the conventional sense of death. The Tao persisted. Should the primordial universe reconnect, or should someone be willing to expend a significant amount of primordial power, the Tao remained, and this individual could still be resurrected. To sever his path, only the master of the world could effectuate a revival. In other words, severing his path. The only ones capable of resurrecting him are the new martial king and the Tsang emperor. Yet, how could that be possible? Li Hao chuckled. At this moment, the ethereal figure upon the great path exhibited no resistance, as if awakening from an obscured state, perceiving Li Hao and his companions. A voice echoed from the void. Have my flesh and spirit both perished, leaving no chance for revival? The great path manifested, and the marks of resurrection emerged. This was not a favorable sign. Although granted a fleeting moment of clarity, It signified that the opponent had no intention of letting him go. Li Hao uttered nothing, as a small sword appeared in his grasp, advancing step by step into the void. At this moment, his voice was calm. I have promised certain individuals that the new martial practitioners, though not traitors, will have their paths preserved as much as possible. And you do not fall under this category. Li Hao, you are unleashing the malevolence of a quasi-emperor. You sever my path. My son shall never be so naive. Li Hao chuckled lightly. Zheng is it? I have been awaiting him. It is quite regrettable that we have yet to meet. I hope to see him today. With that, he struck down with his sword. Boom. The heavens trembled as a colossal sword pierced through the universe. A wail resounded from the depths. At that moment, several new martial practitioners sensed something amiss. Hurricane City. Suddenly, red dust opened his eyes, and in the next instant, Hurricane City vanished without a trace. Martial Alliance. The second elder abruptly opened his eyes, and the seventh elder's expression flickered as he gazed into the distance, toward the void. Outside, the awakened guardian plants murmured, "The great path trembles. What has transpired that has caused such disturbance?" The last time such sensations arose was when disturbances occurred in the boundless city. Back then, Li Hao had merely slain a saint and severed a saint's great path, and the awareness was not as pronounced as it is now. At this moment, when Zheng Hanyuan met his demise, the perception was slight. It was merely the tremors of heaven and earth. However, now, as the essence of the great path was being severed, they all sensed something. Suddenly, a voice resonated from the outside world as someone entered the martial alliance, holding a celestial mirror that floated in the air, proclaiming, "By the decree of Lord Silvermoon Marquis, present here is a celestial mirror. The intricacies of right and wrong are all revealed within. The Zheng family has rebelled. The Marquis has executed the Zheng family head. Zheng Hanyuan, severing his great path. Zheng Yu, under the alias Red Dust, may come or may not. Take heed." With that, the figure vanished. At this moment, the celestial mirror displayed Li Hao's visage, wielding one sword, then two, then three. The entire city looked up in awe. In the void, an immensely thick great path was revealed before all, as an ethereal figure struggled desperately, yet futilely, being severed repeatedly by the sword. Portions of the great path cleaved away. The Zheng family head and several elders changed countenance dramatically. The great path king. Indeed, that individual had stepped into the realm of kings. Yet how could a king meet such a fate? Some were incredulous. Others furiously exclaimed, "Does Li Hao possess evidence? How dare he indiscriminately slay the innocent? How could he dare to kill the Zheng family head?" Yet, no one echoed their sentiments. All stood in stunned silence. At that moment, they were all somewhat dazed. How could this be? This was a king. The echo of anguished cries reverberated through the air, as the great avenue trembled incessantly, with some sections entirely fracturing while others remained stubbornly intact. All were left in a state of astonishment. In this moment, it was not only the martial alliance witnessing the spectacle, but also the Zhang family's Tianxing city, equally transfixed by the unfolding scene. Above the ruins of Tianxing city, sword after sword descended with relentless force, shattering the very fabric of the avenue, yet it stubbornly persisted. At that instant, the void quivered, and in a blink, an immense city materialized within the emptiness, followed by the emergence of a figure upon its grand expanse. He was youthful and exuded an air of cold detachment. The avatar of Hongshun manifested, casting his gaze upon Li Hao amidst the cosmos, his voice eerily calm. "Li Hao, present your terms." He understood that Li Hao had refrained from severing the avenue, anticipating his arrival. Now that he had come, he was resolute. His younger brother, Zheng, had met a swift demise, the avenue fracturing rapidly, and he had been unable to render aid due to Zhong's obstruction, leading to Zheng's complete obliteration. Now, he witnessed his father's avenue on the verge of collapse. As long as it remained unbroken, there was hope. Once the Stargate opened, or he ascended to the status of emperor, he could still restore him. But should the avenue be irrevocably severed, could he rely on the human king for salvation? Such a notion was absurd. In the void, Li Hao stood firm, gazing at the newcomer, his first encounter with Zheng Yu and the tempestuous city. A smile graced his lips. "There are countless souls in this world. You pursue your path, and I shall pursue mine. Why must you seek my demise? The Red Moon Emperor still draws breath. Should you slay me, what would change?" With arms crossed, Hongqin stood atop the great city, responding, "You are a variable of the new era. Were you in my position, you would act similarly. What purpose does this discourse serve? State your conditions. Li Hao's smile was radiant. What can you offer me? You, a prisoner who dares not step forth. What can you truly provide? Energy stones? Divine weapons? Or something else? I desire your death in exchange for the preservation of your father's avenue. Would you consent to that? Unwilling. Hongqian's reply was composed. I seek only vengeance. He continued. What I can offer you is abundant. Energy stones, the fountain of life, divine weapons, martial techniques, and even primal forces and immortal power. Whatever you desire, I can provide. For he has fallen and poses no threat. Li Hao chuckled. Do you know why I awaited your arrival here? Hongqian furrowed his brow. Eyeing Li Hao. Do you truly wish to proceed this way? Indeed. Li Hao nodded, his smile unwavering. I want you to witness all of this with your own eyes. Of course, you may not care, but it would be preferable if you did. Indifference is acceptable too, as long as it brings me joy. You shall pay a price for this. Hongqian regarded him silently, his tone remaining serene. You have slain him. That is your prowess. To sever his path before me is a deliberate act of provocation, and you shall incur a cost far greater than before. Your actions only reveal your narrow perspective. A true sovereign does not behave thus. A thunderous roar erupted, followed by a wail that pierced the heavens. A sword cleaved through the cosmos, severing the avenue. As Zheng Hongyuan's cries echoed maddeningly through the void, the heavens darkening in response, the primal essence fracturing. And a vast reservoir of primal energy was swiftly absorbed by the Red Fur and the Imperial Guards. Li Hao, with a serene expression, gazed into the distant realm of mortals. The ethereal shadow of that realm quivered slightly, silently observing him. Tilting his head, Li Hao smiled and remarked, What a pity you were absent when I vanquished Zheng Gong. You missed the spectacle. What is true grandeur? What defines a king? And you, Hongqian, are you elated that your father, Zheng Yu, has perished? My smile broadens at the thought. Your father claimed you possessed the bearing of an emperor. I took his life, releasing the demon within you. I eagerly await the moment we clash. As he spoke, his sword cut through the heavens with astonishing speed. Hongqian's avatar let out a low grunt and struck out with a fist, causing the very earth to quake. The world was beginning to awaken. And in that instant, his avatar was formidable. However, the sword pierced through, shaking the cosmos, and a great city descended with oppressive force. Hongqian's expression shifted, and he vanished from sight. The hurricane city similarly dissipated, with Hongqian's voice echoing, Li Hao, you shall pay a price for this. You are a waste. Li Hao did not pursue, but merely scoffed. Your true self dares not emerge. I hold you in contempt. I killed your father before your very eyes. Yet you cower in fear of an emperor. What price could you possibly extract from me? If I possessed your abilities, no one would dare to slay my father or master before me. Even if the heavens shattered, I would ensure your existence became a living hell. Zheng Yu, do you even deserve the title of demon? No wonder you linger in the silver moon. A person like you can scarcely be called a demon and shall remain thus for all eternity. Li Hao stood proudly in the void, a cascade of derisive laughter escaping his lips. You possess great power, yet you hesitate to emerge and slay me with ease. I wager my life that you will not dare to step forward. If you did, you might still hold some merit. Alas, this was not to be. A semi-emperor, witnessing the severance of his father's path, had but to will it to step forth and annihilate Li Hao, preventing the latter from cleaving his father's way. Yet, the potential for such an act might shatter the seal and summon the emperor. A sovereign sealed for many years may not be as formidable as one would think. Thus, the adversary refrained from engaging. At that moment, those nearby were engulfed in complex emotions. Indeed, Zheng Yu did not dare to emerge. Li Hao was audacious. For had the opponent chosen to step forward, Li Hao might not have escaped to the House-Star realm. This individual was truly wagering his life. Yet Zheng Yu remained hidden, merely exchanging harsh words. Li Fuhai muttered, I told you, a fellow who hasn't triumphed in 100,000 years is inconsequential. If he truly possessed the capability, he would emerge. It was not recklessness. Rather, it was the presence of his father before him, life and death hanging in the balance. A weakling slaying your father before your eyes, and you do not dare to confront him. How could such a person ever achieve enlightenment? At worst, he could have slain Li Hao first, then sought a way to contend with the emperor who might break free from his seal. After all, having been confined for so many years, he might be on par with you. Is this what it means to be a quasi-emperor? Li Hao's laughter resonated throughout the expanse as he looked skyward, his smile radiant, illuminating the heavens. In that moment, his grin manifested across the firmament. The Zheng family has betrayed you. Zheng Hongyuan, I have avenged you. Zheng Yu's ascension to quasi-emperor appears trivial. I truly wish to witness the might of a true new martial quasi-emperor. Zheng Yu, a quasi-emperor like you tarnishes the name of sovereignty. Esteemed predecessors of the new martial arts, you ought to feel shame. To witness your father being slain before your very eyes, yet you dare not act. How utterly ludicrous. In that moment, several ancient cities fell silent, as if all vitality had departed. The true new martial emperor would never behave in such a manner. At this instant, a singular thought occupied his mind. The Zheng family, represented by Zheng Yu, has brought disgrace upon the new martial arts. Even to be a traitor is a source of embarrassment. A quasi-emperor's father is murdered by a saintly figure right in his sight, and yet he takes no step forward to intervene. What a disgrace. How infuriating. Meanwhile, Li Hao's smile grew ever more radiant as he burst into laughter. If you are unwilling to save, then do not come. Yet you still wish to maintain some semblance of dignity by appearing here, only to witness this without daring to intervene. If you do not show up, you sever all ties and yet still harbor a semblance of the demonic heart. Hypocritical and cowardly, truly a waste of space. Li Hao laughed heartily. At this moment, he realized that neither the quasi-emperor nor the imperial sovereign was truly fearsome. The relics of this silver moon world, as the might of the sea suggests, are hardly worthy of dread. It is no wonder that after 100,000 years, they remain so. Yet, it is precisely this group of individuals who have allowed their parents, friends, and teachers to perish. How enraging. Just then, a tremor coursed through the heavens and earth from behind. The disturbance was noticeable, though not overwhelmingly powerful, yet still dwarfed by the enormity of the adversary's grand path. Li Hao turned to glance back, revealing a hint of a smile. At this moment, the redwood returned to its true form, expanding several-fold, its aura fluctuating. In an instant, Li Hao cast forth countless energy stones, which were fervently absorbed by the entity. In the blink of an eye, the aura stabilized to some degree, although still somewhat feeble. It surpassed that of the ninth master, barely crossing into the saintly realm. This entity had long reached the pinnacle of immortality, yet due to the severance of its source, it had been unable to progress further. Today, having absorbed the source power of a king, it managed to awkwardly breach into the saintly realm. However, this transition was subtle, and the transformation was not particularly pronounced, but it could be considered as having entered that domain. The redwood, overjoyed, hastily took on a human form and bowed deeply, expressing utmost reverence. "Thank you, Lord, for your assistance. You earned this yourself," Li Hao replied with a smile, turning his gaze toward the imperial guards not far away. At this moment, the imperial guards were also radiating golden light. They had previously been at the peak of their power, but after several encounters, they had entered the realm of immortality, albeit only at its nascent stage. Now, it seemed they had made further progress, which was quite commendable. Roughly speaking, they could be classified as being in the mid to late stages of immortality, possessing the strength of the fifth or sixth layer of the sun and moon. Just then, a grand city floated into view. Within it, numerous powerful figures revealed themselves, exuberantly exclaiming, "Congratulations, Lord, on your ascension to harmony." The boundless city had arrived. Li Hao beamed, his voice resonating. "Congratulations are in order. You all have also made advancements. Now that I have entered harmony, the limits of the celestial realm have also been breached. You should all strive to attain the same level, so we may combat external foes together." With his entry into harmony, even if these individuals could not reach that level, they would still ascend to the ninth layer of the sun and moon. Regrettably, until now, only Director Zhao has entered the seventh realm of the sun and moon. Others, those somewhat stronger, are currently advancing towards the sixth realm, such as Lin Hongyu and a few others, yet they remain a considerable distance from the seventh realm. At this moment, Li Hao spoke. "Previously, the slaying of the 9 saints, what became of that victory?" In an instant, Lin Hongyu flew in, glancing at the distant redwood with a flicker of joy in her eyes, though she quickly concealed it and handed a storage ring to Li Hao. Taking a deep breath, Li Hao declared, "Today, we shall share the fruits of our victory. The remnants left by the 9 saints are a hope for all. May you seize this opportunity to advance further. Moreover, today marks the revival of our friends Jiang Ying and Li. The moment has arrived. Seize this chance. For the restoration of the world accelerates, and once chaos dissipates, A second revival will swiftly follow. Perhaps we shall soon face the frenzied retaliation of Zhengyu, the remnants of the Nine Saints. At this moment, Li Hao was prepared to share, and the crowd erupted in joyous elation. Suddenly, Li Hao vanished in an instant, disappearing from sight. While the others were still in astonishment, not long after, the heavens tore apart, and at that moment, Li Hao appeared to summon several members of the Demon Hunter Guard. The onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, said nothing, merely feeling a tinge of envy. These individuals were quite distant. Evidently, Li Hao had traversed the void through the Haoxing realm to bring them here. Simultaneously, Li Hao was about to share the spoils of victory when, unexpectedly, his eyes flickered. In the distance, the void trembled. A genuine smile suddenly graced his face, surprising everyone. It had been a long time since they had seen such sincerity in his smile. Recently, while Li Hao had smiled often, it had felt somewhat insincere. Yet at this moment, his joy appeared genuine. Just then, the void continued to shake. A large black dog burst through the fabric of reality, its presence formidable. Although upon closer inspection, it seemed to possess only the strength of the third or fourth realm of the sun and moon, not overly powerful. Woof, woof. A large black dog, nostrils flaring, traversed mountains and rivers in exuberance, racing towards them. Li Hao turned his gaze in that direction, silently awaiting the arrival. Moments later, the dog broke through the void and leapt onto Li Hao. With a thud, it nearly knocked its own head off. Gazing at Li Hao in confusion, "Li Hao, your body is so solid." Li Hao erupted in laughter, his mirth echoing as if to shake the heavens themselves. "Your nose is quite astute. I just vanquished some saints and was about to share with everyone when you, Black Panther, decided to emerge from your seclusion." Woof, woof. Black Panther was equally joyous. After a lengthy period of seclusion, it had made significant progress, discovering the Dao veins of the new era of the Demon Clan and even opening some paths. Otherwise, it would not possess the power of the sun and moon. The Demon Clan had long struggled to identify their own Dao veins, and Black Panther had followed Li Hao and Yuan Shua's group closely, where nothing was concealed from it. Now, unexpectedly, it had emerged from its retreat. Woof, woof. Li Hao was overjoyed, and so was Black Panther, who barked a few times before surveying the surroundings, its canine eyes filled with wonder. Has it truly been such a long time? Everyone has become so formidable. However, why have some individuals vanished? Among those close to Li Hao, few remain. There is Li Hao himself, followed by Lu Long, and then Yuan Shua. Lu Long served as his guide in martial arts, almost akin to a mentor. Throughout his cultivation, he has consistently practiced Lu Long's 9 forging technique, which, at present, perhaps positions the Black Panther as the mightiest. As it surveyed its surroundings, Li Hao discerned its thoughts and gently patted its massive head, chuckling softly. They are in a deep slumber. The Black Panther paused for a moment, as if awakening to a profound realization. In the next instant, it let out a thunderous howl that resonated through the heavens, a roar akin to that of a wolf. Engulfing the world, an overwhelming force of devouring energy erupted from within it, consuming the void, its cry laced with murderous intent, reverberating again and again. In the distance, a few formidable beings felt a stir in their hearts. The celestial dog lineage excels in the path of consumption. Whether it be the celestial dog emperor or the demon suppressor, both are strong practitioners of this art. Now, this black dog, with a mixed bloodline, possesses astonishing devouring power, which is rather unexpected. Is another top-tier demon about to emerge? Meanwhile, the Sea Overlord sighed. This lineage is an eternal adversary of my Waterforce clan. Goodness, I thought this dog was dead. How has it resurfaced? Fortunately, this dog specializes in the art of consumption and will not vie for physical form with me. The Black Panther, after howling for a while, nudged Li Hao with its head and fell silent. The earlier joy had dissipated entirely. There would be no more seclusion. Li Hao smiled, patted the Black Panther's head, and left Silver City with the creature. Now, it was the only companion he had left. His mentor had always suggested cooking it, yet it was his mentor who departed first. Upon entering the city, Li Hao immediately harnessed its power. In an instant, he and several other formidable beings entered the ancient city. Moments later, a surge of energies roiled through the ancient town. The bodies of saints were directly shattered by Li Hao, various forces permeating the atmosphere. Among them, the chaotic aura was most pronounced, and Li Hao began to devour it, while the redwood rejoiced, consuming voraciously. A group of individuals vanished from their location, Li Hao did not rush to enter the star suppression city ruins, for perhaps there were still benefits awaiting his acquisition. First, he would digest what he had previously obtained. In Hurricane City, the red dust remained unmoved, surrounded by a multitude of powerful beings. Each formidable presence stood in silence, enveloped in an eerie stillness. This time, they had lost 3 saints, and more than that. Li Hao had gone mad. Right before red dust, he had provoked and humiliated him, even slaying the head of the Zheng family with his own hands. In that moment, everyone dared not breathe. Red dust remained silent for a moment, his gaze growing cold and sharp as he surveyed the crowd. Speaking in a low tone, "What do you think? If I had stepped out just now, would I have first slain Li Hao or allowed the Red Moon Emperor to break free?" No one below dared to speak. After a moment of silence, a saint mustered the courage to say, "My lord need not heed Li Hao's provocations, as long as you govern the heavens and the path. The old patriarch shall undoubtedly have another opportunity for revival." At this moment, as one steps outside, once the Red Moon Emperor is unleashed, the world will be cast into despair, and the Silver Moon shall face annihilation. The master is acting for the sake of the entire Silver Moon. Hong Chun remains silent. Someone cautiously interjects, "The revival of heaven and earth is accelerating. As soon as the stability is restored, the sage will emerge from Hurricane City, and then all those affiliated with Li Hao shall be exterminated." Hong Chun remains silent for a long time before finally speaking. "Li Hao has gone mad. I am still lucid, yet he is insane. With the revival of heaven and earth, the immortal body can already emerge. We must send someone to the west to seek out and protect the Red Moon." "What? The Red Moon is in danger?" Hong Chun seems to regain his composure. "He and the Moon Goddess are the keys to the seal. Once heaven and earth revive sufficiently to allow my emergence, if Li Hao cannot contend with me, he will surely kill the Red Moon and the Moon Goddess to release the Red Moon Emperor. Moreover, the seal of Silver City must be relocated to that side. Li Hao has completely lost his mind. He even dares to force me out of Hurricane City." The crowd breathes a sigh of relief as he ceases to mention other matters. Yet, the question lingers. Does Li Hao truly dare to actively release the Red Moon Emperor? Hong Chun speaks again. He has actually relocated the Battle Sky City into his Great Tao universe. Battle Sky City can accommodate millions. This individual may harbor intentions of mutual destruction, relocating some people into Battle Sky City, and even if the seal breaks, the Red Moon may not easily trace the whereabouts of the Great Tao universe. He is becoming increasingly perilous. The crowd is struck with a jolt of realization. Indeed, suddenly, Hong Chun declares, "Li Hao seeks to undermine my Tao heart, yet he is unaware that he has instead exposed his own secrets. What he relies upon is that Great Tao universe. If we could enter the Great Tao universe, it would spell his demise. Perhaps the divine beings can collaborate on this matter." Having said this, he gazes into the distance, his eyes growing colder and more resolute. "Li Hao, do you truly believe you are beyond my reach? You murdered Zheng Gong and my father, further solidifying my resolve. Perhaps it is time for me to converse with the Red Moon Emperor." In an instant, the ancient city vanished from its location. At this moment, the strong within the city feel a sense of relief. There are many powerful beings. The aura of the Saint Path is palpable, yet all seem somewhat helpless. Feeling stifled that such a formidable hurricane city cannot contend with Li Hao. Simultaneously, Zhang traverses between heaven and earth, seemingly unencumbered, weaving through the void, and arrives early at Silver City. Standing beneath the seal, he gazes skyward and perceives the existence of the seal. After observing the sky for a while, lines of crimson begin to emerge in his eyes, visible only to the 8 great clans, now manifesting before him. The 8 clans must also abide by the Supreme Covenant. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang's spirit ascends, rapidly climbing along one of the red lines. Soon, a vast starry expanse materializes before him. In an instant, a formidable presence opens its eyes and gazes in this direction. Zhang merely glances and does not pay it any heed. After surveying the surroundings for a moment, he quickly spots an ancient city deep within the void. The Sword City. That ancient city appears to be utterly silent. Zhang watches for a moment, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. After a brief pause, as if he comprehends something, his mental energy vanishes before the Emperor can utter a word. As the Crimson Moon Emperor was about to speak, he slightly furrowed his brow. Had he departed? Who was this individual? Below the Silver City, Zhang also knitted his brow, glancing around before vanishing once more from sight. As he departed, his eyes still bore a trace of gravity, accompanied by a hint of perplexity. The Sword City might be deserted. Chapter 360. The Star-Sealing Ruins in the Boundless City. The blood and flesh power of 9 holy beings pervaded the heavens and the earth. Although the primal energy did not significantly assist the new path, the vitality of flesh and the indomitable power, along with higher-tier energy, greatly benefited everyone's cultivation. At this moment, however, Li Hao found himself slightly troubled. The rate at which everyone was awakening their acupoints was remarkably swift, yet he harbored an underlying concern. He discovered that the essence of the demon race, or rather, the essence of wild beasts, even the blood of humanity, when infused into the acupoints, surprisingly accelerated their opening, and the effect was quite remarkable. The speed was astonishing. This was indeed a boon, yet it also posed a peril. Such circumstances could potentially incite a massacre between humans and demons, exacerbating the infighting among humanity itself. The act of slaying, extracting blood essence, and hastening the awakening of acupoints could occur at a pace several times, even tenfold, faster than usual. How many could resist such temptation? At this moment, as a drop of wild beast blood coursed through his body, an acupoint rapidly opened, far exceeding the usual speed. Not only Li Hao, everyone had noticed this phenomenon. Previously, the slaying of demon races had been infrequent, and thus, there was little sensation. However, today, they all gleaned some insight. The speed of acupoint awakening was astonishingly rapid, and the blood of these wild beasts seemed exceptionally nourishing. Though it remained unclear whether it was due to the nature of the wild beasts or the strength of their saintly lineage. Nearby, the crowd was quickly opening their meridians. A total of 9 holy beings were present, while Li Hao's side boasted few solar and lunar warriors, resulting in a significant disparity with the saints. The residual energy was sufficient for everyone to elevate their prowess. At this moment, Director Zhao took a deep breath and formally ascended to the 7th level of the solar and lunar realms. Not far away, Wang Yi also let out a low roar, his vitality surging as his meridians opened, allowing him to similarly reach the 7th level of the solar and lunar realms. Li Hao raised an eyebrow. Previously, Director Wang was merely indomitable. Now, in comparison, he was at the mid-level of the solar and lunar realms. The fact that he transitioned to a new path without regressing, but rather advancing at such a swift pace to the 7th level of the solar and lunar realms, was remarkable. The 7th level surpassed that of some peak indomitable beings. Li Hao felt a tinge of emotion. Director Wang was the first new martial artist to change paths, evidently possessing some fortuitous opportunity. He pondered little on this. As before him appeared several weapons, 9 in total. These were the 9 young individuals from the Emperor's lineage. Perhaps they were still young? During the Battle of Boundless City, Tianxing and others chose to pledge allegiance to the descendants of the Emperor in this new era. They made a choice that came with great cost, silencing them once more as they suppressed the city lord's decree. In the wake of the starry sky sword's self-detonation, it was indeed difficult for Li Hao's side to withstand the city lord's decree. Ultimately, the 9 descendants of the Emperor forcibly subdued the token, nullifying the supreme means. Li Hao had once vowed to resurrect them, a gesture of reciprocity. These individuals, having chosen the new era and Li Hao, were now presented with an opportunity, and naturally, he would not turn a blind eye. In his hands, corporeal forms began to materialize. These bodies were remarkable, forged from the essence of saints and even the vitality of celestial kings. Li Hao diligently refined this energy, extracting abundant life essence to commence the creation of these physical forms. After a while, he glanced at Zhang Yingli's body and couldn't help but chuckle, recalling the last encounter when she accused him of spying on her. There was also the comment that Zhang Yingli's true self was actually plumper than the created form. She had exaggerated her dimensions previously. Given this, he pondered whether to assist her in returning to her original appearance. Lost in contemplation, he wondered if a slightly fuller physique might infuriate her upon her revival. Amused by the thought, he ultimately decided to recreate her as she had been last time, fulfilling her desire to retain her slender figure. Soon, 9 bodies emerged before him. This time, however, Li Hao invested more effort. Previously, he had only crafted 36 meridians due to limited resources, utilizing only a fraction of what a quasi-celestial king's body could offer. Now, having vanquished celestial kings, he was not constrained by such limitations. With meticulous care, he revealed each meridian, making specific adjustments to enhance their capacity for cultivation. The spirits of these individuals remained intact, merely in a deep slumber, making the fusion with their new bodies a manageable task. Nonetheless, Li Hao acknowledged that he could not manifest the entirety of the human body's meridian system. He had yet to achieve that himself. Once these individuals awakened all their meridians and sought to open new ones, complications might arise, but that depended on their individual destinies. The new bodies, after all, were not natural. In terms of potential, they could not compare to the current human race. Yet how many truly reached such heights? Those who did would naturally find ways to overcome challenges. As Li Hao contemplated, he continued shaping the meridians. This time, he aimed to create 360 meridians for each individual, bestowing them with the strength akin to that of a half-emperor. Whether they could reach such a pinnacle remained uncertain. A vast amount of energy was continuously drawn forth by Li Hao. Surrounding their innate divine weapons, serpentine forms emerged, swiftly penetrating into the essence of the bodies. Time slipped away, and eventually, the 9 bodies shimmered with brilliance before Li Hao's eyes. After observing for a moment, he adorned a few of them with garments, as the sight had become quite overwhelming. Contemplating the origins of the energy for these bodies, derived from savage beasts and Zhenghan Yuan, Li Hao felt a twinge of discomfort. The allure of the painted skulls could not conceal the grim reality of flesh and blood. The 9 forms encircled him, and at this moment, all that remained was to awaken their spirits. However, these 9 were entrenched in profound slumber, and rousing them would pose a considerable challenge. Fortunately, Li Hao was prepared. Rather than awakening them directly, he transported their bodies instantaneously into the Hao Star realm. The 9 corporeal forms stood in various regions of the Starry River. Above Li Hao's head, a divine script floated, Daowen. At this moment, the divine script of the Tao emanated a grand tremor, akin to the resonance of the great Tao, cascading over the corporeal forms of several individuals. Within the expanse of the Starry River, a few dim and faint stars materialized. These were the new Tao stars they had previously left behind in this very place. But as their mental energies waned, the stars had long since faded. Now, with the vibrations of the great Tao reverberating, these stars began to flicker with a subtle luminescence, a fine thread connecting the individuals to the stars. Li Hao cast a glance and felt a sense of satisfaction. At present, he possessed a deeper understanding and clarity regarding these matters. Had it been before, he might have had to resort to forceful methods to awaken them, which would have inflicted considerable damage to their mental faculties and required extensive time for recovery. However, now, by employing the divine script of the Tao to commune with their natal stars, it facilitated a natural revival, albeit weak, without jeopardizing their essence. Gradually, the corporeal forms of the individuals trembled. A faint mental energy seemed to begin its resurgence. Li Hao continuously resonated the divine script, and waves of Tao power surged forth from the script, flooding into the stars. His complexion grew slightly pale, as the overflow of Tao power also constituted a strain on himself. Nonetheless, he paid it little mind. These 9 students of Yuanping Martial Science University, descendants of the imperial lineage, had chosen to step forward and take action at that time. As a martial artist of the Jianghu, Li Hao naturally understood the principle of reciprocity. Time passed, and one of the stars flickered with brilliance. A corporeal form began to quiver. The mental energy, once dormant within the weapon, started to awaken, and eyelids fluttered. After a while, one of the 9 slowly opened their eyes. What greeted their sight was a sky full of stars. Is this the world after death? The figure murmured, the silver moon does not possess so many stars. At this moment, all that appeared were these, leading to a natural conclusion that it was not the silver moon. Where am I? After death, is there not complete annihilation? Or complete dissolution into darkness? Is the world after death truly so beautiful? Li Hao's voice resonated, laced with a hint of mirth. Today is indeed a day of joyous events. Seeing you revive has resolved a concern of mine. Tianxing swiftly turned her head, momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, she hurriedly touched her cheek, then her body, and then the 2 prominent areas on her chest. A hint of exasperation appeared on Li Hao's face. Is this really your first concern upon awakening? Am I alive? Jiang exclaimed with delight. Li Hao replied nonchalantly, you were never truly dead. You merely experienced a weakness of spirit and fell into a deep slumber. You all, in your heyday, possessed formidable mental strength, hence you could endure. Ha ha ha, I am alive. Tianxing, disregarding everything else, burst into wild laughter. She had returned to life. After a slumber lasting 100,000 years, she had finally awakened, only to fall asleep again. She had been utterly despairing, not anticipating her revival. "How many years has it been?" she hurriedly inquired. "A couple of months." "What? A couple of months? Could it be? This time so soon?" Tianxing found herself momentarily lost in thought. At that moment, several others nearby slowly opened their eyes, having overheard the conversation between the two, and were taken aback by how brief it had been. They had assumed that years had passed. Of course, they did not feel that much time had elapsed. After all, an extended duration might not have offered them another opportunity for revival. Yet, a mere couple of months felt exceedingly swift, which explained why it seemed as though they had only sunk into a fleeting slumber. Exchanging glances, the group, unlike Tianxing, began to assess their physical forms. Sensing a remarkable development, their bodies were now significantly stronger than before. The pathways of energy within them had multiplied considerably, feeling almost as robust as their original forms. Had they inadvertently turned misfortune into fortune? And where exactly were they? This place was the Haoxing realm, the great Tao universe. A wave of realization washed over them, prompting everyone to survey their surroundings. They beheld the countless stars in the sky and recognized their own constellations, each displaying a sense of wonder. Was this truly the great Tao universe? Li Hao regarded them and spoke. "This place is conducive to the activation of your pathways. Having just revived, your internal energy remains ample. Seize the opportunity to cultivate. Your bodies, forged from the blood of kings, possess tremendous resilience. You need not fear the strain on your physical forms." Stirred by his words, the group fell silent and settled into a meditative position to begin their cultivation. The stars pulsated with the energies of the universe, and the currents of the Tao's power flowed around them. As the divine script continued to disperse the forces of the great Tao, Tianxing began her own practice. Raising her gaze to Li Hao, she suddenly exclaimed, "You should retract that divine script and focus on your own cultivation." Li Hao's tone remained composed, while Tianxing muttered under her breath, inwardly cursing his lack of appreciation for kindness. The others, too, ceased their chatter and immersed themselves in their practice. The pathways they had newly forged opened smoothly. Though their mental faculties were somewhat feeble, they were rapidly recovering, and the abundance of Tao energy surrounding them aided their progress. With their prior experiences, they swiftly activated their acupoints. Before long, they had once again reached the level of the Mountain Sea realm. The 9 of them continued their cultivation, finding it even simpler than before, and the activation of their acupoints accelerated. Time slipped away unnoticed until they finally paused their practice. At this moment, their internal energies were nearly consumed, and Li Hao retracted the divine script. Now, each of them had activated 225 acupoints, reaching the pinnacle of the Mountain Sea realm. To advance further would mean entering the Sun Moon realm. Li Hao advised, "Take a moment to temper your understanding of the Mountain Sea power. Transitioning to the Sun Moon realm will occur in the blink of an eye, yet the rapid activation of your acupoints may hinder your comprehension of the Mountain Sea. Although it may not compare to the utmost peak, this is a new path, and deepening your experience will be beneficial." Without further comment, the group observed their surroundings. Tianxing's gaze suddenly sharpened as she noticed in the distance what appeared to be a grand city. "Is that the War Heaven City?" "What?" the others exclaimed in astonishment. "The War Heaven City exists within the great Tao universe? How is that possible? I moved here." They could not help but marvel at Li Hao's formidable capabilities. He had even relocated the main city, which signified the complete allegiance of War Heaven City to him. Had he conquered the Boundless City? Tianxing and a few others swiftly approached Li Hao, who had previously been in slumber, unaware of the outcomes. Li Hao nodded slightly, stating, "We have succeeded, not only in Wubian City, but also in Zhantian City, as you have witnessed. Furthermore, we have eliminated a pretender from the ruins of Jinxing City, Zheng Hanyuan of the Zheng family." The group paused, surprised. Wasn't it said that he had only been in slumber for a month? How could Zheng Hanyuan be dead? "Let us depart," Li Hao said, offering no further explanation. A colossal dragon materialized within him, and a passageway opened, instantly whisking them away from the Haoxing realm. Upon their arrival at Wubian City, the group sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Tianxing's body momentarily stiffened as she took in her surroundings. The air was charged with energy. It felt as though numerous powerful beings were present. Soon, she noticed the individuals around her. Their auras fluctuated greatly. significantly more potent than before. Notably, she recognized some formidable figures from the new martial era. Particularly, her gaze fell upon a formidable bull, a member of the water power clan. Known as Li Hao, this individual was a being of saintly caliber. Moreover, he hailed from the imperial lineage of the water power family, a clan not to be underestimated compared to her own Jiang family. This lineage was arguably one of the strongest among the demon clans, second only to the Tiango. Fu Hai, the sea-calming envoy, Jiang Ingli glanced at him, and Li Hao acknowledged the group with a slight nod, remarking, "It seems you have been fortunate to survive. Should the Star Gate open, you may yet return to the new martial realm, which could be a stroke of fortune for you." He continued, adopting a condescending tone. "However, as descendants of the imperial lineage, 9 of you failed to suppress the city lord's decree. It appears that over the years, you have become somewhat ineffectual." The imperial descendants felt a mix of discomfort and indignation. This individual, adopting a parental demeanor, chastised them, yet they found themselves unable to retort. General Huai and his companions would not dare speak in such a manner to them, for they were not of imperial descent. However, this figure was a legitimate third-generation descendant of the imperial line. In terms of status, within the vast realm of Silver Moon, perhaps only Zhang En could rival him. Though Zhang En's position was not particularly elevated, the hierarchy between them would ultimately depend on strength. After being reprimanded by the bull, the group fell silent, their expressions stiff and devoid of words. The old tortoise and his companions exchanged glances, remaining silent while secretly amused. The students from Yuanping Martial Science University, accustomed to their high status, typically maintained a respectful demeanor. Today, however, they found amusement in witnessing the bull's admonishment of these imperial descendants. At that moment, Li Hao interrupted the ongoing conversation. "It seems we have trained sufficiently." He surveyed the group, nodding slightly. "Not bad. The 9 saints have not been in vain. However, having slain 9 saints, we have only gained 1 additional saint, which is somewhat regrettable. Only Hong Shemu had advanced to the saintly tier. On the other hand, Lin Hongyu from the Silver Moon had surprisingly ascended to the 9th level of the Sun and Moon, likely due to Hong Shemu's special guidance. Now, Hong Shemu had resolved to primarily cultivate the path of chaos. Although the great Tao had yet to connect, he had nonetheless left some marks within the chaotic realm. Absorbing the chaotic aura, he swiftly transformed it into another form of energy, discreetly providing some to Lin Hongyu. Thus, Lin Hongyu fortuitously became the second individual on the Silver Moon side to achieve the 7th level of the Sun and Moon, following Director Zhao, with Director Wang being temporarily excluded from consideration. The others, including Tianxing, Huang Yu, Qian Wuliang, and Hong Yitong, merely attained the mid-level of the Sun and Moon. Although these few had indeed stepped into the 6th level, the distance to the 7th level was not insurmountable, which was commendable. Moreover, some individuals ascended to the Sun and Moon realm, with the later comers, such as Dao Jian, seizing the opportunity to enter this realm, significantly increasing the number of Sun and Moon experts under Li Hao's command. Director Zhou had yet to change his physical body, and Li Hao refrained from urging him. This time, however, he had made considerable progress. Judging by his aura, it seemed he had ascended to the level of the Undying. Li Hao found himself perplexed by Director Zhou's steadfastness. The new path was indeed much easier to cultivate than the original path. Now that the original universe was no longer present, Zhou's perseverance might stem from a special bond with the one who initially aided him in transforming his body. Perhaps, akin to his own master, he felt unable to abandon the physical form earned at the cost of someone else's life, compelling him to continue his cultivation of the original path. Had Director Zhou changed his body earlier, his strength might not have paled in comparison to that of Director Zhao and the others. Previously, his power had been quite formidable, even surpassing that of Lin Hongyu and her companions. Lu Yin and her group had also grown stronger, though they had not yet entered the mid-level of the Sun and Moon, remaining at the 3rd level. In terms of strength, they lagged behind some seasoned martial artists. Nevertheless, the 5 of them, pursuing the path of the 5 elements, when united, would likely prove formidable. It was only at this moment that Li Hao allowed himself to smile. The mid-level of the Sun and Moon could indeed be considered as a form of Undying. Quite satisfactory. In a short span, the martial artists of the Silver Moon had made remarkable progress, rendering them robust and formidable. Now, Jiang Ying and the others had also revived. Furthermore, several commanders of the Battle Heaven Legion, who had undergone transformations, had shown significant advancements, alongside the original silver commanders from the Celestial Star Army, who had also made commendable progress. This battle could be deemed a resounding victory. Li Hao turned to the assembly and spoke. Next, Governor Lin and your team will adhere to the established protocol, continuing with your designated duties. The governors from all quarters will subsequently cooperate with the demon-hunting martial guard to defend the other ancient cities. He continued, from this point onward, we shall not concern ourselves with Hurricane City. Our sights are set on the Western Divine Kingdom. Li Hao spoke slowly. Additionally, I wish to meet with the leaders of the Great Wilderness, the Great Wilderness King and his companions. They may roam freely, but that white horse must not be allowed to enter or exit Boundless City at will. We need a top-tier expert to oversee this place. He gazed at the assembly for a moment before looking at Li Fuhai. Elder Fuhai, could you take charge of Boundless City? Understood. Li Fuhai responded decisively. Aware that Li Hao's intention was to prevent the white horse from escaping and potentially being eliminated, which would lead to an instant revival. He understood this well. With a sage like him stationed at Boundless City, the safety of the area was assured, and it was not yet time for the sage to venture into the outside world. Li Hao nodded, refraining from making further arrangements. Just as I was about to conclude the discussion, I suddenly caught sight of Qian Wuliang gazing at me with a hint of anticipation. This fellow had indeed taken several risks this time, demonstrating some improvement in strength. However, he had failed to reach the 7th level of the Sun and Moon. The benefits and risks were rather disproportionate. Had he attained the 7th level, it would have justified the balance between gain and peril, yet he evidently still harbored some yearning. Whether venturing to the Great Li or impersonating Li Hao, facing several saints was a perilous endeavor. Li Hao, though somewhat irritated with him, chose not to dwell on it further. Noticing Qian Wuliang scrutinizing him with caution, Li Hao contemplated for a moment before speaking. Moreover, Qian Wuliang, your subordinate is here. Qian Wuliang hastily stood forth. Previously, Li Hao had appointed various formidable individuals to positions such as the Four Directions Governor, the Celestial Star Governor, and the Administrative Governor. All these roles were filled. Now, however, he found himself isolated, lacking any formal identity. Li Hao glanced at him and smiled. To whom much is given, much is expected. At present, I require your discernment regarding the Zhao family's martial alliance, the Hong family's Thunderstorm City, and the Zhang family's Dingtian City. I need to ascertain whether to launch an aggressive assault or to adopt a hands-off approach. Furthermore, I need you to continue your diplomatic missions to the 3 ancient cities. As for the Zhou family's Xinghe City, I cannot yet determine whether it is one of the rebel cities. If it is a possibility, you must also investigate. You shall temporarily hold the title of envoy for military affairs. Whether it be for attack, punishment, peace, or negotiation, you shall make the decision following your missions. Qian Wuliang's expression shifted slightly. The title of envoy for military affairs was not insignificant, and the authority to decide on military actions was indeed significant. Li Hao had entrusted him with the power to determine whether to confront the new martial practitioners or not. In the next moment, he noticed the old tortoise and his companions, and a sense of trepidation filled him. Good heavens, yet another colossal dilemma. If he advocated for the extermination of these new martial saints, would they treat him with deference? Conversely, if he proposed peace, would the Silver Moon martial master extend him any courtesy? My word, did the Duke's calculations indicate an extraordinary regard for me? Regardless of the choice made, it would surely offend one party. The Silver Moon martial master was currently intent on conquest, while the old tortoise and his associates believed that the major cities had not betrayed them and were absolutely opposed to being marched against. They preferred negotiations instead. Whichever option he chose would undoubtedly lead to enmity from one side. Was he destined to become a solitary figure? Deep down, he began to grasp the situation. Li Hao genuinely valued him, but he was required to act as a loyal minister. At this moment, Qian Wuliang suppressed his thoughts and promptly asserted, "Rest assured, Duke. I shall diligently fulfill my duties and ascertain the circumstances. Should the major cities betray us, I will certainly advocate for military action. If they have not betrayed us, I will impose constraints upon them." Li Hao nodded. This task carries its share of danger, as the major cities harbor saints. While you are merely at the 6th level of the Sun and Moon, not yet possessing the strength of the 7th level. Thus, I shall bestow upon you a set of golden armor for your protection. Golden battle armor. Both Boundless City and Battle Heaven City possessed it. However, until now, Li Hao had yet to distribute it among the others. Currently, aside from himself, who had donned the military commander's battle armor from Wupeng. The Silver Moon martial masters had access to silver armor, but golden armor had not yet been provided. Qian Wuliang's expression subtly shifted. The golden armor was intended for commanders. As of now, under Li Hao's command, various positions have been filled. However, the highest military rank attained is merely that of a regiment commander, with no appearance of a division commander. Although Li Hao has not explicitly claimed the position for himself, he has conferred it upon Jin Jia. Does this mean that he is the foremost individual in military ranks? Li Hao chose not to elaborate further. With the golden armor now in the hands of the opposing party, Qian Wuliang hastily expressed his gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you for your generosity, my lord. Your remarkable achievements warrant such a reward." He then turned to the others and continued, "Director Wang Yi, you should collaborate with Qian Wuliang to complete the mission. It is essential to have someone familiar with the main city to avoid any misunderstandings. I extend goodwill towards the major cities, yet given the current uncertainties, should these cities be willing to cooperate with me to eradicate some traitors, I would prefer to avoid hostilities with them. The invasion of the Red Moon Power has led to numerous spies. I hope you all can comprehend this." The others remained silent, nodding in agreement. This was indeed a truthful statement. Even Wu Peng's betrayal was disconcerting. It left the likes of Old Turtle feeling perturbed, as they found it increasingly difficult to trust the other major cities. Otherwise, there would have been some dissenting voices by now. If even the commander of the Battle Sky Army could betray them, who could be deemed trustworthy? Should the other factions be willing to cooperate and assist in the purging of traitors, they would welcome it. However, if they were unwilling to collaborate, there was little that could be done. With the lines between friend and foe blurred, one could not expect Li Hao to remain indifferent. At this moment, Director Zhao spoke up. "My lord, shall we continue with the migration of the Four Directions continent?" "Indeed," Li Hao affirmed with a nod. "This matter will be overseen by you, Director Zhao, and Governor Lin. Both of you have ascended to the 7th layer of the sun and moon. Although relocating the city may be challenging, it is feasible with the assistance of Elder Fu Hai in navigating the boundless city. We must unify the Four Directions continent. Furthermore, regarding the relocation of seawater, I have only executed a preliminary transfer. If we do not move the waters of the four seas, it could pose significant hazards. We will enlist the help of water and earth cultivators from across the realm. Additionally, with the city relocation and potential climate changes, agricultural conditions may also vary, necessitating that Director Zhao dispatch specialists to provide guidance." Upon concluding his remarks, he turned to the redwood, stating, "At present, the heavens and earth are poised to accommodate the emergence of the immortal. The demon plant army must also assist in stabilizing the land, nurturing the soil to make it suitable for cultivation." The redwood promptly accepted the command, pledging, "The demon plant army shall diligently fulfill the task of solidifying the heavens and earth. This time, the army will also aid in fostering greater agricultural yields and improving the climate. Fertile soil will require some energy expenditure. There are still remnants of resources in the Celestial Star Mine. Send personnel to exhaust them. Utilize what resources are available. There is no need to hoard." Understood. The redwood felt a surge of joy. Thus, the demon plant army would be free to traverse the realms. Aside from its newly ascended saint, the heavens and earth were now capable of bearing the weight of immortality. Freedom, in essence, symbolizes a form of trust. Li Hao's willingness to delegate certain tasks to them was a testament to that trust. Indeed, their previous interception of thunder had yielded rewards. At this juncture, Director Zhao and the others found themselves reflecting on the changes among these new martial powerhouses. Previously indifferent, they now willingly accepted various tasks. Li Hao continued, "Moreover, there is another matter. Some of the Zhantian army have awakened and are no longer suited to remain in Zhantian City. It is far too solitary for them. If they have been revived, then let them engage in meaningful endeavors." He turned to the 9th Division commander and the others, stating, "The world has changed. The times have transformed. It is essential for everyone to step out and interact more with one another. I propose that the revived soldiers of the Zhantian army serve as instructors and captains within the various demon hunting forces, enriching the grassroots. By blending together, we can carry forth the indomitable spirit of Zhantian into this era. I hope that the current army of over 1 million demon hunters can embody the same relentless spirit as the Zhantian army." The 9th Division commander furrowed his brow slightly and replied, "I have no objections. The tradition of veterans guiding newcomers is well established. However, given the differences in ranks and the existing discrepancies, complete integration will necessitate certain military reforms. How shall we arrange the revived commanders who possess indomitable combat prowess? What about the strong figures from the 8th Division? And how should we accommodate the several governors from Yinyu, as well as the 3 military commanders like Huangyu? Lastly, what shall be done about myself? Li Hao sought to incorporate the Zhantian army into the demon hunting forces, and he could comprehend the complexities involved, as the two systems were still distinct and intertwined with various interests. Zhantian City had nearly been assimilated under Li Hao's command. Since resistance was futile, he must strive to secure benefits for these new martial practitioners. The immediate goal was to integrate at the grassroots level while maintaining concentrated high-level combat power. Li Hao spoke again. Our current adversary is primarily composed of formidable enemies, so we need not overly concern ourselves with these matters at present. At that moment, the ever-reticent and unassumingly influential Empress Shui Yun suddenly interjected, "My lord, with the surrender of the great wilderness and the presence of 100,000 elite troops. Though not on par with the demon hunting forces, they constitute a significant combat strength. How shall we accommodate them? Her forces, now transformed into a naval fleet, might indeed fill the seas, and the great wilderness was, in essence, paving the way for the future of the Shui Yun army." Li Hao fell into contemplation, and after a while, he spoke. The primary force will be the cavalry from the great wilderness. Currently, the elite of the divine kingdom has been vanquished. The great wilderness will disband 50,000 troops, leaving approximately 30,000 to defend the western front against the divine kingdom. The arrangement of the great wilderness was indeed challenging, especially since he had previously promised the king of the great wilderness that he would ensure a proper arrangement for them. He glanced at Empress Shui Yun and continued, "If the seas are filled, the Shui Yun army will remain unchanged. They will simply relocate from the 5 continents to the periphery of Haoxing continent for defense. Additionally, we should direct the research department to explore the possibility of constructing powerful warships." Warships? The others exchanged puzzled looks, as at present, warships seemed of little utility and might instead waste resources. Why would Li Hao request the research team to build warships? Moreover, both Boundless City and Zhantian City possessed some, albeit limited, as most had been taken away when Swordmaster embarked on his expedition across the cosmic expanse. Li Hao merely mentioned this without elaborating further. After making some simple arrangements, he decided not to delve into details. "Hey Bao, come with me. I shall visit the ruins of Tianxing City to inspect the guardianship of the tortoise and the overseer of Fuhai. You may accompany me, everyone else. Attend to your respective duties." "Understood," they replied. The 2 sages acknowledged, and the group of 4 was, in essence, a solitary individual, as the other 3 were deemed as demons, making their way directly toward the ruins of the Star Town. Li Hao refrained from bringing companions, primarily out of concern for unforeseen circumstances. Zheng Hongyuan had previously sought to entice members of the 8 prominent families into this venture, perhaps anticipating that their involvement would lead to calamity. Naturally, Li Hao himself bore the bloodline of the Li family. This time, he also carried the name of Zhantian as a precaution. The inclusion of the Black Panther was purely because it had just emerged from seclusion, and Li Hao sought to accompany it for a brief exploration. Upon arriving at the Startown ruins, the tree that was once on the verge of becoming sentient now stood withered. Li Hao stepped inside, followed closely by the others. Upon entry, Li Fuhai exclaimed in astonishment, noting that it resembled the Star Town of yesteryears almost identically. Evidently, Zheng Hongyuan had exerted considerable effort to fabricate this imitation of the Star Town. Li Hao cast a glance around. There was nothing particularly noteworthy, merely an air of antiquity that distinguished it from typical new martial ruins, offering a more ancient ambience. As Li Hao trod upon the bluestone slabs, he surveyed the surroundings and discerned the absence of any other living souls, save for Zheng Hongyuan. The city exuded an eerie silence. Nonetheless, the energy within the city was remarkably abundant. The entire ancient city was divided into 12 regions, corresponding to the 12 prominent families of the past, arranged in a fan-like distribution with a grand hall at the center. According to Li Fuhai, this hall was structured akin to the meeting hall of the Star Town, where formidable figures once convened to make momentous decisions. At this juncture, Li Hao conducted a thorough examination, his brow furrowing slightly, as it appeared rather unremarkable. Where was the Blood Emperor's division point of the continent? Perhaps a visit to the meeting hall would shed light on this matter. The most distinctive feature of this place was undoubtedly the Grand Meeting Hall. The group swiftly made their way in that direction. Outside the hall, several statues were displayed. Li Hao elaborated further. In the original Star Town, there were 13 statues flanking the meeting hall, representing the 13 prominent families. However, following the demise of one family, only 12 statues remained, symbolizing the collective governance of the Star Town by the 12 families. Li Hao counted and suddenly remarked, "There are only 8 statues." Li Hao and the old turtle hastily turned their gaze, and in the next moment, the old turtle's thoughts stirred. Could this signify the Silver Moon's 8 prominent families? Li Hao raised an eyebrow and scrutinized the statues closely. They appeared rather indistinct, leaving one to wonder whether their features had been intentionally obscured or if there were other reasons for this ambiguity. The statues were present, yet devoid of additional details. After a thorough inspection, Li Hao noticed that the statues were rather simplistic. However, one statue flickered with a faint luminescence, as if it might extinguish at any moment. Li Hao observed it intently for a while before speaking. This should represent the 8 families. The one emitting light may signify the Zheng family. Zheng Hanyuan, as a king, would have no need to alter the original appearance of the Star Town with superfluous elements. Thus, these 8 statues might hold particular significance. Li Hao nodded slightly, casting his gaze towards the Grand Hall encircled by the 8 statues. Perhaps the location he sought lay within this hall. Zheng Hanyuan, rather than remaining with his son, had chosen to construct a city here alone. Such an endeavor could not have been a mere pastime. It must have been meticulously orchestrated. After pondering this, Li Hao stepped into the Grand Hall. The Grand Hall is rather unadorned. At this moment, 8 thrones, accompanied by a round table, encircle the hall, creating a sensation of deliberation from all directions. Each of the 8 thrones appears extraordinary, and merely glancing at them reveals that they are forged from divine materials, possessing considerable rank. One of these thrones, perhaps frequently occupied by Zheng Hanyuan, gleams with a certain luster, while the other 7 seem somewhat new. However, soon, Li Hao's brow furrows slightly. His gaze suddenly shifts to a chair adjacent to the Zheng family. This throne, too, is opulent and pristine, yet it bears signs of having been occupied, leaving Li Hao to wonder if Zheng Hanyuan has taken his turn upon it. This impression arises from the faint wear evident on the throne. To the untrained eye, it may go unnoticed, but upon closer inspection, Li Hao feels a stirring within. This wear seems reminiscent of an overwhelming sword intent that has inadvertently marred the throne. Otherwise, a divine throne would not easily succumb to such degradation. Li Hao is momentarily taken aback. Abruptly, he releases a surge of sword intent, commanding attention as he calls out, "Li Daoing, is that you?" His sword intent radiates outward, swiftly enveloping the entire city, surprising the 2 sages who become immediately vigilant. After a period of waiting without detecting any living presence, Li Hao's brow furrows once more as he muses, perhaps a member of the Li family has visited this place. Upon hearing this, Li Hao expresses astonishment. Surely not? This location was constructed before the celestial upheaval, and Zheng Hanyuan should have entered here post-upheaval, never to leave again. During the upheaval, powerful beings could not venture out. How could a member of the Li family be here? Unless they arrived after the revival. 21 years ago, their avatars might have been able to emerge. Contemplating this, their expressions shift. What does this imply? It suggests that after the revival of heaven and earth, members of the Li family traversed the world. Li Daoing? Li Hao's brow furrows as well. The Serpent King indicated that the one guiding it possessed a presence of sword intent, and the remnants of the Tianxing city also bear traces of such intent. This implies that beyond the seal, members of the Li family indeed wander the realms. Sword intent need not be exclusively left by the Li family, yet Li Hao surmises that apart from the Li family, there are likely no other sword masters. Li Daoing stands as the prime suspect. This individual is currently recognized as the only known traitor among the Li family's ranks, having previously sought to recruit many into betrayal. Yet, why has there never been a trace of him in the Silver Moon realm? All the ancient cities bear evidence of his presence. Even Zheng Hanyuan has appeared. Yet he remains elusive. A myriad of thoughts flit through his mind. Moreover, what could be his purpose in coming here? This counterfeit Tianxing city undoubtedly harbors significant secrets. In this moment, Li Hao gazes at that throne, contemplating that perhaps by taking a seat upon it, he might uncover some truths. Chapter 361. The Legacy in the Deliberation Hall. Li Hao studies the 8 thrones, lost in contemplation. Zheng Hongyuan has invested considerable effort into constructing this grand city, recreating Tianxing city, perhaps with ulterior motives at play. However, it is inconceivable that it is merely for the purpose of ensnaring others. If that were the case, the other party would indeed be excessively idle. At the boundary point, where the heavens and earth are divided, there lie 8 thrones and the 8 great families. This place undoubtedly harbors a unique significance. Li Hao pondered this notion, and it was evident that others shared his thoughts. Li Fuhai's voice resonated with gravity. Do not hastily take a seat. This entity may possess peculiar attributes. It might even siphon the bloodlines of the 8 families. Such conjectures were not unfounded. Zheng Hongyuan had consistently summoned the strong from the 8 families, perhaps for this very purpose. It is conceivable that this so-called treasure ground can only be accessed through the collaboration of the 8 families. What exactly did the Blood Emperor leave behind? Could it truly counter the Red Moon Emperor? Li Hao's curiosity was piqued. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. If this is a treasure bequeathed by the Blood Emperor, I believe it would not lead us to our demise. If Zheng Hongyuan has set some traps, we have already vanquished his true form. Why should we fear any remnants he may have left? Should the Blood Emperor have indeed left behind treasures, they would not inflict fatal harm upon us. Any trials present may directly threaten those of the 8 families, but such actions do not align with the character of an emperor. While there was merit to his reasoning, the situation remained perilous. Li Fuhai wished to elaborate further, but Li Hao interjected. The protector of the sea once said that timidity is the very reason some individuals fail to rise. Now that we have arrived here, shall we simply halt our progress and abandon our quest? To forsake exploration out of fear of the unknown? That would render us no different from the Zheng father and son. With a smile, Li Hao continued. Moreover, I am favored by the heavens and possess the Hao Star realm. The issue should not be insurmountable, with the 2 saints safeguarding me. Should any peril arise, whether it seeks to consume my bloodline or take my life, simply sever my physical form. What? The 2 were momentarily taken aback. Sever you? I fear becoming ensnared in a trap, unable to escape. By severing my physical form and preserving my divine text, the divine text can retreat into the Hao Star realm, allowing for the eventual recreation of my body. Upon hearing his words, the 2 formidable beings contemplated in silence, offering no further objections. The old tortoise considered the matter and finally remarked, Then allow me to accompany you, my lord. I am merely the soul of a divine weapon. Such a weapon should not be deemed an external entity. Otherwise, how could one carry a divine weapon at all? It would be utterly bare. With that, it transformed into a suit of armor resembling a mystical tortoise. Li Hao said nothing further as he reached for the tortoise shell, which swiftly enveloped his body, providing an additional layer of protection. Woof! The Black Panther barked with concern. Fear not. After a moment of contemplation, Li Hao chose not to approach the other thrones, but instead made his way directly to the one with slightly worn sword intent. Boom! The instant he sat down, a surge of sword intent erupted, attempting to thwart his descent with formidable force. However, it was merely residual sword intent. With a soft grunt, Li Hao unleashed his own sword intent. Boom! With a resounding crash, the residual sword intent shattered. Li Hao took his seat unimpeded. Boom! Another deafening sound erupted as, the moment Li Hao settled into the throne, it emanated blinding rays of light, causing the world to spin around him, revealing an illusory dimension of time and space. In that instant, a tremendous force of attraction emanated from the throne. Indeed, as anticipated, this chair is extraordinary. At this moment, it seems to be consuming the bloodline power within Li Hao. The voice of the ancient tortoise echoes in his ears. This object is a supreme divine weapon, a weapon of the monarch. How audacious is Zheng Hongyuan! This chair is indeed a weapon of the monarch. At this moment, a tremendous force of confinement emanates, binding Li Hao. Moreover, an even more potent force of absorption is at work, incessantly drawing the blood from within him. Li Hao's expression remains calm. What is there to be astonished about when one can predict such events? His curiosity lies in understanding what Zheng Hongyuan hopes to obtain at such a great cost. Many are engaged in the absorption of the bloodlines of the 8 great families. Zheng Hongyuan is doing so. It seems the Red Moon Emperor is as well. And the Zheng family appears to be involved too. The 8 great families are not particularly special. The strongest among them is merely the sword sovereign. The Li family, in truth, lacks the direct bloodline of the sword sovereign, making the bloodlines of the 8 great families rather ordinary. Could it be that the 8 great families harbor secrets unknown to him? Excluding the sword sovereign, the mightiest among them is only the monarch. Is the bloodline of the monarch truly so precious, or is it merely a legacy of countless generations? Thus, Li Hao is genuinely intrigued as to why the bloodlines of the 8 great families can withstand the power of the Emperor's red moon, and by what means they can contend with the Emperor. 8 great families. Li Hao murmurs softly, Tortoise Guardian, release the restrictions, allow it to absorb. I wish to see what purpose this object serves in absorbing my bloodline power. The ancient tortoise is taken aback, truly fearless. Although the monarch has perished, some traps left behind may indeed be capable of slaying a saint. Is Li Hao truly unperturbed? He is not without concern. Rather, there are matters that must be elucidated. Without clarity, he cannot find peace. The dangers that are visible are not the true threats. It is the unknown dangers that he fears. At this moment, as Li Hao relinquishes the restrictions, it feels as though the very fabric of reality is spinning. The chair's pull intensifies, and streams of crimson bloodline power continuously seep out, draining from his body. Li Hao's aura diminishes slightly. At this juncture, it seems as though they have traversed through the void to another location. Where is this? Li Hao's eyes shimmer with brilliance as he surveys his surroundings. It appears to be an expansive realm, shrouded in a misty haze. At this moment, the other 7 chairs also seem to manifest, yet they are devoid of occupants. They converge from all directions, forming a circle that draws ever closer to the center. Suddenly, an oppressive force descends upon him. This oppressive force reminds Li Hao of one individual, the Red Moon Emperor. Previously, when he encountered the Red Moon Emperor within the seal, he experienced a formidable sense of pressure, a suffocating sensation. Now, it is not the Red Moon Emperor himself, but a similar force of oppression, akin to that of an emperor. Is this a treasure left behind by the Blood Emperor? Li Hao's eyes, ablaze with golden light, pierce through the void. Gazing toward the center of this realm, it seems to be another dimension, another world. Where could this possibly be? The Black Panther and Li Fu Hai have vanished, leaving only the tortoise shell upon him. The insatiable force emanating from the chair relentlessly absorbed Li Hao's bloodline. As it drew upon this life essence, the chair inched closer to the very heart of the cosmos, while the other 7 chairs appeared stagnant, unable to progress further. Clearly, these other chairs lacked the vital bloodline energy to sustain their advance. Intriguingly, although Li Hao's vitality had waned, his blood surged with frailty. Yet he did not resist the chair's absorption. He allowed himself to be carried forward, as if traversing the fabric of space itself. Gradually, the dim expanse at the center loomed nearer. With a hint of curiosity, Li Hao cast a glance into the distance, his expression reflecting perplexity. Meanwhile, the ancient tortoise trembled, a palpable aura of dread and reverence emanating from its shell. It extended a fragment of its mental energy towards the distance, sensing an overwhelming imperial pressure creeping forth. With great effort, it glimpsed something suspended in that realm. Though indistinct, every attempt to focus on it shattered its mental clarity. Yet, Li Hao perceived it with clarity. It was a knife, a blood-red blade. This particular weapon bore an unusual, octagonal prism-like shape, its edge seemingly divided into 8 facets, one of which faced Li Hao directly. A spark of realization ignited in his eyes. Was this the Blood Emperor's blade? He had once witnessed the specter of the figure, wielding a long knife at the waist and a longbow upon his back, shattering the heavens with that very blood-red blade. But why had this entity left behind his weapon? What was so special about this silver moon? The Empress of Humanity had also left her own sword. The Dominator Emperor, or rather, that iron-headed sovereign whom many hesitated to name, had likewise forsaken his gauntlets. Numerous exalted emperors had abandoned their weapons. Moreover, the sword sovereign had left behind his own blade. Why? It was merely a fragment of the cosmos, an inconsequential realm dubbed the Silver Moon, seemingly a mere gift to the sword sovereign. Yet, why had so many paramount entities left their armaments? Was Zheng Hanyuan intent on seizing this blood knife? Could the Blood Emperor's blade truly contend with the might of an emperor? That seemed implausible. Weapons are, after all, merely instruments. If the Blood Emperor's blade was inferior to that of the Red Moon's Emperor, it would be better to perish in a futile attempt. The weapons of the Empress and her companions seemed equally mediocre, strong as they were. To claim that they could vanquish an emperor solely through their weapons would be sheer folly. Li Hao found himself engulfed in confusion. At that moment, the blood-red knife appeared to spin, and as he focused intently, he was suddenly struck by a realization. This knife was anything but ordinary. The Blood Emperor's blade was undeniably formidable. However, beyond its immense pressure, he sensed something else, an enigmatic seal within the blade itself. A surge of curiosity gripped Li Hao's heart. Could this blade be suppressing something? What was the true nature of this miniature world? First, the Red Moon Emperor had been sealed, the heavens had been shattered. Veins of, or had vanished, and the essence had dissipated. Now, it seemed the Blood Emperor was employing his weapon to contain some entity. Was the Silver Moon an accidental creation, or had these beings orchestrated its inception to seal away something? Li Hao's head throbbed with the weight of these revelations. The chair had drained a significant amount of his vital energy, rendering him incapable of moving forward or approaching any closer. Li Hao felt that if this continued, he would indeed be drained to death. It was only through the combined efforts of the 8 great families, their formidable members uniting, that they could suppress the oppressive force of the imperial sovereign and draw near to that blade. Was Zheng Hongyuan truly intent on gathering the strength of the 8 families to discuss matters and extract the bloodline power to approach that sword? This blade was peculiar, far too powerful. The pressure it exuded was overwhelming. Even Li Hao, a being of saintly status, found it impossible to draw closer, which was astonishing, clearly. Zheng Hongyuan could not approach either, and he was a heavenly king. Under normal circumstances, a weapon without a master would not possess such might. Take, for instance, the gauntlets of the Tyrant Emperor, the sword of the Queen of Humanity, and the Celestial Sword, all imperial weapons, yet without their masters, they would self-destruct, perhaps inflicting considerable damage, even posing a threat to saints. However, the Heavenly King should still be able to easily suppress them, right? How strange. Li Hao pondered, unleashing another surge of vital energy, which he willingly infused into the chair, causing the throne to advance slightly once more. At this moment, Li Hao perceived more clearly. Within that blade indeed resided something akin to a sleeping cat. A cat? Li Hao was momentarily taken aback, feeling a sense of disorientation. How could there possibly be a cat? Boom. At that instant, the blade suddenly erupted with an overwhelming pressure that shook the heavens and the earth. Bang! The throne was directly shattered into the void, and the scales on Li Hao's body emitted a creaking sound, followed by a cry of pain. The Emperor. Thunderous echoes reverberated. The throne shattered the fabric of reality, and Li Hao vanished from that space. The booming sounds continued to resonate. 8 thrones emerged, and the furious roar of a black panther echoed in his ears, accompanied by the terrifying voice of the sea conqueror. Li Hao felt as though his bones had shattered completely. His consciousness began to blur. Yet soon, 2 words flashed in his mind: heavenly battle. The moment those 2 words appeared, the chaos was quelled. At this juncture, the chair continued to absorb Li Hao's vital energy, seemingly intent on draining him to death. Lord! The voice of the sea conqueror resounded. Can the Lord escape? If not, I shall strike down the Lord's physical form. This was spoken by Li Hao himself. Clearly, the sea conqueror had called out several times, and upon receiving no response from Li Hao, began to contemplate whether to slay his physical form. Meanwhile, within Li Hao's mind, divine texts erupted, and streams of profound power manifested. A small sword appeared, and with a resounding boom, it pierced through the heavens and the earth, severing all, directly shattering the consuming force. As he opened his eyes, a massive hoof was poised to strike his forehead, seemingly ready to descend. Stop! Li Hao urgently commanded, and the hoof halted. The eye of the sea conqueror gazed at Li Hao, revealing a hint of concern. Is the Lord unscathed? Have you escaped? Li Hao swiftly rose, feeling somewhat weak, stumbling slightly as the scales on his body fell away. The ancient tortoise transformed into human form, its visage pale and filled with trepidation. Li Hao remained silent, instead directing his gaze towards the chair, murmuring, "So that is the case." The wear and tear on the chair was not intentionally left behind. Rather, it was the result of an eruption of sword intent in a bid for escape. Evidently, years ago, someone had sat in this very place, witnessing a scene that compelled them to extricate themselves, their formidable sword intent obliterating all in its path, yet leaving behind traces of wear upon the chair. Could it have been Li Daoheng? If so, this individual must possess considerable strength. A saint? A heavenly king? However, they likely would not be overly powerful. For had they truly been formidable, such marks would not have remained. Their sword intent would be potent, their control sufficient to prevent such remnants. Or perhaps the opponent had encountered something far more daunting, rendering escape impossible? Countless thoughts surged within him. Zheng Hanyuan had schemed here for many years, possibly for that very blade. Yet, perhaps the blade itself was not the crux, but rather the entity it contained, a great emperor? He cast a glance at the ancient tortoise, who had uttered the name of the great emperor. It was said that the great emperor was none other than the Tsang emperor. Could it be that the Tsang emperor was a cat? The armor of Yuanping Martial Science University bore the imprint of a cat. The imperial palace guarded by the imperial guards also resembled a cat in some respects. The tree that had once provided fruit to the father of the imperial guards seemed to have borne fruit reminiscent of a cat as well. Thus, was it true that the Tsang emperor was a cat? Was the Tsang emperor sealed within the blade? Impossible. Li Hao shook his head in disbelief. How could that be? It was said that in the new martial era, the king of humanity and the Tsang emperor shared dominion over the world, both masters of the cosmos, dividing the realm between them. How could the Tsang emperor possibly be sealed by the blood emperor in this manner? Absurd. At that moment, Li Fuhai wore a perplexed expression. You vanished for a brief instant. Where did you go? What is this chair? I probed it, and it seemed to vanish into thin air, leaving me utterly unable to locate you, only to reappear suddenly. He then turned to the ancient tortoise. Little tortoise, what is the matter with you? The ancient tortoise appeared somewhat dazed, taking a long while before responding. I seem to have sensed the aura of the great emperor. What? The aura of the great emperor? Li Fuhai trembled all over, as if he had heard something profoundly terrifying, wishing to flee the spot in an instant, gripped by an overwhelming fear. But in the next moment, he regained his composure and could not help but curse. What nonsense! How could the great emperor, who resides in the main world, commanding the primordial cosmos and overseeing the world of yin and yang, possibly appear here? If he were truly to manifest, the heavens would have long been turned upside down. Who are you trying to scare? The ancient tortoise began to doubt its own senses, expressing trepidation. Perhaps I misperceived. Or maybe the great emperor left something behind. That being was the true embodiment of invincibility. In the new martial world, when speaking of invincibility, the king of humanity and the Tsang emperor stood unparalleled. Even the supreme being fell short in comparison. After all, these two were the true sovereigns of the world. If the Tsang emperor were present, what of the matters concerning the Red Moon emperor? What of the traitors of the new martial world? With this thought, the ancient tortoise felt it had misjudged the situation. Meanwhile, Li Hao furrowed his brow, contemplating for a long while before stating, that world is the one to which the throne was transported. It contains a blade, a crimson long blade, within which seems to slumber a cat. What? Li Fuhai's face drained of color, his bovine head appearing ready to explode, his four hooves trembling violently. The blood emperor killed the Tsang emperor? Li Hao regarded him silently. The ancient tortoise, too, was at a loss for words, wondering how such a conclusion could be drawn. He was somewhat perplexed. How could this be? The sovereign of the Azure could not possibly be here. Absolutely impossible. If the sovereign were to arrive, this world would transcend its diminutive nature, and the new martial lord world would lose half its energy, plunging the entire realm into chaos. The sovereign could not have traversed here. Both of them were equally bewildered. Li Hao was equally confused, pondering their situation, which eluded his understanding. However, he did grasp why Zheng Hanyuan sought this blade. Its power was formidable. Merely its oppressive aura had injured two venerable saints. Should one master this blade, it might indeed pose a genuine threat to the emperor, yet approaching it was utterly unfeasible. At this juncture, he found himself further perplexed. It seemed that the bloodline powers of the 8 great families could draw near. He was curious. Did the 8 great families possess any extraordinary attributes? Why did so many matters require their intervention? He glanced at the 2 new martial powerhouses, utterly confounded. Aside from the sword sovereign, the mightiest among the 8 great families was merely a heavenly king, with some being as weak as saints. Such families were barely competent guardians. Yet, why were the remnants of the blood emperor and the sword sovereign so intricately linked to the 8 great families? The old turtle was equally mystified. Were the weapons left by the blood emperor also connected to the 8 great families? This, too, eluded its comprehension. The stargate left by the sword sovereign was somewhat understandable, as the 8 families governed the heavens and the earth, wielding 8 keys for a grand formation that necessitated their involvement. However, there was no rationale for the blood emperor to be entangled with the 8 great families. there was no need for such connections. Meanwhile, Li Fuhai, lost in thought, was not considering these matters. Instead, he was still absorbing the situation. Did the Blood Emperor also leave behind weapons? In the face of impending danger, why would these formidable beings leave behind their armaments, even if they were of little assistance to them? Bestowing them upon others would surely be more beneficial than leaving them in this small world, wouldn't it? The group exchanged glances, each wearing a bewildered expression, failing to comprehend. Furthermore, was there truly a cat within the blade? Upon this thought, Li Fuhai felt a surge of dread. Was the sovereign genuinely here? Impossible. The sovereign had a fondness for beef. He knew this all too well. How terrifying. Meanwhile, Li Hao continued to frown, realizing that he had not unearthed all the secrets of the 8 great families. Regrettably, Zheng Hongyuan had perished as the head of the Zheng family. He must have possessed some knowledge. The remaining individuals, such as Director Wang, were merely distant descendants of the Wang family and undoubtedly lacked any insight. Others were equally uncertain. With the heads of other families having departed, it seemed that perhaps only Zheng Yu was privy to the situation. Of course, if Li Daoheng had visited this place, he might also possess some knowledge. The Blood Emperor's blade remained within the core area where the Blood Emperor shattered the heavens. Within the blade, there was also a cat. These clues did not yield any further answers for Li Hao. He felt as though there was little to gain. As they could not approach it, what benefit could there possibly be? Wait. In the next moment, Li Hao's heart stirred. Who said there were no advantages? The oppressive aura of the Emperor. It was terrifyingly powerful. The last time he beheld the Red Moon Emperor, he was filled with trepidation, too fearful to gaze any longer. Worried he might be truly invaded by the Red Moon Emperor. But what if he could comprehend the Emperor's oppressive aura here? Once accustomed to the Emperor's might, it would surely serve as a form of cultivation, wouldn't it? It is indeed impossible to draw close, yet one can continuously sense, comprehend, and resist. There is still much benefit to be gained, for this is the Blood Emperor. Moreover, the Blood Emperor is no ordinary sovereign. In the new era of martial arts, while the strongest is undoubtedly the king of humans, following closely are the likes of the Blood Emperor, who stand as the pinnacle of power, far surpassing lesser-known emperors like Shui Li and Li Wuqi. It is said that when comparing the Sword Sovereign to the Blood Emperor, the former pales in comparison. The pressure left by the latter endures through the ages. Is this not the finest form of training? Additionally, aside from the depletion of my vital energy, I seem to bear no significant injuries. The 2 characters, Zhan Tian, linger in my mind, stirring something within me. I can perceive clearly, whereas the old tortoise cannot. Could this be related to those 2 characters? When feeling the oppressive force, I sensed its strength, yet fear and trepidation were scarce. There was none of the imminent death I felt when facing the Red Moon Emperor. It is not that the Blood Emperor's pressure is weak. Perhaps the phrase Zhan Tian also originated from his hand, thus mitigating this sensation. Thoughts flickered incessantly in my mind. I pondered the myriad secrets concealed within this silver moon realm. I felt as if I had seen through much, yet at this moment, it seemed I had not fully grasped everything. Furthermore, someone from the Li family must have emerged. Why have they remained hidden? Non-Li family members, even if they are sword cultivators, should not be able to absorb vital energy, which would preclude any unwarranted outbursts of sword intent. I gazed upon the 8 thrones. Did they originate from Zheng Hongyuan or the Blood Emperor? If they were indeed left by Zheng Hongyuan, it would imply that he had made significant discoveries, having created these 8 thrones. If representatives from the 8 great families had arrived, could they approach that blade? At this moment, I found myself lost in thought while observing the 8 thrones. Beside me, members of the Wang family were present, and Director Zhao could be considered a descendant of the Zhao lineage. Along with myself, a descendant of the Li family. There seemed to be no inherited legacies from the other families, Zhou, Hong, Zheng, Lu, or Zhang, currently in the outside world. Of course, the entity known as the Red Moon has gathered the bloodlines of the 8 families. I contemplated whether capturing this being and bringing it forth would allow me to approach that blade. However, I dismissed the thought. It was far too perilous. Should they truly seize that blade and deliver a strike upon me, would it not be akin to gifting them an advantage? As I pondered, the old tortoise and his companion were also deep in thought, both appearing somewhat conflicted. The Blood Emperor's blade is present, and yet there lies the presence of the Tsang Emperor as well. Could it be that treasures left by the Tsang Emperor are also here? If so, this location becomes exceedingly significant. The old tortoise spoke gravely. Should this place be taken, and the weapon of the emperor seized, calamity may ensue. Among the many emperors in the new martial realm, the Blood Emperor possesses formidable combat prowess. Were it not for his reluctance to accept the power of his predecessor, the Zhantian Emperor, he might not be weaker than the King of Humans or the Tsang Emperor. I was puzzled, so powerful. Those two are masters of the world. Truly formidable. The old tortoise reflected. Throughout history, the greatest talent has been the Zhantian Emperor. Not the King of Humans? I was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't it said that the King of Humans reached an invincible level within mere years? The King of Humans progresses at an astonishing pace. All of this is, in fact, attributed to the treasures and legacies left behind by the war god, which have aided the King of Humans in confronting the war god himself in the end. Interestingly, he could have vanquished the greatest adversary of the new martial era, the Heavenly Emperor, yet he chose to forego such an opportunity. Li Hao was taken aback. Could it truly be this way? Throughout history, has there ever been a talent so unparalleled? Is this not somewhat exaggerated? At this moment, Li Fuhai interjected, suggesting that it may not be as exaggerated as it seems, for the King of Humans possesses an extraordinary talent. It is indeed true that the war god wields formidable power, but his temperament is excessively gentle, treating everyone with tranquility, a true embodiment of celestial grace and scholarly elegance. Thus, it is challenging for him to engage in acts of ruthless slaughter. Li Hao remained silent, lost in contemplation. If that is the case, this blade is indeed extraordinary. The Starry Sky Sword, the sword wielded by the King of Humans, and the gloves of the Dominator Emperor seem to pale in comparison to this. Of course, this may also be related to the cat within. This relic site is undeniably of paramount importance. Moreover, regarding the earlier location, is it possible to access it without the throne? If the throne was crafted by Zheng Hanyuan, then it should be feasible, as he must have entered it during its creation, otherwise, it would not be connected. As for the Blood Emperor, it seems illogical for him to forge the 8 great thrones. Perhaps initially, all members of the 8 great families were permitted entry? Who can say? Li Hao sensed the frailty of his internal energy. It appears that each entry is subject to limitations. If this continues, he risks depleting himself. It is best to return. Li Hao glanced at the 8 thrones. At this stage, unless the 8 great families unite, obtaining that blade will be exceedingly difficult. I am now inclined to meet with Zheng Yu and Ying Hongyue. These two seem to possess more knowledge than I do and appear to be gathering the bloodlines of the 8 great families. I am curious about what makes the bloodlines of the 8 great families so special. To this point, I have not perceived any remarkable traits. Why can they withstand the power of the Red Moon? That is the power of the Emperor, a force formidable enough to challenge even the heavenly kings. Yet, this weaker Ying Hongyue can contend against it with a mere hint of the 8 great families' bloodline. How peculiar. I had not previously considered this aspect. No matter how strong Ying Hongyue may be, at this stage, she cannot surpass my strength. What qualifications does she possess to resist? Moreover, she has even managed to separate some of it, not through the Haoxing realm, but by her own means, integrating it into the Forbidden Sea. This is even more bizarre. The old turtle shook its head, equally perplexed and unable to comprehend the situation. Li Fuhai, deep in thought, mused. I had not paid much attention to the 8 great families before. Aside from the Sword Sovereign, there are hardly any formidable figures worth mentioning. Yet, according to the Marquis, this is indeed strange. To get to the bottom of this, perhaps only members of the Li family possess the answers, or the heads of the 8 great families. Regardless, the 8 great families were already established when I arrived. Why were these 8 families chosen to govern the world? That remains unclear. It added, at that time, there were many stronger than these 8 families, and others would have been willing to come to Silver Moon. Seeing that it too could not elucidate the matter, Li Hao smiled and remarked, "It is of no concern. We will eventually uncover the truth. If I cannot obtain it, so be it. At least there remains a glimmer of anticipation. The inability to possess it now does not signify a perpetual lack. Should I truly acquire it, perhaps there exists a genuine hope of contending with the Emperor. Alas, it is but a dagger, not a sword. Yet, this is inconsequential. For all things may serve as a sword. He seems resolute that this dagger is rightfully his. After all, this relic is presently within his grasp. Zheng Hanyuan, after years of scheming, has failed to seize it, indicating that mere reliance on the might of the king may not suffice for success. Ultimately, it appears that the 8 great families must unite for this endeavor. At this moment, Li Hao reminisced about the words spoken by the Blood Emperor when he divided the heavens and the earth. He had proclaimed that within this realm, one should not harbor thoughts that do not belong, nor should one aspire to escape the primary world. Otherwise, one should prepare for the consequences. It seemed both a counsel and a warning. He had also stated that by employing the Tianxing formation, he suppressed the cosmos. Was this the formation preceding the 8 major cities? The current seal imprisoning the Blood Moon Emperor seems to resemble that very formation. Although the Sword Sovereign is not adept at formations, he has managed to thwart an emperor for 100,000 years through sealing. Perhaps it is not merely the strength of the Sword Sovereign Spectre, but rather the formidable nature of the formation left by the opposing force. The Blood Emperor is indeed a remarkable figure. Furthermore, it appears that the Blood Emperor undertook all these measures as a precautionary measure, anticipating the potential separation of this realm. Li Hao felt a headache coming on. Yet soon, a smile graced his face, transforming like a chameleon, leaving the two saints perplexed. Li Hao remarked, "This place is truly remarkable. However, Zheng Yu must be aware of certain circumstances, cognizant of his father's prolonged stay here. Additionally, members of the Li family must also possess knowledge of this location. Yet they are unable to seize its treasures. It seems there is no need for excessive concern regarding the loss of these items." As he spoke, his gaze flickered momentarily. Might Inghongyue also be aware of this place? The two were bewildered, questioning how they could know. If that fellow is aware, what difference would it make? Li Hao swiftly contemplated, then declared, "Inghongyue has been enjoying a rather comfortable existence lately. I intend to pay him a visit." Comfortable? While Li Fuhai was somewhat unclear, the old tortoise was quite aware of the situation. How could he be comfortable? He fled from the central region to the north, then from the north to Dali, and from Dali to the Western Divine Kingdom, accompanied by 3 major organizations and the Haotian Divine Mountain. With over 100,000 superpowers, now only 1,000 remain. Is this what one calls comfort? Does Li Hao harbor some misunderstanding of the term? Meanwhile, various thoughts swirled in Li Hao's mind. He wished to meet with Inghongyue. It had been a considerable time since he last saw that individual. While he might not be able to eliminate him, he was certain that Inghongyue would have a group of observers nearby. Zheng Yu's people, Hongyue's followers, and even members of the Li family, centering around Inghongyue. There might be an opportunity to hunt a cadre of powerful individuals. The moon god happened to be in that vicinity as well, which would certainly make for a livelier scene. With such excitement unfolding, and with others busy with their own affairs, he thought it prudent to join in the festivities, keeping trouble at bay. As for Zheng Yu's Hurricane City, it would not easily reveal itself at this time. Furthermore, it was possible that they had retreated to Silver City. Li Hao assessed the situation and smiled, unperturbed by the notion of disturbing the seal. Previously, one had deliberately adopted such a stance, and that individual must certainly be concerned about this matter. This, in turn, has constrained Zheng Yu, and also serves to prevent the esteemed emperor from once more disrupting the seal. In truth, Li Hao had no intention of shattering the seal. All his actions were merely to instill a sense of trepidation in Zheng Yu. That man must believe he cannot contend with him. Desperate to conceal the seal at all costs. Casting another glance at the 8 great thrones, Li Hao spoke. Although it is uncertain whether the adversary can seize it, there remains a degree of peril. Let the guardian tortoise remain stationed here for the time being, while the sea guardian must oversee the boundless city. General Huai should return to command at Warheaven City. The old tortoise had no objections, though he expressed some trepidation, saying, "What if I inadvertently venture into that place?" He was not afraid of death, but rather apprehensive of that ominous aura that stirred unease within him. Li Fuhai quickly interjected, "What is there to fear? You are a divine weapon. Without a leader, how could you possibly enter? Enough with the chatter. Your duty here is simple. Do not speak of such nonsense. If I am to remain here, I refuse to comply. It terrifies me." Li Hao glanced at the 2 formidable beings and could not help but ask, "Is that esteemed emperor truly so malevolent? Is he not the sovereign of the world? Why do the 2 of you perceive him as a demon?" The 2 remained silent. Was the emperor truly a demon? In the eyes of the monarchs, the emperor was endearing, amusing, benevolent, and understanding, yet in the eyes of others, he was an entity of utmost terror. In their hearts, there existed no distinction between good and evil, no right or wrong. Such a being is indeed frightening, as he acts entirely according to his whims. For instance, should he desire beef, the emperor deems it perfectly normal to indulge, regardless of who suffers as a consequence. The Water Power clan, in a desperate bid to avoid being devoured, has gone to great lengths to appease him, and at times, the two ancestral emperors must begrudgingly sacrifice a portion of their own flesh to treat him to hot pot. Even the role of emperor can be a burdensome plight. Li Hao was unaware of all this, and at that moment, Li Fuhai felt embarrassed to speak, forcing a laugh. No, how could that be? It's just that the emperor cannot possibly be present here. So we are concerned that he may have left behind some divine weapons. If that were the case, it could easily lead to chaotic activation. Believe you a ghost? Li Hao ceased to dwell on that topic and continued. Once I procure some bloodlines from the 8 families, I shall return to investigate further. Or perhaps bring Director Zhao and his team along, though they are rather weak. I fear they may be drained dry. This place is quite intriguing. To contend with the emperor, one must gain a deeper understanding of him. Such audacity in thought. The two pondered this, while Li Hao, no longer lingering, left only the old tortoise behind, accompanying the anxious Li Fuhai as they exited the ruins. Within the ruins, the old tortoise swiftly fled the council hall, retreating to the entrance to meditate, ever ready to escape at the slightest disturbance, pitifully hoping that Li Hao would arrive soon to take him away. At this moment, in the west, it was indeed as Li Hao had anticipated, bustling with activity. A throng of crimson-robed warriors appeared frequently, intent on slaying the moon goddess. Yet they did not strike against the corresponding red moon. A group of formidable figures cloaked in black continuously emerged, diligently safeguarding the moon goddess and confronting their crimson adversaries, yet refraining from targeting the radiant red moon. Meanwhile, the radiant red moon relentlessly pursued the moon goddess's faction. The factions, seemingly disconnected, appeared acutely aware of each other's identities. Their battleground had shifted from the starry continent to this locale, as they found the formidable Li Hao of the starry realm exceedingly troublesome. The most unfortunate were the moon goddess's side, who faced relentless pursuit. At this moment, the queen moon goddess wore a grim expression, frequently glancing back, as the entities from the red moon realm relentlessly hunted them. Had it not been for Li Hao's slaying of those divine beings, even the sacred path deities, these pursuers would not dare to chase her relentlessly. The limits of divine beings were commensurate with Li Hao's prowess. The cosmos could accommodate the 9 layers of sun and moon, allowing those few saints of the divine faction to unleash the might of the 9 layers of sun and moon, embodying the principles of the universe. In contrast, both the new martial and red moon factions could currently only harness the pinnacle of immortality, approximately the 7 layers of sun and moon. The queen seethed inwardly, lamenting that had it not been for the deaths of several solar gods, these pursuers would have long been obliterated. Yet now, she found herself in a position where the tiger was bullied by dogs. The divine beings who had once fled alongside her had dwindled significantly. Relentless pursuit had claimed some of their lives, leaving only 5 remaining, including herself, totaling merely 6. Fortunately, Li Hao had once again elevated the limits of the cosmos, enhancing the combat abilities of the remaining divine beings, rendering them not inferior to those at the pinnacle of immortality, which had spared them from annihilation. This passive state could not continue. A way to resurrect the prophet god must be devised. The moon goddess contemplated, realizing that the hopes of reviving the solar god and the dark god had been extinguished, yet the prophet god still held potential for resurgence. Li Hao likely had yet to discern the whereabouts of her true star. As for her own fate, she felt little concern. Her true star was likely sealed away, residing not within the cosmic realm, but within the very moon of the silver moon, the foundation of her great path. The other star veins formed from her essence could shatter without significant consequence. At this moment, the moon goddess had regained considerable strength, though she was reluctant to reveal all her cards. The black-cloaked figures were assisting her in vanquishing formidable foes, a situation she found quite agreeable. These entities likely hailed from the Zheng family faction, clearly anxious about her potential demise leading to the shattering of the silver moon. But what was the purpose of the radiant red moon's pursuit of them? The moon goddess felt perplexed and irate at this detestable adversary. She had previously encountered the radiant red moon, who had been exceedingly courteous. However, upon witnessing their smile, the moon goddess felt a strong aversion and struck first, resulting in a futile clash. Uninterested in any proposed collaboration, she fled without a second thought. She trusted none of these seemingly refined individuals. Fully aware that they were enemies of Li Hao, yet she refused to ally with this seemingly genteel rogue. At that very moment, in the rear, The expression on the face of the Scarlet Moon was rather displeased. He had sincerely sought collaboration, as both sides shared a common enemy in Li Hao. Moreover, by forging an alliance, the inhabitants of the Scarlet Moon's realm would likely refrain from further aggression. However, despite his earnest entreaties, that foolish moon god chose to disregard him. Presently, the various factions were embroiled in fierce conflict, inadvertently affording Li Hao an advantage. Whether it was the Scarlet Moon's faction, Zheng Yu's side, or even himself, the true adversary should unequivocally be Li Hao at this juncture. He pressed on, taking a deep breath, and solemnly declared, "We must cease this internal strife and consolidate our forces to confront Li Hao, rather than waste our energies on mutual discord." At this stage, neither the Scarlet Moon faction nor the Zheng family can afford to engage in infighting. These individuals are utterly unreasonable. The Sword Immortal, at this moment, appeared somewhat detached, incisively articulating the underlying truth. Everyone is aware of the situation, yet they are all terrified of him. They believe that contending with him now would lead only to ruin and death. Therefore, it is wiser to find other pursuits until the world revives, at which point the powerful can confront Li Hao, rather than allowing the weak to perish repeatedly, only to fortify his position. Who among them does not recognize Li Hao as a formidable foe? Everyone does. The critical issue lies in the repeated losses, the incessant deaths. Numerous saints have already perished, and it is rumored that even a heavenly king has fallen. Under these circumstances, whether it be the Zheng family or the Scarlet Moon, who would dare provoke Li Hao? It is far more prudent to engage in some tasks here, demonstrating that they are not idle. The Scarlet Moon furrowed his brow. This was indeed the case. Yet, such a situation was fraught with complications. The Sword Immortal, now somewhat impatient, spoke in a lower tone. With Yen Luo's demise, our ranks have dwindled to merely over 1,000. We have been scurrying about, and now the Divine Kingdom is unwilling to cooperate. Scarlet Moon, is there still a way forward? If this continues, I do not wish to linger here with so few remaining. What? The Scarlet Moon's brow tightened slightly. The Sword Immortal replied calmly, if this persists, if you continue to flee, I may very well depart. Scarlet Moon, you have concealed too much and have not been forthcoming with us. With continuous losses, we see no hope in continuing this flight. It is only a matter of time before we meet our end. Even if Li Hao intends to kill, he would not prioritize the flying heavens as a target. With so few of us left, finding a hiding place may not even draw his attention. Yet, being associated with you will undoubtedly make us a significant focus for Li Hao. The Scarlet Moon's brow knitted in contemplation. Indeed, the outcome that Li Hao desired was rapidly approaching. Would they become pariahs? A multitude had perished, and now the Sword Immortal of the three major organizations sought to withdraw. Although the master of Hao Yin remained silent, it was evident he harbored similar thoughts. The death of Yen Luo had instilled an immense sense of threat within them. Initially, they had ventured to the west, hoping to ally with the moon god for some semblance of self-preservation. Yet now, the moon god paid them no heed, fleeing upon their meetings, while they had turned upon each other. Already at a disadvantage against Li Hao, they had lost dozens of cultivators recently, and the two could no longer endure. The Scarlet Moon understood this clearly and quickly asserted, rest assured, within 3 days, I will undoubtedly reach an accord with the Western Divine Kingdom. The moon god is far too impulsive and somewhat foolish. Had that prophetic deity still been alive, such folly would never have occurred. As I reflect upon this, I feel a stirring in my heart. If only we can resurrect the prophet deity, the other party, being wise, would undoubtedly not be as aloof as the moon goddess, keeping others at bay. Yet, he finds himself in a predicament. Engaging with an intelligent individual should be straightforward. Both parties share common adversaries, making negotiations more feasible. However, he is confronted with a woman who is utterly unreasonable. What should have been a solid partnership has devolved into a situation where every encounter leads to conflict. If this continues, with Li Hao managing to neutralize threats from several ancient cities in the central region and resolving troubles for the four nations, he may very well turn his attention westward. There is little time to squander in this endeavor. The Flying Sword Immortal cast a sidelong glance at him and said gravely, there are but 3 days remaining. If we cannot forge a collaboration or establish an alliance, as we do now, mere scattered grains of sand, I shall take my leave. Not just I, but also Hao Yin. For we have placed our trust in you. Yet what you have delivered is abundantly clear. Nothing but heavy losses and a hasty retreat like that of a frightened rodent. We have had enough of this existence. Hongyue inhaled deeply, her usual composure waning, and nodded slightly, glancing into the distance, hoping for no further surprises. Meanwhile, a man and his dog traversed the void, heading straight for the west. On the other side of the ancient city, they would first send Qian Wuliang to negotiate. Li Hao would momentarily refrain from intervening. He wished to explore the west first to see if any opportunities awaited, while simultaneously exerting some pressure on Hongyue to compel her to harness more of the power of the Red Moon. Additionally, Li Hao pondered whether the members of the Li family might be in the west. The east, being the great wilderness, had been dominated by savage beasts, making it unlikely for the Li family to hide there. The south, with its scarce ruins and weakened national power, also presented little probability of their presence. The north, home to the mighty Dali, housed a primordial martial deity, which was uncertain. Yet, in the west, with the revival of deities, particularly the moon goddess, there was a suppressive and sealing effect. Their resurgence might very well bear the imprint of the Li family's influence. Moreover, the west was populated solely by foes, rendering any chaos inconsequential. The congregation of enemies here is indeed advantageous. Li Hao, dragging the Black Panther behind him, chuckled. Let us see how keen your nose is. I hope you can unearth all the hidden rodents. The Black Panther twitched its nose in acknowledgement. Having managed to venture out, one must naturally reap some benefits. Just as in days past, stepping out from the Silver Moon province, it remained a man and his dog, traversing the world. Chapter 362. The Silver Moon in the sky in the Western Divine Kingdom, sheltered by deities, prosperity abounds. The extreme west boasts a temperate climate, neither frigid nor sweltering. And with divine protection, it has been spared from turmoil. The architecture is grand, infused with exotic charm. This marks Li Hao's inaugural foray into foreign lands. His doppelganger had previously ventured into Dali, but had not returned. His encounters with other nations had been limited to border skirmishes, never truly stepping onto foreign soil. Upon entering this land filled with exotic allure, Li Hao felt the faint presence of divine beings, perhaps remnants of the past or a result of recent awakenings. In the depths of the cosmos, a voice seems to beckon those mortals who have ventured into the divine realm. Ever since Li Hao vanquished several deities, the divine kingdom has been thrown into a state of disarray for a time. However, with the queen still alive, tranquility has once again enveloped the divine land. Here, temples abound. Almost every city boasts multiple shrines venerating a myriad of deities. While the pantheon may differ, each city invariably houses a temple dedicated to the moon goddess, the most revered of the divine beings. The moon goddess symbolizes the silvery orb that graces the night sky. Yet, this once pristine silver moon has begun to take on a crimson hue, tainted by the encroaching power of the red moon, a phenomenon that remains lost on the common folk, who pay it no heed. The inhabitants of the divine realm exhibit a diversity unlike that of the Central Plains. There are those with golden hair and blue eyes, as well as others with raven locks and dark eyes. As the once mightiest of the four kingdoms, the divine kingdom harbors many practitioners. These individuals possess extraordinary abilities distinct from those of the martial artists of Dali. Here, they excel in harnessing the power of the deities, which, in Li Hao's view, is akin to channeling the forces of the great Tao. The practitioners of the divine kingdom are, in essence, mere extensions of the deities. Their cultivation serves to bolster the strength of their divine patrons. Should a deity perish, resulting in the severance of the great Tao and the shattering of their celestial essence, those who have cultivated alongside the deities would likewise find their powers diminished, a stark reminder of the fragility of external forces, even less reliable than the extraordinary abilities of the Central Plains. At this moment, Li Hao, accompanied by the Black Panther, traverses the bustling streets, unnoticed by any. As he strides forward, he steps into a temple where worshippers kneel in reverence, and priests carry out their sacred rites, yet still, none perceive Li Hao's presence. He gazes upon the central statue within the temple, a smile gracing his lips. Foolish deities, or perhaps, deities rendered helpless. Each statue is imbued with the spiritual essence of the deities, allowing them to receive the power of faith. However, this connection also poses a vulnerability. Should an adversary infiltrate the sanctum, they could easily trace the divine essence back to its source. Many Western deities have met their demise, yet a few remain. The temple Li Hao has entered is dedicated to the so-called god of death, synonymous with the Yama revered in the Central Plains. The god of death stands as a formidable presence among the pantheon. At the moment Li Hao steps inside, the fearsome statue of the god of death seems to tremble slightly, a faint wave of spiritual energy sweeping through the surroundings, as if it has sensed something ominous or caught a whiff of mortality. Yet, how could such a trivial flicker of spiritual power detect Li Hao's presence? Beside him, the Black Panther twitches its nose, glancing at Li Hao, having caught a scent. Those entities are not too far from this place. Li Hao lingers for but a moment before swiftly guiding the Black Panther into the next temple, the omnipresent Moon Temple. There stands a majestic, divine, and alluring statue, strikingly lifelike. Bearing a resemblance to the queen, though not entirely so, it likely depicts the visage of the first moon goddess, while the current queen is the second incarnation. Within the statue resides a measure of faith's power. Li Hao reached out and grasped something, carefully examining it. He raised his eyebrows slightly, intrigued. The power of faith from the divine kingdom was, in essence, a form of the great Tao strength. This suggested that, many years prior, the divine kingdom had already begun exploring the great Tao, or perhaps inadvertently activated it. The great Tao universe has always existed. It is merely the case that individuals discover it at different times. Through in-depth study, Li Hao and Yuan Shuo uncovered the existence of the great Tao universe, intertwining it with the Tao veins, thus stepping into the realm of the great Tao. Perhaps, apart from myself, others might also enter the great Tao universe, though it is perilously easy to become lost within it. The last great star must have been Zhong'an, Li Hao mused. If Zhong'an had indeed condensed a new Tao, he might have ventured into the great Tao universe unbeknownst to me. This indicates that there are opportunities for others to access the great Tao universe. Practitioners of the new Tao are not barred from entering this realm. It is not solely my domain. However, while entry is simple, exit is fraught with challenges. The divine beings should also be commencing their exploration of the great Tao universe. The power of faith from the West bears traces of the great Tao strength. Should Li Daoheng and his companions be outside, they would likely come to the divine kingdom to study the power of faith, thereby seeking the great Tao universe. Yet I am certain that the discovery of the Tao veins and their connection to the stars was made by none other than myself first. Li Hao contemplated. For had it been otherwise, the heavens would not have bestowed upon him a divine script, the character for Tao. Thus, the connection between the Tao veins and the great Tao universe must have been an original discovery of mine. In the past, others may not have possessed Tao veins. Even if they did, only a few divine beings might have inadvertently birthed them, unnoticed by anyone else, directly entering the great Tao universe through the Tao veins. My teacher and I must be the first and second to achieve this. While lost in thought, the divine statue seemed to sense something, its eyes opening. Yet the nearby devotees remained oblivious. These temples also served as eyes and ears. The moon goddess statue opened its eyes, scanning the surroundings, appearing somewhat perplexed. At that moment, Li Hao's gaze shifted, and he suddenly chuckled. The once invisible figure materialized instantaneously. Just as the statue was about to close its eyes again, it abruptly opened them once more, catching sight of a person and a dog. For a fleeting instant, the statue appeared to freeze. Its expression shifted visibly from surprise to fury, then from rage to a facade of bravado masking its trepidation. Li Hao has come to the divine kingdom. Simultaneously, as the moon goddess evaded pursuers, her expression suddenly changed. Nearby, several divine beings hastily turned to her, the queen's face growing grim. This is bad. Your Majesty, Li Hao has arrived in the divine kingdom. What? The others gasped in astonishment. The divine beings had always held a sense of pride, unafraid of death, as they believed in resurrection and eventual return. Even when facing the new martial forces years ago, they had not been so fearful. Even if I die, after countless ages, we shall return. Yet, they genuinely feared Li Hao. Because Li Hao has killed them, it is indeed a complete annihilation, rendering any possibility of revival utterly impossible, provided that their life stars have been thoroughly shattered by him. While others may falter, Li Hao possesses the capability to accomplish this. Thus, these deities harbor no fear of others. Rather, they dread the arrival of Li Hao. The queen's countenance darkened tremendously. How dare he reveal himself? Initially, she had not noticed Li Hao, but his voluntary appearance felt like a provocation. Yet, deep within, a sense of trepidation stirred. She was not particularly afraid herself. For even if Li Hao could slay her, he might not dare to attempt it. Moreover, her life star was distinct from those of other deities. However, If Li Hao were to locate the life stars of the other deities, it would spell doom for them. The queen's expression shifted as she glanced back. Gritting her teeth, seek out Ing Honyue for a discussion. Damn it. She had not intended to engage with Ing Honyue, but perhaps it was time to reconsider. Furthermore, with Li Hao's arrival, caution was imperative. This individual might very well be here to hunt them down. Within the temple, the Black Panther observed Li Hao with a sense of perplexity. Why reveal himself after stealthily pursuing them? Wouldn't the revelation of his presence cause them to flee? Li Hao chuckled softly, departing from the moon god temple, murmuring, if they are unaware of my arrival, without a modicum of pressure, how can there be a sense of despair? Without despair, how can one contend with Ing Honyue? The Black Panther did not comprehend, but that was of little consequence. What Li Hao said was law. Meanwhile, Li Hao surveyed his surroundings, not urging the Black Panther to hastily track these deities just yet, allowing them a moment's respite. He continued to traverse the entirety of the Western Divine Kingdom. His sword intent gradually began to emanate. Slowly, it spread far and wide. While the weak could not perceive it, the strong would inevitably sense its presence. Yet, Li Hao was not concerned with these beings. His focus lay on those who might be lurking here. At the same time, as Li Hao's sword intent began to diffuse throughout the west, within a certain temple, someone lifted their gaze to look outside, sensing the unusual aura, furrowing their brow slightly. After a moment, they murmured softly, the eternal sword intent of Li Hao. Li Hao has arrived in the west. So he has come, bold and brash. Does he believe himself unrestrained by anyone, or is there an ulterior motive at play? How peculiar. In another location, Ing Honyue's expression shifted slightly as she directed her gaze towards a certain direction, where a faint sword intent began to permeate. Before she could speak, the flying sword immortal's countenance changed. Sword intent. Without a word from Ing Honyue, the nearby members of the organization stirred restlessly. Sword intent. From whence does this sword intent originate? Li Hao? The flying sword immortal gritted his teeth, looking towards Ing Honyue. Is it Li Hao? Ing Honyue remained silent for a moment before suddenly speaking. Li Hao has come to the west, to the strong under the banner of the Red Dust Leader. Continuing our infighting serves no purpose. Let us join forces and cease the internal strife. Otherwise, only Li Hao stands to gain. Li Hao's arrival, so ostentatious, presents both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage lies in the fact that everyone is now aware of his presence, and the previously chaotic factions are likely to refrain from further discord. The disadvantage, however, is the palpable fear that has seized them all. This is not a favorable outcome. Before the arrival of any individuals, an inexplicable pressure overwhelmed many, leaving them feeling somewhat crushed. In this moment of darkness, a voice echoed faintly, Li Hao has come. We must depart from the west. Clearly, some wish to avoid an encounter with Li Hao. Yet, Ing Honyue furrowed her brow slightly. This is unwise. Once he arrives, we leave. I fear we may never return. Never return? At that moment, a figure clad in red robes emerged from the shadows, gazing at Ing Honyue, and spoke softly. What do you mean, Leader Ing? Even if Li Hao has stepped into the sacred path, he is but one man. If we depart now, can he truly possess the strength to encompass the entirety of the Silver Moon continent? The thought of not returning is absurd. Ing Honyue remained silent, swiftly scanning her surroundings before eventually speaking. At the edges of the Western Divine Kingdom, the Boundless City and Battle Heaven City may have already arrived, lying in wait. Departing now would only play into his schemes. Is that so? The others were uncertain. However, given Li Hao's ostentatious demeanor, he might indeed seek to coerce them into leaving the West, thereby picking them off one by one. The group hastily began to devise countermeasures. Meanwhile, Li Hao continued to exude his sword intent. As for whether anyone might flee in advance, it was of little consequence. After all, it was highly unlikely that Ing Honyue would escape, nor would the Western Queen. That was sufficient. Those individuals might grow overly cautious, fearing that he merely intended to force them away, one by one. In truth, Li Hao had not stationed anyone to guard. It was unnecessary, a waste of time and energy. Allow them to be consumed by their suspicions. The more astute individuals would hesitate to flee, while the foolish would be inclined to escape. Yet, those who fled were hardly a concern, as the intelligent would only believe they were calculating against him. Better to act than to remain still. Movement would unveil certain hidden matters. Perhaps he need not intervene himself. Ing Honyue might assist in dealing with some individuals, such as those aligned with the Red Moon or Zhengyu, who might also harbor intentions concerning these individuals. His sword intent continued to permeate the surroundings. Fragments of shattered starry swords suddenly materialized, scattering in all directions. Li Hao did not conceal his whereabouts. He walked boldly, yet his mind lingered on other matters. The power of belief, the divine path, the universe. At this moment, he envisioned himself in the position of Li Daoing. If this individual were to emerge from Sword City and arrive in the West, what would he do? What did he seek? These individuals had once betrayed the sword master and the new martial arts. What were their true motivations? Power? The path? Or something else entirely? If it were for the sake of gaining strength or pursuing the path, then all actions would ultimately serve to enhance oneself. Remaining hidden might have been a strategy to seek opportunities for self-empowerment. In the West, there existed deities, the power of belief, and even the potential to commune with the universe of the path. However, if they had previously been unable to enter that realm, how could they harness the power of belief to strengthen themselves? The notion of pathways and belief. How does one cultivate faith? As these thoughts flickered in his mind, Li Hao felt a surge within him. Suddenly, he found himself within a temple, reaching out to grasp a priest, whose countenance shifted dramatically. Li Hao's eyes shimmered with an ethereal quality as he softly inquired, "In the West, are there sword deities?" Deities. Draw upon the power of belief. The ritualist appeared somewhat bewildered, his gaze gradually clouding as he murmured, "Sword god? There is no sword god. The West has never known such a being. Throughout history, none have existed, and even if a sword sovereign were to arrive, who would dare to call themselves a sword god in their presence?" Li Hao furrowed his brow slightly, wondering if he had miscalculated. In his reasoning, if the Li family sought to perceive the power of the Tao and absorb the strength of belief, then impersonating a sword god would be the most advantageous strategy, assuming that identity to draw upon the faith of the Western realm. Unbeknownst to him, this would allow for a subtle infiltration into the Western system, perhaps even into the cosmos of the Tao. Yet, the West lacks a sword god. Had I erred in my judgment? Li Hao pondered, recognizing that he had projected himself into another's identity, conjuring an outcome that presumed the existence of a sword god in the West, to supplant them and gain the devotion of countless souls, becoming a ruler without a crown. Astonishingly, such a figure did not exist. As he observed the pervasive essence of belief filling the heavens and the earth, a flicker of inspiration ignited within him. Black Panther. Let us seek out the divine. The Black Panther, perplexed by this sudden change of heart, questioned the necessity of the search after having previously refrained. What was the purpose? You have already revealed yourself. Li Hao remained silent, leaving the Black Panther with no choice but to twitch its nose and swiftly navigate through the void. With Li Hao closely trailing, continuously gathering the scattered essence of belief. It was a chaotic assortment. There were various forms of belief, which, in essence, were also manifestations of the Tao's power. The Western deities indeed possessed unique advantages, yet they lacked a profound understanding of the Tao, thereby squandering numerous opportunities. Had they comprehended the cosmos of the Tao earlier, these deities might have long achieved dominion over the world. Meanwhile, within a temple, the individual who had previously sensed the sword intent looked up at the sky once more, a frown creasing his brow. Li Hao's emanating sword intent seemed to harbor ulterior motives. Did this concern him? Or was it merely a strategy against the moon goddess and her allies? This young man's actions were indeed elusive. At that moment, from all directions converged the Red Robe, Black Robe, and three major organizations, alongside the Queen's faction. The moon goddess, her demeanor frosty, regarded the three powerful figures before finally turning her gaze to the blushing moon, her expression darkening. Li Hao has arrived. I am aware. Blushing moon nodded, observing the sword intent enveloping the entire West, contemplatively stating, there is no need for excessive concern. If he truly has come, he would not dare to recklessly confront Her Majesty the Queen. Had he intended to do so, perhaps the last encounter would have claimed her life. Humph. The Queen scoffed coldly, her demeanor growing more aloof as she addressed the Red Robe faction with icy disdain. You lot have been persistently tracking me. Do you truly believe you can slay me? The Red Robe faction fell into an uneasy silence. Blushing Moon interjected, Your Majesty, this is not the time for blame. Our immediate priority should not be mutual hostility, but rather finding a means to suppress and confront Li Hao. Do you possess a strategy? The Queen regarded him with skepticism. In your ongoing conflict with Li Hao, aside from slaying his parents and friends, it seems you have achieved little. His growth from weakness to strength has been nurtured by your own folly. Blushing Moon sighed, a wry smile gracing his lips. At times, it is fate. Li Hao embodies the will of heaven, making him exceedingly difficult to eliminate. He is 21 years old. 21 years ago, the world was revived, and the will of heaven was born. Under the luminous full moon, the queen inherited the spirit of the moon goddess from a generation past, marking the beginning of a resurgence. These words caused the queen to pause, casting her gaze towards the scarlet moon and inquiring, "What do you mean?" The scarlet moon sighed softly. "Do you not understand? He was born embodying the will of heaven and earth." At the moment the celestial intent was established, Li Hao came into being. With the bloodline of the Li family, the mastery of the starry sword, and his presence in Silver City, he is, in essence, the destined child of fate born from the struggle of various factions, reminiscent of the former martial emperor of the new era. During that time, the imperial sovereign of Scarlet Moon, the major cities, the divine pathways, and the vast cosmos erupted in brilliance. It was amidst this balance that Li Hao was born. The queen scoffed. "If that is the case, then it is my divine spirit who should be the favored child of heaven and earth, not Li Hao." The Scarlet Moon, unable to contend with Li Hao, attributed everything to celestial will. What a ridiculous notion. The Scarlet Moon merely shrugged and smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. The truth is as it stands. Whether one believes it or not is beyond his control. Yet he knows that Li Hao is indeed a product of the compromise of heaven and earth. Each faction yearned for revival and engaged in fierce competition, ultimately forging Li Hao's destiny. In a brief span of time, Li Hao has ascended to this position. His talent is extraordinarily potent, an amalgamation of the residual energies of the entire cosmos. Of course, fate is elusive. This is merely his conjecture. Yet, he is confident that it is highly plausible, otherwise. How could Li Hao have so effortlessly discovered the vast cosmos? Without further ado, he quickly stated, "Regardless of these matters, our immediate priority, now that we have joined forces, is to achieve a few objectives. First, to revive some of the deities that have not completely perished. Second, I, along with the Scarlet Moon universe and the divine entities, shall collaborate to unleash some of the power of the Silver Moon and the Scarlet Moon, thereby strengthening ourselves and His Majesty." He then turned to the figure in the black robe. "Senior Hongchun, you should still be near the Silver Moon, correct?" The black-robed figure remained silent for a moment before nodding. "Yes." Could Senior Hongchun enhance the seal? Our current adversary is none other than Li Hao. The moon goddess is concerned about the depletion of Silver Moon power weakening the seal, while the imperial sovereign of Scarlet Moon fears the waning of Scarlet Moon power, thus diminishing his own strength. Lord Hongchun is apprehensive about the instability of the seal. All of us harbor mutual apprehensions, and it is precisely for this reason that we inadvertently afford Li Hao an opportunity. Since we are able to unite this time, I hope everyone can be forthright, temporarily set aside prejudices, and cooperate. Let us seize this opportunity to deliver a heavy blow to Li Hao, or even eliminate him. We are unable to take the lead. Neither side can dictate the course, the black-robed figure added. The communication system is under Li Hao's control. We cannot relay messages back home, and our lords remain uninformed unless they return now, which would take far too long. The Scarlet Moon replied with a smile. "You and I, along with the other factions, possess Scarlet Moon power aside from the divine spirits. Although the new martial communication system is indeed under Li Hao's dominion, we can still connect through the Scarlet Moon power. As long as there is sincerity, collaboration is possible. Of course, I understand the concerns at play, the fear that the true strength lies with me and the Moon Goddess, while you may not reap any benefits. However, our strength is also aimed at dealing with Li Hao. Should Li Hao perish, that would be our greatest achievement." A figure clad in crimson robes chuckled softly, addressing the leader of the assembly. "Ing. It appears that the gathering of the four factions is merely a means for you to fulfill your own ambitions. From the very beginning, you have been evading Li Hao. How can we trust that upon acquiring power, you will confront him rather than once again choose to flee?" Evidently, Ing Hongyue's credibility was in question. Yet, she remained unperturbed, responding in a gentle tone. "At this juncture, if Li Hao does not perish, I would find myself in a far more precarious situation than any of you. My retreat was solely due to insufficient strength. If I were powerful enough, there would be no need to escape. Furthermore, I hope that both the Hongyue Emperor and the leader of the mortal realm can initiate some surprise attacks. Those left in the ancient city are no longer safe. We must seize the city at this moment, applying greater pressure on Li Hao, leaving his followers with no time to spare." The long wait for a second revival seemed interminable. After a moment of silence, Hongyue continued, as a price for this alliance, I can mobilize some of my arrangements to stir the Forbidden Sea, releasing a portion of its energy to hasten the pace of revival. I trust that both leaders will agree to this proposition. Both factions fell into deep contemplation, while the queen remained silent. If a fraction of the Silver Moon's power could be unleashed to revive certain deities, the might of the divine realms could be reinforced. As for the arrangements and compromises concerning the other factions, she held no concern. Should the four parties genuinely collaborate, there would be considerable benefits. However, prior trepidations had hindered any consensus. Now, with Li Hao's emergence, an opportunity arose for them to lower their defenses and achieve cooperation. Hongyue, sensing the moment, urged, let us take a chance, otherwise, we may lose our opportunity. After a brief moment of collective reflection, someone spoke up. We will attempt to establish contact. Though we cannot guarantee success. One more thing, should we succeed, we hope that Leader Ying will honor her word. Of course, such an assertion remained to be seen. Whether she would keep her promises depended solely on Hongyue herself. She nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further comments. The two sides began to endeavor in establishing communication. Though whether they would reach out to the Hongyue Emperor directly or to other formidable beings within the realm remained uncertain. Meanwhile, Li Hao was steadily drawing closer to their location. Soon, as the Black Panthers sought to advance further, Li Hao halted, sensing the presence of individuals ahead. Even detecting traces of the Silver Moon's power, he paused, contemplating, and communicated through his armor. Is Qian Wuliang present? Yes, my lord, came the reply. Proceed to Silver City. There's no need to approach too closely. Observe from a distance with Director Zhao, and sense if there are any fluctuations in the seals. Additionally, I require all information regarding the deities from the Divine Kingdom. Director Qi and his team have previously researched the deities and possess some insights. I need all the data, names, abilities, and so forth. Director Qi's voice gradually emerged. Understood. I will compile the information and send it to you shortly. However, while we have some understanding of the deities, it is not exhaustive. That is of no consequence. Li Hao responded, reflecting for a moment before inquiring. Is Master Jiu present? Yes. Please provide me with comprehensive information regarding Li Daoheng and other significant figures from Tianxing, including their names, appearances, personalities, and notable events. The commander of the 9th Division remained silent for a moment, and after a while, he replied, All right, but my understanding of them is not exhaustive. Very well. Just provide me with what you have. I shall make my own judgments. Understood. The group exchanged no further words and proceeded to gather the necessary materials. Meanwhile, Li Hao surveyed his surroundings, glanced towards the western region, and suddenly vanished into thin air, reappearing within the Hao Star realm. At that moment, he swiftly made his way to the stellar river area, meticulously assessing the brightness and intensity of all the stars, committing every detail to memory. He cast a gaze toward the distant dark cosmos. To this day, he had yet to complete his exploration. Some divine pathways might still be concealed in the depths of the universe. A divine script of the character Tao materialized, rapidly expanding to encompass the entire stellar river area, emanating a soft glow. Thus, should a powerful deity emerge, he held a promising chance of locating their hidden life stars, provided that they resided within his stellar river domain. To speak of certainty, he was aware of at least one star within the corporeal Tao region that belonged to the moon god. However, for the moon god, this star was superfluous, as they had countless pathways and had never traversed this particular one. Nevertheless, Li Hao marked this star, for even if he were to shatter it, the moon god would not be significantly affected, remaining indifferent. Yet, as long as this star existed, the moon god could not evade his tracking. Furthermore, this star could serve as a point of comparison. Should the moon god grow stronger, this star might exhibit some changes. Having completed these tasks, Li Hao departed from the Hao Star realm. Simultaneously, from a distance, four factions converged, and not long after, news returned from the other two factions. The Lord has agreed. The Emperor has consented. Both parties provided their responses. A sense of joy filled Hongyue's heart. Gaining the agreement of both Zheng Yu and the Emperor of Red Moon was no simple feat. Unexpectedly, under the pressing circumstances brought forth by Li Hao, both parties acquiesced. This was indeed a positive development. Zheng Yu harbored concerns about the seal fracturing, while the Emperor of Red Moon worried that Hongyue might absorb excessive power. leading to his own weakness and augmenting the seal's strength. Now, through mutual compromise, he benefited. At last, Li Hao had accomplished something commendable. Time was of the essence. Hongyue promptly declared, "Let us act swiftly. First, we shall release some silver moon power to empower His Majesty the Moon God. The deities are not constrained by the heavens and the earth. Now that Li Hao can ascend to the sacred tier, perhaps the Moon God can too." Li Hao might underestimate the notion that they would engage in mutual slaughter. He hoped the Moon God would comprehend this. He cast a glance at the Moon God, feeling somewhat exasperated, wishing that this woman would not choose to engage in conflict simply because she had gained strength. It would be quite troublesome. The Moon God shot him a cold glance, disinterested in further discourse, and icily inquired, "When will the silver moon power be released?" "Soon." Someone from the red-clad faction replied solemnly, "The Moon God will extract the silver moon power, and the Emperor will simultaneously release some red moon power to achieve balance. You need not worry about anything." To claim there were no concerns would be, of course, disingenuous. Everyone is indeed apprehensive, fearful that the Emperor might break free from his seal. However, at this moment, there is no choice but to proceed cautiously. The Moon Goddess is unceremonious, swiftly settling into a meditative posture, her form becoming ethereal. As darkness envelopes the sky, a slightly crimson moon emerges, radiating a delicate silver glow. This silvery luminescence bathes the world, illuminating the Moon Goddess, whose aura begins to strengthen rapidly. Simultaneously, the faint red hue upon the moon gradually diminishes, and 9 luminous pillars suddenly manifest upon the Moon Goddess, with 8 merging into one, while the remaining one, previously feeble, begins to gain power. This scene causes a subtle shift in the expressions of some in red robes. The red moon's energy that once surged within the Moon Goddess has notably dissipated. Where has this individual directed that power? At this moment, Li Hao also senses the situation, and with the information relayed from Qian Wuyang and his companions. Though they cannot see the seal above Silver City clearly, they all report significant fluctuations in the air. Below Silver City, Hurricane City appears to be stabilizing the seal, a force of vitality surging forth. It is Zheng Yu, reinforcing the seal. Qian Wuyang quickly sends a message. "Lord, there are some unusual movements. The power of the red moon is spilling out, and Hurricane City seems to be fortifying the seal. Should we advance to disrupt it?" "Not necessary." Li Hao replies with a smile, for this is precisely what he has been waiting for. Admittedly, this may render him more vulnerable, yet who truly cares? After a moment of contemplation, he adds, "Keep a close watch on the ancient cities. A cornered rabbit will bite, and they are far from mere rabbits. We must incorporate the ancient cities. They are aware that if something stirs, it is best to observe before acting." "Understood." With that, Li Hao ceases further discourse and initiates his own actions, his sword intent growing ever more substantial as it spreads toward the direction he previously sensed. Perhaps sensing these developments or anticipating Li Hao's arrival, powerful auras begin to stir in that vicinity, and a considerable amount of faith energy flows towards that area. Li Hao halts, quietly attuning to the faith energy in the air. Streams of faith energy are being drawn away, yet many remain static. Some belong to long-deceased deities, existing in a state of dissolution, while others remain untouched, either dormant or perhaps too fearful to be drawn. A flicker of intrigue crosses Li Hao's eyes as he captures some of this faith energy, scrutinizing it closely. Suddenly, a smile breaks across his face. "Li Daoheng, if you are here, perhaps this time I can unearth you." Whether the individual is friend or foe is of little concern to him. He only knows that those who have remained hidden are not of virtuous intent. The Moon Goddess, in her folly, has allowed her divine realm to be infiltrated to such an extent. Had it not been for the deities she had slain, the adversary's concealment would have been even more profound. However, Li Hao soon furrows his brow again. The previously inert faith energies suddenly begin to flow towards the area where the Moon Goddess resides. Li Hao's complexion shifts slightly, murmuring, "Has she drawn upon the faith energy? No, that is not right." He shakes his head, a glimmer of suspicion flickering in his eyes. In the next moment, as he gazed up at the sky, Li Hao's expression changed subtly upon beholding the silver moon. Suddenly, he soared into the air, ascending towards the heavens. The silver moon, ensconced within the world's barrier and shrouded in an unyielding seal, was visible yet unattainable. It existed beyond the realm of reality. Thus, even if one could see the moon, it remained imperceptible to touch. Over time, the strong had come to understand this truth, abandoning the pursuit of the ever-present silver moon. Therefore, even though Li Hao was aware of this fact, he would not engage in a fruitless endeavor to ascend and seek out the non-existent moon. Yet at this moment, he rapidly took flight, rising higher and higher. 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters. The sky seemed boundless. The moon remained perpetually out of reach. After an indeterminate duration, Li Hao halted, gazing into the distance where a bright moon hung suspended. His countenance shifted dramatically. He refrained from advancing further. After observing for a while, he departed hastily. Moments later, an ethereal figure appeared upon the moon, casting a downward glance. A man, bearing a long sword, looked down with a grave expression. Was it Li Hao? Li Hao's expression fluctuated as he swiftly vanished from view, visibly shaken. What a remarkable technique. All agreed that relics resided beneath the earth, concealed and reluctant to manifest. But what if someone had fashioned a false moon from a relic? What if this relic were suspended high above, visible to all? What if everyone knew the moon was ensconced within the world's barrier, forever beyond reach? Would anyone persist in chasing the elusive moon? Great secrets often lie in plain sight. Or perhaps, the art of deception was so masterful that even the moon goddess herself perceived the luminous orb above merely as a projection of the silver moon? Li Hao had never contemplated such a notion until today, when he seemed to uncover the hidden lair of his adversary through the power of belief. What an extraordinary stratagem. They had remained sealed away. How had they emerged? Or had they, in truth, long since escaped, entirely absent from the seal? Countless thoughts swirled in Li Hao's mind. Could a single individual accomplish such a feat? To deceive the entire world? Even manipulate Zheng Yu of the Zheng family, and the Emperor of the Red Moon? At will. Was this truly achievable by one person? At this moment, Li Hao felt a surge of excitement and exhilaration. Meanwhile, the radiant moon above continued to illuminate the earth below, where the moon goddess remained oblivious, entirely unaware of any existing conundrums. In the sky, atop the bright moon, a majestic temple stood resolutely. Within this temple, a statue materialized. It was none other than the likeness of the moon goddess herself. Beneath the statue, a figure emerged. Sword on his back, a frown adorning his brow. After a lengthy pause, he softly murmured, "Has Li Hao, soaring through the air, discovered something?" Silence reigned for an extended period. Suddenly, the statue within the temple seemed to awaken, its eyes opening as it spoke. What could he possibly uncover? The man with the sword replied softly, "Perhaps he has discovered you and me?" "Impossible." "Are you certain?" Uncertainty lingered in the air. As he pondered the reasons behind such unwavering conviction, the man with the long sword spoke softly. "He radiates a sword intent, regardless of the strength of others. He has remained in concealment. I suspect his arrival in the West is solely to seek us out." "Perhaps," came the reply, "but what if he does discover us?" The longsword wielder fell silent, gazing down upon the world, lost in contemplation. After a prolonged silence, he suddenly inquired, "Is the moon goddess, the will of heaven, ripe for capture? When will it be ready?" "Not quite yet. Soon, I shall ensure it." Their dialogue drew to a close. Yet the title the longsword man used sent ripples of shock through the air. At that moment, no one was listening. Otherwise, the implications would have been staggering. The queen, was she not the moon goddess? Unbeknownst to her, as she diligently honed her skills below, she felt her powers surging, filled with exhilaration. Perhaps she was on the brink of achieving the sacred path. Li Hao has become a sage. I fear him not. The world knew of Li Hao's youth. Yet they were oblivious to the fact that she, the moon goddess and queen of the West, had also been born 21 years ago. She was not inferior in age to Li Hao and was poised to reclaim her sacred combat prowess. Chapter 363. The silver moon scheme. Li Hao descended rapidly from the sky, his mind swirling with countless thoughts. A false silver moon. The moon was, astonishingly, a fabrication. Who would dare believe such a thing? Moreover, this moon was siphoning the power of faith from the divine realm, a manifestation of the great Tao's force. It seemed the other party had long been studying the cosmic principles, yet lacking the Tao pulse practitioners, they had been unable to grasp the essence. Wait. A sudden realization struck Li Hao. This was wrong, utterly wrong. The matter of the Tao pulse had only recently come to his group's understanding. Yet, the adversary had been delving into the study of faith. Without a Tao pulse, how could the Li family absorb the power of faith, even if they masqueraded as deities? Lacking a Tao pulse, they could not harness such energy. Did this imply that the other party possessed a Tao pulse? Li Hao's heart raced with dread. They had deities. They had a Tao pulse, and they were evidently knowledgeable about it. Deities? He raised his gaze to the void, recalling the moon goddess queen's cultivation. Suddenly, the stagnant power of faith began to stir. Li Hao felt a wave of confusion wash over him, shaking his head slightly. There had to be a connection. Furthermore, how could one impersonate the moon without being detected? This moon appeared so real. Li Hao banged his head lightly, bewildered by the situation. Where had the deviation occurred? The moon, the deities, the Tao pulse, the great Tao, the Li family. Why did everything suddenly feel so intricate? It was not as straightforward as he had imagined. Was Zheng Yu and his cohort, the Red Moon Emperor, truly the greatest threat posed by the entire Silver Moon? His gaze flickered as he swiftly flew towards the distance, where the moon goddess continued her cultivation. He could already sense some deities engaged in their training, their strength visibly increasing. Not only that, but within the cosmic realm, certain stars trembled, signaling the emergence of the deity's life stars. Li Hao pressed onward, grappling with matters he struggled to comprehend, realizing now that perhaps only these deities could provide him with the answers he sought. The essence of the crimson moon is growing ever more formidable, continually strengthening. At this very moment, the countenance of the crimson moon shifted slightly. As a surge of energy stirred within, he murmured, "We must go. Li Hao has arrived." The crowd was taken aback. Has Li Hao come? Without hesitation, despite the significant advancements made by the moon god and himself, they knew they could not contend with Li Hao, who had entered the realm of integration. Thus, they refrained from further discussion and swiftly took flight in a singular direction. In their eyes, Li Hao was the true antagonist. At that moment, Li Hao's silhouette began to materialize in the distance. Gazing ahead, his voice reverberating, "Crimson Moon, Your Majesty. I have no intention of easily taking your lives, so why the worry? It has been some time since we last met. Shall we not share a few words?" No one responded. A throng of individuals hastened their escape. Among the three major organizations, the 1,000-odd weaker beings found themselves ensconced within a divine weapon, fleeing alongside the others, accompanied by over a dozen practitioners clad in red and black robes. Though many possessed the strength of immortality, when faced with Li Hao, they could only flee. "Crimson Moon, I genuinely wish to converse with you. Are you so unwilling?" Ahead, the Crimson Moon maintained his usual poise, though lacking the elegance of his fan, which diminished his former charm. He traversed the void, softly laughing. "Li Hao, I would be more than pleased to chat, but let it be a face-to-face discussion. If you do not mind, let us open our communication channels. I would not object to conversing for a while." Upon finishing his words, several individuals moved in unison, shaking the void, shattering it to impede Li Hao's advance. The Crimson Moon's voice rang out once more. "Li Hao, your greatest adversaries are not us. Even if you pursue us relentlessly, do you truly believe you can vanquish us? Should you suffer any injuries, and someone else takes advantage, that would be unfortunate." At this juncture, the queen also huffed coldly. "Li Hao, this is the realm of the divine. In other words, here, she could wield even greater power." The void was suffused with the essence of faith. Had she not still been digesting the power of the silver moon, she would have chosen to confront Li Hao rather than retreat. During their first encounter, she had easily triumphed over him. Such disobedience. Behind her, Li Hao sighed, and suddenly vanished from sight. The crowd, rather than feeling relieved, grew increasingly anxious, hastening their escape. At that moment, a divine being let out a sudden, anguished cry. The queen had already been left with few divine allies, and now, the cry of a formidable divine being echoed, followed by a release of divine energy. Upon witnessing this, the queen instantly comprehended the situation. In the next heartbeat, she was consumed by rage, shouting, "Li Hao, how dare you!" Li Hao had entered the realm of the Haoxing, shattering a divine being's life star. Divine beings are typically singular in their essence, each existing independently. Unlike other human races, a divine being possesses but one essence. If that essence is shattered, even if they do not perish, their strength is rendered null. At this moment, the Crimson Moon also furrowed his brow. The unrestricted entry and exit of Li Hao into the vast cosmos posed a significant dilemma. Whether beside him the flying sword immortal or the master of Haotian Mountain, both furrowed their brows, feeling a sense of trepidation. They too had cultivated the new path, which had now become an impediment. Could it be that Li Hao could slay their life-bound celestial bodies? The queen's aura surged ever stronger, rage consuming her. Once, in the Western divine realm, there had been a multitude of deities, yet now only a handful remained by her side. With yet another star shattered and its essence scattered, the deities of the West were poised to retreat from the stage entirely. Her fury knew no bounds. She was determined to confront that fiend in battle. Her strength had grown even greater, and Hongyue was no weakling either, bolstered by over 20 immortals from the Hongyue and Zheng clans. With such formidable power, was there truly a need to fear Li Hao? No matter how strong he was, he had merely stepped into the sacred path. A multitude of immortals could easily overwhelm him. Together, Hongyue and the others could vanquish him. The queen was filled with rage, fearful that the remaining deities might also meet misfortune. Hongyue frowned slightly, and the queen's anger intensified. Is it always like this when you encounter him? No wonder you have faced defeat after defeat. Hongyue shook her head and sighed. Soon, however, she smiled again. It would not be impossible for the queen to give it a try, yet I fear the price may be greater. Humph. We cannot flee without a fight. Do we fear one man with dozens of powerful beings? At that moment, she felt that if she absorbed a bit more of the silver moon's power, she could stride into the sacred path. Even if she were not as formidable as Li Hao, the gap would not be insurmountable. With so many immortals at her side, was there truly a need to worry about Li Hao? The black-robed and red-robed powerhouses nearby hesitated, some even eager to test their mettle against Li Hao. After all, they were all seasoned immortals. Moments later, Hongyue came to a halt. The queen's thoughts were in disarray. She was determined to engage Li Hao in fierce combat, while the other elders entertained their own considerations. To flee now would likely lead to a fracture in morale. She found herself disliking such a disjointed alliance. Hearts were not united, and everyone had their own thoughts. Unfortunately, there was little she could do. They had only just merged, and she had yet to gain their complete allegiance. Even someone as formidable as Li Hao, with his unparalleled talent, had to win hearts gradually, step by step, until he ultimately vanquished the saints, persuading those from Tianxing City. It is evident how challenging it is to win hearts. Soon after, Li Hao arrived. Before him stood dozens of powerful beings, hovering in the air, forming an indistinct array. Almost all possessed the power of immortality. They were formidable. Li Hao did not advance directly but paused at a distance, silently sensing the power of belief in the void. At this moment, the belief power was continuously converging, and Li Hao furrowed his brow slightly. He glanced again at the moon goddess, who regarded him with icy indifference. Suddenly, Li Hao spoke. I have a question. Might you enlighten me? In the face of impending battle, his words took everyone by surprise. The moon goddess coldly fixed her gaze upon him. What schemes do you harbor? Li Hao, since we have chosen not to retreat, we dare to battle you. Are you afraid? Silence. Li Hao chided, frowning. Let me finish. He furrowed his brow and inquired, may I ask a singular question? Do divine beings possess multiple pathways, or merely a single one? In my extensive studies of numerous divine corpses, I have only encountered a solitary pathway, devoid of any excess. The queen fumed with rage. The remaining 3 divine beings also wore expressions of displeasure, for the mere mention of examining multiple divine corpses incited fury. Yet, Hongyue's eyes flickered momentarily as she chuckled softly. If we adhere to your so-called new path, the path of the radiant star, indeed, divine beings are inherently endowed with but one pathway. Is the moon goddess also thus? The queen scoffed. Do you wish to slay me? Such a notion is preposterous. My pathway does not reside within your grand cosmic realm, but exists beyond it. Behold the silver moon. It is my path. The ethereal silver moon epitomized her essence, indicating the peculiarity of her pathway's exclusion from the cosmic order. Li Hao contemplated silently, realizing that this was incongruent. You possess a pathway, yet it is a corporeal one. My initial discovery of a corporeal pathway was yours, albeit dormant and concealed due to lack of cultivation. Thus, your pathway remains within the cosmic order, and you possess not merely one, but multiple pathways. However, divine beings, nurtured by heaven and earth, are traditionally thought to possess only a singular pathway. Can beings with multiple pathways still be deemed naturally born? Certainly, the individual before him is the second-generation moon goddess, perhaps an exception, possibly endowed with pathways akin to others. But could it truly be so? Before him, dozens of formidable beings stood, not attacking but passively awaiting the events to unfold. Yet Li Hao found himself hesitating. He glanced at Ying Hongyue, then at the queen, and finally at the powerful figures from Hurricane City and the Red Moon universe. The essence of Red Moon was palpable among them. Were these formidable beings hailing from the Red Moon universe? Or were they newly emerged warriors transformed by an excess of Red Moon power? At present, Li Hao lacked a definitive answer. The queen appeared increasingly impatient, letting out a cold huff as a wave of silver moon power enveloped her. Suddenly, she struck towards Li Hao with a palm. Others refrained from action, and she chose to engage Li Hao first, aiming to reveal the true extent of his prowess. Could he genuinely contend with dozens of immortals? Li Hao retreated, allowing her palm imprint to descend, shattering the void, and in an instant, it landed upon him with a resounding thud, leaving a mark. The queen was momentarily taken aback. As were the others. The queen likely possessed combat strength equivalent to the 8th or 9th level of the sun and moon, a considerable force. Yet, had not Li Hao ascended to the realm of harmony? How could he be so easily struck by her palm? At this moment, Li Hao gently caressed the injured area, collecting traces of silver moon power and subtly inhaling its scent. His demeanor caused the queen's eyelids to flutter. This Li Hao was indeed peculiar, a devil in disguise. Recalling the fierce battle they had once fought, where he had explored her form thoroughly, her anger intensified, and she gritted her teeth. Li Hao, you, the esteemed leader of the celestial stars, are utterly shameless, repugnant. Ying Hongyue observed with contemplation, casting a glance at Li Hao. Meanwhile, Li Hao, having carefully examined and savored the remnants, smiled and softly inquired, "May I ask, Your Majesty, your age?" "Impertinent." Boom. The queen, engulfed in fury, conjured a resplendent scepter that surged forth towards Li Hao with formidable might. The power of the silver moon intensified, and around her, the forces of faith began to coalesce, unleashing an unprecedented surge of strength beneath the sacred path. Such formidable combat prowess would leave even the most exalted immortals in awe. From all directions, it seemed as though countless souls were engaged in fervent prayer. In that moment, the realm of the divine resonated with their supplications, echoing like thunder across the heavens. As if millions had united to vanquish Li Hao, the power of faith surged. Meanwhile, others were stirred into action, sensing Li Hao's apparent vulnerability. The queen alone seemed capable of suppressing him. Even if they could not defeat him, the disparity in power appeared negligible. Perhaps it was indeed feasible to subdue Li Hao. The queen bellowed in unison, urging everyone to strike together and eradicate this scoundrel at once. In an instant, some rushed forward, their excitement palpable. Li Hao had come alone, and his strength seemed less than formidable. Perhaps today would indeed mark his end. Previously, he had seemed overwhelmingly powerful, instilling fear in their hearts. Yet, it turned out he was merely a facade, a mere shadow of true strength. Even Ying Hongyue furrowed her brow. Was this truly all Li Hao had to offer? It seemed implausible. If he were so weak, how could he muster the audacity to confront them alone and pursue the strong so boldly? Despite her deep-seated doubts, she could not remain passive as others surged forward. She vanished in an instant, reappearing beside the queen, delivering a punch with commendable force. In a heartbeat, Li Hao found himself encircled. Behind him, the Black Panther remained vigilant, its eyes gleaming with ferocity. Yet, it was only at the nascent stage of immortality. Any of these opponents could potentially match it. It could only await the opportune moment to unleash a lethal strike. Li Hao refrained from drawing his sword, engaging solely with the queen in a relentless series of confrontations, her excitement growing with each encounter. It was as if she had returned to that initial moment when she had successfully subdued Li Hao. Back then, he was entirely within her grasp. Had it not been for the final, thunderous strike from the 9th Master's avatar, she might well have slain him then and there. Attacks rained down from all sides, powerful energies shattering the void and plunging it into chaos. The immortal beings were electrified with exhilaration. Li Hao, however, allowed their assaults to land, soon becoming marred with crimson streaks. As they closed in on him, ready to ensnare him completely, their excitement escalated. At that moment, Li Hao's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to the queen and suddenly declared, "You are not what you seem." The queen paused, taken aback, inwardly cursing. On the brink of death, he still sought to feign cleverness. He was courting his own demise. Li Hao's eyes lost their jest, and he abruptly gazed skyward, a glimmer of understanding dawning upon him. He turned his gaze back to the queen, realizing, "You are of the human race. Deceit woven through the fabric of reality." With a grave expression, Li Hao commanded, and sensing something amiss, Hongyue prepared to retreat. Suddenly, a torrent of sword energy erupted from Li Hao, accompanied by a thunderous cry, slash. A single strike pierced the heavens. This blow was far more potent than any previous attempt. Seizing the moment, the Black Panther lunged forth. The crowd was taken aback, still grappling with the unfolding events when, suddenly, the void shattered. In an instant, another sword cleaved through the firmament. It was the 9th commander from War Sky City. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. But that was not all. At that very moment, General Huai unleashed countless branches that pierced through heaven and earth, while several golden-armored warriors simultaneously struck from the void. Fierce and formidable demon plants sprang into action. Boom. At that moment, it felt as though the very fabric of reality had been irrevocably torn apart. The heavens split, and the earth was rent asunder. The sounds of agonized cries echoed as powerful beings writhed in pain. Li Hao remained expressionless, delivering one strike after another towards 2 individuals, the Queen and Hongyue. As for the others, what were they thinking? This was my domain, the domain of War Sky City. What of being alone? He could not be bothered to expend energy on eliminating these nuisances. With 2 saints and dozens of other powerful beings joining the fray, the tide turned in an instant. Thunderous roars filled the air as one formidable figure after another was obliterated, their cries reverberating through the cosmos. Li Hao swung his sword down, and with a crack, severed the Queen's arm. The Queen, now utterly horrified, gasped in disbelief and bellowed, "Dare you strike me down?" As her words fell, a potent force of silver moon energy surged from the heavens. The Queen summoned this power once more and shouted, "Do not force me to fully unseal." Li Hao raised his gaze to the sky, his eyes flickering with intrigue. Did the Queen realize? It was unexpected that even one who considered herself the reincarnation of the moon goddess was merely a pawn. The silver moon energy she summoned was not under her control, but rather monitored by unseen forces. Normally, it mattered little. But to completely withdraw and shatter the seal was impossible. How tragic. Meanwhile, Hongyue had long since retreated frantically. Seizing the flying sword immortal and the master of Haoyan Mountain, hastily attempting to escape. Li Hao's eyes gleamed with determination as he unleashed a sword strike. The sword energy enveloped the realm, and in that moment, a series of divine inscriptions manifested, transforming into multiple Li Haos appearing from all directions. A river of stars descended, encircling the world and sealing it off. At this critical juncture, Hongyue's expression shifted slightly. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly unleashed a powerful surge of red moon energy. Moreover, 8 bloodlines converged above his head, shaking the very heavens. Blood and energy surged skyward. Li Hao's own vitality trembled, the sword energy momentarily disturbed. Allowing Hongyue to vanish in that fleeting instant, his voice echoing, "Li Hao, killing me now would not be wise." Li Hao chuckled lightly, suddenly piercing through the chaos with another sword strike. With a crack, a divine weapon exploded in the void, unleashing a series of anguished screams. Li Hao smiled, saying, "I shall clear away some burdens for you. You 3 may continue to wander. I will handle these nuisances. Also, I appreciate your assistance in providing me with some advantages and gathering more people. Furthermore, if you could revive some realms, it would be best if some weaker saints could emerge, eliminate them, and I shall share some benefits with you." Upon hearing this, those who cried out were taken aback. Meanwhile, Hongyue, in flight, paled slightly. At that moment, a muffled groan reverberated through the heavens and the earth. The Queen gazed at Li Hao as his sword pierced her throat, a mixture of disbelief and madness flickering in her eyes. "Are you forcing my hand?" In that instant, the power of the silver moon swept across the realm. Li Hao suddenly withdrew his sword, taking several steps back, a smile gracing his lips. How intriguing. The Queen, witnessing his retreat, felt a surge of fury, consumed by the desire to perish alongside him, unwilling to relent. However, the silver moon power she had previously summoned suddenly slipped from her grasp, dissipating significantly. A jolt of alarm surged within her. Why was she losing control again? Seeing Li Hao seemingly subdued, she felt an overwhelming dread but dared not reveal it, hastily retreating. At that moment, it appeared impossible for her to die alongside him. Yet, Li Hao's voice echoed in her mind. "Your silver moon power will spiral out of control. Do not harbor thoughts of mutual destruction. You are not the master of your fate." What? A wave of shock coursed through the Queen. How could Li Hao possibly know? Accompanying Ing Honyue and the others. Your strength is inadequate. Lure in stronger foes, letting Honyue devise a way to revive the world. The Forbidden Sea has already awakened, pressing down relentlessly. Why persist? I shall seek you out again. The queen could no longer afford to ponder these matters. Terror overtook her as she swiftly fled, vanishing alongside Ing Honyue and her companions. Meanwhile, none of the remaining individuals managed to escape. At that moment, they were ruthlessly annihilated by the formidable warriors of Battle Heaven City. A powerful force of the Red Moon began to permeate the atmosphere, while Li Hao fervently absorbed this Red Moon power, disregarding the immortal and origin powers entirely. Focusing solely on the Red Moon energy, the rest is yours, Li Hao declared, vanishing in an instant, plunging into the Star Realm. Accompanying him was the Black Panther. Upon entering the Star Realm, the response speed of the Great Path Thunder was swifter than ever, converging instantaneously into a torrent of thunder, striking down relentlessly as the Red Moon power struggled against it. Boom! Waves of Great Path energy surged forth, yet Li Hao paid them no heed. He sat cross-legged, commencing his absorption of the Red Moon power. One by one, his acupoints were reopened. A smile spread across Li Hao's face. How delightful! Those powerful beings imbued with Red Moon power were the finest gifts. So much immortality, teeming with Red Moon energy. At this moment, the Great Path energy was coalescing, and Li Hao's speed of unlocking acupoints was astonishingly rapid. Had he not refrained from cultivation, a single session would have taken him 3 to 5 years to achieve. The second round of 36 meridians began to unlock one by one. He had already opened 5 or 6, and now, in an instant, he reached 10, and before long, 15, ultimately nearing 20, before the Great Path Thunder vanished from sight. Li Hao chuckled with delight. Truly splendid. The over 20 immortals, each rich with Red Moon power, were indeed abundant. Alas, now that his strength had grown significantly, the energy consumed to unlock the meridians had also escalated. Had this been earlier, perhaps a single session could have facilitated the unlocking of dozens of meridians. There was simply too much. At that moment, he also clarified some insights. The queen was but a puppet. She was not the true reincarnation of the moon goddess, nor a second-generation moon goddess. She was merely an ordinary human, a vessel for another's ambitions. The true moon goddess might still be alive. The moon in the sky, seemingly a mere illusion, may indeed possess a semblance of truth. Perhaps it embodies the essence of the moon god. What of the one sealed away? Li Hao pondered, contemplating the possibility that it too could be. Has it been divided into two? Quite conceivable. The queen of the divine realm, who believes herself to be a reincarnation of divinity, wields the power of the silver moon, yet this power is a gift from another, rendering her merely a puppet to ensnare the minds of many. The moon god, the foremost deity of the silver moon, is not so weak and easily provoked. Rather, such traits stem from her youth, having attained formidable strength at a tender age, receiving adulation from countless admirers, and being venerated as a divinity. It is only natural for her to be somewhat arrogant. The true moon god is certainly not of such a character. Previously, many believed her revival had caused her to forget certain memories, thus no one paid much heed. However, Li Hao now concluded that she is not the genuine moon god. She possesses other pathways of power. Therefore, the Li family and the moon god share certain entanglements. Perhaps even a conspiracy, conspiring against whom? Perhaps against the world itself. Even the Emperor of the Red Moon may be ensnared within their machinations. At this moment, the Emperor might be oblivious to the fact that the true moon god has emerged. The silver moon above him likely represents only a fragment of her essence. The moon god may have discovered the cosmic pathway. Li Hao gazed into the depths of the universe, considering that perhaps, in some distant corner, lies a great star, akin to Zhong'an, where these individuals have already entered the Hao star universe. A fierce glint flickered in Li Hao's eyes. The cosmic pathway belongs to me. The realm of the silver moon is also mine. I shall not permit anyone to trespass into the cosmic pathway. My teachers, my friends, my mentors lie in eternal slumber here. Should turmoil disrupt the cosmic pathway, shattering numerous stars, those individuals may irrevocably lose their chance for rebirth. They possess the potential for resurrection. The human pathways are not singular. Although their main stars have exploded, many pathways exist, and among the countless small stars, there may be other celestial bodies within them. They can indeed be revived. Yet, should they be disturbed here, resulting in the shattering of innumerable stars. It could entirely rob them of their opportunity for resurrection. This is why Li Hao is currently reluctant to recklessly destroy stars. One must not bring harm to their own kin. The moon god's fated star must reside within the vast universe. And what of that so-called prophet god? Is he merely here to oversee the queen, or for other purposes? His fated star has yet to make an appearance, stirring Li Hao's thoughts. Soon, a voice broke the silence around him. Those foes have been vanquished. Had we exerted our full strength earlier, we might have secured the capture of a few more. If not their demise, why did we allow them to escape? The ninth commander expressed his confusion. The Red Moon is Li Hao's greatest adversary. Yet he did not pursue him with full vigor, having only eliminated others, including the queen, and merely dispatched a few of her divine followers. Now, for remain at large. Why did Li Hao show mercy? Li Hao turned to the ninth commander and suddenly inquired, "What manner of person is Li Daoing?" The ninth commander paused, and after a long moment, replied, "He is a person of remarkable talent. From childhood to adulthood, he has always overshadowed me. My arrival in the Battle Sky City was driven by a desire to distance myself from him." He sighed lightly. "He is superior to me in every aspect and is undoubtedly the most talented among our generation of the Li family. Even the Sword Sovereign has personally summoned him. His talent is exceptionally formidable, and I believe he is not inferior to Zhengyu. Being in his presence instills a sense of pressure within me. Thus, on the day I reached my zenith, I departed from Sword City and journeyed to Battle Sky City, hoping to find my confidence and rediscover myself away from him." Li Hao furrowed his brow slightly. "Are you implying that he might also be a heavenly king?" "Indeed. It is not merely a possibility. It is almost a certainty." Chief 9 nodded. "If Zhengyu can achieve it, then if he is one of the traitors, possessing such power and not in slumber, it is inconceivable that he has not become a heavenly king." Li Hao's heart stirred. Yet he recalled that the one who left the sword intent in the ruins of Star Town might not possess the strength of a heavenly king. Could it be a clone? If so, even a clone could leave behind an indomitable sword intent, which would indicate this individual is remarkably powerful. The Li family must have many strong warriors, right? Aside from those who followed the Sword Sovereign, there should be others of great strength, correct? Certainly. Chief 9 affirmed. There are many. Even though the Sword Sovereign took most with him, those who remained include at least several saints, and possibly even some heavenly kings. Li Hao fell silent for a moment, then inquired, "Chief 9, let me ask you, if the Sword Sovereign departs and the Red Moon Emperor intrudes, can the seal be activated from the outside? Since the Star Gate is closed, it is surely impossible, thus the seal must be initiated from Sword City." Li Hao exhaled deeply. "Do you think it was Li Daoing who activated the seal?" "What? He activated the seal and imprisoned an emperor." Li Hao spoke softly. "Do you believe he is capable of such a feat?" Chief 9 hesitated briefly, then nodded. "He is indeed capable. He has always been audacious since childhood." Li Hao's eyes flickered for a moment. Then he posited, "If an emperor were to perish in the Silver Moon world, would the Silver Moon world not become even more formidable?" "Naturally." Chief 9 concurred. "An emperor possesses immense power. Should one be slain in the Silver Moon world, which is not yet fully developed, it would instantaneously reach completion. The power of an emperor, especially a top-tier one, would surpass that of the entire world. However, this Red Moon Emperor is likely not a top-tier emperor, perhaps merely on the cusp of that level. Otherwise, sealing him for 100,000 years would be exceedingly difficult." Li Hao exhaled, smiling. "Furthermore, the existence of an emperor would instill a sense of crisis within the world, potentially leading to the emergence of providence and the birth of a grand cosmic pathway, would it not? This notion has indeed been speculated upon previously. The world has remained silent for many years, perhaps to cultivate the grand pathways of existence. Yet, there is no evidence to support this. At this moment, Li Hao's mind brimmed with thoughts, and he articulated, "Even if the Silver Moon world of 100,000 years ago were to be seized, and one were to become an emperor, would it not still be the weakest of emperors? Perhaps so." Chief 9 could not ascertain. It is difficult to judge, as the distance to an emperor is too great. Li Hao continued, "But if a silver moon imbued with providence and the grand pathways of the world were to devour an emperor, would such a diminutive realm still be considered a small world? Refining this world, would it not elevate one to the status of a supreme emperor? Perhaps it would." Li Hao chuckled, exclaiming, "Such audacity, such ambition." He contemplated, "At this moment, I find myself beginning to comprehend. What is it that you understand?" Li Hao mused, Commander Jiao. You pale in comparison to your brother. Zheng Yu is even more so. The Crimson Moon Emperor is no exception. These individuals, regardless of their grand aspirations, merely seek to attain the title of emperor. Zheng Yu's lifelong pursuit is likely limited to the realm of emperors. Yet, there are those who envision far beyond that. What significance lies in devouring a minor world? What merit is there in becoming the weakest of emperors? My goal is to cultivate, to nurture a new cosmic path, to foster a powerful existence, one that rivals even the new martial sovereign world, to consume an emperor, stabilize the heavens and earth, and subsequently engulf entire worlds. At that juncture, even if we fall short of the new martial world, the disparity shall not be insurmountable. By mastering the new path, breaking free from the shackles of the new martial, and becoming the sovereign of myriad paths, I would stand on par with the likes of the human king. Li Daoheng, is it you? If so, that would be truly remarkable. To have spent 100,000 years in solitude is no trivial matter. Perhaps the human king and his companions merely departed for a few years, within the chaotic tumult of time. Those few years could have allowed him to ascend to the pinnacle of emperorhood, rivaling the human king, and perhaps even sharing in the spoils of the Crimson Moon world. Commander Jiao seemed to grasp the implications, disbelief etched on his face. Are you suggesting I am merely speculating? Li Hao interjected with a smile. Presently, I lack sufficient evidence. Yet one might envision your brother in a far more formidable light. The Li family has been personally summoned by the Sword Sovereign. Could they truly be inept? Would they remain absent for 100 millennia? Perhaps he has been observing quietly all along. He chuckled, gazing into the depths of the cosmic expanse, murmuring, perhaps he simply could not locate the path of the cosmos until I discovered it. And then he entered. A shiver ran through Commander Jiao, a mix of astonishment and trepidation crossing his features as he peered into the cosmic abyss, his expression grave. Are you implying he has cultivated the new path and entered the Haoxing realm? Li Hao felt a stir within, nodding in affirmation. It is possible he may have recultivated. If that is the case, perhaps he has sacrificed his combat prowess? The relics of Tianxing City might indeed house his true essence. Considering this, Li Hao spoke softly. I have just entered the realm of harmony. What of him? I should be at my limit. Yet if endowed with the favor of destiny, I might surpass this threshold. Provided destiny is sufficiently potent. Could it be that my conjecture holds merit? If so, this individual far surpasses any descendant of the Wind and Cloud Pavilion, and is undoubtedly more capable than Zheng Yu. Even emperors have been toyed with at his whim. The Crimson Moon Emperor may not have been sealed by the Sword Sovereign. Had the Sword Sovereign possessed the time to seal him, he may well have been vanquished in a single strike. The more one delves into the nature of these supreme emperors, the clearer their immense power becomes. Typical emperors, such as the likes of the Sea Overlord, are certainly not on par with figures like the Sword Sovereign. Li Hao smiled, turning to Commander Jiao. Might the Crimson Moon be a scion of Li Daoheng? Commander Jiao furrowed his brow. That seems implausible. If it were so, why would he have murdered your parents? Stripping away their bloodline to consolidate the power of the 8 great families? Such reasoning holds merit. Li Hao nodded slightly, contemplating that even if it were nodding Hongyue, she could very well be a pawn of Li Daoheng. With a chuckle, he remarked, so, it seems I have gained another enemy. The 9th Master remained silent. Exhaling softly, Li Hao pondered the relationship between the Moon Goddess, the first deity of Silver Moon, and the Heavenly Emperor, as well as the connection between the King of Humans and the Azure Emperor. The deities usurp heavenly will, transforming into seeds, with one becoming the Azure Emperor, while another ascends to the role of Heavenly Emperor and King of Humans. If the seal were indeed activated by him, and the essence of Silver Moon played the role of that seal, it might suggest that one could traverse freely in and out of the seal through the essence of Silver Moon. The 9th Master furrowed his brow, casting a discerning glance at Li Hao, sensing that he was overthinking the matter. Could Li Daoheng's own brother truly possess such formidable prowess? The notion of freely traversing the seal, collaborating with the Moon Goddess, who transforms into a seed and becomes the Azure Emperor, while his brother aspires to embody the King of Humans or the Heavenly Emperor. Yet, Li Hao remained increasingly convinced of the validity of his thoughts. Furthermore, the ballad may very well be his creation. The Zheng family was merely a superficial pawn, their existence serving a dual purpose: to provide an explanation for the new martial arts and to deceive the Emperor of the Scarlet Moon. The Starry Sky sword might have been brought forth by him. However, one question lingered. Why did he choose to reveal himself before Sun Xian? Why expose his true identity in front of the vice commander of the Celestial Star Army? If it were not for this, who would have known that a member of the Li family was involved? This aspect remained inexplicable. Sun Xian was merely immortal at that time. Did Li Daoheng truly need to unveil his identity before him? Or perhaps the more genuine one is, the less suspicion it arouses? Given the character of the other party, placing a false silver moon in the air might indeed reflect their nature. Reflecting on this, Li Hao spoke. Does your brother have a penchant for watching others' misfortunes? What? Li Hao contemplated for a moment and continued. I mean, there are times when he does something, and everyone is unaware that it was he who acted. Yet he would voluntarily disclose it to certain individuals, leaving others helpless. It's that kind of behavior where you know he is the culprit, yet you cannot expose him. The ninth master momentarily lost himself in thought, reminiscing about the past. After a while, he nodded. Indeed, in our youth, he was far more formidable and gifted than I. Yet he always feigned weakness. On one occasion, he privately fought with some companions, defeating them all. Everyone was aware, yet ultimately, everyone except him was punished. Our elders admonished us not to bully him, for he was indeed weak at that time, but we all knew he was superior to us. It left us quite frustrated. Yet our families would not listen or believe us. Clearly, everyone had suffered and been beaten by him. Yet the punishment fell on others while he remained the object of care and concern. Sighing, he continued. Later on, he used the excuse of striving for greatness to become remarkably strong, surpassing us all, and he once again beat everyone. This time, the elders did not punish him, for he claimed he was working hard to seek personal vengeance. The elders praised him once more, declaring that he would seek vengeance and strive for martial excellence. Truly a commendable son of the Li family. Meanwhile, my companions and I faced a thorough reprimand at home. Despite the multitude, we could not best a frail individual. My parents lamented that I had aided outsiders in bullying my brother, a most unjust predicament. Li Hao inhaled deeply. At what age was this? Perhaps 7 or 8. Li Hao gasped in astonishment. Such cunning tactics. First, a covert beating, followed by an overt one, with parents administering 2 additional punishments. Thus, a total of 4 beatings. Yet there was no recourse. The ninth commander chuckled awkwardly, affirming the truth of the matter. Consequently, he reached the pinnacle, abandoning the Sword City and departing, choosing to associate with that individual, which was utterly unbearable. Throughout his life, he had been a negative example, while his brother was lauded as the ideal child in everyone's eyes. Yet, his peers loathed him, feeling utterly powerless against it. In that moment, Li Hao smiled. If this is indeed the case, his actions become understandable. I shall ensure everyone knows I was involved, albeit as merely a supporting character. The true protagonist is the Zheng family. They have cleverly concealed many matters. Impressive. At this instant, he felt reassured. Li Hao quickly contemplated that some truths, even if acknowledged, would not be believed if spoken aloud. If you approach Zheng or the Red Moon Emperor and share your thoughts, they would regard you as a fool. Li Daoheng, we are aware. Merely a minor character. Can he truly scheme against us? Ridiculous. One an emperor, the other a half-emperor. How could he possibly manipulate us? Zheng family's young master is a hindrance. Li Hao suddenly chuckled. Zheng would never label himself as such. He would not admit to being a burden. Yet, in your brother's eyes, he is indeed a hindrance to everyone. Arrogant, self-satisfied, and conceited. Such as Zheng, endowed with exceptional talent, is perfectly suited to become the ostensible leader of the rebellion. When all perceive it thus, one might wonder, in the end, if your brother were to step in and resolve the chaos, wouldn't everyone express their gratitude? Perhaps he would return to the new martial world, earning the respect even of the king of men, for all would believe he bore the humiliation and ultimately turned the tide, saving Silver Moon and the new martial world. The ninth commander was momentarily lost in thought. He has betrayed us. What if he claimed he was controlled, then broke free from that control, enduring humiliation to slay Zheng and eliminate the Red Moon Emperor? All who knew the truth would be dead. Who could prove he truly betrayed us? The ninth commander was momentarily distracted. After a long pause, he nodded. If he indeed dealt with the Zheng family and the Red Moon Emperor, reviving Silver Moon and reopening the Stargate, returning to the new martial world, everyone would be grateful to him. Restoring order, truly the prodigal son of the Li family. At this moment, he began to believe, for that was his brother, who had always acted in this manner. Everyone would sing his praises. Yet, within him, Emotions grew increasingly complex. If what Li Hao suggested was true, his brother could be even more formidable than the emperor. How could that be? What of the other members of the Li family? He suddenly inquired, to which Li Hao softly replied, "They are all dead, all gone." What? He killed them. Li Hao spoke calmly. It is quite normal. The Li family must be aware of certain circumstances, including the matter of the seal. The ninth commander was taken aback. Impossible. After a moment, he suddenly added, if they are all dead, how could the Li family bloodline from the outside still exist? First, there is the bloodline he left behind. Second, one could simply have a member of the Li family wield the starry sky sword. Not everyone is aware of the situation. Third, to strip away the bloodline of the deceased and transform an individual. Would this be a challenge for a formidable warrior? Fourth, perhaps there is no such thing as a Li family bloodline. It could merely be remnants of the sword master's aura on the starry sky sword. And those transformed individuals, why would the true Li family bloodline be incapable of wielding the starry sky sword? What? The ninth commander was once again stunned. Hasn't the starry sky sword always been in your possession? My use of the starry sky sword is unrelated to bloodlines. The ninth commander was utterly bewildered. Li Hao grinned, revealing his teeth. If that is the case, then surely Li Daoheng must be quite surprised that the starry sky sword has been wielded by someone else. At that moment, Li Hao laughed heartily. My teacher is truly remarkable. What does that have to do with your teacher? Yet, Li Hao merely smiled and remained silent. For his utilization of the starry sky sword had always stemmed from the 5-animal technique. The 5-animal technique. Capable of wielding the starry sky sword, Li Hao had yet to comprehend this fully. Why is that? It is unrelated to bloodlines. A teacher can also wield the Zhang family's blade. It cannot be said that the teacher possesses the Zhang family bloodline. The 5-animal technique breaks some limitations of lineage. The 5-animal technique corresponds to 5 forces aligned with the 5 elements of the Tao. Perhaps it is related to the Tao. A multitude of thoughts surged anew as Li Hao gazed towards the 5 elements region, filled with longing. Teacher, when will you be resurrected? If you were still here, perhaps my journey would be a tad easier. Furthermore, the Tao and force should indeed have a closer connection. Li Daoheng has consistently struggled to locate the Tao universe. Perhaps it is linked to force, or perhaps he simply did not regard the emergence of force before, until he and his teacher entered the Tao universe through force. Force originates from the heavens and the earth. The Tao, too, emerges from the heavens and the earth. Chapter 364. Dividing heaven and earth. Force intertwines with the heavens and the earth, originating from them. For the new era of martial artists, the most crucial aspect lies in force. Li Hao has integrated force into divine texts, and divine texts into the Tao. Thus, when he employs the divine texts, he is, in essence, wielding force. This enabled him to enter the Hao Star realm. At this moment, Li Hao fell into deep contemplation. While one can indeed comprehend the Tao without force, possessing it might yield distinct differences. He recalled the time when he first grasped force, understanding the 5 great forces. His teacher had once remarked that force becomes a domain, and a domain creates its own world. Li Hao, however, only utilized this domain as a protective shield for new martial artists. Since force enhances strength, it does not directly break the pulse as swiftly. Thus, presently, Li Hao merely engages in basic force cultivation, no longer delving deeply into it. Initially, he aspired to comprehend the myriad forces and the Tao, merging the myriad divine texts, but soon found it too cumbersome. Directly breaking the pulse and opening the Tao was far swifter. Yet now, he found himself once again lost in thought. Force becomes domain. It envelopes the heavens and the earth. Independent of the heavens and the earth, it may even repel the interference of fate and the cosmos. The momentum indeed appears extraordinary. The essence of the 5-animal technique lies in the fusion of 5 potent forces. The master, through the amalgamation of these forces, astonishingly managed to hold back a sage, all while being merely at the mid-level of the sun and moon realm. Engaging beyond one's tier is fearsome indeed. Previously, Li Hao had ceased to concern himself with such matters, having advanced rapidly. Yet now, due to Li Daoheng, he found himself ensnared in profound contemplation once more. The formation of momentum into a domain allows one to perceive the cosmos, even to assimilate and dominate it. The ancient kings of old, by engulfing their inner worlds, devoured the primal universe, thus becoming sovereigns of the great Tao and the world. The realms his master had long studied bore semblances to the inner worlds of these ancient kings. This, too, is a grand avenue. Casting his gaze once more upon the starry river, myriad paths unfolded before him. Yet, at this moment, Li Hao was merely sustaining a semblance of control through the divine script of the Tao, as his understanding of momentum remained scant. He had relinquished his comprehension of the divine pathways, redirecting his efforts towards cultivating a non-attribute Tao, hoping to transmute it into sword-related divine abilities. If Li Daoheng had acted as I envisioned, he might have already entered the realm of the bright star, perhaps even governing a portion of the celestial bodies within another region of the great Tao universe, akin to the stars of the prophet deities, unnoticed until now. Should conflict arise in the great Tao universe in the future, the adversary, having trained for many years, would possess unparalleled wisdom, strength, and prowess. In such a cosmic expanse, it seems my only advantage might be the initial edge granted by the divine script of the Tao, which may not suffice to secure victory against him. The first generation of the moon deity, along with the stars, may very well be among them, as the first of all deities. Their innate celestial bodies could be fearfully powerful, and perhaps even lie within the domain governed by Li Daoheng at this moment. The universe is vast, thus far. Li Hao has only traversed a minuscule portion of it, and he remains oblivious to the whereabouts of many. A fleeting moment of speculation kindled a sense of urgency within him. His apparent adversaries had all manifested. This time, in the west, he sought to confront the Li family. Yet the situation seemed more intricate than he had anticipated. He had envisioned Li Daoheng as possibly another celestial monarch. However, having slain celestial monarchs before, he was unafraid. But what if his opponent was more than just a celestial monarch? Now, all of my strategies lay bare, with no secrets left to conceal. Everyone was aware of my circumstances and some of my arrangements within the great Tao universe, including the existence of the War Heaven City. The moon stirred something within Li Hao. Perhaps its existence was a means to surveil all, to oversee the entire world. Li Daoheng created the moon not merely for concealment, but to ensure that all was within his purview. Nothing could escape his gaze. Perhaps every action, great or small, every scheme and trick, was within his sight. This individual might truly be monitoring the world. This is the true orchestrator behind the scenes. As for Zheng Yu and the Crimson Moon Emperor, they remained ensnared in relics or seals, lacking a sufficient understanding of the world, including the circumstances surrounding Li Hao and his companions, which led to their repeated failures. A multitude of thoughts surged forth. Li Hao harbored a flicker of discernment. Currently, Li Daoheng remained indifferent to everyone, merely observing the spectacle, perhaps with an unshakable confidence to suppress all present. To him, others might merely appear as jesters. He realized that he too was under the watchful eye of his adversary. Even his own path of cultivation was under scrutiny. The force he wielded, formless yet potent, created a realm that devoured the heavens and isolated divine intention. In this moment, he grasped what the new era of martial artists truly required. The formation of a sword technique from a non-attributed path was undeniably formidable. However, if the opponent were to comprehend this non-attributed technique, he might discern the essence of his swordsmanship. This implied that he stood before Li Daoheng completely exposed, devoid of secrets. Understanding oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every battle. Li Daoheng was well acquainted with his own strengths, yet Li Hao felt woefully unfamiliar with him. If he intended to refine the seal of the Red Moon Emperor, it would not shatter easily. Zheng Yu and the others harbored fears that if they ventured forth, the seal would break. Perhaps this was an illusion crafted by Li Daoheng to ensnare them. Li Hao mused. If his conjecture held any truth, would Li Daoheng truly allow the Red Moon Emperor to break free from his seal with such ease? Certainly not. Thus, the Zheng father and son were hesitant to emerge, fearing that their departure would lead to the seal's demise. Such anxieties must have arisen from subtle influences, or perhaps divine interference, with the most fitting culprit being the omnipresent moon goddess. The moon is here. Contemplating this, Li Hao experienced an awakening. If Zheng Yu were to forcefully emerge, it might not significantly alter the situation. The spatial rift could not hinder him. He could indeed step forth. How absurd. Li Hao suddenly chuckled, a hint of self-mockery evident. Zheng Yu was undoubtedly a pawn, yet he remained oblivious, believing he could alter everything, a favored child of heaven, possessing unparalleled talent. He thought his emergence would coincide with the Red Moon Emperor's unsealing, Yet this might merely be an illusion. His emergence would be futile. The key to the seal lay in the silver moon, where the moon goddess resided, as well as in the Tianxing 8 trigrams formation, and the pivotal piece of the red moon. Furthermore, Li Hao possessed the power of the red moon, perhaps even more than Li Hao. The essence of the moon goddess lingered above the red moon emperor, as the red moon emperor wielded the power of the red moon against the seal. The moon goddess might incessantly absorb this power. Thus, if Li Hao were to draw upon it, continuously transmitting it through the silver moon, he would have entered the Great Path universe, suggesting that he might have accumulated countless powers of the Great Path. Li Hao's expression shifted slightly. Should this be the case, his strength would undoubtedly surge rapidly, perhaps even surpassing his own. Yet, possessing the divine script of the word Tao, he understood that to transcend limits, one must garner the favor of divine intention. Li Hao had received the favor of heavenly principles, allowing him to grow infinitely stronger. Li Hao should have lagged behind. While he could potentially become immensely powerful within the Great Path universe, to venture beyond, he too must earn the favor of divine intention. Divine intention? Li Hao's eyes flickered momentarily, leading him to contemplate that Li Hao must either devise a means to gain the acknowledgement of the heavenly will or directly seize it. But how to appropriate it? The heavenly will is elusive and difficult to capture, unless one is in proximity to certain individuals, such as the great Li King, Li Hao, or the moon goddess. Furthermore, there lies the vast wilderness. That white horse, once dealt with, the heavenly will would surely gather, consuming the territory of the wilderness and strengthening itself. At this moment, Li Hao was engaged in continuous deduction, not merely speculating without basis. Once a single thread was identified, he could extrapolate other connections. Thus, if Li Hao wished to emerge freely, descending from the moon, one imperative task remained: to seize the heavenly will. He himself might not be able to step forth, at least for now. Should he surpass me, emergence would be impossible. The cosmos would not permit a new path to eclipse my own, drawing the attention of the heavenly will and the heavenly Tao. Therefore, the heavenly will is of utmost urgency to him. The essence of the heavenly will within me is also quite potent, which could indeed pose a danger. The true queen of the moon goddess is favored by the heavenly will, making her a crucial step in his scheme to wrest it away. Had I sought to slay the queen earlier, she might have instantaneously ascended to the saint level. However, by sparing her, she remains unable to break through, as her progress is being meticulously controlled by another. At this moment, clarity dawned. Li Hao discerned the role of the queen as a pawn. Moreover, the red moon must also be one of his orchestrated pieces. First, to diminish the emperor's power. Second, to disrupt Zheng Yu and the red moon emperor's judgment. Third, perhaps to attract the heavenly will as well. Even I might be a pawn. An epiphany struck Li Hao. The starry sky, sword of the Li family, rests in my grasp, and it is plausible that Li Hao intentionally brought it forth to lure the heavenly will. Even in the absence of a new path, they would still capture the heavenly will. What of the great Li King? He too bears the essence of the heavenly will. Is the great Li King then a pawn of his? A clever stratagem, treating all of creation as mere pieces on a chessboard? Perhaps Sun Xian's survival is not an exception, but a deliberate ploy to reveal the betrayal of the Zheng family through his lips, establishing him as a secondary figure beneath the Zheng family, thus providing reasonable explanations for certain events. The 8 great families' bloodlines. At this moment, Li Hao's gaze shifted slightly. What makes the 8 great families' bloodlines unique? Perhaps it is not the power of the 8 great families' bloodlines that is special, but rather the duties or missions assigned to them, endowed with certain peculiarities by someone. Who could that be? The Blood Emperor. Li Hao's eyes suddenly transformed. Indeed, the Blood Emperor. His blade can only be approached by the bloodlines of the 8 great families, and the division of the cosmos into 8 parts was his doing. Even the formation of the 8 trigrams of the universe, which seals the Emperor, was laid by the Blood Emperor. This was not set by the Sword Sovereign, for he lacks the proficiency in formations. The Blood Emperor, Li Hao mused internally. At this moment, he felt as if he had unveiled even deeper truths. He vaguely understood that the 8 great families are not inherently special. What is remarkable is that, when the 8 great families forged the city, the Blood Emperor himself even visited Battle Heaven City, bestowing upon it a unique significance. The Blood Emperor may have orchestrated certain schemes within the small world. Thus, the 8 great families have been entrusted with certain missions, which have resulted in their unique bloodlines, as their tasks remain unfulfilled. The convergence of the Crimson Moon with the bloodlines of the 8 great families must be linked to the Blood Emperor's blade and the entity within it. The Blood Emperor may have merely orchestrated this casually, perhaps not to preempt any threats from the Crimson Moon Emperor, but rather to involve the cat residing within the blade. Li Hao might possess some insights, which he leveraged to ensnare a Crimson Moon Emperor. Some mysteries are gradually becoming clearer. Yet, what role does the Sword Sovereign play in all of this? Was it because the Blood Emperor's intentions regarding the small world displeased the Sword Sovereign, prompting him to instruct Li Hao to take certain actions? However, he had previously witnessed the Blood Emperor persuading the Sword Sovereign to devour the small world at the earliest opportunity. Could it be that the Sword Sovereign's reluctance to consume it prompted the Blood Emperor to seize an opportunity? Never mind that for now. At this moment, Li Hao revealed a smile, perhaps having grasped the peculiar essence of the 8 great families. Likely, Li Hao also understands. And it is possible that the true exceptional nature lies not with the 8 families themselves, but rather with the 8 divine weapons, which have wandered outside to bestow the so-called bloodline powers upon those beyond. The bloodlines of the 8 families in the ancient city must have encountered the 8 divine weapons many years ago. Old Tortoise. At this moment, he thought of Old Tortoise. The only divine weapon still possessing intelligence to this day. Is the key the divine weapons of the 8 families, or the bloodlines? Perhaps Old Tortoise knows the answer. Though it may not grasp the crux of the matter, it certainly knows whether its existence is linked to the Blood Emperor. At this moment, Old Tortoise is absent. But someone is nearby. Li Hao turned to the ever-present 9th Commander and inquired, "Who forged the Tortoise Guardian?" "What? I mean, who crafted this tortoise shell?" The 9th Commander paused for a moment, reflecting before replying. "I had this since I was very young. I'm not sure. Perhaps General Huai knows." Li Hao vanished in an instant, reappearing before General Huai. The general quickly transformed and, without pleasantries, Li Hao directly asked, "Who created the Tortoise Guardian?" General Huai was momentarily taken aback, pondering for a while before responding. The Tortoise Guardian was forged using the souls of the demon race, but it had long been abandoned, as such practices were prohibited after the human king unified the realm. Therefore, the Tortoise Guardian's essence was born in the early days of the new martial era. Continuing, he added, "It should be attributed to the Blood Emperor, for the Wang family is a branch of the Blood Emperor's lineage. In the past, they hailed from Yang City, which is the homeland of the human king, the Blood Emperor, and the mightiest deity of the early martial arts, the solar deity. The Tortoise Guardian's essence was likely a protective gift bestowed upon the Wang family by the Blood Emperor many years ago. He wasn't entirely certain, but the fact that a divine weapon forged from the souls of the demon race could still be used so openly in later times indicates something significant. The demon race's emperor had not objected or spoken against it. There must be a reason behind this. Otherwise, with the existence of their own emperor, would the Wang family dare to utilize it so brazenly? Li Hao sighed in relief, nodding in affirmation. Indeed. Is the forging of the Starry Sky sword connected to the Blood Emperor? This matter eludes my understanding. It is rumored that the Sovereign of Humanity and the Emperor of Forging collaborated to create it. Li Hao fell into deep contemplation and inquired further. What is the relationship between the Blood Emperor and the Sword Sovereign? General Huai, somewhat anxious, replied, "It is quite amicable. Indeed, His Majesty the Sovereign of Humanity, the Iron-Headed Emperor, the Blood Emperor, the God-Splitting Emperor, the Sword Sovereign, the Supreme, and the Azure Emperor all share excellent relations. Remarkably so. In this new martial era, there exists another faction of considerable strength, namely the Star-Settling City. The Sovereign of Heaven from Star-Settling City possesses unparalleled combat prowess and is a disciple of the Sun God, who is the most formidable among the primordial deities of martial arts, a solitary being traversing the cosmos, capable of contending with the rulers of worlds. Thus, while this faction maintains a good relationship with the Sovereign of Humanity, it is relatively less connected in comparison." Li Hao nodded slightly, pondering before asking, "During the establishment of the 8 major cities, did the Blood Emperor personally visit Silver Moon?" "Indeed. Is the Sword Sovereign aware of this?" "Naturally. The name of Battle Heaven City was bestowed by the Blood Emperor, so the Sword Sovereign is undoubtedly aware." Li Hao nodded, gaining some clarity. He continued, "The Green Light Sword, the Eternal Life Sword, the Bloody Lion King Fist, the Overlord Emperor Gauntlet, the sword worn by the Sovereign of Humanity's consort, the knife carried by the Blood Emperor, and the God-Splitting Spear technique. Are these all part of the lineage of the sovereign of humanity and the Blood Emperor? Yes. The green light sword and the bloody Lion King fist originate from the martial techniques of several formidable practitioners of the demon martial lineage. Li Hao pressed on, the ancestor of the Zhang family, specifically from the direction of the City of Determination, the Zhang family's sword techniques. Should they not also belong to the lineage of the sovereign of humanity? Correct. At this point, General Huai could not help but interject. Everyone is indeed part of the sovereign of humanity's lineage. I merely meant to say that beneath the sovereign, there are broadly two factions. This does not imply that Star Settling City is not part of the sovereign's lineage, so please do not misunderstand, my lord. Your classifications are rather distinct, which may not bode well. It sounds as though there is internal discord within the new martial realm. Li Hao did not intend to convey such an implication. However, at this moment, he had come to a general realization that the inheritance of Silver Moon predominantly stemmed from outside the Star Settling City framework, while the secret techniques of Star Settling City were, in fact, passed down from the Zheng family and a few others. Of course, this was not of paramount importance. Nevertheless, he deduced that there must be some agreements and objectives between the Sword Sovereign and the Blood Emperor that they intended to realize in Silver Moon, but had yet to do so. The legacies they left behind likely leaned more towards their own interests. After some deliberation, Li Hao continued, the concept of momentum is not a recent phenomenon. It has been present in the new martial era as well, has it not? Indeed. However, at that time, there was no detailed system. It was simply spoken of in terms of gathering an invincible momentum, without a specific focus on cultivating momentum, correct? Correct. General Huai appeared confused by the questioning. Li Hao contemplated for a moment before continuing. Therefore, the system of martial techniques in the new martial realm does indeed bear some relation to momentum. When cultivated to its utmost, it may even give rise to momentum. Is that so? I cannot say. How would I know? It vexes me. I am but a tree, having never practiced the martial techniques of the new martial realm. However, after some consideration, it spoke. Should contemporary practitioners of ancient martial arts succeed in cultivating momentum, it may pertain to the disappearance of the primordial path. When the primordial path was not absent, reaching the pinnacle of martial techniques should have been akin to grasping the essence of the primordial. In the essence, one forms their own path, encompassing blades, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hooks, and forks, as well as the elemental forces of gold, wood, water, and fire, which govern the universe. Nothing more than this. The concept of force, as I perceive it, emerges when the essence cannot be further cultivated, dispersing outward to create a unique system that can adhere to the heavens and earth. A framework that aligns with the new path. In fact, force ought to also attach itself to the path of the essence, thus forming the great path of the essence. Li Hao's gaze shifted. This notion intrigued him greatly. The emergence of force may signify the disappearance of the essence, rendering it incapable of connecting to the great path of essence, thereby giving rise to force. Now, with the advent of the new path, it may once again attach to it, representing a product that connects to the great path. Moreover, force creates realms, possessing this particularity, allowing one to connect with and shield against heavenly principles and divine will at will. Li Hao nodded repeatedly, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed elder. General Huai appeared somewhat perplexed and did not elaborate further. What do you thank me for? He inquired. There was no response regarding thoughts on force. They were merely conventional reflections. As it stands, force is of little consequence. Li Hao had begun to cultivate a path devoid of attributes. Having even forsaken divine powers and writings, the presence or absence of force bore little difference. At that moment, Li Hao suddenly posed. What if, I say, what if the heavens and earth were to be opened? How would one create a world? This left General Huai utterly bewildered. How would I know? You wish to create a world? That is quite an ambitious endeavor. Too far-fetched. Li Hao had no intention of creating a world. Rather, he contemplated carving out a portion of the vast wilderness, enveloping it within his realm to prevent divine will from encroaching. Even if he were to expel chaos, it would remain solely within his domain. Thus, should Li Daohong attempt to seize divine will, even if successful, it would only pertain to the current divine will, not the formidable one. He aimed to consume the world. Indeed, since everyone is vying for this realm, I shall carve out a segment, using my domain to isolate it, ensuring you cannot attain the entirety of the Silver Moon world. Is this feasible? It must be. Li Hao mused. He was not creating a new world, but merely reclaiming the territory previously invaded by chaos, integrating it into his domain. Why could he not capture divine will? If chaos dissipated and divine will coalesced, enveloped by his domain in this new space, upon the entry of divine will, why could he not seize it? In a moment of reverie, both the Ninth Master and General Huai were left perplexed, struggling to comprehend Li Hao's intent. Creating a world? What relevance does that have to you? The vast Silver Moon realm itself poses a challenge to control throughout your lifetime. Yet, Li Hao ceased his inquiries and softly stated, "Let us leave it at that. By the way, you two, do not dwell upon the words exchanged today. Do not ponder or question them. Let them remain within your hearts." The two nodded, refraining from further discussion. As sages, immensely powerful, their unspoken thoughts could not be perceived even by the emperor. At this moment, the Ninth Master inquired, "What comes next?" "Kill," Li Hao replied with a smile. "Eliminate the Crimson Moon, slay the Queen, they will not perish easily. I previously feared their demise might unleash that emperor, but now I am certain that in pursuing them, they will only grow stronger, ever more powerful until they can contend with me." Both individuals furrowed their brows, questioning the authenticity of the claims. Can one truly attain strength at will? You have ascended to the status of a sage. Moreover, ordinary sages are no match for Li Hao. At this moment, Li Hao smiled, firmly believing that those two would not perish easily. Li Daoheng would not permit their demise. When the Crimson Moon faced death, the power of the Red Moon would inevitably surge into his being, amplifying his strength. Likewise, when the Queen neared her end, the power of the Silver Moon would flow into her, bolstering her might. Furthermore, both might attribute their newfound abilities solely to their own prowess, never considering that such gifts were bestowed upon them by another. Since they would not easily perish and their seals would remain intact, it was only natural for him to continue pursuing them, compelling them to provide him with more sustenance. He would render them trapped with no escape. Simultaneously, this would serve to gather more of the heavenly will around him. Additionally, regarding the King of Dali, Li Hao pondered. The King of Dali also enjoyed the favor of the heavens. How could he strip the king of his divine favor? The more heavenly will he could amass, the larger his domain would become once established, allowing him to seize even greater territories and capture more of the celestial essence. Surprisingly, the Crimson Moon possessed little heavenly favor. Was it that the heavens did not favor him, or did he understand that such favor was not necessarily a boon? This posed a question. If he was aware, it suggested that this individual might have discerned certain truths that made things even more intriguing. Ultimately, it was essential to cultivate a formidable domain and grasp greater forces. To condense more divine scripts was not merely to open the pathways, but to expand the territory. The teacher's initial aim was to broaden the domain and engulf the cosmos. Regrettably, Li Hao had always overlooked this. After discovering the great Tao universe, he had set this matter aside, pondering why he should be concerned with a mere domain when he was already comprehending the vastness of the cosmos. Thus, was the teacher's demise truly an accident? Or was it an inevitable outcome, as he could not permit the teacher to continue expanding? At this moment, Li Hao's gaze sharpened. His decision to confront the boundless city was his own, yet at that time, circumstances had forced his hand. Xian Wu was unwilling to assist, and the situation had escalated to a point where he had no choice but to act. Given this, was there someone covertly orchestrating these events? Zheng Yu had suddenly emerged from his retreat, intent on his destruction, allying with 4 nations to exert maximum pressure upon him. Though he had survived, the teacher's death might have been an unavoidable fate. 3 sages. Without the 5 elements Tao vein fusion technique, how could the teacher contend against a sage? Apart from himself, only the teacher possessed the capability to challenge a sage at that time. With the teacher's passing, no one would pursue the study of domains any longer. Everyone had shifted their focus to the great Tao and the pathways, who would idly study domains of little significance. Thus, it seemed likely, the teacher, burdened by his brilliance, ultimately perished due to the 5 animal technique, succumbing to research that transcended his era. Li Hao reached a conclusion in his heart. The teacher's demise was not an accident, but an inevitability. His domain had already interfered with certain matters. A smile crept across Li Hao's face. Given this, would he allow them to succeed? Their failure to act thus far was likely due to their inability to contend against the emperor. Therefore, he would seize the moment. At this moment, Li Hao instantaneously extracted several divine texts from the vastness around him, comprising the elements of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, darkness. And the sword path, 11 divine texts in total, representing the 11 forces he had comprehended. Among these, the strength of the 5 elemental forces was paramount, while the sword force held its own, and the others, albeit slightly weaker, still retained value. These 11 divine texts, unified under the overarching principle of the Tao, coalesced in an instant to form a luminous circle, creating an independent space within the cosmic Tao. This spectacle surprised even the ninth master, Li Hao. After a moment of contemplation, attempted to draw upon the power of the Tao to breach this domain, only to find that the power could not integrate. A flicker of peculiarity crossed his eyes. He had never before utilized the power of a domain within the cosmic Tao. It was fascinating to discover that even the power of the Tao could be obstructed. He gazed into the depths of the universe, pondering whether Li Daoing, if present in the cosmic Tao, might possess a strength surpassing his own. Yet what if he were to isolate that power? Regrettably, he was still too feeble, having only 11 divine texts. Although he was growing stronger, he had cast aside the divine texts and the forces they represented. Perhaps this was precisely the outcome his adversary desired. When had he begun to feel that the forces and divine texts were insufficiently powerful? Indeed, it was during his confrontation with the queen that he realized the necessity of opening more Tao meridians to enhance his strength. Relying solely on divine power was too slow. After dealing with the boundless city, this sentiment had only intensified. Every time he utilized divine power, he had to comprehend the forces anew, which was far more cumbersome compared to the formless Tao meridians, which could be activated at will. If this were indeed your scheme, then you possess remarkable prowess. Li Hao mused, if all the methods I have cultivated are within your calculations, then you truly are formidable. During this recent expedition to the west, he had already discerned some clues. As he approached the moon, he wondered if Li Daoing would be caught off guard or feel anxious. Perhaps he would be more exhilarated than anything else. In this moment of contemplation, the 11 divine texts vanished. In the next instant, he disappeared from the Haoxing realm. In the Western Divine Kingdom, Li Hao reappeared amidst the vastness of heaven and earth, choosing not to merge the divine texts into the realm to form a domain. At this moment, a smile broke across his face. The Western Divine Kingdom possessed a unique advantage, an abundance of faith power, Tao power, and various deities, which imbued the local faith power with distinctive attributes. Here, he could perhaps discern some unique forces and establish an exceptional system of divine texts. The formless Tao required cultivation, and the forces demanded comprehension. This need not impede his training. Yet this time, it was not merely about opening meridians. It was about delineating heaven and earth. It had been far too long since he had taken the time to walk, observe, and appreciate the cosmos. In his earlier pursuits of understanding the forces, he had endured considerable hardship, yet now, he felt it was a shame to neglect such an opportunity. In an instant, Li Hao melded with the wind and vanished from his location, with the Black Panthers swiftly following suit, soaring through the air and disappearing alongside him. In the distance, several figures hastily fled, while the crimson moon continued to furrow its brow. Beside them, the Sword Immortal and the Lord of Haotian wore expressions of rage and despair as they fled time and again. Today, astonishingly, only the 3 of them from the 3 great organizations and the Haotian Divine Mountain remained in flight. The queen's countenance was equally bleak. The divine realm was even worse off, with her as the sole deity left. Initially, she had thought that with dozens of immortals, they would stand a significant chance against Li Hao. Yet, the reality was starkly different. He was accompanied by a plethora of formidable beings. What a shameless scoundrel! The queen seethed with fury. He had audaciously concealed the Battle Heaven City within the great Tao universe. Cursed be this turn of events. Who could have anticipated such a twist? Hongyue remained silent for a moment, scanning their surroundings before speaking. It is too late to discuss these matters now. We must find a way to contact the Zheng family and the people from Hongyue. Those who were killed must be informed. They should understand that Li Hao needs to be restrained. Otherwise, it will be too late. Upon hearing this, the queen cast a dubious glance at him. Li Hao had not relentlessly pursued them. He had merely slain those individuals and allowed them to escape, even leaving them with cryptic words. Now, why did Hongyue wish to contact more powerful beings, as if to further incite Li Hao? Moreover, despite their continuous flight, Hongyue's strength had been on the rise, never faltering. It seemed that with every setback, only others suffered, while his own power steadily grew. At this moment, the queen felt an increased sense of vigilance. This individual was rapidly advancing in strength. Li Hao, a seasoned warrior who had faced countless formidable foes, had slaughtered without equal, discovered the Great Tao, and even mastered the Great Tao universe. He had slain saints and kings, yet today, he had only attained the entry level of sainthood. As for herself, she was the reincarnation of the moon goddess, which required no further elaboration. Yet, Hongyue had not lagged behind. Now, although he might not surpass a saint, he was not far off. His continued escape was perplexing. The more she pondered, the more she found his presence troubling. Hongyue glanced at the queen and softly remarked, "Your Majesty, the greater our numbers, the safer we will be. Perhaps we can still negotiate and hope to elevate both our standings to the level of harmony. As for those who have perished, we must now prioritize our own survival." At that moment, the previously silent Lord of Haotian suddenly spoke softly. "Hongyue, nearly everyone else has perished. You have been burdened with the two of us, myself and the Sword Immortal. Perhaps it would be better for us to part ways and leave you to your own devices. So many lives lost, and yet you have continually sought to aid us, even amidst perilous circumstances, striving to rescue the leaders of the three great organizations and the Lord of Haotian. Such loyalty is commendable. Yet now, the Lord of Haotian wished to depart." Hongyue slightly raised an eyebrow and replied gently, "Haotian, it is far too dangerous for you and the Sword Immortal to go alone. Li Hao will not let you off easily. With us here, there is at least some semblance of safety. Without us, your chances of survival will dwindle significantly." The Lord of Haotian fell silent once more. Meanwhile, the Sword Immortal's expression shifted. "He may not pursue us. No, he certainly will. He seeks to eliminate my support, to make me taste solitude and despair. Therefore, he will kill everyone around me, but will not hasten to take my life." "Is that so?" The two remained silent, yet the queen faintly sensed something amiss. Hongyue, cold-hearted and ungrateful. However, at this moment, bringing along the flying Sword Immortal could be understood, as Hongyue's notorious fondness for beauty was well known. Yet, the inclusion of the master of Haotian Mountain seemed rather burdensome. Was he truly so benevolent? Did these two sense something as well, prompting their departure? Hongyue ceased her speech, merely gazing around, softly stating, "If he remains in the west without departing, we shall face considerable trouble. I cannot afford to perish easily, and Her Majesty the Queen, as the Red Moon Emperor, is aware that the Zheng family must send forth stronger individuals. Even immortals may prove inadequate. I shall attempt to stir the Forbidden Sea. Perhaps it can elevate the limits of heaven and earth once more, even allowing saints to emerge. The Zheng family, apprehensive of a shattered seal, would certainly not permit Hongyue and the Queen to perish. Therefore, assistance would inevitably arrive. However, at present, immortals were no match for Li Hao. Perhaps a few saints would suffice. Could they truly allow saints to emerge?" The Queen expressed her surprise, and Hongyue replied softly, "Let us give it a try. The power of the Forbidden Sea remains formidable. If we stir it, releasing energy, once Li Hao attains the saintly tier, the limits of heaven and earth will shift with him. Even if we cannot summon mid to late stage saints, perhaps we can bring forth some early stage ones. If one fails, 3 to 5, or even 7 or 8, will suffice. Does the Zheng family possess such a multitude of saints?" The Queen was taken aback, questioning their origins. Over the years, the opposing side, with their mining resources, must have retained a number of saints. Moreover, some saints from yesteryears even bore the potential to ascend to the level of kings. "Is that so?" The Queen fell into deep contemplation. Hongyue continued, "You and I must swiftly ascend to the harmonization stage. The Zheng family will facilitate our passage, and the Red Moon Emperor will likely do the same. Once we grow stronger, the weakening of the Silver Moon's power will also weaken the seal, which he would welcome." The Queen refrained from comment. The Red Moon Emperor desired her to siphon more of the Silver Moon's power to diminish the seal, while the Zheng family hoped Hongyue would draw away more of the Red Moon's strength to weaken the Emperor and fortify the seal in the process. Thus, their existences precariously maintained a balance. Presently, neither side wished to disrupt this equilibrium. Yet, the Queen pondered, why was Hongyue so assured? It seemed she harbored many secrets. Damn it, why did it feel as if everyone possessed extensive knowledge, while she herself was left in the dark? Li Hao's words were baffling, and so too were Hongyue's. She felt a surge of anger, yet was left powerless. With her ignorance, she could only follow Hongyue, otherwise alone. She feared being slain by Li Hao. At that moment, a sword intent pierced through the heavens and the earth. The queen's expression changed drastically. Damn it. Here it comes again. Hongyue's brow also furrowed. It was arriving too swiftly. Shouldn't Li Hao have awaited the Zheng family's arrival? According to his intentions, he should have waited for them to come before reaping the rewards, not now. Was something amiss? His expression subtly shifted. At this moment, the murderous intent emanating from Li Hao was so profound that it seemed he truly sought to annihilate all. Run! With a sharp command from Hongyue, Li Hao launched another assault, shattering some of his thoughts. It appeared he no longer wished to isolate himself from allies. Rather, he seemed intent on his own destruction. Boom! The sword energy soared into the heavens, altering the very fabric of the world. From behind, Li Hao approached, treading upon the air. A broken sword manifested in his grasp, exuding an overwhelming aura of menace. Yet his countenance remained remarkably serene. It seems several of you will find it difficult to escape. Li Hao chuckled lightly. Hongyue, having reached this juncture, it is time to embark on a new path. Once the seal is broken, perhaps things will become even more intriguing. I find myself rather impatient. At this moment, Hongyue fell silent, swiftly retreating. The queen seethed with fury, gritting her teeth. Li Hao, you have slaughtered our kin. Is this the outcome you desire? Allowing the Hongyue emperor to emerge from his confinement? Only after the carnage can one ascertain whether the seal can be broken. How can one know for certain without attempting to breach it? Li Hao's expression remained gentle, his laughter unwavering. A long sword swept across the heavens, and at this moment, anxiety gripped them all as they continuously countered and fled. The queen sensed a surge of silver moon energy flooding into her body, exhaling a quiet sigh of relief. The earlier turmoil had left her apprehensive, fearing she could no longer harness the silver moon's power. Meanwhile, Hongyue's complexion shifted repeatedly. How could this be? Why did Li Hao, at this moment, seem so determined to slay him? Was he truly unafraid of the seal's shattering, or were there other motives at play? For Li Hao appeared genuinely resolute, vanishing in an instant, and from all directions, manifestations of Li Hao emerged, each displaying various divine abilities. The void itself split open, and the shadow of the War Heaven City faintly materialized, exerting dominance over the world. This was a move that left no room for survival. The power of the Red Moon surged forth, and at that moment, the northern region suddenly trembled as the Forbidden Sea erupted. The Forbidden Sea pierced through the heavens and the earth. It seemed as though everyone had received word in advance, as Silver Moon warriors materialized upon an immense maritime pathway. The Forbidden Sea sweeping outward, unleashing a torrent of energy. In the land of Tianxing, numerous demonic beings were abruptly engulfed, their cries echoing throughout the universe. The realm of Dali was also in turmoil, mountains crumbling under the strain. The Forbidden Sea rapidly expanded, corroding all in its wake. The king of Dali wore an exceedingly grim expression, his roars resounding as he struggled to contain the Forbidden Sea. In the central region, although the Forbidden Sea also manifested, traversing the cosmos, the sea of force emerged within the boundless city, harnessing the ancient city to suppress the tumultuous Forbidden Sea. Energy surged with remarkable intensity. At this moment, the celestial canopy unfolded, and Lin Hongyu's voice reverberated through the expanse, radiating confidence and composure. Sensing the increase in new Dao practitioners amidst the world, and the insufficiency of energy, Lord Li, as Governor Li, has chosen to unseal the heavens, unlocking the Forbidden Sea to disperse energy for the benefit of all beings, enabling them to rise further, each becoming like a dragon. Fear not, my friends. Simply focus on your cultivation, but do not venture into the Forbidden Sea, for it possesses the power to corrode all. In an instant, jubilant cheers and exultant cries resounded across the realm. A fervor ignited once more. Commander, no? The Marquis truly cares for everyone. Aware of our insufficient energy for cultivation, he has surprisingly activated some kind of celestial seal, causing such a tremendous commotion. Indeed, the Marquis is a remarkable being. When he chooses to intervene, the very earth trembles beneath his might. The entire cosmos seems to be undergoing a transformation, with the energy becoming increasingly potent. Simultaneously, numerous formidable beings are continuously absorbing this energy, including some of the power from the Red Moon. The Red Moon, which once unleashed a significant amount of its power in the Forbidden Sea, is now beginning to disperse that energy. The Silver Moon warriors are fully aware of this. Yet no one is hindering the absorption of energy. This is also the Marquis's decree, and as for any potential consequences, the Marquis will handle them himself. In Hurricane City, Zheng Yu's expression shifted. The Forbidden Sea had awakened, and those he dispatched were all lost. It was evident that something had gone awry. Even without communication from that side, he surmised that it must be the work of Li Hao, who had eliminated everyone and was now undoubtedly pursuing the Red Moon. The Red Moon's disturbance of the Forbidden Sea was a desperate signal that it could not withstand the pressure any longer. Reinforcements were needed. Zheng Yu looked skyward. The seal remained intact, yet it was somewhat unstable. His expression darkened as he gravely stated, "The energy of heaven and earth has revived. We can barely accommodate some initial stages of the holy path. I shall project my essence outward. Others, accompany me to the west." With that, he selected a few individuals. And in an instant, 8 saints, along with his own projection, departed together, forming a formidable force of 9 holy path warriors. It was not that he desired more, but rather that too many would raise concerns about the stability of the seal, leaving him unable to suppress any ensuing chaos. Li Hao, you have truly lost your mind. You are well aware that the Red Moon cannot be killed, nor can the Western Moon God be slain, yet you remain obstinate. It seems your teacher's death has driven you to madness. This is mutual destruction. At that moment, he felt uncertain about confronting the Emperor, even though the latter had been sealed for many years. That scoundrel Li Hao, if only he could master the Silver Moon and grasp the new path, he would not find himself in such a passive position. What a wretched fellow. The 9 powerful beings vanished from Hurricane City in the blink of an eye, while Zheng Yu's true form remained standing in the city, gazing skyward. At this moment, the Red Moon Emperor was likely quite pleased. He continued to frown. If this situation persisted, the seal would weaken further, and even if the Red Moon continued to extract power, it would not suffice. He felt a sense of urgency and recalled the ruins of Star Town. Perhaps it was time to send more individuals to investigate the ruins. He dreaded the possibility that several saints from Battle Heaven City might also be there, which would complicate matters significantly. Zheng Yu gently rubbed his temples, sighing inwardly. It was indeed troublesome that a mere novice from a new era could cause such a headache for someone of his half-emperor stature. What a scoundrel! Chapter 365. A minor victory, seeking subscriptions and monthly votes. In the Western continent, Li Hao continued to strike. His formidable sword intent enveloped the surroundings. At this moment, the energy density in the cosmos surged, and within the Red Moon, power was also continuously escalating. However, she appeared somewhat disheveled, her face etched with grave concern. Li Hao was serious. According to her understanding, Li Hao would not truly kill her. He was an intelligent man, and the more clever one was, the less likely they would resort to murder. Why had everything changed? Boom. A sword pierced through the heavens and the earth, casting a crimson hue upon the changing countenance of Ying Hongyue. In an instant, a long whip traversed the void, Zheng family's 9-section whip. With a resounding boom, the whip was swept aside, and behind it, Li Hao reached out to grasp it firmly. The whip thrashed violently, but was held fast by Li Hao. The divine weapons of the 8 great families, Chase Wind Boots, Zhang family's Stone Blade, Starry Sky Sword, and Hong family's Hammer, were shattered by Li Hao, leaving only the Zheng family's 9-section whip, Wang family's tortoiseshell, Zhao family's gauntlets, and Zhou family's spear in the hands of Ying Hongyue, with the exception of the tortoiseshell. At this moment, as Li Hao clutched the 9-section whip, it afforded Ying Hongyue a fleeting opportunity to escape swiftly. Ahead of him, the queen ran even faster. Ying Hongyue's expression shifted, continuing her retreat while glancing back at Li Hao with a mix of confusion. Was this a mere act or genuine intent? Just as this thought crossed her mind, radiant light erupted across the heavens. In that moment, numerous phantoms of Li Hao materialized, each embodying divine inscriptions, converging into the essence of Li Hao. His vitality surged, and with a formidable shout, he unleashed a thunderous force that shattered the Zheng family's 9-section whip, which instantly fused into the fragmented Starry Sky Sword. With a single stroke, a cataclysmic roar resounded. Simultaneously, Ying Hongyue's body trembled, and a mouthful of fresh blood erupted forth. Above Silver City, within the Bagua diagram, the side belonging to the Zheng family dimmed in an instant. At that very moment, within Hurricane City, another avatar of Zheng Yu emerged, transforming into vitality that merged into the Bagua diagram. The expression of Zheng Yu in the city turned grim. Li Hao was resolute in his intent to slay Hongyue, and he was equally determined to dismantle the seal. By shattering the previous divine weapons, he must have realized that each destruction weakened the seal. Yet, having reached this juncture, Li Hao continued his rampage. This could only signify that Li Hao had truly gone mad. Hongyue had entirely abandoned any hope that Li Hao would spare him. He would kill. In this moment, Hongyue did not roar in despair. Instead, he wore an expression of profound gravity as he hastily fled, still accompanied by the sword immortal and the master of Haoyan. Even at this critical juncture, he did not forsake the two. The 8 bloodlines stirred restlessly. Li Hao had shattered the Zheng family's 9-section whip. He must comprehend the repercussions of continuing to destroy divine weapons at this point. Behind him, Li Hao, having broken the 9-section whip, smiled faintly and remarked, Hongyue, what of the Zhao family's gauntlets and Zhou family's spear? Why not bring them forth as well? By the way, when do you intend to take the lives of the sword immortal and the master of Haoyan, whom you have so carefully nurtured? The two captured by Hongyue paled slightly. Hongyue vanished into the void, his voice ethereal. Li Hao, in your quest to kill me, you have truly spared no effort. How could I justify killing them? Unfazed, Li Hao pursued relentlessly, softly replying, how would I know? All I am aware of is that you, this devil of desire, care not for the death of your own woman. Why would you concern yourself with a couple of hindrances? I only know that they were with you during the first resurgence, tainted by the encroachment of the Red Moon's power. I only know that the 3 major organizations are interconnected, or perhaps it is 4. I am aware that these 2 individuals, once participants in the revival, should have undergone a transformation in their constitution, perhaps rendering them more suitable for storing the power of the Red Moon. However, an excess of this power may lead to instances of uncontrollable behavior. Yet, it could also serve as a life-saving resource in critical moments. Are they indeed your vessels for the Red Moon's energy, or am I merely overthinking? Having developed a simple affection for them, upon my utterance, both individuals changed color. Yet, Hongyue remained unfazed, her tone as tranquil as ever. Li Hao, one can always fabricate charges. You are overthinking. They are merely capable of harnessing the mid-tier powers of the sun and moon. How much of the Red Moon's energy can they truly store? Do you underestimate my abilities? Li Hao's gaze shifted. He recognized that while these 2 possessed some Red Moon energy, it was not as potent as he had imagined. Nevertheless, he could not fathom why Hongyue consistently accompanied them. Previously, he speculated that they might serve as instruments for her to draw upon the Red Moon's power in dire situations. But was he mistaken? Hongyue's assertion held merit. Certainly, he was convinced that the 2 had their purpose, but as to what that purpose was, he was not omniscient, nor could any deity claim such knowledge. He felt no inclination to speculate further. As he continued his pursuit, he knew that Hongyue would inevitably activate her abilities when cornered. The void shattered once more. Li Hao's speed escalated. At that moment, Hongyue's figure became increasingly ethereal, her pace matching his as she caught up with the queen. Upon noticing his approach, the queen's expression shifted, and she turned to flee from him. Li Hao's desire to eliminate her surpassed even his own survival instinct. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Hongyue transmitted a message. Do not run. If we unite, we can withstand for a while longer. If all goes well, help will soon arrive. Once we separate, it will surely spell our doom. At this moment, Li Hao's intent to kill was indisputable. The queen felt a flicker of hesitation. Hongyue continued. Continue to harness the power of the silver moon. It is the foundation of the entire world, with limitless strength. With your power, should you fully revive. Only the emperor could have vanquished you in the past. It is not so simple for Li Hao to exterminate us. With that, she turned to look, her heart racing as she realized Li Hao was merely a few feet away. In an instant, she was alarmed as an image of the 8 trigrams appeared. Resembling a seal, 8 streams of vital energy surged, and a wave of Red Moon power surged forth towards Li Hao. Li Hao drew his sword, striking with a forceful swing. An explosive sound rang out, yet the 8 trigrams merely trembled violently without shattering. The diagram descended upon him. Simultaneously, the silver moon energy within the queen surged, and with a furious shout, a scepter pierced through the void, crashing towards Li Hao. He countered with a punch, sending the scepter flying back, though he stumbled slightly. In the next moment, the 8 trigrams once more sought to envelop him. What a remarkable tactic! Li Hao was taken aback by this simplified version of the Qian Kuan 8 trigrams formation, an artifact once employed to seal the emperor. To his surprise, Inghonghua possessed such means. Boom. At this moment, a great city descended. The words were heaven illuminating brilliantly, as though descending from the vast cosmos, with a thunderous crash. The 8 trigrams were obliterated. As the crimson moon bled profusely, the atmosphere shifted palpably. This intricate diagram of the 8 trigrams was the culmination of his years of dedication. The fact that Li Hao had previously been obstructed and unable to shatter it only underscored its formidable nature. Yet, with the arrival of the war god city, the diagram was shattered into pieces. Li Hao, the voice of the crimson moon, turned icy. I suspect you might have gleaned some insights. Do you truly believe you can kill me? We are but pawns meant to collaborate. No, Li Hao replied with a light chuckle. I am not a pawn. You are. I am the disruptor. Since I have decided to stir the pot, eliminating you would undoubtedly be far more intriguing. I wish to witness the aftermath of your demise. I also ponder whether you harbor even a hint of regret for killing my parents and friends. Perhaps you should have dealt with me sooner rather than waiting until now. The Crimson Moon felt there was nothing left to say to Li Hao. With Yuan Shua dead, this individual had become utterly irrational. The former Li Hao possessed great wisdom, capable of perceiving much and refraining from reckless risks. Had he truly intended to kill him, he might have summoned the emperor. But the current Li Hao seemed indifferent to it all. Engaging with someone so unconcerned rendered dialogue futile. With the 8 trigrams shattered, the Crimson Moon ceased her counterattack, intent solely on escape. The queen, however, was resolute in her desire to retaliate. Sensing the immense power of the silver moon within her, she attempted several fierce strikes, each one potent, edging perilously close to the strength of the sacred path. Yet, Li Hao had slain saints before. Within War God City, 2 saints remained. Even if she possessed saintly power, what good would it do her? Break! A low command reverberated through the air. The void quaking as a radiant moon descended, propelled by the queen's hand, aiming directly at Li Hao, seeking to suppress the world around him and seal the entrance to the grand cosmos. Li Hao gazed skyward. Was this the queen's doing? Or was someone merely using her as a conduit? It was formidable. Suddenly, cosmic will surged, stirring from all directions, suppressing the luminous moon. Li Hao murmured softly, "Exterminate the malevolent, strengthen the world. May this realm assist me." Boom. As cosmic will churned, the silver moon's illusion shattered. The queen coughed forth a spray of silver blood, disbelief etched upon her face. She was astonished by the sheer might of her own attack. Yet, it was still quelled by Li Hao. Moreover, those once favorable to her seemed to sense a more potent cosmic will, as if they deemed Li Hao a more worthy investment. In that moment, the cosmic will began to withdraw from her, shifting allegiance to Li Hao. Cosmic will, in its innocence, fragmented into countless parts, never coalescing into a singular entity. Across the land, the consciousness of cosmic will existed, a collective yet dispersed into myriad individuals. Li Hao had gathered the most significant portion. The queen had amassed quite a bit as well, yet at this moment, it gradually dissipated, merging into Li Hao. Their repeated encounters and her defeats had led Cosmic will to deem her unreliable. Li Hao, meanwhile, cast another glance upward as the Cosmic will converged towards him. In truth, it is not a fortuitous circumstance. The gathering of forces may align with someone's intentions. However, it matters not. Before you can make a move, I shall ensnare the will of heaven that has gathered here. At this moment, perhaps you too are eager to witness this scene. The more the heavenly will matures and coalesces, the easier it becomes to capture, does it not? Just then, Li Hao suddenly gazed into the distance. A torrent of formidable auras pierced through the heavens and the earth. Someone approaches. The very fabric of the cosmos trembles, having just begun to revive. The world is now sufficiently prepared for the emergence of the sacred path, and Zheng Yu eagerly comes to assist. How proactive indeed. It appears he believes the silver moon belongs to him. With the seal shattered, he bears the greatest loss. Inghonghua and her companions also sensed the approaching presence. Sighing in relief, assistance has arrived. If no one had come, the two would have truly been unable to endure. Li Hao is more powerful than anticipated. A force far more troublesome than an ordinary harmonizer, even exceeding some mid-stage saints. Li Hao seeks our demise. It seems you are not yet capable. The queen, turning her gaze, expressed with a cold demeanor, "You are merely this competent." Li Hao displayed a faint smile and turned his attention back to the distance, where the void fractured, and in an instant, several figures, infused with the might of the cosmos, rushed towards them. 1, 2, 3. Li Hao's eyes flickered. There were many. 9 in total. The leader must be a manifestation of Zhengyu. The stability of the world has increased significantly. For he dares to send forth his avatar. Possessing the strength of a half-emperor, even his early-stage avatar might prove more formidable than some late-stage opponents. This is the essence of true strength. 9 saints, along with the formidable Yue and the Queen, create a power that even Li Hao cannot contend with. And he may well face a counterattack. The Queen, speaking deliberately to provoke, seemingly hopes Li Hao will not flee, having just been pursued and left in a pitiful state. Should he remain, there is a chance for revenge. Li Hao glanced into the distance. Perhaps revealing Li Daoheng's existence would be a prudent strategy, potentially enlightening Zhengyu. Yet Zhengyu is exceedingly arrogant, likely to disbelieve it. No, the probability of disbelief is high. At such a moment, it would become his own predicament. Li Daoheng likely despises anyone who prematurely divulges the rules of the game, and such disclosure would disrupt his plans. Thus, there is little to discuss with Zhengyu. Shall we depart? There are still ample benefits yet to be secured. He glanced at the starry sky sword in his hand, once shattered into fragments, now remarkably restored. Having recently absorbed the 9-section whip, its recovery further enhanced. Li Hao remained silent. At this juncture, from all directions, over 10 manifestations of Li Hao emerged, and he murmured, "Practitioners of the new path, lend me your strength." In this moment, an unseen tremor coursed through the cosmos. Suddenly, countless practitioners of the new path, including Yue and her companions, envisioned a singular figure in their minds, Li Hao, whose resounding voice echoed throughout the heavens. "Lend me your strength." At this very moment, the number of those cultivating the new path exceeds millions. Indeed, at least 1 billion souls are engaged in this endeavor, and among them, many have opened their meridians. Li Hao exuded a significantly greater aura of authority than before. Previously, he had been vanquished by the Queen, as the populace held a profound fear of the divine. However, now, as Lin Hongyu and others continually mythologized Li Hao, his frequent live broadcasts, including his formidable presence in battle, led many to regard him as the foremost deity of the realm. In this moment, the heavens and the earth erupted in fervor. In the unseen realm, countless souls were fervently praying, wishing to offer their strength to the commander in his battle against evil. Boom! An immense force surged forth, shaking the very foundations of existence. Igniting divine will. In the Haoxing realm, myriad lights flickered. The countenance of the red moon transformed dramatically. The Queen, too, was taken aback, her expression shifting as she summoned her scepter. At that moment, the power of faith from the Western divine kingdom manifested. As the voices of countless believers echoed, as the world was born anew, the moon goddess graced the earth. The power of belief surged forth, reminiscent of the last encounter that had shattered Li Hao. Yet, this time, the circumstances were starkly different. Boom! An even more formidable force swept across the cosmos, suppressing all in its path. The air was filled with sounds of terror as innumerable prayers from the divine nations disintegrated, their ethereal forms reduced to dust. The power of faith was instantaneously subdued. Within the Western divine kingdom, temples trembled, and the statues of the moon goddess resounded with catastrophic cracks as entire sanctuaries erupted, resulting in countless casualties in a mere instant. The Queen's complexion paled, blood spilling from her lips, overwhelmed by disbelief. Li Hao's voice remained tranquil. "How many are there in the West? 300 million? 500 million? Or perhaps 1 billion? Do you comprehend the number of new cultivators? They are all practitioners, and across the world, everyone believes in me, Li Hao. Do you still consider yourself the moon goddess?" Boom! Li Hao's aura surged dramatically, unleashing a formidable power, his broken sword vibrating violently in his grasp. In the distance, Zhengyu's expression shifted as well. The path of the king? The path of the emperor? Li Hao had somehow harnessed the strength of the masses. Though he had once done so, he had refrained from using such means since his previous defeat. Today he invoked it once more, seeking to avenge himself by shattering the very faith that had once overthrown him. The long sword erupted in resplendent brilliance. A murderous intent permeated the cosmos, as if the entirety of the world manifested into a colossal sword. "Flee!" cried the red moon, hurling forth 2 treasures, the spear of the Zhou family and the gauntlets of the Zhao family. At this moment, such concerns were trivial. Li Hao stood nearly invincible among mortals. Should that sword descend, death awaited them all. How had Li Hao ascended to such heights? And yet, the masses were truly naive, blindly venerating him. How infuriating. Meanwhile, Zheng Yu's clone shattered the void in an instant, charging forth, his long sword descending with a thunderous roar. The world was turned upside down. All that stood before him crumbled. The Zhou family's spear and the Zhao family's gauntlets were obliterated, consumed by the celestial sword, which sought to restore itself as it continued its descent. The red moon conjured a hexagram, unleashing a torrent of her crimson lunar power. Yet it proved futile against the single sword strike that cleaved through it. The queen's scepter shattered instantaneously, the silver moon's power cascading forth, still unable to withstand the onslaught. Zheng Yu is nearing his arrival. However, perhaps before the other party arrives, they will be utterly torn apart. At this moment, a hint of helplessness flickered in Hongyue's eyes. Gritting his teeth, suddenly, 8 scarlet pillars of light erupted from above him, coalescing into a single, violently trembling and unstable form. In that instant, he seized the lord of Haotian Mountain, who had sensed something amiss and sought to escape, yet opportunity had long since fled. A sudden, anguished scream pierced the air. Ethereal crimson energies manifested around him, prompting Li Hao to furrow his brow and murmur, "So it is. The lord of Haotian Mountain possesses the bloodline of the 8 great families." It was unclear to which family he belonged, yet the vitality of his lineage was palpable. In an instant, his bloodline was siphoned away, merging into the 8 pillars of light, which stabilized in an instant. Hongyue let out a fierce roar, unleashing a punch that transformed into countless bagua symbols, descending upon the long sword to suppress it. Boom! The long sword shattered, first a sheet, then a second, a third, and a fourth, until, finally, with a resounding crash, it sent Hongyue flying. Yet the residual force was spent, allowing the queen to break through with a single strike. The sword's radiance dissipated. Hongyue coughed up blood incessantly, a deep crimson mark etched into his visage, filled with trepidation, yet he lived, having narrowly escaped death. Li Hao spoke softly. "So it is, the first participants in the revival are all of the 8 great families' bloodlines. They are, you are, and Director Zhao is as well. They are here to solidify the crucial unity of the 8 veins. How intriguing." With that, he vanished from sight, declaring, "Do not separate. I shall return." Zheng Yu, intent on eliminating him, arrived in an instant. At this moment, Zheng Yu's avatar glanced at Hongyue, his gaze flickering momentarily. A commendable maneuver. Just in that fleeting moment, Li Hao's power undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of a sage, and despite his strike, he failed to kill him, unifying the 8 veins. Under the unification of the 8 veins, Hongyue managed to withstand a fatal blow. Of course, it was evident that had Li Hao truly wished to eliminate him, even the slightest reduction in Hongyue's defenses would have sealed his fate, and not only him, but the queen would have also perished. Hongyue's methods were formidable. Meanwhile, his complexion paled, and the flying sword immortal beside him wore a grim expression. So it was. The first participants in the revival were indeed all of the 8 great families' bloodlines, and they themselves were unaware. Neither the flying sword immortal nor the lord of Haotian Mountain realized they were descendants of the 8 great families. It was only at this moment that Hongyue's true identity was revealed. He had used a mere lord of Haotian Mountain to block a lethal strike. Yet, Hongyue remained silent, uttering not a single word, his eyes reflecting a semblance of resignation. In that fleeting moment, he truly felt the specter of death looming. Harnessing the power of the masses, Li Hao's strength surged once more. Had he not resorted to the unification of the 8 veins, he would have undoubtedly perished. Zheng Yu merely cast a glance at Hongyue, then surveyed the queen, choosing not to elaborate further. These 2, Li Hao could slay, but he could not. To control both would yield the most favorable outcome. At this moment, the pressing concern lies not with them, but with Li Hao. His eyes flickered as he gazed into the distance, his voice devoid of warmth. "Li Hao, the heavens and earth can now accommodate a saint. Why not remain and see if you can vanquish us? Otherwise," a soft, mocking laughter from Li Hao echoed, "Otherwise, do you intend to massacre the world? To slay my Silver Moon warriors? To shatter my Celestial Star dynasty? I await your arrival. Zheng Yu, I await your slaughter of them, so they may accompany my master. Once my martial prowess reaches its zenith, I shall resurrect them. Furthermore, do not merely speak. You would do well to lay waste to the Silver Moon entirely. I am eager to witness whether a desolate world aligns with your desires. I am most curious. Do not threaten me. I am terribly frightened. Zheng Yu's expression shifted slightly. Yet he remained silent, harboring a hint of intimidation. However, Li Hao was impervious to such tactics. Ever since the demise of his parents, brothers, master, and savior, this individual had become nearly devoid of weaknesses. The remaining adversaries? You may slay them at will. The number slain is a testament to your prowess. But does Zheng Yu truly wish to annihilate the world? If he were to eradicate all, could the Silver Moon realms ever be revived? Currently, the cultivation of the world's inhabitants was pivotal to their very existence. Should all practitioners be extinguished, it might spell the end of the realm. Preventing any resurgence, a tragic fate indeed. Ying Hongyue sighed softly, murmuring, Yuan Shuo should not have been slain. Zheng Yu remained mute, his countenance as cold as ice. Did he not know this? Yet, in that moment, what choice did he have? They had aggressively infiltrated the boundless city, and Zheng Gong faced a life-threatening crisis. Should he have restrained himself from slaying Yuan Shuo? Ying Hongyue's words were nothing but empty rhetoric, a hindsight folly. He too understood that Li Hao's survival rendered the slaying of Yuan Shuo ill-advised. But what use was it to speak of such matters now? He cast a sidelong glance at Ying Hongyue, choosing not to pursue Li Hao, instead stating coldly, You would do well to hide your little schemes. You and the Moon Goddess should accompany me to Hurricane City to evade the tempest. They could not perpetually shield these two. The external world was now capable of accommodating saints. Yet, it remained perilous. A solitary saint, or even 2 or 3, would not be a match for Li Hao, let alone 2 or 3. Even with the forces of War Heaven City in tow, fewer than 5 saints would be insufficient. Yet, would the saints congregate merely to await their annihilation at Li Hao's hands? The queen felt a tinge of frustration, speaking in a low tone. Is there no possibility of taking the initiative to eliminate him? Zheng Yu furrowed his brow, responding, The revival of the realm is insufficient. Even if I could unleash the full might of a late-stage saint, Li Hao would be nearly on par. Our speeds are comparable, and he can slip into the great Tao universe, making pursuit exceedingly difficult. The queen's frown deepened, and she insisted, Then we must continue the chase, denying him the opportunity to manifest between heaven and earth. He can enter and exit the great Tao universe at will. Zheng Yu emphasized his point. The second-generation Moon Goddess seems rather muddled. Do you not grasp my meaning? The adversary can vanish into the great Tao universe at any moment, not necessarily reappearing in the same location. This is Li Hao's greatest advantage. Should you close in, he may retreat into that realm, only to emerge elsewhere in the blink of an eye. Do you comprehend? Moreover, should we spread out even slightly, we risk falling victim to his devastating counterattack. Pursuing Li Hao is not a prudent strategy. The true solution lies in entering the great Tao universe, launching a simultaneous assault from both sides, and swiftly eliminating him. He turned to Ying Hongyue and inquired, Is it possible to enter the great Tao universe? Ying Hongyue's expression shifted slightly as she replied, It is difficult. I might not be able to, but perhaps Her Majesty could, provided she finds a way. The queen paused. My destined star is not within the great Tao universe. How can I enter? Ying Hongyue spoke softly. Regardless of your circumstances, you are born as divine beings, manifestations of the great Tao. If you search diligently, there is still a significant chance. As long as the queen is willing to set aside her pride and actively cultivate the new path, it may be possible to locate the great Tao universe. Is that feasible? She glanced at Ying Hongyue and furrowed her brow slightly. Zheng Yu responded calmly. Let us give it a try. Li Hao is becoming increasingly troublesome, and the crux lies within the great Tao universe. If we cannot access it, it will be challenging to defeat him. Suddenly, Ying Hongyue remarked, My lord is immensely powerful. Have you not considered the great Tao universe? Have you not contemplated transitioning to a new path? Zheng Yu shot him a cold glance, his tone frosty. Is this something you should be asking? Ying Hongyue smiled lightly and refrained from further comment. Zheng Yu must have some preparations in place. However, it was inconvenient to disclose them. When a new path emerges, no one would neglect to study it. And perhaps Zheng Yu had already begun his research on the new path. Yet, he sighed once more, the losses were too great. Not only had he lost several divine weapons, but the death of the Lord of Haoyan Mountain also meant a missed opportunity for the fusion of the 8 veins. At that moment, Zheng Yu suddenly stated, Your 8 veins convergence is exceedingly unstable. Perhaps I possess a method to stabilize it. Are you referring to the Stone Gate inheritance? Ying Hongyue inquired. Zheng Yu replied nonchalantly, The 8 great families all hold the Stone Gate inheritance. It requires the divine weapons of the 8 great families to unlock it. However, I am aware of another method that can also activate it, the seal of the 8 city lords. This symbolizes the dignity, authority, and power of the 8 great families. At times, it can be equivalent to the inheritance divine weapons of the 8 great families. Once inside the stone gate, it may help you solidify the unity of the 8 veins. What price would you require from me? Hongyue pondered the possibility of entering the stone gate, but activating it would create a significant commotion, not to mention that some stone gates are nearly impossible to locate. Perhaps Zheng Yu knows everything. After all, he is the direct descendant of the 8 great families. Zheng Yu regarded him and smiled faintly. It is simple. When you grow stronger, draw more of the power of the red moon, if you will. Hongyue, you are a clever individual, are you not? Hongyue considered this and nodded. With the unity of the 8 veins, my power will intensify, allowing me to endure greater amounts of red moon energy. It is indeed a mutually beneficial arrangement. In that case, as the seal strengthens, the queen will also be able to extract more silver moon energy. Our current adversary is Li Hao. Even the Red Moon Emperor secretly wishes for Li Hao's demise. For it seems Li Hao can purify the power of the Red Moon using the force of the Great Tao. Zheng Yu chose not to elaborate further and stated, "Let us proceed." The queen still felt a tinge of reluctance. The losses sustained by the Western Divine Kingdom had been devastating. Their faith had been shattered, temples destroyed, and countless lives lost. Must she continue to flee? As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. Hongyue offered a word of encouragement. But remaining behind would be futile. Li Hao would not irrationally descend into madness to slaughter billions of innocent civilians. The queen, gritting her teeth, nodded in agreement. Once the seal is fortified, I will extract more power from the silver moon, and that will mark Li Hao's demise. If I can enter the great Tao universe, I shall shatter his life star. That detestable fiend. In that moment, it seemed as though Li Hao were the most nefarious villain in existence. These individuals even harbored concerns that Li Hao might massacre civilians to coerce the queen. A group of them withdrew calmly, neither hasty nor slow, contemplating the possibility of Li Hao's sudden assault. However, Li Hao had no such intentions. With nearly 11 saints present, he was not mad enough to launch a surprise attack on them. This time, the fragments of the Starry Sky sword had directly absorbed 3 divine weapons, significantly weakening the seal. Zheng Yu would likely pay a considerable price to stabilize it, and the loss of a divine weapon, along with the mountain master of Haoyan, was not insignificant for Hongyue. As for the queen, Li Hao could hardly be bothered with her affairs. Fate had taken away a portion. That was sufficient. A resounding victory. Almost all objectives had been achieved. When Yin Luo perished, Hongyue astonishingly did not utilize his explosive power. Was it a deliberate concealment, or did Yin Luo, upon his demise, collect bloodlines, thereby retaining the ability to erupt once more? Contemplating this, Li Hao sent a message, Qian Wuliang. What became of Yin Luo's body after his death? It had been seized by Hongyue. Indeed, Li Hao felt a stir in his heart. As for why he had opted for the mountain master of Haoyan instead of Yin Luo's corpse, it was likely due to the hesitations and doubts that had arisen in the minds of the two. Killing one would eliminate one liability. Thus, if Feijian Xian had not fled, perhaps that individual could have erupted twice, provided the 8 meridians had not stabilized. The explosive force of Hongyue was still formidable. He had continually advanced, and this fellow had kept pace. Li Hao suddenly smiled. This individual truly possessed some skill. He had unwittingly become a pawn, as the saying goes. To nurture a thief is to elevate oneself, and that aptly described Hongyue. He even suspected that Hongyue had previously had the opportunity to eliminate him, but had refrained, intending to create a figure that threatened everything, thus granting him greater opportunities. Otherwise, how could he have swiftly ascended to the sacred path? This descent would undoubtedly allow Hongyue to enter the sacred path. The queen would too. Both should express gratitude towards him. Without his presence, neither would have had the hope of transcending to the sacred path in such a short span of time. The queen remained oblivious, believing herself to be the reincarnation of the moon goddess, while Hongyue was likely privy to some truths. Beside him, the 9th master reappeared. What shall we do now? The heavens can accommodate saints. My true self can also emerge. Shall we continue to pursue them? At this moment, he vaguely sensed that Li Hao had indeed held back, not in terms of strength, but in timing. He could have employed the strength of the people earlier, perhaps seizing the chance to eliminate a few, yet he did not. Instead, he waited until Zheng Yu and the others were nearly upon them before unleashing the might of the masses. Thus, he had missed the opportune moment. Moreover, revealing one's full strength is hardly a prudent decision. Upon witnessing their arrival, perhaps Li Hao ought to have preserved his power. The formidable factions have converged. The chaos in this world is nearing its end. Li Hao suddenly chuckled. With the three factions uniting, treachery is inevitable. At this juncture, they might seek to enter the great universe to eliminate me. The ninth master turned to Li Hao and inquired. And then, after a moment of contemplation, Li Hao responded, "Let us grant them the opportunity." With that, he gestured, and a dim star materialized in the void. Li Hao swiftly tapped the star, causing it to tremble and emit a flicker of light as the force of the great path surged forth. Moments later, the star began to shine with a faint brilliance. The ninth master appeared puzzled, and Li Hao softly explained, "This is the star of the queen's corporeal Dao vein." Do deities not possess only one Dao vein? Li Hao smiled. The queen is exceptional. As the moon goddess, the supreme deity, she may possess many. By catalyzing her now, she might soon break through her Dao vein, enabling her to perceive the great universe. We must keep a close watch on this star. The ninth master began to grasp Li Hao's intentions and nodded in understanding. Is this a ruse to lure them in? To eliminate Li Hao, once the queen can indeed pinpoint the great universe, these factions may pay a hefty price, sending forth even more powerful beings into the great universe. That could lead to a bountiful harvest. Meanwhile, the queen was retreating, suddenly feeling a sense of unease. A faint aura of the great path manifested around her, causing her corporeal form to quiver. She quickly sensed it, and a flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. This Dao vein, in a part of her being that had previously been virtually undetectable, a faint Dao vein now emerged. How could this be? Deities possess only one Dao vein, do they not? In the next moment, a thought struck her, perhaps not. As the moon goddess, the preeminent deity, I may be unique, possessing more than one, perhaps even countless. This truly is a fortuitous turn of events. I have been troubled by the absence of my natal star from the great universe, rendering it impossible to locate Li Hao or contend with him. Yet, at this critical juncture, a Dao vein has unexpectedly manifested. Truly, the heavens seemed to conspire against Li Hao. The emergence of a Dao vein within her was unexpected. It was artificially induced. The Dao vein within her being is of no concern to others. At this moment, she remained silent, secretly cultivating, following the new Dao's teachings to develop this newly revealed Dao vein. Perhaps she would soon pinpoint the great universe. If Li Hao can enter, why cannot I? A glint of cold determination flashed in her eyes. Once I identify the great universe and gain entry, I may even be able to bring others along. At that point, Li Hao shall no longer be so arrogant. However, for now, I must remain cautious of Zheng Yu and his ilk. I must not fall under their control. She quelled her thoughts, feeling a surge of joy. Unlocking her Dao vein would render her even more powerful. The withdrawal of the silver moon's power was known to them, but the cultivation of the new Dao remained a secret. The first deity of the silver moon is not so easily vanquished. Li Hao, you underestimate me far too much. The queen pondered silently. At this moment, Li Hao had vanished from the vast cosmos. With those individuals departed, he chose not to linger in the west. This endeavor, which had effectively dismantled a significant number of the moon god temples, was part of his grand design, hoping that Li Daoheng, who resided above in the celestial realm, would not take offense. The true moon god, it seemed, had been continuously absorbing the power of faith through the temples. This unintentional destruction might provoke their ire, though it remained uncertain. With a radiant smile, Li Hao set his course toward the great wasteland. As for your troubles, I shall venture into the great wasteland now. Chapter 366. There is nothing that cannot be said, seeking subscriptions and monthly votes. In the expanse of the great wasteland, dust swirled, and desolation stretched endlessly. The chaotic aura dispersed somewhat with the slaying of the chaotic beasts. However, the essence of chaos remained, clinging stubbornly like a festering wound. A malignancy on the body of the Silver Moon realm. Upon entering the great wasteland, Li Hao felt the tumult of divine will swirling around him. He furrowed his brow and glanced upward at the chaotic energy above. The cosmos had developed a consciousness, and the great wasteland seemed to be a malignancy upon it, causing discomfort in this place. The turbulence was so pronounced that it could easily be sensed by others. How could one quell the divine will? In the next instant, 11 divine inscriptions emerged, enveloping the heavens and earth. Though the divine will continue to swirl around him, it gradually lost track of Li Hao, unable to locate him. The domain he commanded isolated him from the world. Consequently, it also severed the divine will. At this moment, with Li Hao eluding detection, the divine will found itself in distress, longing to expel him, yet powerless to do so. The divine will possess no combat capability of its own, only influencing those favored by it. Unable to find Li Hao, the divine will soon begin to recede, for remaining here was exceedingly uncomfortable. Li Hao paid no further heed and stepped boldly into the great wasteland. Dust flew around him. His domain gradually penetrated deeper into the desolate land, beginning to expand. The force of the earth manifested, suppressing the swirling sands of the heavens and earth. With each step Li Hao took, he quelled the tumult around him. Among the barren landscape lay some corpses, alongside solitary beasts that roamed like lone wolves, each traversing the waste alone. The creatures here, affected by the chaotic aura, were formidable yet lacked the intelligence that characterizes the typical demon clan. This was the shortcoming of chaotic beasts. Only at their pinnacle could they hope to attain sentience. In contrast, even the weakest of demon kin possessed a degree of intelligence. Behind him, the Black Panther followed Li Hao, curiously observing these diminutive chaotic beasts. Both demon beasts and chaotic beasts could be considered akin, yet the demon kin had shed their chaotic forms upon entering the realm, losing the chaotic aura and gradually transforming into demon beasts, while chaotic beasts had persisted within the chaos, remaining unchanged from the beginning to the end. Li Hao glanced at the Black Panther and remarked, "Chaotic beasts can speak, albeit with limited intellect. You have now reached the mid-level of the sun and moon, rivaling some of the immortal beings. Yet, this tier of demon kin cannot articulate." Woof, woof, woof. Li Hao sighed. Are they perhaps born mute? Is their mental acuity also stifled? A being of the immortal demon race, silent and enigmatic, is indeed a curious sight. Even with such formidable prowess, could it truly be a mute creature? If it cannot communicate through sound, can it not project its thoughts? And if not that, might it not convey its essence through the vibrations of its spirit or the pulsations of its life force? It seems to me that the Black Panther possesses the ability to speak, yet chooses to remain shrouded in mystery. Barking, yes, but articulating human language? The Black Panther merely wagged its tail, dismissing the conversation, for there were more pressing matters at hand. Li Hao traversed the vast expanse of the earth, where the desert sprawled endlessly before him. As he gazed into the depths, a primordial chaos reminiscent of the universe's inception unfolded. This chaotic realm, perhaps, held the possibility of a departure from the silver moon without the necessity of the Stargate. Yet, it could merely be a slight fissure, inaccessible to ordinary souls. He mused softly. The new martial artists are aware of this chaos, and they comprehend that it is a cosmic phenomenon, not one born of the earthly realm. The persistence of chaos suggests the potential existence of a rift in the great wilderness, indicating that the world itself may be fracturing. Yet, no one speaks of departing from the silver moon through this means. Why? Surely, there must be a reason, whether it be an inherent danger or an utter impossibility. Nevertheless, this place undoubtedly harbors the potential to draw upon the chaotic energies beyond the silver moon. The Redwood's aspiration to master chaos through cultivation here may indeed be a prudent idea. Li Hao, devoid of conversational partners, found himself speaking softly to the dog. To expel the chaotic energies of the great wilderness, my domain must encompass it entirely. The expanse of the great wilderness is immense, easily comparable to 5 provinces in size, coupled with a desert stretching thousands of miles, a total area rivaling more than 10 provinces. Akin to a segment of the 4 directions continent. Such a vast realm is overwhelmingly grand. Presently, Li Hao's domain, amalgamated with 11 divine inscriptions, can potentially extend to cover a radius of over 100 miles at maximum capacity. The more inscriptions he possesses, the stronger his domain becomes, and the greater its expanse. To envelop the great wilderness entirely, acquiring 30 to 50 divine inscriptions is essential. It is an unattainable feat without them. It is not merely a matter of stacking hundreds or thousands. Possessing 30 to 50 divine inscriptions signifies that Li Hao has grasped the essence of numerous pathways and has developed a profound understanding of momentum. However, throughout his cultivation journey, he has only acquired 11 inscriptions thus far. The ambition to encompass the great wilderness and seize its destiny presents a daunting challenge for him. Yet, what choice does he have? Others have strategized for years. Without a modicum of skill, how can one dismantle their plans? Divine inscriptions, momentum. Li Hao furrowed his brow. The elemental forces of wind and thunder are foundational, and he has nearly comprehended them entirely. To continue his understanding of other forms of momentum, he must explore alternative avenues. There are indeed many, such as the momentum of weaponry, which he can glean from the Silver Moon martial artists. The techniques of swords, spears, and fists embody different forms of momentum. Yet, to truly grasp them is no small feat nevertheless. Hong Yitong once remarked that momentum is formless, devoid of substance or elemental distinction, arising from postnatal development. This implies that having comprehended the momentum of the sword, he might be able to transpose it into the momentum of a blade, and then from blade to spear. Such thoughts resurfaced once more in his mind. Li Hao traversed the desolate expanse, soon encountering the denizens of the great wasteland. In the distance, a city emerged, not grand, but rather diminutive, as if half of it were submerged beneath the earth, and the other half barely graced the surface. The great wasteland was perpetually shrouded in yellow sand, frequently besieged by sandstorms. Outside the city, numerous horse-riding nomads roamed, akin to an oasis within the desert. The great wasteland had evolved into a settled people after years of instability, gradually transforming into a more fixed society. The Wasteland King had marched forth with 100,000 elite soldiers into the Central Plains and had yet to return, leaving the border city in a state of unease, as if fearing the king would never return. Should these formidable warriors fail to return, it would not be long before this place succumbed to the encroaching sands. As chaos dissipated and the heavens and earth were remade, it was conceivable that the great wasteland would once again undergo a transformation. If the millions of wasteland inhabitants remained stagnant, their demise seemed inevitable. With the lessons of the past fresh in his mind, Li Hao devised a plan. He swiftly dispatched a message, informed the Wasteland King to prepare for the migration of the wasteland populace. Reclaim land from the sea. The multitude of wasteland people, unlike those of the Central Plains, possessed diverse customs and habits. They could not congregate but must reside in scattered communities. The southern waters and clouds were relatively harmonious with the Central Plains, necessitating a separation for the wasteland. The wasteland was renowned for its martial prowess and fierce spirit. It was essential to distribute these people across the celestial realms for gradual integration. The recipient of the message was Lin Hongyu, who instantly felt a throbbing headache. Tasks seemed never-ending. Just as she completed one endeavor, another emerged, often involving the migration of an entire nation. Had it not been for the extraordinary era, she might have wished to strike Li Hao. Of course, that was merely a fleeting thought. At that moment, Lin Hongyu swiftly replied, "My lord, we need a bit of time. However, this is an opportune moment. The entire world is in flux, reconstructing the Haotian continent. Now is the time to choose migration and integration. Everyone is on the move, and the chaos will only last for a time. Nonetheless, we require a substantial number of extraordinary beings to participate in the infrastructure development. Currently, we have 1 million extraordinary individuals engaged in construction, yet it is insufficient. The extraordinary of the extraordinary city have mostly been conscripted for infrastructure work. This scenario is likely a chapter in history that may never be replicated. After all, these are beings endowed with innate Tao bodies and are among the first awakened extraordinary powers. Now, they are all absorbed in construction. Li Hao's demon-hunting army primarily comprised soldiers or martial artists, with few extraordinary beings among them. Upon hearing Lin Hongyu's remark that 1 million extraordinary individuals were inadequate, Li Hao was taken aback. Surely one extraordinary being is equivalent to 20 or 30 laborers. At the very least, this implied that mobilizing tens of millions for infrastructure was still insufficient. Then we must enlist more people. However, Lin Hongyu sighed, "My lord, they must be compensated. You are not forcibly conscripting them. You are hiring. Energy stones must be paid not only to them, but also to the demon-hunting army and the officials of the Celestial Star. In truth, all require energy stones. Were it not for your reduction of troops, we might have already collapsed under the strain. Yet, even so, the Celestial Star's vast mines are nearly depleted. My lord, we are running out of funds." Li Hao was momentarily taken aback. He had never contemplated this matter. Ever since he seized the Celestial Star mine, he believed he could unify the realm. Yet, how little time has passed since then. Such a vast vein. Although he was aware that he had extracted a substantial amount, could it truly be dwindling so rapidly? Surely not. The Marquis had expended significant resources in the Battle Heaven City, and the Boundless City consumed much with each activation. Furthermore, the revival of the Battle Heaven Army, the Saints, and the Immortals, coupled with the establishment of the Celestial Canopy System and the Martial Arts Academy, alongside the energy cultivation of various monstrous plants to produce sacred rice. All these factors have nearly depleted the Celestial Star Mine. Of course, the Marquis could refrain from disbursing funds as the Emperor of a unified realm. With the world still unsettled, these weaker beings would have to toil without remuneration. We are indeed in an era of nation-building. Struggling through hardships, what does it matter if one is not paid? In this age of survival of the fittest, if one does not provide, even a morsel of food must be earned. Li Hao's current prestige is unparalleled, and his strength is formidable enough to overshadow the heavens. Who would dare to resist? Yet, Li Hao chuckled lightly. There is no need for that. People labor diligently not without reason. They seek some benefit in return. So, there are no energy stones, is there? After some contemplation, he realized that, indeed, acquiring energy stones is quite challenging at present. With all the worldly veins depleted, though the world has begun to revive, the essence may not yet be rich enough to form new veins, and with so many practitioners engaged in their cultivation, where is the opportunity for sedimentation to occur? At this juncture, perhaps only Zheng Yu possesses a considerable amount of ore, and then there is Li Daoing, both of whom are exceedingly formidable figures, making matters quite troublesome. Previously, utilizing resources was quite enjoyable, but now it feels somewhat less so. Naturally, Li Hao pondered that if the chaos of the great wilderness were to dissipate and merge with the world, transforming chaos into the essence of heaven and earth, with divine will converging and energy sweeping forth, new veins might indeed form, provided no one absorbs the energy. For the time being, perhaps it would suffice to utilize the resources for a while longer. Shouldn't he, the Marquis, reserve some for emergencies? Lin Hongyu expressed her unease. What if the heavens and earth return to their previous state, and the energy dissipates instantaneously? Then this era would regress to that of 100,000 years ago. No need for that. Li Hao replied resolutely. Wages must be paid. I have always detested the notion of unpaid labor. I recall a time when I worked at the inspection bureau and was delayed 3 days in receiving my salary. At that moment, I even contemplated taking a blade to the bureau chief. Lin Hongyu was left speechless. Li Hao smiled and continued. Thus, we must avoid unpaid wages. Those extraordinary beings work diligently for us precisely to earn some coin, do they not? Otherwise, where would the extraordinary find their next meal? Moreover, he added, invite the king of the great wilderness to visit. Let him accompany me as I explore the land. You may continue your duties of governing the realm. It is also a form of cultivation and practice. Lin Hongyu said little more. Since Li Hao had expressed his intentions, she resolved to adhere to his wishes. The king of the great wilderness, being a powerful figure, arrived swiftly, but he did not come alone. He was accompanied by the formidable director Zhao, indicating that others were wary of the king's presence. Although the king of the great wasteland has consented to collaborate and join the Celestial Star, the people remain profoundly vigilant toward this foreign monarch. Not only him, but even from the side of Empress Shuiyuan, despite the considerable autonomy granted by Li Hao, there are still those who keep a watchful eye. The same applies to the great Li. In recent days, the king of the great wasteland appears to have aged significantly. Though he was aged before, he once possessed a vigorous spirit. Now, after the resolution of the wild beasts and the return of peace to the great wasteland, he seems to have completely withered. Li Hao has not assigned him any official position or tasks, which he does not mind. However, witnessing the division of his 100,000 elite troops, with a portion still imprisoned and uncertain of their future, weighs heavily on him. As the sovereign of the great wasteland, he has been in a state of despair lately. Where shall the great wasteland head from here? At this moment, upon seeing Li Hao again, the king displays a hint of unease, troubled by the unknown purpose of Li Hao's visit. Casting a glance at the distant city, he suppresses his inner turmoil, slightly bows, and speaks with a voice tinged with melancholy. The guilty minister is ready. Li Hao interrupts directly. I once stated that should you fulfill your part, I would grant the great wasteland a path to survival. There is no need to dwell on guilt or innocence. You are not a subject, nor am I an emperor. Li Hao gazes toward the distant city. I have come to discuss the migration of the Great Wasteland to the House-Star continent. However, given the fierce nature of the Great Wasteland's people, I propose to disperse them across the nation to prevent any potential unrest. The king's expression changes dramatically. About to speak when Li Hao interjects. Hear me out. Whether it be the Great Wasteland or the other three nations, in my eyes, they are all the same. Historically, insurrections and hostilities stem from the desires of those in power, who manipulate the populace beneath them. If the common people have food to eat, who wishes to rebel? It is not an ideal era, yet it is also a promising one. Li Hao continues softly. It is not a favorable era due to the prevalence of conflict, the abundance of strong warriors, and the chaotic state of affairs, where cities can be annihilated at a moment's notice. Yet, it is a favorable era because the four nations and the Central Plains have not engaged in war for centuries. Even past grievances have largely been forgotten. And before the four nations could breach the Central Plains, they were vanquished. Though the soldiers suffered losses, history shows that in times of war, casualties are inevitable. A few deaths do not warrant the annihilation of a nation. The king of the Great Wasteland breathes a sigh of relief. Li Hao adds, thus, we find ourselves in an immensely opportune era of integration. This moment of unification is facilitated by the merging of the four continents, which mitigates any strong opposition. As urban transformations may lead to encounters with strangers, reducing the collective aversion to outsiders. The king cannot help but remark, Your Excellency, your concern for the livelihood of the people indeed marks you as a paragon among men. Li Hao chuckles. Is this truly a matter of livelihood? Your perception of it is far more superficial than mine. The king feels a touch of embarrassment. Li Hao disregards it. The populace is actually quite manageable. Even in great numbers, the crux lies with the leadership. I mention this to you in advance, hoping for your cooperation. Otherwise, I shall employ severe measures to set an example. This applies to you, to Shuiyun, to Great Li, and to all. Fear not. The Great Wilderness King hastily remarked. At present, the Lord possesses unparalleled combat prowess and commands a multitude of formidable warriors. In this extraordinary era, individual strength has eclipsed all else. Who would dare to act recklessly? Li Hao regarded him, and the Great Wilderness King fell silent. This was indeed the truth. The might of an individual, coupled with the abundance of strong subordinates, rendered rebellion a fool's errand at this juncture. Very well. I would then request that you, Great Wilderness King, rally your powerful subordinates to facilitate the relocation of the Great Wilderness populace. The Great Wilderness King nodded, his heart filled with helplessness, yet he refrained from voicing his concerns. Director Zhao, you must also take these matters into consideration. Do not allow distinctions to be too pronounced. The Water Cloud populace, the Great Wilderness populace, and the inhabitants of the Four Corners continent may all be intermingled and resettled together. Director Zhao nodded in agreement, acknowledging the merit of this approach. Though he recognized the challenges it still presented, he was acutely aware that achieving a flawless execution of the task would likely cost him much of his hair. And he was not alone. Others would soon find themselves overwhelmed. Yet, Li Hao's ambitions extended beyond this. He turned his gaze toward the Great Wilderness King and inquired, Before we depart, I wish to eradicate all traces of chaotic energy from the Great Wilderness populace. Is there a means to accomplish this? The Great Wilderness King hesitated, his expression one of turmoil. That is quite difficult. However, it may be feasible to utilize the essence of chaos, though this would only serve to amplify its nature, potentially leading to unforeseen complications. Amplify? To what extent? Uncertain. It might transform into a sacred beast. Who can say for sure? I have never experienced it myself. Li Hao nodded slightly and continued. Have you traversed to the edge of the Great Wilderness? I have. It lies in a realm of chaos. Once a dwelling for the wild beasts, it resembles the void. It is said that the end marks the ultimate boundary of heaven and earth, insurmountable. As I suspected, it appears that is where the world's barriers reside. I understand. Whatever can be taken from the Great Wilderness, let it be taken. Have your daughter and that white horse come here. For the time being, they shall accompany me, the Lord. The Great Wilderness King, though perplexed, felt a stirring within and nodded, very well. Li Hao, it seemed, was still unwed. A union? Such thoughts surfaced at that moment. Li Hao now stood as the sovereign of the realm. Zheng Yu and the Red Moon Emperor could not emerge at this time. He alone was the king of the world. Since the Great Wilderness had already pledged allegiance, a marital alliance would indeed be advantageous. Li Hao paid little heed to their contemplations, knowing their thoughts would never align with his own. Such trivialities. He aimed first to harness the chaotic energy of the great wilderness, compressing it to extend his domain. Meanwhile, Zheng Yu and his allies were likely devising plans to eliminate him, while Li Daoheng may be strategizing to bolster his own strength and capture the will of heaven. Time was of the essence for Li Hao. He needed to integrate the great wilderness into his dominion without delay. The great wilderness king arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly to arrange the resettlement. Before long, Princess June and the white horse had arrived. The white horse appeared somewhat feeble, yet Princess June exhibited no fear, gazing curiously at Li Hao, appraising him. She was unfamiliar with him and intrigued by the nature of one capable of subduing those proud warriors. In Silver Moon, there were indeed many formidable warriors. Although she had encountered only a few, those she had met were by no means benign. Her smile was gentle, reminiscent of a neighborly elder sister, Lin Hongyu, who concealed sharpness within her softness. The scholarly and refined Qian Wuliang possessed a penetrating gaze that could evoke trepidation even upon self-reflection. The benevolent elder Zhao Shuguang appeared kind-hearted and jovial, yet his laughter could send chills down one's spine. The new martial powerhouses exhibited an air of extreme arrogance. Princess June, puzzled by these individuals who served Li Hao, found him seemingly unremarkable at that moment, save for his formidable strength. Yet, even the new martial saints did not appear inferior to him. Why, then, were these new martial saints willing to submit? What is your name? June. What is your surname? I have no surname. Li Hao was taken aback. Princess June, sensing his confusion, explained, the naming customs in the great wilderness differ from those in the Central Plains. Being rather casual, there are indeed surnames, but we prefer not to mention them. Their transliteration is complex and somewhat related to the wild beasts. Li Hao understood. Perhaps the surname was linked to the beastly races? Horse, monkey, tiger? He did not delve deeper but glanced at the white horse and inquired, does this horse possess intelligence? Somewhat, Princess June nodded. Its name is Baiyun. Baiyun? A delightful name. This companion of mine is called Heibao. Perhaps it can befriend you. Heibao rolled its eyes, thinking, who would befriend this creature? Princess June looked at Heibao with curiosity. Is it a dog? Why is it named Heibao? Li Hao chuckled. I once hoped it would be as valiant as a leopard. However, I later discovered that historically, dogs have proven stronger than leopards. That was a miscalculation. The new martial canine emperor is said to be immensely powerful, whereas the leopard clan lacks an emperor. After a brief exchange, Li Hao spoke. Has your father informed you? I wish for this white horse to absorb the chaotic essence within the great wilderness people and refrain from carrying it into the Central Plains. Can you accomplish this task? I can, Princess June affirmed, pondering for a moment before suddenly asking, will the king kill Baiyun? At that moment, the white horse seemed restless and agitated. As a being of chaotic intent, aware of its fate amidst the slaughter of wild beasts, it sensed an inevitable demise. Li Hao regarded the white horse for a while before responding. If the chaotic essence is to be shattered, it will not perish. I shall not intervene. If it dies, I too will be powerless. Princess June felt a pang of disappointment, but recognized this as Li Hao's sincere answer. I understand, she replied, then added, I am the strongest cavalry in the wilderness. I do not wish to become a caged bird in the mouths of the Central Plains people. May I join the demon-hunting army, or lead my great wilderness troops in a battle? Battle? Yes. Princess June's long hair flowed as she exuded a wild spirit. The confrontation with Tianxing was far from satisfying. I yearned to partake in more wars. Li Hao regarded her and nodded. Once the issues of the great wilderness are resolved, you may seek out Marshal Huang Yu and request arrangements for your elite 1,000 to join the demon-hunting army. However, with the formidable foes in all directions having been dealt with, your adversaries may no longer be mere armies, but rather powerful individuals. I understand. Thank you, my king. Li Hao showed little interest in altering her title, waving his hand. Go. To absorb the chaotic power. Princess June gazed at him with a hint of perplexity, remaining silent as she swiftly mounted her white steed and departed. It struck her as peculiar that the white horse, so vital, was allowed to leave so easily by Li Hao. Did he not care? Had he not dispatched anyone to shadow her? Perhaps he felt invulnerable. Yet it seemed he could not truly restrain her. Soon, Princess June vanished, seeking to draw upon the chaotic power inherent within the great wilderness people. At that moment, Li Hao glanced at the Black Panther, settled into a meditative posture, and spoke. You must have inherited some of your ancestors' devouring and thunderous powers. Thunder drives away the vile, while devouring serves to purify all. The Black Panther paused, taken aback by the notion that devouring equates to purification. Indeed, having consumed everything, it had achieved a form of cleansing. You have journeyed alongside me from Silver City, from your home to this present day. Everyone's combat prowess is on the rise. And you have just stepped into the fourth realm of the sun and moon, barely entering the realm of immortality. Though your level is not high, I hesitate to abandon you, yet you are in peril. The Black Panther appeared somewhat dejected. Li Hao continued, I have a notion. The King of Beasts has the Azure Emperor, the Heavenly Emperor has his progeny, and Li Daohing has the Moon Goddess. Each governs the cosmos in their own right. The Black Panther looked on, bewildered. Li Hao elaborated. I aspire to refine the great wilderness, to transform it into my own domain. I seek to capture the essence of heaven and earth, the essence of chaos, through annihilation or, rather, through devouring and merging. You possess an affinity for consuming thunder. Whether for purification or banishing evils, this presents an opportunity. He continued, in that eventuality, you might become the embodiment of this small realm's intent. Of course, you would remain yourself, albeit with potential dangers. Li Daohing and others may wish to eliminate you. The Black Panther blinked and shook its head, not in rejection but in indifference. Li Hao chuckled. Moreover, should you take on this daunting task, your future adversary will likely be the Moon Goddess, competing for dominion over heaven and earth. Are you prepared to contend with the foremost deity of the cosmos? Not a mere queen, but the genuine Moon Goddess, a being of unparalleled might. One even the Sword Sovereign could not vanquish. Perhaps she simply deemed it unnecessary to strike down her foe, for her essence resides within the moon. To destroy her would spell disaster for the Silver Moon. The Black Panther seemed to exclaim, unperturbed. Li Hao nodded. Should you consent, there will be much preparation ahead. I need to comprehend the momentum to envelop the great wilderness, and you, too, have numerous tasks. First, engage with the essence of chaos. Second, connect with the divine will. Third, devise a means to allure more of the divine intent to coalesce. The Black Panther's head throbbed at the thought of how to entice. Thus, you must forge a bond with the white horse. Wander with it, for wherever the steed treads, it will attract a measure of divine attention, as the divine will detest the essence of chaos. The Black Panther understood, nodding in agreement. Li Hao then asked with a smile, do you possess knowledge of divine script? The Black Panther remained silent. If you do, you should be aware of the existence of domains. You must establish a domain, regardless of its strength. You must create an area that conceals you from the divine will. Only then will you have the opportunity to capture them. The Black Panther nodded once more. Li Hao gently patted its head, laughing. With all that said, why do you remain idle? Go forth. At present, all eyes are upon me, not upon you. Assist me in making these preparations, and once I achieve success, we shall indulge in a life of luxury. Should I fail, I shall seek the guidance of my masters. Upon hearing this, the Black Panther said nothing further and swiftly departed to find the white horse. Once the Black Panther had left, Li Hao exhaled deeply. He did not linger in the great wilderness, as he too intended to journey to Silver City. The great wilderness required additional time for preparation, but in Silver City, he could inspire the Queen and others to diligently cultivate, urging them to eliminate me sooner and thus enter the great Tao universe. Additionally, there may be unforeseen gains along the way. Moreover, in Silver City, he aimed to study the various legacies of the Silver Moon Martial Masters, seeking to comprehend greater power. Currently, Li Hao moved with remarkable speed, appearing and vanishing like a shadow. Silver City had long been evacuated during the conflict with the Great Li. It now stood as an empty shell. At this moment, a figure lingered in the skies above Silver City. As Li Hao's silhouette materialized, some hidden figures stirred with agitation, some harboring thoughts of curses, while others were gripped by a murderous impulse. Li Hao, the unrelenting specter, had returned. When Li Hao gazed upward, everyone felt a palpable tension, fearing that he aimed to shatter the seals. Waves of sacred energy began to rise around them, yet Li Hao remained motionless, the sky above shimmering with a sense of imminent departure. Li Hao's voice resonated. Zheng Yu, without entering the great Tao universe, you cannot kill me. Unless your true form emerges and, with the power of a half-emperor, instantly seals the great Tao universe, preventing my escape. However, as merely an early-stage saint, You cannot defeat me. I did not come here to break the seals, for they are indeed difficult to breach. I have but one purpose for my presence here. Li Hao's smile was radiant. I lack sufficient cultivation resources. Provide me with 100,000 energy stones daily, and I demand all the new martial arts. Additionally, you must grant me a portion of the sacred power, the immortal force, the primal energy, and the power of the red moon. In that moment, a phantom materialized in the void. Zheng Yu, with arms crossed, regarded Li Hao with a calm demeanor. Are you dreaming? If I refuse, what can you do? Surrounding them, more sacred energies erupted. Li Hao chuckled softly, acknowledging that if refused, he could do little more than occasionally stir the seals. After all, Silver City was his territory. Though I may not possess the bloodlines of the 8 great families, I hold one advantage. I command all their divine weapons, albeit shattered, they reside within the starry sword. Each day, I may cause disturbances. While I may not release that being, periodic upheavals will necessitate your caution, should the seals truly break. Zheng Yu's demeanor was icy. You would do well to refrain from such provocation. Should the time come, I will no longer hold back. When my true self emerges from the tempest, it will mark your demise. Li Hao laughed. I am barefoot, while you are shod. Since ancient times, those without shoes have never feared the shod. You may aspire to ascend to emperor, while I have merely just embarked on the path of unity. A novice saint at best, a distance of countless miles from emperor. As he concluded, Li Hao grinned. I do not seek your offerings without merit. You are also a half-emperor, and possess the dignity of one. I exchange the power of the great Tao with you. Zheng Yu was taken aback. Is Li Hao unwell? He majors in the new Tao, yet he seeks to trade the power of the great Tao for the strength of the new martial Tao. What could he be plotting? What schemes lie beneath his actions? For a moment, he found himself unable to discern Li Hao's intentions, even struggling to see through him. Thoughts swirled in his mind. Why is Li Hao doing this? What is his motive? Li Hao chuckled softly. Stop pondering. The reason I seek this is merely that the power of the great Tao is scarce. Furthermore, I intend to provide a stipend for the cultivators of the world. The celestial star mine is nearly depleted, and I find myself at an impasse. After much consideration, it seems you are the only one with the key. The power of the new Tao is beyond your grasp. Even if you could absorb a fragment, it would be of little significance. Why not cooperate? Despite our deep-seated enmity, when it comes to collaboration and compromise, we are both sovereigns in our own right. A reasonable concession is indeed necessary. What say you, Zheng Yu? Zheng Yu merely regarded him in silence. Li Hao continued, then it is settled. I shall cultivate here, providing you with a portion of the power of the great Tao daily, right before your eyes. In return, you must supply me with sufficient resources to sustain my needs. Is that agreeable? In that moment, Zheng Yu's thoughts raced. Li Hao was full of surprises. After a brief silence, he replied, very well. The audacity of Li Hao to cultivate before them, offering the power of the great Tao, was astonishing. Did he fear that new powers from the new Tao would emerge, potentially threatening his position in the great Tao universe? Zheng Yu furrowed his brow, choosing not to speak further. Providing a few energy stones daily was hardly a burden. In his past, he had amassed a considerable stockpile of energy stones, having prepared well in advance, accumulating far more than just the resources from the celestial star mine. At that moment, both sides had reached a temporary peace agreement, exchanging strength. From that day forth, Li Hao truly stood in the void of Silver City, opening the great Tao universe and beginning his cultivation, with some power of the great Tao dissipating and being drawn into the void. As for Zheng Yu's faction, whether Zheng Yu would take the resources for cultivation himself or worry about potential issues, it was likely he would hesitate to use them. Intelligent figures like Ying Honyue would also be cautious about possible repercussions. The queen, however, might not overthink things, driven by her desire for swift results, likely leading to her acquiring the resources. Li Hao's presence was also a means to reassure them, to keep them calm and discourage any disruptive actions. I am right here. You can witness how I cultivate and to what extent I progress. In truth, they had indeed been observing him closely. After a day of scrutiny, they were left speechless. Li Hao appeared to be somewhat neglectful of his martial duties. One moment he would study the new martial tactics, the next he would open several acupoints. And at times he would attend to various urgent matters, even perusing books unrelated to cultivation. Yet, he was consistently engaged in his practice, albeit at a leisurely pace. With a group of formidable beings watching him, any fluctuations in his aura were easily perceived. At this moment in Hurricane City, both Zheng Yu and Ying Hongyue sensed that Li Hao must be plotting something. However, no matter how hard they racked their brains, they could not fathom his intentions. Was he truly considering a shift towards the new martial arts techniques after studying the myriad of new combat strategies? Some expressed their confusion, noting that Li Hao primarily focused on the new martial arts, which seemed rather peculiar. Had the great Tao universe not been perpetually accessible, affording them the opportunity to escape at any moment, they would have long sought to eliminate Li Hao. Chapter 367, On the Tao. Comprehending the Force, Request for Subscription and Monthly Votes. In Silver City, high above the urban landscape, Li Hao immersed himself in study and cultivation, awakening 1, 2, 3 acupoints. Waves of great Tao power surged forth, albeit some was siphoned away. Of course, Zheng Yu kept his promise and provided Li Hao with energy stones, not to bolster his adversary, but rather to facilitate Li Hao's own empowerment. When the new Tao emerged, energy stones paled in comparison to the power of the great Tao. While Li Hao absorbed a portion of the energy stones daily, the remainder was collected by others, with Zheng Yu even dispatching individuals to investigate the bizarre reality that these resources were being used for salaries. Anyone in his position would find this scenario utterly astonishing. Here was Li Hao, negotiating with his most formidable life and death rival, exchanging great Tao power for mere financial compensation. What was he truly thinking? It was all rather perplexing. On the third day, Li Hao, who had remained silent until then, suddenly closed his book, revealing a hint of perplexity as he slowly spoke. Zheng Yu, would you be willing to engage in a discussion about the great Tao? What? Zheng Yu, who had always prided himself on his broad-mindedness and exceptional talent, was genuinely taken aback. Li Hao, unfazed, continued, Is Ying Hongyue still present? If so, she may also partake in this exchange. Although we share a blood-soaked enmity, the great Tao knows no hatred. Exploring the great Tao, whether new or old, the path of cultivation ultimately converges into one. I possess profound insights into the new Tao, yet have scarcely grasped the essence of the primordial Tao, and my understanding of the initial martial path is limited. Zheng Yu, as a half-emperor, you must certainly appreciate the allure of the great Tao. Are you interested? A discussion on the Tao? The crowd was left in stunned silence. At this moment, who would dare to believe it? Ying Hongyue, typically composed and elegant, found herself ruffling her hair, utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend Li Hao's thoughts. Is the great Tao devoid of emotion? Or is it that the Supreme transcends emotion? Since the death of his master, Li Hao had seemingly shed all sentiment, leaving only the Tao in his heart. He intended to exchange his insights on the new Tao as a price for discussing the old Tao. Li Hao exuded an air of grand ambition, as if the world was beneath his notice, stirring something within Zheng Yu. After a prolonged silence, a phantom materialized, standing proudly in the void, and indifferently declared, You wish to discuss the Tao? Indeed. Very well, but what can you articulate? What are you willing to share? Nothing is off limits. All matters may be spoken of. Zheng Yu raised an eyebrow slightly. At that moment, Ying Hongyue appeared directly, poised and serene, her smile tranquil. Li Hao, are you truly willing to share everything? Naturally. Do you harbor ulterior motives? That is not the Tao. Ying Hongyue fell silent. Li Hao spoke. Distrust prevails among us, and discussing the Tao is exceedingly difficult. When we expound upon the great Tao, we inevitably perceive gains and losses. It would be more prudent to pose questions to one another. Let us each present a question, and if after 3 exchanges one cannot respond, that individual shall withdraw. Engaging in discourse is best reserved for those well-versed in wisdom. The 2 others were intrigued. Meanwhile, the queen seemed rather anxious, sensing that their conversation might not be heard by outsiders. She urgently interjected, You cannot do this. Li Hao responded calmly, What do you know of the Tao? You possess no understanding. Divine beings are innately attuned to the Tao, yet they fail to perceive or cultivate it, merely relying on their innate gifts. You lack the qualifications. Upon hearing this, the queen was filled with rage, perceiving it as the utmost mockery and humiliation. Undeterred, Li Hao allowed the power of the Tao to envelop the surroundings, creating an illusion that only the 3 of them existed within the universe. He turned to the others. You may pose your questions first. Ying Hongyue and Zheng Yu exchanged a glance, both incredulous at the moment. Li Hao was the very adversary they had sought to eliminate. The crucial point was that he was also the most profound explorer of the new Tao to date, perhaps even the progenitor of its inception. Did he truly wish to share his insights with them? With a tentative hope, Zheng Yu spoke first. Can the new Dao also cultivate new martial arts? Indeed. Li Hao replied softly. Your question is rather simplistic, so I shall not take advantage of you. To succinctly explain the cultivation of new martial arts, it is divided into initial martial arts and source martial arts. Initial martial arts lack the essence of the Dao. One must transform their physical form and reshape their Dao veins to directly cultivate the new Dao. Source martial arts, on the other hand, involves two scenarios. First, starting anew by reconstructing the physical form and Dao veins from scratch. Second, implanting the source Dao, which permeates the Haoxing universe, and recreating one's fateful celestial body, which yields a higher initial strength but presents greater challenges. Zheng Yu's eyes flickered momentarily, and he chose not to inquire further. At this instant, Ying Hongyue felt a stirring within her heart and asked, how does one discern the fateful celestial bodies of the new Dao, as they exist within the vast cosmos of the great Dao? The multitude of celestial bodies makes identification arduous, yet, if one enters the cosmic expanse, they may sense it themselves. If others wish to discern, they can only judge through strength, luster, and attributes. At this point, Li Hao frowned. Your questions do not pertain to the Dao. He then disregarded their inquiries and stated, each of you owes me a question. Turning to Zheng Yu, he continued, in Legends, the path of the Emperor integrates the great Dao, allowing one to maintain their essence even when the source is lost, without requiring reinforcement. Just as Zheng Yu was about to nod in agreement, Li Hao interjected, but how does one achieve this integration? Damn, Zheng Yu cursed inwardly. He had anticipated a query about authenticity, yet Li Hao was asking him how to achieve the integration. He furrowed his brow, realizing his question was not advantageous. Had he known, he would have asked differently. After a moment of contemplation, Zheng Yu replied, the source universe is also filled with celestial bodies. For the practitioners of new martial arts, there exist the three doors of focus and the bridge of heaven and earth. Ultimately, one must commence their journey on the source Dao from the 9th grade, breaking through the three doors, mastering the celestial bodies, and integrating them into oneself to become the Emperor. The integration of celestial bodies signifies the fusion, and one must break through the three doors to perceive the celestial bodies. Breaking through the three doors to perceive the celestial bodies, and integrating them into oneself. The celestial bodies are indeed manifestations of the Dao. The new Dao follows this principle as well. The primordial path and the radiant star path possess certain distinctions. The most significant being that the primordial path encompasses only a singular celestial body, requiring one to incessantly expand upon that solitary star. In contrast, the new path is replete with countless celestial avenues, each with multiple life stars rather than just one. While both paths share similarities, they also exhibit notable differences. To devour stars into one's being is to attain the status of an emperor. Li Hao found himself lost in contemplation. Could the celestial bodies within the vast universe be consumed? However, the stars are, in essence, the meridian stars within one's body. Thus, the path resides within from the very beginning. Returning to simplicity, after a moment of reflection, Li Hao turned to Ying Hongyue. As a silver moon martial master, you emphasize momentum. Momentum, as some say, is the connective thread between man and the path. Do you have any thoughts on this? Ying Hongyue raised an eyebrow slightly. Momentum. He too was a Silver Moon martial master, one of the illustrious 36 heroes of Silver Moon, who once ranked among the elite. Rather than inquire further, Li Hao pressed on regarding momentum. After considering it, he spoke slowly. In my view, momentum is a manifestation of will. The path is ethereal and elusive, and momentum is similarly insubstantial. Thus, I perceive momentum and the path as one and the same, whether it is the primordial path or the new path. As long as momentum exists, the path shall also be present. Even if the new path were to vanish, should a new one emerge, momentum can still integrate into the path. Indeed, momentum can even encompass the path of the radiant moon. He gazed at Li Hao. Momentum is a unique byproduct of the disappearance of the grand path. Perhaps only we, the Silver Moon lineage, can cultivate it, or rather, only this era can bring it forth. In any universe or world, momentum may serve as a bridge to the new path, acting as an intermediary. Li Hao's eyes flickered at the thought of connecting to any grand path. He wished to inquire further but hesitated and turned his gaze back. You ask me. Ying Hongyue did not hold back. Aside from you, can anyone else enter the grand path universe? Li Hao frowned and regarded him. Your inquiries are all unrelated to the path. Very well, do as you wish. Your pragmatism is overly pronounced. Hongyue fell silent. He was unexpectedly reprimanded by Li Hao for his excessive pragmatism. What a ludicrous situation. Very well. Li Hao nodded. My entry into the Radiant Star realm poses little challenge. Yet for outsiders, the difficulty is substantial. Because I am the first to enter, or rather, the first to consolidate the system into a new path practitioner. The universe itself forms a singular character, which is indeed the key to my entry into the Radiant Star universe. He manifested the character of the path, in an instant. Both their auras fluctuated, and the next moment, the character vanished. Li Hao slowly remarked, do not even consider seizing it. It would be futile. In my possession lies the key to entry. Should you take it, it would be rendered worthless. Having said this, he ceased to speak further. Hongyue felt a surge of irritation and glanced at Zheng Yu, who immediately inquired, how can outsiders enter? Li Hao chuckled. Do you wish to enter the Grand Path universe by killing me? Such eagerness. The two fell silent, merely observing Li Hao. You understand, that is sufficient. Dare you respond? Li Hao contemplated for a moment, and then spoke. First, with immense strength, one might hope to tear through the Grand Path universe. You two should rest easy. Secondly, identify your destined star. As long as one's cultivation of the new path is profound, this can be sensed. In this moment, by traversing the cosmos, one may enter, albeit it is easy to become lost. A divine weapon, intimately connected to one's life, is needed as a guide. A tangible object for orientation. Only then is there hope for return. Otherwise, once inside, escape becomes impossible. Thirdly, one must obtain sufficient divine favor. The expressions of the two shifted, and Li Hao spoke. Or perhaps it is not merely divine favor, but rather the blessing of deities. What? Zheng Yu and his companion were momentarily taken aback. Li Hao chuckled. This, too, is a question. Deities, nurtured by heaven and earth, are a direct manifestation of the great Tao, even considered as offspring of the Tao. Should a deity possess a profound understanding of the great Tao, they might guide certain individuals to consciously enter the cosmic realm of the Tao. However, deities have nearly all perished, and Her Majesty the Queen, as a second-generation moon goddess, lacks deep comprehension of the Tao and is somewhat of a cultivation novice, having merely drawn upon the blessings of predecessors. In reality, she possesses little insight into the great Tao. Your prospects appear bleak. The two pondered, contemplating the veracity of Li Hao's words. Is it true? Is it feasible? They were uncertain. Li Hao might not speak the truth entirely, yet it was improbable he would utter complete falsehoods. At that moment, Li Hao continued, once the new martial combat techniques have reached the 9th rank, is there a shortcut to comprehend the source Tao? Zheng Yu furrowed his brow. Do you truly wish to cultivate the source Tao? Given your conquest of Battle Heaven City, are you not aware? Li Hao shook his head. It is not that I am unaware, but rather that the methods they spoke of are currently unusable. The source is isolated. I wish to inquire if there are any shortcuts available at this moment. Otherwise, I would be merely cultivating my physical body, vital energy, and spirit, not the source. Li Hao further elaborated. In simpler terms, is there a way for me to reconnect with the new martial source? Zheng Yu frowned, once again regarding Li Hao, and fell into silence. Li Hao smiled. Is that not permissible? If it is not, how have you cultivated to the level of a semi-emperor with a purely physical body, vital energy, and mental power reaching such heights? What then constitutes a semi-emperor? It barely qualifies as a sage, let alone a semi-emperor. Zheng Yu continued to furrow his brow. After a lengthy pause, he spoke. If you wish to know, I can oblige, but I must ask you several questions in return. Otherwise, it would be unwise. Agreed. Li Hao nodded, and Zheng Yu contemplated for a moment. There was no harm in sharing. If Li Hao truly sought to cultivate the new martial source Tao, it was indeed a positive development. This path had become a dead end. Even if he entered the source, he would be unable to progress further, unable to draw upon the source's power. With this thought, he refrained from hastily questioning Li Hao and instead stated, there are several methods. First, directly usurp the source Tao of new martial cultivators. Their source Tao still exists. It has not been severed, and it can be appropriated. This requires certain means. In fact, Battle Heaven City should be aware that during the early stages of new martial, many seized the Tao through such means. Secondly, one can venture to the ends of the universe, the Silver Moon world. Although it is sealed, the star gates serve as entrances and exits. And at the ends of the universe, amidst the surrounding barriers, there are still some fissures connecting to the cosmos beyond the realm of the silver moon. The primordial universe still exists, albeit with considerable difficulty in harnessing its essence. While it is challenging to extract significant primordial power, one continuously sense fragments of the primordial path. If you possess the requisite skill, it is possible to forge a connection with these pathways, though the cost incurred would be exponentially greater than that of the new path, tenfold or even 100-fold. Such an endeavor is decidedly impractical. He secretly hoped that Li Hao would attempt this, a person who has mastered the new cosmic path daring to pursue the primordial path. By all means, let him try. With that time, he could establish numerous new pathways instead. Li Hao fell into contemplation, his heart suddenly buoyed. What he sought was not merely a method to connect with the primordial path, but rather a technique to transmute new martial strategies into divine scripts, wherein the essence of the martial strategies transforms into divine scripts, allowing him to perceive the momentum. The primordial path appeared somewhat simpler, more effortlessly accessible. This may be attributed to the fact that practitioners of the new martial strategies find it relatively straightforward to grasp the momentum, likely a compromise born from the disappearance of the primordial universe and the subsequent inaccessibility. If he were to practice the new martial strategies and then attempt to connect with the primordial path, the likelihood of failure was high. However, failure could also pave the way for the emergence of momentum. Finally, he had posed the crucial question. Li Hao swiftly turned to Ing Hongyue, inquiring, "Can momentum transform from one into many? I observe your 8 meridians and 8 forms, unified into a single momentum, which resembles the 5-animal form of my own school, yet also bears similarity to Master Hong's technique of transforming one sword into myriad forces. How do you achieve the division and fusion of momentum while maintaining distinct attributes?" Ing Hongyue furrowed her brow in silence, unwilling to respond. Noticing her reticence, Li Hao spoke up, "If you are willing to share, I shall reveal a secret and also inform Zhengyu," thereby reciprocating for the earlier inquiries. Both were taken aback. What secret could be so valuable as to warrant answers to 2 significant questions? After a moment's hesitation, Ing Hongyue replied, "What if your secret is not credible? As long as it's not an intentional provocation, feel free to inquire further," Li Hao assured her. Acknowledging his words, Ing Hongyue acquiesced, "Very well. It is not difficult. The 8 meridians, 8 cultivations." "What?" Li Hao exclaimed. "1 meridian, 1 cultivation. Have you not attempted this?" Ing Hongyue responded bluntly. 8 bloodlines, 8 pathways, practicing the same method, cultivating all 8 meridians together, comprehending them in unison, leads to a singular momentum. Once perfected, it manifests as distinct attributes of momentum. Li Hao was momentarily stunned. Practicing the same method? Previously, he had trained with divine scripts separately, ensuring that each corresponded to different attributes. Yet, at this moment, Ing Hongyue spoke of a unified practice. The divine pathways, inherently diverse in attributes, once mastered, would yield 8 distinct forms of momentum. Was this an alternate variant of the 5-animal technique? The 5-animal technique, too, is a singular method capable of producing 5 distinct forms of momentum. Li Hao felt a stir of intrigue mixed with regret. Had he known this earlier, he would not have asked. Alas, his master had departed. Otherwise, had he posed such a question, his master would have scolded him for it. He never anticipated that he could articulate such a query. Was this not the 8-animal technique? Ing Hongyue remained silent. Indeed, it was so. This is a variant of the 5 animals technique, a practice that has been modified based on the teachings disseminated by Yuan Shua. If Yuan Shua were present, he would likely reprimand Li Hao for forgetting his own fundamental skills. With a sigh, Li Hao lamented the evident shortcomings of his peers, proclaiming that had their master been alive, these matters would be trivial. Regrettably, he too had forgotten much, and in terms of innate talent for cultivation, he fell short of his mentor. The two fell into a contemplative silence, with Li Hao reflecting on Yuan Shua's demise, pondering whether this individual might go mad at any moment. He chuckled at his own self-deprecation and then spoke, "Very well, since I broached the subject of cultivation, allow me to share a secret with you. The human body possesses multiple facets. The vast universe is not singular. As for the realm of the spirit, I have seldom ventured into its depths, for my mental fortitude is lacking. The pathways of my consciousness remain largely unopened. Yet, I surmise that the universe may indeed harbor dual aspects. One aspect embodies the formless pathways of the stars associated with divine abilities, while the other pertains to the spiritual pathways of the stars. Li Hao continued, one aspect is tangible, while the other is ethereal. I govern the material pathways of the universe. The other side, I suspect, is the ethereal pathways of the cosmic realm. After further contemplation, he asserted, the universe of the Great Path possesses a center, not one confined to a flat plane, but rather the core of the duality of reality and illusion. At present, I only command the tangible pathways, and it remains uncertain if anyone oversees the ethereal pathways. The two were left astonished. Tangible pathways? Ethereal pathways? One pertains to the physical realm, the other to the spiritual. Could this be true? Their understanding of the Great Path universe was naturally inferior to Li Hao's, nevertheless. His revelations left them both flabbergasted. How could this be possible? Does this imply that the Great Path universe could yield two masters? Would it not suggest that anyone who unlocks the ethereal pathways and spiritual pathways would have a chance? In that moment, even Zheng Yu, at the threshold of semi-imperial status, found it hard to believe that Li Hao would divulge such a colossal secret. It seemed implausible. Surely, it must be a fabrication, a trap. Hongyue's expression shifted continuously. Would Li Hao truly share such a secret with others? Who would believe that? Li Hao murmured, it is perilous. In my exploration of the spiritual pathways, I have only uncovered one. To unlock the ethereal pathway of the universe, one must open multiple pathways. I estimate that fewer than 10 would yield minimal hope. If one were to err or act recklessly, it would lead to certain demise. Yet, I would encourage you to attempt it, serving as a cautionary tale for me. Should you perish in the process, I would find it quite amusing. Furthermore, I suspect that someone has already accessed the ethereal pathway of the universe. Zheng Yu's expression shifted slightly. Impossible. You have not accessed it. How could anyone else unlock the ethereal universe? Despite the dubiousness of Li Hao's claims, it seemed unfathomable that others could achieve what he could not comprehend. Li Hao pondered for a moment and replied, this is not mere baseless speculation. I initially believed it was you who had secretly accessed it, thus prompting my confession. Am I mistaken? Consider, for instance, the prophet God. His pathways could be classified as a form of ethereal pathway. I have never discovered his true celestial body. I had assumed my inability to find it was a consequence of the vastness of the universe. How could one not locate a single star in such expanse? However, Li Hao shook his head. I soon realized that it was not that I could not find them, but rather that the individual's destined star was not aligned with my realm. Last time, you all attempted to resurrect this being, but to no avail, correct? Hongyue nodded, confirming that he and the queen had indeed been trying to revive this deity, without success. They had thought that the being had been utterly vanquished by me, which led to this unfortunate outcome. Li Hao continued, I would actually welcome your attempts to resurrect him. I would even eagerly anticipate your endeavors, as perhaps I could ascertain his location. When you attempt to summon him using the power of faith, I discovered a peculiar issue. The faith expended did not enter the Great Tao universe, or rather, it did not enter the portion of the Great Tao universe that pertains to me. Li Hao spoke softly. At that moment, I began to entertain a hypothesis that this individual's destined star lies beyond my jurisdiction. Indeed, it may not even reside within my segment of the Great Tao universe, but instead has traversed into another realm of the Great Tao universe. He is not alone in this regard. Li Hao added, there are others in a similar predicament, such as Ba Dao, who cultivates mental energy and the spiritual blade. Yet, within the Great Tao universe, I have identified the destined stars corresponding to other beings, but Ba Dao's remains elusive, which is rather strange. Everyone else is present. Why is he absent? Moreover, I wonder if you recall some of the deities, such as the god of misfortune and the god of fate, who have not been entirely extinguished. On that day, I slayed numerous deities, many of whose destined stars were readily apparent, including those of the saintly tier like the sun god and the god of darkness. Strangely, none of these uniquely structured deities were completely eradicated. The expressions of the two shifted as they began to reflect. When deities perish, the heavens and earth shift in hue, and they can discern which deities have been fully vanquished, representing those whose destined stars have been severed by me. It seems that the individuals Li Hao mentioned have indeed not met their complete demise. The peculiar nature tied to the spiritual level of the Dao veins remains undetected. Is one an exception, two a coincidence, but 3 or 4 still a coincidence? At this moment, both individuals found themselves convinced. unless Li Hao had orchestrated an elaborate scheme, intentionally allowing for such phenomena to occur from the onset of slaying the deities. This occurrence would not transpire. Li Hao continued, if my conjecture holds true, it implies that the great Tao universe exists in dual aspects, a notion which you both cannot dispute, correct? Yet, I am left perplexed. Even my master and I have only discovered a multitude of tangible Tao veins, who could unveil an abundance of ethereal Tao veins. Unless this individual possesses profound knowledge of the new Tao, and their research into the spiritual realm has reached astonishing heights. Furthermore, if they have engaged in study with certain spiritual deities, I can only surmise that the moon goddess might be the one with such potential. What do you think? Could the moon goddess secretly govern another aspect of the universe? He looked at the two. Perhaps you both should return and capture the queen for further inquiry. There may be valuable insights to gain. Alternatively, you both are astute individuals. See if you can uncover any clues to apprehend her. Upon hearing this, the two did not respond, but they truly committed this matter to memory. If an ethereal aspect of the great Tao universe truly exists, who might be the one to wield its power? If no one is at the helm, does it signify that they have a chance? This necessitates a formidable mental fortitude, as does Zheng Yu, whose mental strength is quite formidable, akin to that of a semi-emperor. And yet, Ing Hongyue is not to be underestimated either. Suddenly, both fell into deep contemplation. Li Hao chuckled. This secret should suffice to repay our previous inquiries. Wouldn't you agree? They nodded in acquiescence, offering no dissent. Regardless of its veracity, it represents a potentiality. Li Hao continued with a smile. Moreover, should you two truly uncover the locations of certain spiritual pathways, we could exchange them for the locations of some tangible pathways. Mutual exchange is essential for the refinement of new pathways. The perfection of the Tao is the essence of cultivation. Relying solely on one individual to perfect the great Tao is an arduous task. Furthermore, the tangible pathways are akin to a sword. But what of the spiritual pathways? Are they also swords, or something entirely different? This could serve as a point of reference for you both. After all, with your robust mental prowess, a few attempts will not be fatal. At that moment, Ing Hongyue wore a complex expression. Regardless of whether what you say is true or false, you have shaken our resolve. You, who I have watched grow, have eluded my understanding despite my years of study on the 8 great families. Li Hao replied with a light chuckle. To be watched over by the enemy of my family is indeed an honor. Ing Hongyue, when the day comes that I must vanquish you, I shall grant you a wish, to fully merge the bloodlines of the 8 great families with your own. You have coveted my bloodline. Should you perish, I shall fulfill your desire by gradually merging my blood with yours, consuming you, integrating you, and grinding you to dust. How does that sound? Ing Hongyue cast a fleeting glance at him before vanishing from sight. In that moment, Li Hao's casual words intensified the pressure upon him, more so than any previous moment, as he sensed the palpable aura of death and annihilation. This individual is truly capable. Even Zheng Yu raised an eyebrow, glancing at Li Hao before vanishing as well. The calmer Li Hao appeared, the more they felt trepidation. Even a semi-emperor sensed that Li Hao might erupt at any moment. Such a volatile individual must be dealt with swiftly, for without doing so, no one could feel at ease. They run remarkably fast. Li Hao laughed. I speak with utmost seriousness. Not only this statement, but all I have said thus far carries weight. Additionally, I speculate that if Li Daoheng is indeed real, have you not already mastered the void Tao universe? If we exist within the same universe, why have I not sensed it at all? Though merely conjecture, I believe my words hold merit. The study of spiritual pathways has been rather scant among us. However, for someone of Li Daoheng's caliber, had he been observant early on, he might have discerned the peculiarities of the prophetic deities. Since the real Tao universe is under Li Hao's dominion, with his unwillingness to be outdone, would he not delve deeper into the real Tao universe? Is it true that the prophetic deity has not been resurrected due to an inability to do so? Or is it that you refuse to grant him revival? For his resurrection may unveil numerous truths. Zheng Yu, you might consider testing this theory. Directly informing him may not yield belief, and it could thwart Li Daoheng's schemes, possibly leading to complications for Li Hao himself. Now, it is merely a reasonable conjecture that if Zheng Yu were to take an interest, perhaps some intriguing events might unfold. Li Hao continued his cultivation, striving to refine numerous techniques to their utmost limits. In this moment, he focused not on a haphazard assortment of methods, but rather endeavored to cultivate the 5-animal secret technique through every channel of Tao, be they the divine or attribute pathways. Subsequently, he intended to venture to the edge of the great wilderness, attempting to connect with the source Tao. Should he fail, it might yield some extraordinary results. Without the guidance of a mentor, it mattered not. Even adversaries could provide insight. If the benefits offered were substantial enough, foes could indeed become a source of sustenance. Li Hao found solace in his cultivation. Meanwhile, Hongyue and her companions were unable to remain still. Upon returning to Hurricane City, Hongyue cast several glances at the queen, who appeared increasingly troubled. After a moment's hesitation, Hongyue finally inquired, "I have always been curious. Does the power of Silver Moon pertain to the mental realm or to elemental attributes?" Seeing the queen's wariness, she continued, "Is your mental fortitude sufficiently robust?" Humph. Hongyue felt exasperated. It seemed rather mediocre. Thus, it appeared that this individual was not a practitioner of the mental realm. Contemplating this, she added, "Our previous attempts to resurrect the prophet deity have consistently failed. Perhaps our strength is insufficient. Might we enlist Lord Jing's aid? With his semi-emperor status, he could attempt it. Not only him, but I am aware that the deities of fate and misfortune have not entirely perished. How about we try to revive them?" The queen felt a stirring within, questioning such altruism. If successful, we would possess more coordinates within the great Tao universe, making it simpler to contend with Li Hao. After some contemplation, she realized there was no loss for her. But would Zheng Yu be willing? Just as she pondered, Zheng Yu's ethereal voice echoed, "Whatever resources are required, do not hesitate to request them. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Should you need my assistance, feel free to speak." Upon hearing this, the queen felt even more perplexed by his generosity. After careful consideration, she nodded, "Very well. However, our prior failures may have stemmed from insufficient faith energy, vitality, and Tao power. Deities can be resurrected endlessly, as long as the Tao remains intact." Since these two were eager to help, she had no objection to utilizing their hands to resurrect the deities. Soon, she presented numerous requests. Zheng Yu, without hesitation, acquiesced to all demands. Even when the other party required faith energy, Zheng Yu simply dispatched a multitude of saints from Hurricane City to escort them westward to gather faith energy, even sending out a manifestation of himself once more. Accompanying them to the west, they endeavored to resurrect several deities. In the western lands, altars rose one after another. This time, there was no destruction from Li Hao or anyone else. Various resources were abundant, with a vast supply of life springs, ample energy stones, and an assortment of faith energy all meticulously prepared. Countless energies surged forth into the void. Several statues stood vigil atop the altars. Yet, as the myriad energies dissipated, the deities remained unrevived, stirring both anxiety and frustration within the queen. Why could they not be resurrected? The deities may fall, yet as long as they are not utterly extinguished, revival should be possible. However, it is not so. A vast amount of energy seems to have vanished into thin air. In Silver City, Zheng Yu's true self remains, observing Li Hao, who is engrossed in his cultivation, causing no disturbances nor engaging in any clandestine activities. Yet, at this moment, several deities have still not been revived. The sensation of countless energies dissipating feels as if they have simply vanished. Zheng Yu's expression shifts slightly. Why is this happening? He is well aware that deities can be resurrected. This suggests that the opponent's life star may indeed be in another cosmic realm, a realm that may possess a master. Much like Li Hao. Damn it. Zheng Yu's complexion darkens. The unknown is truly terrifying. Does such a person exist? Perhaps. Simultaneously, upon the moon, the temple stands resolute. A feminine voice echoes, "How shall we handle the revival of the prophetic deities?" In the temple, a swordsman, bearing a long sword upon his back, gazes silently downward. His countenance serene. After a prolonged silence, he remarks, "It seems rather intriguing." "What?" The swordsman chuckles lightly, a hint of amusement in his tone. Reviving those deities could easily attract Li Hao's attention, yet he remains indifferent, and Zheng Yu seems unconcerned, while Hongyue appears to be bustling about, as if a pact has been struck. After a while, he adds with a smile, "Has Li Hao deduced something? He is indeed an interesting individual. The surname Li has historically produced the most formidable warriors, the heavenly king of new martial arts, the underworld king, and the sword sovereign all propagate from this lineage. The Li emperors are numerous." The moon goddess seems taken aback by his words. Pausing before she replies, I wish to inquire how we should proceed. Should we allow their revival, or continue to suppress them? Who inquired about the surname Li? What do you think? The moon goddess is momentarily stunned, and after a pause, she responds, let them revive. The second generation is currently too weak. Moreover, they are ensnared in Hurricane City, with no allies to support them. The will of the heavens has departed, allowing the prophet, misfortune, fate, and calamity to resurrect to the level of saints. With their presence, they can assist her. She is far too young and inexperienced to withstand those adversaries. The swordsman remains silent for a moment, then gently nods. Very well, let it be as you wish. Allow them to forget all. Revival and forgetfulness are but natural. Indeed. Soon, a trace of the power of the great Tao flickers into existence, and the moon appears somewhat ethereal. Several colossal stars twinkle with brilliance. At that moment, below, the queen suddenly rejoices, her excitement palpable. It has begun. They can be revived. It has begun. The four statues shimmer with light. Fate, misfortune, calamity, and the prophet, all are to be revived. Meanwhile, Ng Hongyue's expression shifts, and Zheng Yu's avatar also gazes skyward. They have revived. This has left them puzzled. Had they not been revived, they would have been certain something was amiss, but now that they have revived, where exactly is this revival taking place? Zheng Yu incessantly probes the locations of the energy disappearance, yet ultimately loses contact. His true self remains focused on Li Hao, who continues his cultivation. Wholly indifferent to everything around him, further deepening the enigma. Is what Li Hao describes about the duality of the universe truly the case? At this moment, Li Hao turned his gaze westward, sensing an unusual shift. It seemed as though divine beings were beginning to awaken. A smile briefly graced Li Hao's lips as he cast a sidelong glance at the starry river within the vast universe. Yet no signs of movement, no peculiarities, nor a single star shone brightly at that instant. Those present, given their demeanor and aura, might even be on the verge of returning to the sacred path. The stars of the sacred path are notoriously conspicuous, yet none were visible. Li Hao directed his attention towards the grand universe, recalling the earlier words of Li Fuhai, who spoke of locating the center of the grand universe, to establish one's core star at that very point. But where might this central point be? The illusory universe must indeed exist, though it likely pales in comparison to my own strength. After all, those who cultivate the path of the mind are few. Yet, even if it is not as formidable as my grand universe, it would still pose a considerable challenge, remaining elusive and difficult to eradicate. Conversely, the tangible universe could potentially invade at any moment. Which star is Qian Wuliang's true star? Does it belong to the tangible or illusory realm? Or is it a blend of both? In this moment, a particular individual crossed his mind, one he had not inquired about previously. He held a disinclination to pry into others' cultivation secrets unless they were willingly shared. Qian Wuliang had indeed made some pathways public, which yielded unique effects. Yet they were still inferior to his own. Was it that he himself did not comprehend it, or had he grasped it but dared not speak? For he had yet to discover his own true star. If he genuinely belonged to the illusory path, then both Qian Wuliang and Ba Dao might be subject to unseen control, one that neither they nor even themselves could detect. For they lacked the Crimson Moon's power to traverse the grand universe freely and remain unscathed. Is this a strategic placement nearby? In that fleeting moment, Li Hao absorbed the vast primordial energies provided by Zheng Yu, vanishing from his original position. I shall venture to the four extremes and delve into the path of primordial essence. Zheng Yu, ensure the seal remains intact to prevent the Crimson Moon Emperor's emergence. Zheng Yu furrowed his brow. What a troublesome being. In recent days, this fellow had made everything inconvenient, and now that he had departed, he still expected him to secure the seal. It was infuriating. Furthermore, several divine beings had awakened in the west, and it seemed that the queen was unwilling to return. For the four divine beings had now revived, each possessing the power of the sacred path. The combat prowess of these five deities reached the level of saints, and they likely had no intention of returning. Did Li Hao truly go to cultivate the path of primordial essence? If so, it could only be said that he had succumbed to madness. At that moment, Zheng Yu said nothing, retreating to his own palace. The next instant, another version of Zheng Yu appeared within the palace, identical in form, but varying in aura. This weaker Zheng Yu was awakening, his mental energy in turmoil. The two Zheng Yes exchanged a glance, their thoughts intertwined. One cultivated primordial essence, while the other pursued a new path. After a considerable time, the primordial Zheng Yu spoke softly. If the illusory universe exists, who would seek to cultivate it? Xindao Jingyu appeared to be deep in thought. After a moment he spoke. Could it be a member of the Li family? Li Daoheng, perhaps? It could be, or it may be someone else besides the Li family. I can't think of anyone else. Benyuan Jingyu slightly nodded, his gaze cold and piercing. After a long silence, he remarked, Yinghongyu is still not strong enough. Relying on him, it seems unlikely we could venture to the Star City ruins to see something. Even my father, with his king-level combat prowess, is insufficient. He has achieved the unity of 8 meridians, yet he would at least require the strength of a king. If he were truly elevated to that level, would we not be courting disaster? You decide, he added. Benyuan Jingyu sighed softly. I decide? Are you not me? Xindao, Benyuan. At this moment, I feel somewhat disoriented. That Li Hao is rather intriguing. This visit to Silver City has given me an unusual experience. Yet, I felt the pressure of the saint's power. Is becoming an emperor truly so difficult? Perhaps there are greater schemes at play. However, we currently hold the advantage. We must find a way to strengthen Yinghongyu. No matter how perilous, he is not the emperor. If we cannot even defeat a minor figure in this new era, we would indeed be worthless. Surely, he cannot be more formidable than the emperor. Benyuan Jingyu nodded. That is true. Yinghongyu likely harbors similar thoughts. Once I assist him in becoming stronger. This individual is indeed fascinating, growing in tandem with the circumstances, and has yet to be abandoned. Everyone seems to provide him support. Even Li Hao has failed to kill him several times, inadvertently making him stronger. Perhaps Li Hao will need him to confront challenges. Xindao Jingyu ceased to speak, closing his eyes to cultivate. In that moment, Benyuan Jingyu also fell silent, lost in contemplation. Li Daoheng, perhaps? Regardless of who it is, one must try to ascertain. And then there is Li Hao, cultivating the essence. It may not be as straightforward as it appears. Very well, let them all come. At that very moment, Li Hao had once again stepped into the great wilderness, delving deeper until he reached the extremes of that desolate land. Here, he truly sensed a faint trace of primordial power. A wave of joy surged within him. Having anything at all is sufficient, whether or not it leads to enlightenment. I hope it does not. If it truly does, I would have to weep. A half-formed state, should I fail, transforming into potential, is the true outcome I seek. Potential is a unique byproduct of the failure of the Great Way, and this place may very well be the treasure ground to turn the tide in my favor. In that moment, Li Hao commenced his genuine cultivation. This time, he aimed to comprehend potential. Chapter 368, Clarity, Seeking Subscriptions and Monthly Votes, in the Great Wilderness. Amidst the chaotic region, Li Hao began his martial practice. The 5 animals technique became the core of this performance. Incorporating variations and integrating other inherited combat methods alongside Yuan Shua's 5 animals technique. The 5 animals served as the foundation, supported by myriad techniques. Countless energy stones ignited as Li Hao stood resolutely amidst the chaos. Utilizing the power of unification to practice the techniques of martial artists adept at cutting through tens and breaking through hundreds. He leaped and bounded like a wild beast. All things, all methods, all paths, and all potentials entwined like dragons and serpents coiling, like a phoenix spreading its wings. The mighty tiger burst forth, its force echoing through heaven and earth. In this moment, Li Hao was akin to a novice martial artist, earnestly perceiving and understanding the power of the cosmos and the potency of martial arts. His study of potential had been set aside for far too long. Though not unfamiliar, the 5 animals serve as the foundation, and understanding the momentum is the key. The long and used breathing technique begins to reverberate through the flesh, revealing pathways as surges of great force manifest. Suddenly, Li Hao roars like a beast. In the void, it seems a leopard has emerged, swift and agile. Striking at the empty space, the leopard transforms into an overwhelming force, as if yearning to connect with the source, causing ripples in the depths of chaos. In this moment, a glimmer of brilliance sparkles in Li Hao's eyes, as he perceives, from the distant abyss, a rift in the void connecting to the chaos beyond the silver moon. The source universe still exists. Indeed, it endures. Its existence signifies that the new martial arts still thrive, not extinguished. Although he had anticipated this, the sight reinforces the notion that the new martial arts have not perished. Perhaps the red moon has seized them. Yet it has not obliterated the path of the source. As long as the path of the source persists, The new martial arts shall also endure. The powerful practitioners of the new martial arts reside within the source universe. As long as the universe exists, the stars remain, and naturally, the new martial arts continue to exist. Indeed, a stir arises within Li Hao's heart as he witnesses the leopard's momentum sweeping toward the depths of chaos, causing him to worry whether it might connect with the path of the source. Previously, such troubles did not arise due to his own weakness, and secondly, because he was far from the edges of the world. At this moment, he could also practice from a distance, yet doing so would significantly slow his comprehension of momentum, and Li Hao needed to race against time with others. A sense of trepidation enveloped him. However, reality proved his worries to be unfounded. As the leopard's momentum surged forward, seeming poised to break through chaos and the universe to connect with the source, a tremendous roar echoed, shaking the barriers of the world, rendering everything formless. The essence he had just perceived dissipated in an instant. The leopard's momentum trembled violently, and in the next moment, it completely lost its connection to the source, roaring in discontent before reluctantly retreating into Li Hao's being. Li Hao cursed under his breath. Was this not a success? His worries were unfounded. Yet, the failure extended beyond mere disappointment. He had not even made contact with the source universe, rendering him feeling ineffectual and defeated. The unattainable stirred within him. Had he truly connected with the path of the source, he would have wept, but since he had not even grazed it, Li Hao felt scorned by the path of the source. With such exceptional talent, the cosmic path should have proactively breached the barriers of the world to connect with him. Such a lack of vision. At this moment, Li Hao, amid the desolate expanse, allowed a smile to break upon his lips. Forget it. I have no need for the source universe. That cosmic path is filled with too many strong contenders, the king of men, the Song Emperor, and the supreme practitioners of the new martial arts all cultivate within the source. Who craves to glean from others? Who desires to play second fiddle? I shall be the head of the chicken. Even if the new Tao universe remains diminutive, what does it matter? Here, I am the master, in the source universe. I would be a mere subordinate, which I find unworthy of my interest. The leopard's momentum melded into his body. However, it hesitated slightly, as if uncertain of its rightful place. The integration of momentum and pathways, if harmonious, could easily blend seamlessly. At this moment, the momentum of the cheetah seemed to waver, exhibiting a hint of uncertainty and a sense of being lost, as if it were unsure of its path. Li Hao was not particularly surprised. The current realization of force, though pure and derived from martial prowess, was merely a shortcut. It did not originate from the depths of one's heart. There remained a lack of profound perception within, necessitating personal insight to truly embody this force. The cheetah, swift and agile, with claws as sharp as a nocturnal assassin, filled Li Hao's mind with vivid images. The foundational technique of his opponent, the five animals technique, served as a basis, while the force of the cheetah was birthed from the night-killing technique, an obscure martial art passed down from the Silver Moon martial masters, left behind by a relatively unknown practitioner. Assassins favored the cultivation of such secret arts. Li Hao's thoughts stirred, and within him, the cheetah's momentum roiled, seemingly struggling and entangled in the question of which force it truly belonged to. Speed, akin to the wind, represented freedom. The cheetah's explosive speed was instantaneous. Was it truly a momentary burst? The metal element also represented explosive power, possessing remarkable force. Yet, the cheetah's explosion hinged on the fleeting moment, on the instant. A missed strike would lead to retreat, aligning more with the assassin's style. Was this explosion a form of force? If so, to what path would it belong? At this moment, Li Hao chose not to contemplate the paths. With an open heart and mind, he integrated the cheetah's momentum, embracing the force of instantaneous explosion, which should belong to the explosive force. Gradually, it seemed the cheetah's momentum acknowledged Li Hao's intent, slowly merging within him. At this juncture, Li Hao absorbed vitality, life essence, and the power of the great Tao. Merging with the force, and in the blink of an eye, a divine script began to outline and spiral around his corporeal form. Boom. The explosion was not one of destruction, but of emergence. The divine script manifested. Li Hao's aura weakened slightly, becoming increasingly restrained, akin to a nocturnal assassin. Suddenly, he unleashed a punch, merging the force of metal and the explosive force in an instant. Boom. Chaos erupted. A glimmer of joy sparkled in Li Hao's eyes. He had succeeded. The first divine script emerged, albeit at a slower pace. He still needed to experiment with numerous elements, which made the process seem sluggish, but having achieved the first one, the subsequent ones should come more swiftly. Indeed, force was a unique product that could not be directly linked to the source, yet it could connect to new paths, indicating a close relationship between the new paths and the original source. With this thought, Li Hao continued his cultivation. At this moment, he paid no heed to others, nor did he concern himself with how Hong Yue and the others fared. He focused solely on himself, even disregarding whether they would emerge and wreak havoc. Li Hao genuinely did not care, for he understood one thing. If he could grasp the great Tao, he could resurrect all those who had passed away, akin to the king of humanity. If he could not, then he could not protect everyone for eternity. Viewing life and death with a lighter heart was essential. The crux remained with himself, while the goals of Zheng Yu and all others were not to annihilate the world, but to master heaven and earth. Thus, killing was ultimately unwise. Moreover, as everyone cultivated, it would facilitate the emergence of more powerful beings. Zheng Yu likely had no desire for further bloodshed. With one divine script manifesting alongside the previous ones, Li Hao now possessed 12. However, 12 scripts were far from sufficient to construct a domain. Li Hao had explored the vast wilderness with aspirations to envelop it, believing that even a mere compression of chaotic energies would necessitate at least 20, if not more, ideally accumulating 36. At the far reaches of this wilderness, Li Hao immersed himself entirely in his cultivation, indifferent to worldly affairs. Yet, at this moment, the world was experiencing an unprecedented era of prosperity, one that had not been seen in millennia. Millions of extraordinary beings were fervently engaged in infrastructural endeavors, constructing vast thoroughfares that interconnected the entirety of Tianxing. Across the four seas, formidable individuals were elevating grand cities, allowing the sages to emerge from their seclusion, not solely the sage from Hurricane City, but also those from other realms. The great cities were being lifted, gradually filling the expanses of the four seas. Simultaneously, several ancient cities were undergoing transformations. The thunderstorm city of the Hong family, the galaxy city of the Zhou family, the heaven-s stability city of the Zhang family, and the martial alliance of the Zhao family were all stirring with activity. Outside the martial alliance, the emergence of sages had rendered the demon-hunting martial guard, led by General Liu Yan, increasingly difficult to suppress. However, it seemed that the opposing forces were reluctant to escalate tensions. The reason was clear: Li Hao's formidable aura. Previously, when the celestial curtain manifested, Li Hao and his companions had vanquished the heavenly king, and he had slain Zheng Honyuan before Zheng Yu, showcasing such ferocity and indifference that even the new martial sages were affected. At this juncture, the second elder stepped forth, presenting himself as a sage of the martial alliance, and revealed his true visage to Liu Yan. His complexion appeared pallid, his hair a stark white, seemingly due to years of immense energy depletion, leaving his physical form merely a remnant of its former self. "General Liu," he began, "the heavens can now bear the presence of sages, though not fully resurrected. The time is drawing near. We are aware of the Zheng family's rebellion and shall not conspire with them." The second elder was notably courteous, adding, "Beyond the Zheng family, we must also remain vigilant against the Liu and Zhou families and adhere to the laws of Tianxing. May I request the martial alliance to lift the lockdown?" For years, they had been effectively imprisoned, deprived of freedom. As the world revived, it was now possible for them to emerge. Prolonged confinement would drive the inhabitants to madness. Li Hao, out of genuine caution, had refrained from confrontation. Liu Yan's countenance was icy. She was poised to escalate matters when, at that moment, a figure appeared gracefully. Qian Wuliang approached with a radiant smile, saying, "Seniors of the martial alliance, please do not be anxious or incensed. The Lord Marquis has acted for everyone's safety. He previously feared that the Zheng family might orchestrate assassinations. Now that sages can step forth, his concerns have diminished greatly. Everything the Marquis does is for your protection, as well as for the esteemed seniors of the new martial lineage." The second elder responded with a modicum of courtesy, "Please convey my gratitude to Lord Li." "It is my duty. No thanks are necessary," Qian Wuliang replied with a beaming smile. However, the Marquis is concerned that certain traitors may still linger within the main cities. Though this is not a certainty, it is a possibility. He continued softly, "The Marquis wishes to convey that anyone wishing to leave may do so freely. As long as they adhere to the laws, there is no issue." Liu Yan's expression darkened, while the second elder appeared somewhat taken aback. Qian Wuliang then spoke, however, to be on the safe side. The Lord's intention is that the city Lord's seal and the main city must remain untouched. What does that mean? The second elder was taken aback, furrowing his brows slightly. Qian Wuliang smiled and explained, once the main city is activated, it can easily lead to catastrophic upheaval. Moreover, our collective energy is insufficient at this moment to initiate it. It would be wiser to leave it as it is, to stabilize the heavens and solidify the 8 major cities of Silver Moon. With the hurricane now confirmed to be occupied by the Zheng family, and Sword City still sealed, the other 6 major cities are involved in battle, having entered the Haoxing universe, while Wubin is patrolling the surroundings. Thus, the remaining 4 major cities must not be disturbed. Any further movement could spell disaster. At this point, Qian Wuliang whispered, additionally, the city of non-traders is energy deficient, making it difficult to mobilize. The Lord sent me to negotiate with you esteemed elders. People may depart, but the city must remain, and everyone must exit completely. The second elder's expression shifted slightly. Everyone must come out? Indeed. Qian Wuliang nodded. The Lord is also concerned that if any traitors are still lurking, not yet having acted, once the strong ones leave, the traitors, possessing a vast amount of energy, could activate the main city, leading to trouble. Therefore, a complete withdrawal is necessary. An empty city will suffice. Before the second elder could respond, someone angrily exclaimed, just say you wish to seize the main city. How is that possible? As long as people are in the city, it remains. Qian Wuliang's indirectness seemed to imply a desire to seize the city. The sages of the 8 major cities, the immortal Li Hao, were not overly worried at this moment. But the main city could not be taken away. Once activated, the main city is still incredibly formidable. A single main city, if truly guarded by several sages, could unleash tremendous defensive and offensive capabilities when fully activated. Furthermore, the main city indeed holds the power to suppress the heavens and the earth. Should the 8 major cities descend into chaos, the entire world would follow suit. Within the Martial Alliance, many have revived, and upon hearing these words, dissatisfaction spread among them. This main city belongs to them. Li Hao's intention was clear. Either everyone exits and leaves the city behind, or no one is allowed to leave. The 7th elder, having interacted with Li Hao in the past, spoke up. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? The main city is the foundation of our families. As long as the city stands, we stand. We are the ones who remained back then, and abandoning the main city would be no different from rebellion. Qian Wuliang chuckled, nodding. I understand the difficulties faced by you esteemed elders, but you must also comprehend the Lord's concerns. The Lord understands your desire to leave, hence is willing to allow your departure. But if even a few of you exit and the city faces upheaval, it would bring calamity upon the world. The second elder spoke softly. What if only a portion of the people depart? I shall remain, holding my ground, with my strength. Even if General Wu Pongjun has turned traitor, and the head of the Zheng family has betrayed us, who can truly ascertain the situation? Qian Wuliang replied gently. Under normal circumstances, a city requires at least 2 to 3 sages to safeguard it, along with military leaders and an administrative officer. Unless all 3 remain, the departure of anyone would easily disrupt the balance. If the Zheng family has indeed infiltrated with traitors, typically, there would be at most 1 sage present. If there were more, they would have seized the main city long before today. Thus, these 3 sages must either all depart or none at all. The second elder's expression grew grave. Qian Wuliang's words hold some merit. However, if the sage does not emerge, allowing the immortal and the supreme to venture forth is exceedingly perilous. Moreover, the sage requires restoration, opportunities, and fortuity. Should one step out now, there may be a chance. Remaining here indefinitely could very well lead to a languid demise. Amidst this predicament, the void suddenly shimmered, and a figure emerged, causing the expressions of Qian Wuliang and his companions to shift subtly. Furthermore, within the void, others materialized, with Li Fuhai's demeanor growing rather grave. Not far away, a figure clad in black armor, the very insignia of the Director of Academic Affairs, stood firm. Zhang Yin's countenance remained serene as he addressed both parties. His voice soft yet resonant. Has the Martial Alliance betrayed us? The second elder and others visibly paled, the second elder hastening to bow. The Martial Alliance would never betray. Director Zhang, please take heed. Zhang Yin regarded him briefly before responding with measured calm. The new Wu has already vanished. If you no longer recognize it, you are free to choose. Do not continue to bear its banner. Should you acknowledge the new Wu, then now, lead your people from the main city and follow me. Director Zhang. The second elder had yet to speak when Qian Wuliang interjected softly. Senior Zhang, do you intend to take them with you? Zhang met his gaze and replied gently. Is that not permissible? Does Li Hao not desire the main city? If the main city remains, I shall take them. Is that not allowed? Qian Wuliang frowned slightly. Li Fuhai unexpectedly muttered. Zhang, lacking the might of a sovereign, the courage of a king, and the schemes of a supreme, would it not be wiser to assist the Li family in achieving glory, rather than entangling yourself in this quagmire? Zhang looked at him with unwavering calm. Li Fuhai, a wise bird nests where it is safe. How you choose is of no concern to me. Nor do I blame you. Those who betray the new Wu deserve their fate, and I shall not be swayed. However, some still harbor loyalty to the new Wu. You, as a demon, may remain indifferent, but I am of the human race. Li Fuhai fell silent, comprehending Zhang's implication. A segment of the new Wu's adherents were still unwilling to surrender or compromise. If this persisted, it could lead to dire consequences, potentially resulting in their extermination by Li Hao. At this moment, Li Hao was preoccupied with other matters, yet it was only a matter of time before he would intervene. Not just Li Hao, the Zhang family would also take action, either to subdue or eliminate them. In any case, those who remained loyal to the new Wu and refused to surrender would ultimately meet a grim fate. Zhang sought to take this group with him. His presence at the martial alliance was a precaution, and now that Zhang had intervened, he pondered before stating, "Then do not make my position difficult. The people may leave, but the main city must remain. Not only the city, but also its structures, factories, spare armor, and military facilities must stay." Zhang regarded him for a moment before turning to Qian Wuliang. Upon witnessing this, Qian Wuliang smiled. The intention of the Sea Guardian aligns with my own. The Lord has decreed that all shall be done according to the wishes of the esteemed elders. Upon hearing this, Li Fuhai appeared considerably satisfied. Zhang refrained from further comment and turned to the second elder. What about you? Will you accompany me or continue negotiations with Tianxing, or perhaps engage in battle? The second elder fell silent. Engage in battle? The true non-betrayers are certainly not Li Hao's rivals. Even the saints have not fully recovered. Those capable of having a confrontation with Li Hao are no longer the new martial artists in slumber. The second elder sighed softly, stating, following the director, "We merely traverse this vast world. Where do we go from here? There will always be a place to land." Zhang replied calmly, "Those who wish to remain. I shall not interfere. The city of battle has already pledged allegiance to Li Hao. If you have your own aspirations, you may also choose to stay. Each has their own ambitions. The new marshal has vanished for 100,000 years, and there is no necessity to follow me. What I seek to take with me are only those unwilling to accompany Li Hao. This may also present an opportunity, the master of the new path, the leader of a new era, as the heavens and earth have just awakened. Everything begins anew, and the choices lie with you." Within the city, the formidable beings fell into silence. At present, one must either follow Zhang or remain to serve Li Hao. No other paths remain. Aligning with the Zhang family is another option, but this is unacceptable to most. After a while, the second elder spoke. "I shall accompany the director. The others may choose freely. I will go too. So will I." One by one, the strong made their choices swiftly. However, after waiting for some time, the second elder glanced at the guardian demon tribe in the city, the Tree of Saints, with a hint of bitterness. This entity did not respond. It wished to remain. Zhang also looked over, not particularly surprised. As a demon plant, its attachment to the new marshal was not particularly profound. Following Zhang now, it remained uncertain about its future. Moreover, the revival of demon plants presents an even greater challenge. Could Zhang facilitate their resurgence? For those who remain, we shall meet again in the future, without the need to consider any old ties. Zhang spoke softly. 10,000 years of guardianship is sufficient to atone for everything. With that, he turned to Li Fuhai. Those who choose to stay must discern for themselves. I hope they will not be disappointed. After saying this, he vanished instantly with a few companions. Li Fuhai merely observed, remaining silent. Zhang had made his appearance. This was his first appearance before others since the fall of the Boundless City, and with his arrival, he took away some of the strong from the martial alliance. The number of those revived from the martial alliance was not substantial, approximately around 30, including saints like the second elder, immortals like the seventh elder, and a few officers still in spirit. Those who remained constituted nearly one-third, primarily demon plants. Zhang took the second elder and others with him, but did not take the main forces of the martial alliance. Many of these troops were mere remnants, and taking them away might mean death, while staying could offer a chance of revival. At that moment, Lu Yin could not help but murmur, "Are we just letting him take those people away?" Qian Wuliang chuckled, "General Lu, it is better to avoid unnecessary troubles. This way is preferable, otherwise there might have been conflicts. Although we are not afraid, it would complicate matters for our friends Jiang Ying and Li, as well as for the Xinhai envoy. Perhaps this is the best outcome." Zhang took away some strong individuals, thus avoiding strife. Presumably, he would visit the other main cities as well. In the days to come, it is likely that the personnel left behind in the new martial capital will be divided. Some will remain, while others will accompany Zhang. And yet some may choose not to leave at all, instead following the capital and moving alongside Hurricane City. Qian Wuliang surmised that the Zhou family capital and Star River City had, with a high probability, already fallen into enemy hands. He paid little mind to these matters and soon turned his gaze towards the grand tree within the city. His smile radiant. "It is a blessing from the heavens that the guardian elder is willing to stay. The Marquis is occupied today and unable to attend. But once he is free, he will undoubtedly come to personally welcome the elder to Tianxing to collaborate on great endeavors. Generals Huai and Hongsha, along with others, will surely be eagerly anticipating the elder's arrival. The presence of an additional sage seems rather favorable. Moreover, although the martial alliance's city has fallen into the hands of Tianxing and lacks energy and activation, the acquisition of the capital itself renders such concerns trivial. What truly matters are the military provisions and equipment contained within." Qian Wuliang understood that the complete division of the remnants of the new martial realm would soon be finalized. He had not anticipated Zhang and S emergence. However, this development provided a modicum of leeway between Tianxing and the remnants of the new martial world, which was a positive turn of events. Otherwise, conflict would have been inevitable, for with Li Hao's current mindset, he would not permit these formidable new martial practitioners to depart easily. On this day, Li Hao was engaged in cultivation. While Ling Hongyue and others were also immersed in their practices, the queen resurrected the divine spirit, and changes began to manifest within the new martial realm. As Qian Wuliang had speculated, Zhou family's Star River City had directly materialized in Silver City and had been activated by others. This indicated that the Zhou family had either betrayed their allegiance or had been overtaken by traitors. The martial alliance was now divided in two. A violent upheaval erupted in Zhang family's Dingtian City, with the sounds of chaos resounding for an extended period. Eventually, a handful of formidable individuals emerged from the Zhang family, departing alongside Zhang and upon his arrival. When Qian Wuliang and the others entered Dingtian City, they were struck with astonishment. The guardian demonic plant had been utterly shattered. Zhang and S retrieval of the remaining individuals suggested that the guardian demonic plant had indeed betrayed them, engaging in battle with the Zhang family members within the city. And shockingly, the complete form of the guardian demonic plant had been defeated and mercilessly slain. This demonstrated that the Zhang family possessed exceptionally formidable combat prowess. At this juncture, among the 8 major capitals, only the Hong family had yet to surface, as if they had entirely vanished. The seals of the 8 major capitals had been enacted, and divisions were being made. With matters having reached this point, the situation within the entire Silver Moon had become crystal clear. Li Hao, Zhengyu, Hongyue Emperor, and Zhang and each commanded a substantial number of strong practitioners, while Ling Hongyue remained isolated. On the queen's side, although there were 5 sage-level divine spirits, Li Hao, who was aware of the underlying circumstances, did not regard them with much concern. At the end of the vast wilderness, Li Hao received news, revealing a smile upon his face. How intriguing! Zhang had made an appearance, taking some individuals who genuinely represented the new martial realm. Zhang, he whispered softly, realizing that in the end, Zhang had not come to his side, but rather continued to place his faith in the new martial realm. This was not entirely misguided. He merely hoped it would not interfere with his plans. Thus, it is for the best. In the realm of Battle Heaven City, where new martial artists abound, the prospect of subduing these emerging powers proves to be a formidable challenge, even for those willing to undertake it. Consequently, the new martial forces have been divided into 3 factions, one for himself, another for the Zheng family, and yet another led by Zhang. At this moment, Li Hao felt a tumultuous surge of energy coursing through him. Around him, divine inscriptions swirled in the air. He turned his gaze towards the vast wilderness. Realizing it was time to take action, the migration efforts had been ongoing for several days, with everyone engrossed in their respective tasks, moving with commendable swiftness. Looking up at the sky, he noticed the silver moon hanging high above. Li Hao, do you comprehend my intentions? Or perhaps you understand, yet find yourself powerless to intervene. Or do you simply not care whether you intervene or not? Maybe the emergence of the great wilderness is precisely the outcome you wish to witness. If that is the case, you are indeed formidable. However, before the resurrection of the great wilderness, he still had one more task to accomplish. In an instant, Li Hao vanished. No one could ascertain the extent of the divine inscriptions he had gathered. In the distant land of Dali, both Shuiyun and the great wilderness had merged into the celestial star. Countless divine beings in the divine kingdom suffered grievous losses, yet Dali itself remained largely unscathed, still thriving. The palace of Dali was magnificent beyond compare, lacking ostentatious gold and jade. It instead exuded an aura of grandeur with a touch of primal wilderness. At this moment, the king of Dali was engrossed in his cultivation. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! A domain enveloped the void, trembling as the king struck it. His expression darkened as he recognized Li Hao's presence. Li Hao, he exclaimed. Li Hao materialized seemingly out of thin air. He cast a glance at the king of Dali, smiled, and then surveyed his surroundings. A splendid place indeed. The king remained impassive, merely observing him. Li Hao looked into the distance, perceiving a colossal hall, and inquired, which deity does Dali revere as the god of initial martial arts? Do not mention the impossibility of the sun god. I do not know, replied the king of Dali, furrowing his brow. How could I possibly know who the god of initial martial arts is? They have yet to manifest. Indeed, Li Hao replied. So you worship without understanding? Not exactly. After all, they are all the god of initial martial arts. It matters little whom we choose to revere. Li Hao chuckled, finding himself at a loss for words. He was indifferent to this matter, having only glanced around and vaguely sensed a powerful yet faint energy, possibly indicating that the deity truly lay in slumber. He then asked, Your Majesty, aside from arduous cultivation, do you harbor any other thoughts? Compared to the time of their departure, the king had grown significantly stronger. With the resurgence of the Forbidden Sea, the source of energy was concentrated in this location. The atmosphere in Dali was palpably dense with energy, and several powerful figures could be seen fervently drawing upon this energy to enhance their cultivation. This nascent world, coupled with the surging power of the Forbidden Sea, seemed particularly conducive for practitioners of the initial martial arts lineage. The king of Dali was likely already at the 7th level of the sun and moon realm, if not stronger. It was worth noting that when he had departed previously, the king was merely at the 5th or 6th level, while Director Zhao and others had expended considerable effort to ascend to the 7th level. What are your intentions? The king of Dali, wary of Li Hao's motives, inquired. Li Hao smiled. How about I present an opportunity to you, Your Majesty? Speak. In the primordial era, the practice of initial martial arts was undoubtedly more suited for rapid advancement, was it not? Such an assertion is, of course, self-evident. The concept of initial martial arts embodies the very essence of chaos, the genesis of existence, where the inaugural practitioners thrive in an environment conducive to swift evolution. Why do you present these notions to me? Li Hao then proposed. What if I were to create a new realm for you? What? Countered the other. A fabricated new world, merely a replacement of the old? Li Hao replied nonchalantly. The cost you incur shall be minimal. With the favor of heavenly will, you need only to reciprocate it. At that moment, a domain enveloped them. Li Hao, unperturbed by the awareness of others, chuckled softly. I shall provide you with the most suitable environment for your cultivation. Presently, the Western Queen and her cohort are on the verge of transcending into the realm of unity, while you remain weak at the 7th level of the sun and moon. If fortune smiles upon you, ascending to unity should not pose much difficulty. The king of Dali furrowed his brow and glanced at Li Hao, pondering for a while before inquiring, What shall I lose without the favor of heavenly will? Li Hao chuckled, shaking his head. You shall lose nothing, for even with heavenly favor, you cannot become the sovereign of heaven and earth. Thus, for you, there is little difference. The greatest distinction lies in relinquishing some of your own aspirations. The king of Dali silently cursed under his breath. Such words struck a painful chord. Li Hao nearly implied that whether or not such favor existed was inconsequential. as you would ultimately be unable to achieve it. The king of Delhi frowned. Can you expel heavenly will? Close enough, Li Hao replied. How do you intend to create an environment suitable for initial martial arts? Do you wish to know? Li Hao fixed him with a penetrating gaze. If you truly wish to know, I shall enlighten you. The king of Delhi felt a bit awkward, and after a long pause, he finally said, Forget it. Li Hao smiled. Yet, the king of Delhi remained uneasy. Is the danger significant? Are you afraid of danger? I am certainly not, but dying for no reason is unacceptable. Li Hao nodded. There will undoubtedly be some peril. As for its magnitude, I cannot ascertain. We shall discover it through trial. Furthermore, once success is achieved, you will need to assist me with another matter. The king of Delhi furrowed his brow. Your demands are increasing. What matter? Let us discuss it only upon success. The king of Delhi wrestled with his thoughts. And after a moment, he asked, Can Zhongli accompany me? Indeed. Li Hao replied, adopting a knowing demeanor. The king of Delhi recalled Li Hao's previous words, his expression darkening. What is this rascal truly contemplating? Li Hao, however, smiled. Certainly, Zhongli may even bring the bones of initial martial arts. Should the opportunity arise, integrating them might yield even greater rewards. And you, it would be wise to take your pair of gauntlets. They are quite valuable. As he continued, he inquired, Does Zhongli require the reconstruction of a physical body? Li Hao, the king of Delhi's countenance turned icy. As a ruler, do you not find such a suggestion disgraceful? What an insufferable fellow. Li Hao chuckled. Do not take offense. It is merely an inquiry. If no reconstruction is needed, so be it. Moreover, it seems you have recently lost a significant portion of heavenly will. It appears that the heavens deem you unworthy and are less inclined to favor you. If you could stir some events, you might garner more heavenly will. The north is not too far from the west. If you lead your forces to assault the western divine kingdom, targeting the queen, you may seize territories. Especially now that several sacred entities have been revived. I shall ensure assistance for you, and all lands you conquer shall be yours. The king of Delhi frowned, reluctant to deploy his forces. Traveling from the north to the west may not seem particularly distant, yet what purpose does it serve to embark on such a long journey? Only to conquer the divine realm of the west. Observing the situation, Li Hao spoke softly. The million-strong army of the divine kingdom has been vanquished. All of them elite forces. The water cloud army has been reduced by more than half, leaving only 200,000 to guard the seas. The vast cavalry of the great wilderness is now but a fraction of its former self, preserved solely as a mobile force. As for the king of Great Li, I have never been one for total annihilation. However, even if I choose to remain unconcerned, there are others who will take action. The king of Great Li remained silent, understanding Li Hao's implication. If you do not ally with me, I shall not compel you. Nevertheless, your millions of troops are excessive. Qian Wuliang has already depleted a portion, and now you arrive, urging him to launch an assault on the divine kingdom. While divine favor may play a role, it also serves to weaken Great Li. On the other side, there are still many believers in the divine kingdom. Should a fierce battle ensue alongside several sacred beings, the king of Great Li turned to Li Hao and solemnly stated, After Yuan Shua's demise, your methods have grown more ruthless. Li Hao chuckled and shook his head. No, I have become gentler. You do not comprehend me, nor should you pretend to. In the past, to confront Great Li, I contemplated annihilating those millions of troops in the Tianxing mountains. At that time, my master advised against such a course. Since his passing, no one has dissuaded me. Do you believe you know me? Amusing. The king of Great Li felt a tremor in his heart. No one had dissuaded him. He grasped Li Hao's meaning. This was his true nature, not a shift in character after Yuan Shua's death, but rather a realization that no one could curtail his actions. Taking a deep breath, the king inquired, Can you summon a few saints from your realm? I am in dire need of their assistance. The expression of the king of Great Li changed dramatically upon hearing, Just one? Is that insufficient? He retorted angrily, They have 5 saints, if you send just one. Even if Zhang Li and I can contend with one, what of the remaining 3? Li Hao, do you wish for the downfall of Great Li? Li Hao laughed. Do not underestimate my 9th commander. The king of Great Li seethed with rage, remaining silent. Observing his reaction, Li Hao continued with a smile, Just a jest. Bring forth Hongsha, 2 should suffice. If that is not enough, will your initial martial deity not intervene? If that is the case, Great Li seems to lack substantial foundation. If so, let it perish. With that, Li Hao ascended into the air, withdrawing his domain, and gazed toward the distant temple, Bowing slightly, he remarked, "Elder, you must have regained some strength. It is said that the initial martial deity is immensely powerful. I wish you a victorious endeavor." As his words echoed in the ears of the king of Great Li, he added, "Hasten, for I shall take action within 10 days. The stronger the divine favor, the greater your opportunity. Should you conquer the divine kingdom, divine favor will undoubtedly favor you, and you may very well ascend to mid or even late stages of unity. As a ruler, the success of one general often comes at the cost of many lives. My entire family perished for this day, king of Great Li. One must be willing to sacrifice." Upon finishing, Li Hao vanished completely. The king of Great Li cursed under his breath, "Scoundrel! This fellow seeks to weaken Great Li, to compel the initial martial deity to act." As Li Hao rightly stated, if the initial martial deity cannot contend with even a saint, what need is there for the existence of Great Li? With no threat remaining, it would be better to eradicate it outright. The great king of Li inhaled deeply, recalling the words of Li Hao, who seldom spoke with the intent to deceive. Since he had asserted such a possibility, it implied the existence of a genuine opportunity. With this thought in mind, the great king issued a command. All tribal leaders and military generals, hasten to the palace for a council, to conquer the divine kingdom. If successful, perhaps the will of heaven would become significantly more favorable. Moments later, all assembled swiftly. Even a shadow vaguely materialized behind Jiang Li, which the great king noticed but chose not to acknowledge. It was evident that the initial god of martial arts had indeed awakened and was now present to listen. Following a council, where expedience was paramount, the Great Li army embarked on another expedition. This time, they were not targeting the celestial star, but the divine kingdom, which relieved the troops. Who fears the divine kingdom? It was rather the celestial star that could not afford to provoke Li Hao. The king was wise, and an assault on the divine kingdom seemed promising. Before long, the divine kingdom received word. The Great Li forces, having diverted from the northern extremities, were now advancing towards the west. Upon receiving this news, the queen was filled with fury. As if it were not enough to be unable to confront Li Hao, the great king of Li dared to invade her divine kingdom. A great battle was imminent. Meanwhile, Li Hao, with a radiant smile, had already returned to the great wilderness, urging them to fight. In 10 days, he would establish a false heaven and earth. In the northwestern border, the air was thick with the roar of battle. A million-strong Great Li army was once again on the move, facing a new adversary. The devotees of the divine kingdom, spurred by several deities, charged forth with fervor. However, these followers were ultimately not the elite of the divine kingdom. The true elite had perished. The queen, wielding her scepter, wore a grim expression. In the next moment, she swung her scepter, summoning 2 deities, the god of misfortune and the god of calamity. In an instant, anguished cries echoed across the heavens and the earth. Calamity had arrived. The ground suddenly split open, claiming the lives of thousands of the Great Li soldiers. Misfortune followed closely, causing countless soldiers to stumble, collide with their comrades, and mistakenly slay their own. At that moment, a sword light flickered across the firmament. Boom! A single strike pierced through the void. In the next instant, a golden tree, exuding an aura of chaos, swept through the realm, with countless branches piercing in all directions, slaughtering numerous devotees. The queen's face darkened. Indeed, she had anticipated that the Great Li would not launch an unprovoked assault on the west. With the arrival of Li Daozong and the Redwood, she realized it was certainly Li Hao manipulating events from the shadows. Damn scoundrel. Seer, an elderly man with white hair, closed his eyes for a moment, his expression growing solemn. Be cautious, Your Majesty. There are formidable adversaries. The queen nodded. If Li Hao was orchestrating events behind the scenes, there was bound to be more at play. She felt the weight of gravity in her heart. What was Li Hao's intent? Was there a purpose to his campaign in the west? That rascal now faced a multitude of enemies. What significance did attacking the divine kingdom hold? Both armies were embroiled in battle, and the Great Li suffered considerable losses. The Western believers are numerous, and although they cannot rival the formidable forces of the Great Li, one must acknowledge that even the elite troops of the Great Li would face dire consequences in the event of substantial losses. At this moment, the seer gazed at the opposing side, letting out a sigh within. The visage of Emperor Li Hao, a predator seizing its prey. Even a tyrant like the king of Great Li is compelled to dance to the tune of Li Hao. The clash between the Great Li and the divine kingdom, even if it results in total annihilation, would likely elicit little concern from that figure. Just moments ago, two divine beings engaged in battle, swiftly eliminating tens of thousands of soldiers. Yet, Hong Sha and Commander Jiao did not strike immediately, indicating that they did not regard the fate of the Great Li troops with any seriousness. Presently, Jiang Li's expression darkened as he communicated telepathically, "My king. The opposing believers are fiercely fearless. Many are merely ordinary followers, and their slaughter yields no benefit. Our Great Li forces, however, suffer grievously. Even if we were to slay millions in the West, it would not compensate for the loss of our elite 100,000. From the perspective of casualties, in the initial battle, nearly 100,000 Westerners perished, while the losses of the Great Li amounted to only around 10,000, a tenfold advantage. But is it of any significance? Such believers are abundant in the Divine Kingdom. The lives of the elite troops of the Great Li cannot be exchanged for the lives of these individuals, no matter how one assesses it." The king of Great Li maintained an impassive demeanor. Is he willing? No. Yet, this is the best outcome. Should he refuse, Li Hao may not launch an immediate offensive. But it would not be long before the very existence of the Great Li would come into question. Surrender? Those who revere the primordial martial god within the realm would likely be unwilling to capitulate. At this moment, the king of Great Li remained remarkably composed. It is simple. Let the divine beings contend with one another. The primordial martial god, a deity of the new martial era, cannot possibly be outmatched by the minor deities of the small world, can they? These deities, after all, are also considered divine beings of the primordial martial lineage. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li's expression shifted. Such words border on disrespect towards the divine. Yet, he was aware that it is not only the king of Great Li who harbors such sentiments. In this era, there are many who lack reverence for the divine. If Li Hao were present, he might voice even harsher sentiments. Jiang Li spoke solemnly. "My king, that figure has yet to fully awaken." The king of Great Li nodded. Even if not fully revived, dealing with a saint should pose no issue, correct? If fully awakened, it might be detrimental. Perhaps preventing them from manifesting in the realm, would it not? This logic is sound. Jiang Li found himself at a loss for words. The king of Great Li continued. "Our Great Li has venerated that figure for so many years. Now that we require assistance, are we not willing to take action?" Jiang Li remained silent. The king of Great Li's voice resonated like thunder, reverberating through the heavens and earth, as he bellowed, "Fight! Continue advancing, charge forth, annihilate their nation. The deity of our Great Li is about to join the fray and shall surely sweep away these false gods. The impostors shall perish. Our God is invincible across the universe. Kill!" In an instant, the Great Li forces erupted with excitement. The deity of Great Li is about to manifest. For countless ages, Great Li has consistently worshipped a primordial martial god, and the influence of the temple has always surpassed that of the royal authority. Even to this day, the temple's power remains formidable, as one can observe from Jiang Li. Despite the king of Great Li's strategic acumen, he still finds it challenging to suppress the temple's influence. Now that he has proclaimed the impending participation of the primordial martial god to eradicate the false gods, the morale of the crowd surged dramatically. Meanwhile, the king of Great Li remained composed. "I, too, wish to discern the identity of the deity we revere, to comprehend its true power and formidable strength. If the opponent fails to make an appearance in this battle, I shall make this matter known to the public. Should you choose to remain hidden, how do you expect the people of Dali to continue their faith in you? Regardless of whether the adversary appears or not, it is advantageous for him. If the opponent remains absent, the divine forces will be thoroughly eradicated. The priests of Jiang Li will obediently integrate into the court. Should they choose to appear, it would provide an opportunity to ascertain who reigns supreme among the false gods. The king of Dali is also exerting pressure. Li Hao has only supported 2 saints. He finds himself at a disadvantage, as the number of divine saints is vast. With the god of initial warfare not in attendance, he and Jiang Li can only intercept 1 saint at this moment. At this juncture, the expressions of the queen and her companions shifted slightly. The god of initial warfare. This title refers to the first generation of initial warriors. The descendants of these initial warriors do not count. Only those from the first generation who forged their own path can be deemed the god of initial warfare. Dali has long proclaimed that few would believe in the sun god. Those who truly understand the new martial arts know that the sun god is not inferior to the human king or the Tsang emperor. In the new martial era, the 3 supreme beings are the sun god, the human king, and the Tsang emperor. Beneath these three, the likes of Zhang the supreme, the heavenly king, and the earth's sovereign stand out prominently. Furthermore, beneath them are numerous imperial sovereigns, including the ancient 9 emperors, the venerable forging sovereigns, and the more recent blood sovereign and ironhead sovereign. Below them lie various other imperial sovereigns, such as the king of the underworld and the war king. It is evident that even among the imperial sovereigns, there exists a hierarchy, and many doubt the existence of a true god of initial warfare here. The majority were slain by the human king in the past, leaving only a scant few of the original gods of initial warfare. Moreover, those who survived are exceptionally formidable. The weakest among them is likely a half-emperor. How could they possibly remain here? Furthermore, the surviving gods of initial warfare are all renowned individuals. Who would dare impersonate the sun god and engage in such disgraceful acts? The queen and her companions are skeptical. However, even if they are not the original deities, they are likely to be second, third, or even more distant descendants who should not be underestimated. At this moment, the queen and her companions are filled with trepidation. Simultaneously, in the great wastes, the celestial curtain emerges. Li Hao observes the confrontation. He is well acquainted with the top-tier powers of both sides, and thus his curiosity is somewhat diminished. However, the god of initial warfare piques his interest. To dare to usurp the name of the sun god is no ordinary feat. Such audacity is remarkable. Furthermore, this entity has remained exceedingly low profile, rarely revealing themselves. What could be the motive? Is it merely to enjoy a comfortable slumber? Or is it the allure of the splendid environment in Li? Moreover, all deities inherently seek the power of faith. Yet there exists a peculiarity within Li. The people of Li indeed revere this figure, yet due to the appropriation of the sun god's name, their faith is ultimately directed towards the sun god. Thus, it appears that the power of faith has not been absorbed by that entity, but rather dissipated. This presents a thought-provoking conundrum. Could it be that the power of faith has been siphoned away by the sun god? Had someone traversed the cosmic expanse and whisked you away? Li Hao found himself genuinely intrigued by this individual. Furthermore, the revival of deities is often attributed to the power of belief. However, the primordial martial deity here has likely remained alive all along. The primordial martial practitioners, whether in flesh, vital essence, or spirit, possess formidable strength. In any case, there must exist an extraordinarily powerful system. Yet, this entity continues to siphon energy, appearing rather pitiful and newly revived, shrouded in mystery, not revealing their true identity while seeking the power of belief. The great Li people, in truth, worship in vain. Li Hao gazed intently, eager to witness the unfolding events and whether this being would manifest. The entity did not seem to care about the belief from the great Li, and their actions were quite peculiar. Initially, Li Hao paid little heed, but upon returning from the west and comparing it to the great Li, his interest in this figure was piqued. Was there truly a deity that did not draw from the power of belief? Did they establish a temple merely for slumber? Li Hao felt a profound curiosity regarding this primordial martial deity, pondering if it might signify some unforeseen variable. At this moment, there were others nearby. The Black Panther was attempting to charm the White Horse, while Princess June curiously observed the battlefield, seemingly eager to engage as well. She yearned for such a battleground. Yet opportunities in the vast wilderness appeared to be dwindling. Li Hao toyed with several divine scripts at his fingertips and suddenly inquired, "Is the sea suppressor still present?" In the void, the force of the sea emerged. Li Hao was aware of the answer, yet feigned ignorance. How could he not know that the entity remained? Is there something the Lord Marquis wishes to discuss? Nothing of great importance, merely a curiosity. How did the great Li manage to survive amidst the towering 8 main cities? Does the Sword Master possess knowledge of this? Indeed, did they take any action? None. Has the primordial martial deity of the great Li ever been mentioned? Not at all. Li Hao pondered. Has this being always resided in the Silver Moon? Indeed, they have always been here. The sea suppressor reflected before continuing, long ago. This entity was indeed present in this location. Yet, they never revealed themselves. We did not intervene, nor did the Sword Master. At that time, we believed it was perhaps to find a path for the primordial martial practitioners. Many primordial deities had been slain, and with the resurgence of the King of People, few primordial powerhouses returned alongside the revival of the world. Were it not for the favor of the sun god, the resurrection of a few primordial beings would have been an even graver plight. It is precisely due to the sun god's influence that no one dares to provoke the primordial martial forces lightly. The sun god's reputation is formidable, enough to command respect even from the swordmaster. He was an incredibly suave figure, roaming the chaotic cosmos alone. Li Hao had once heard the king of people mention in the context of the Battle of Heaven that the sun god had sustained injuries, apparently inflicted by the sovereign of the Red Moon realm. Yet, in the face of a realm's sovereign, one who dared to invade the new martial world, the sun god had merely been wounded, which speaks volumes about their strength. One must understand that within a world, the emperor is indispensable, a multitude of them. In such circumstances, the entity not only managed to return, but also conveyed the news of its formidable prowess. This goes without saying. Li Hao nodded. So, the temple existed then? Indeed. Were they also utilizing the name of the sun god at that time? The sea suppressor hesitated for a moment before replying. No. At that time, they used the name of the Overlord of Heaven. Li Hao was taken aback. Is that not the former incarnation of the Ironhead Emperor? Indeed. Such audacity. Due to the fact that the Blood Emperor and his companions do not acknowledge their reincarnated identities, having lived out a second life, unless one intentionally seeks to humiliate them. Their presence is generally accepted without objection. This includes the city of Battle Heaven, which bears the name of the Battle Heaven Emperor, a title bestowed by the Blood Emperor himself, and remains unchallenged. It is no wonder that the gauntlets of the Overlord Emperor are found there. Li Hao pondered. Could it truly be the Overlord Emperor? Certainly not, Li Fuhai replied, shaking his head. That cannot be. The Overlord Emperor is dead, truly deceased. If those few had not perished, how could the subsequent figures have emerged? Moreover, if it were indeed the Overlord Emperor, his formidable power would easily obliterate someone like the Crimson Moon Emperor with a single strike. Whatever notion of slumber would be rendered moot. Very well, Li Hao conceded. However, in the era before the new martial arts was severed, to boldly claim such a title, to declare oneself the divine hall of the Overlord Emperor, is no trivial matter. At this point, Li Hao's curiosity was further piqued. Just then, a nebulous figure materialized upon the celestial canvas above, its features obscured as though shielded from view. The voice resonated with calmness, devoid of discernible gender, possessing a certain androgynous quality. If you wish to witness the prowess of the god of initial martial arts, I shall grant you a glimpse. This statement seemed directed both at the king of Dali and at Li Hao. In that moment, Li Fuhai's eyes widened as he attempted to discern the identity of the figure, seemingly recognizing it, though Li Hao could not ascertain whether he had indeed recognized it. For the figure remained silent. Li Hao, too, was transfixed by the sight. On the battlefield, the prophet god's expression shifted, and in an instant, he and the goddess of fate appeared simultaneously, as though foreseeing each other's movements. The prophet god swiftly positioned himself in one area, while the goddess of fate murmured, "Fate is ever fickle." Boom. The heavens spun, and at that moment, every soul upon the battlefield felt their destinies irrevocably altered, as if they were on the brink of death, caught in the aftermath of the clash between these powerful beings. Fear, anxiety, trepidation, human hearts scattered in disarray as they glimpsed their own demise, witnessed the essence of fate. In their moment of panic and unrest, the ethereal figure uttered not a word and unleashed a punch. The firmament shattered. The world fractured. Fate lay in ruins. All notions of destiny and foresight seemed utterly futile. The prophet god had foreseen the incoming blow, but found no means of evasion. With a fierce roar, he too struck out. Boom. His palm exploded, and the goddess of fate spewed forth golden blood, one mouthful after another. A massive grinding wheel materialized above the head of the god of initial martial arts, as if attempting to reverse his fate. At this moment, the god of initial martial arts chuckled lightly, a hint of amusement in his tone. The strong can alter the destinies of the weak, yet the weak cannot change the fate of the strong. To attempt forced alteration is to invite annihilation. Boom. The body of the goddess of fate suddenly erupted. The prophet goddess' countenance changed drastically. At that instant, the queen rushed forth, her scepter shattering the heavens and earth, her expression gravely serious. What an extraordinary individual, though all were at the saint level. The opponent's strength appeared to surpass that of all saints. The god of initial martial arts seemed unfazed, delivering yet another punch. The golden fist instantly shattered the cosmos. The formidable essence of vitality seems to indicate that this is a being whose physical and vital energies have been cultivated to the utmost. akin to the true sovereign of the heavens. With a resounding crash, the staff was shattered into countless fragments. The deity of faith, while considered divine, is merely one of the weakest among the gods. The god of primordial martial arts does not ascend to divinity through faith. Instead, he relies on his own strength. You are merely recipients of heaven's grace, while the god of primordial martial arts seizes his own destiny. Do you understand? This statement unveils profound truths. The expressions of the deities shifted. Being recipients of heaven's gifts versus seizing one's fate. This may be their most significant distinction. The silver moon deity is inherently powerful, while the god of primordial martial arts, born without strength, rose through relentless struggle, carving his own path and achieving divinity. With the utterance of these words, a fist enveloped the battlefield, causing several deities to stagger backward in shock. Over there, both Commander Geo and the redwood tree were taken aback, retreating in haste. At this moment, the deities of misfortune and calamity emerged, aiding the queen in her defense. Boom! A punch followed another. The god of primordial martial arts was terrifyingly powerful, his voice resonating through the heavens. To cultivate the primordial martial arts is to rely on oneself, not on the great path. This is the essence of primordial martial arts. Therefore, whether it is the primal source or a new path, it bears no relation to the primordial martial arts. His words seemed not meant for others, but were directed toward Li Hao. I am not your enemy. You need not test me, nor target me. This realm can only accommodate the initial stage of saints. Yet this individual can effortlessly strike down a saint. Li Hao's expression grew grave, his gaze unwavering. At this moment, he felt a pang of regret, pondering that perhaps he should have witnessed this in person. He had underestimated the god of primordial martial arts. Beside him, the overwhelming force also appeared astounded, pondering the implications of such might. Could it be that this person is the successor of the sovereign of the heavens? Yet the sovereign has no heir, nor disciple. Could he be the successor of the Ironhead Emperor? But why is he referred to as primordial? The Ironhead Emperor, however, is not associated with primordial, but with new martial arts. What is happening? At this moment, confusion engulfed him. Who is this formidable practitioner of primordial martial arts? He had merely awakened the powers of a saint and effortlessly vanquished several divine beings of the saintly path. This individual is overwhelmingly strong. This is the ultimate path, an unparalleled force. This being possesses terrifying combat prowess, perhaps even surpassing my own. How fearsome! Li Hao's expression mirrored the gravity of the situation. Is the god of primordial martial arts truly this formidable? At this moment, in Hurricane City, Zhengyu seemed to witness this scene. Ever since the saints could emerge, Li Hao's control over them had lessened, though communication remained ineffective. However, for those of the saintly path, there are still many means available. At this instant, he too beheld the unfolding spectacle, his expression shifting slightly. Who is this individual? Regarding the god of initial martial arts, he was aware of the existence of this being. Yet the presence was so diminished that it seemed to have distanced itself from the central continent, residing at the far northern edge, where a modest shrine had been erected. It felt as if this entity had been in a deep slumber for over 100,000 years, or perhaps even longer, since the arrival of the first beings on the silver moon, as if the collapse of the heavens and the earth had no bearing on him. At this moment, the being made its move. It wielded only the power of the sacred path, yet it was extraordinarily formidable, a feat beyond the capability of ordinary individuals. Who was this person? He turned to the powerful figures behind him and spoke in a low voice. Has anyone recognized him? This place was filled with formidable warriors, even including those from the Zhou and Lu families, yet they all shook their heads. One of them, with a grave expression, remarked, "It could be the successor of the Emperor Zun from the capital martial arts, but it doesn't align. If it were indeed that person's successor, there would be no need to invoke the name of initial martial arts. This individual possesses an immensely strong physique and unparalleled vitality. He may truly be a powerhouse from the era of initial martial arts." Zhengyu cursed inwardly. How could this unexpected twist occur? This being was unreasonably low profile. Suddenly, he sprang forth, daring to assert that his own avatar could only achieve this level, and he was but a half-emperor. This individual, judging by the circumstances, was at least a king. At this moment, it was uncertain whether it was an avatar or the true self. How infuriating! He felt increasingly agitated. Recently, it seemed as though he was losing control. In this small world, the sword's sovereign had departed, and nearly all the powerful figures from the 8 great families had vanished. Yet, in this seemingly insignificant realm, he felt an unsettling lack of control. Why? Initially believing that in this revival, he would dominate the small world. He identified his greatest adversary as the Red Moon Emperor, but one formidable figure after another emerged, causing him considerable discomfort. If he was troubled, the queen was experiencing utter torment. She continuously retreated, propelled backward in distress, nearly on the verge of spitting blood. Why was this happening? Ever since her defeat at the hands of Li Hao, it seemed that encountering anyone could lead to her downfall. Zhengyu, Li Hao, the Red Moon, and the god of initial martial arts had all appeared one after another, and this time, the 4 great sacred path deities had been resurrected alongside her, only to be utterly vanquished. That being, it seemed, had no intention of continuing the battle, calmly stating, "Retreat, withdraw your forces, or face certain death. The Li requires half of the divine kingdom's territory. You must be dreaming." With a resounding crash, a fist descended, shattering the heavens and earth. Several deities began to falter, and the prophet god's expression suddenly shifted as he urgently shouted, "Retreat." Upon uttering these words, the deities hastily withdrew. The opponent's fist shattered the sky, revealing countless spatial rifts, allowing the others to escape unpursued. Below, the Li army was overwhelmingly elated, and the king of Li also exhibited a change in countenance. How formidable! Charge! The king of Li did not linger, letting out a fierce roar, leading the army in a swift advance, slaying countless followers and encroaching upon the territory of the divine kingdom. At this moment, as the Li army triumphed and occupied territory, a subtle yet potent will of heaven enveloped the realm, growing ever more profound. The phantom gazed upward at this heavenly will and then observed the king of Li vanish in an instant. The 9th commander and Hong Shanmu attempted to step forward to probe and exchange pleasantries, only to find that the being had departed just like that. It seems that everything is merely to demonstrate that the god of Li still exists and is formidable, best not to provoke. In the vast wilderness, Li Hao's eyes flickered with intrigue. Quite powerful. How does the Sea Guardian perceive this individual strength? Remarkably strong. However, due to the constraints of heaven and earth, the specifics remain concealed. Yet, this person is undoubtedly not weaker than I am. Li Hao nodded slightly, acknowledging the existence of a formidable adversary. Li is indeed fascinating. Li, is there a fire god in the initial martial arts? Yes, but he perished long ago. Li Fuhai spoke in a low voice. He died very early. Indeed. Does the Lord suspect the other party to be the fire god? That seems improbable. Has the title of Li been so since ancient times? It appears so. Li Fuhai, uncertain, added, at that time, there were no distinctions between nations. All were territories under the new martial arts, but it seems that the namely should be applicable. Li Hao nodded. Logically, Li should belong to the southern quadrant of the 8 trigrams. However, the other party resides in the northern reaches of the Silver Moon, which suggests I am overthinking. Nevertheless, the orientations of the 8 trigrams might not align with reality. Sometimes, positions can be reversed. Therefore, being in the northern region is plausible. Who is this individual? Why have they remained obscure? Why establish a temple? Why not operate under their true name? It is not merely a matter of not using their true name now. Rather, they have never acted under it from the outset, which gives off a somewhat secretive vibe. Or perhaps it's simply a matter of keeping a low profile. While you all create a stir, I will remain here in Li. Quite peculiar. At this moment, Li Fuhai also found it incomprehensible and, after a long pause, remarked, "It is rather unclear. However, the Lord need not place excessive concern. As the other party mentioned earlier, in the realm of initial martial arts, they may not harbor ambitions to engulf the world. The Swordmaster did not consume the small world back then, perhaps with similar intentions. According to what the other party said, the Swordmaster, seeking to return to his origins, may have followed his own path of myriad avenues, showing no interest in devouring the Silver Moon. This individual's understanding is indeed extraordinary." Li Hao shook his head. Regardless, it remains a matter of concern. Yet, at this moment, there is no need for deep inquiry. Simply being aware of the other party's existence suffices. At the very least, we now know of this individual. He quickly added, "No matter how the other party behaves, as long as they do not trouble me, that is acceptable. The greater concern should not be me, but rather others." At this juncture, he turned to Princess June. "Have those who departed absorbed the chaotic aura?" Princess June nodded. It has been absorbed. Li Hao glanced at the white horse. At this moment, the horse sensed his gaze and appeared somewhat restless. He observed without speaking further and then looked towards the Black Panther. Black Panther, are you prepared? The Black Panther nodded affirmatively. Bring back the red cedar, as it is adept at cultivating chaotic energy. With its roots, it can stabilize the new heavens. This also provides it an opportunity. Li Fuhai could not help but exclaim, why does the Lord not select the Imperial Guard? Such an opportunity might be more suitable for them. Every person has their talents, and every resource should be utilized. Creating a false heaven is not equivalent to a true one. It does not involve the creation of life, merely siphoning a fragment of the silver moon. The Imperial Guard follows the path of life and does not need to create life. Their presence would be superfluous. Li Hao smiled. If one day I possess the ability to forge a new heaven within the chaos, then I may indeed seek the Imperial Guard to create life. That would be the true act of opening the heavens and earth. In the present day, within the realm of the silver moon, seizing a mere fragment of territory, claiming it as the dawn of creation, is, in truth, a mere sleight of hand, a gilded facade for one's own benefit. Li Hao chuckled. This assertion holds some validity. Yet only he, Li Hao, possesses the audacity to voice it. Even such a grand deception as this is beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Should the noble lord truly manage to transcend the silver moon, pioneering a new realm, I believe it would be well within his grasp. Let us eagerly anticipate the arrival of that day. The silver moon remains an enigma to me. Li Hao laughed softly before declaring, regardless of others, I must commence my preparations. There may be some unforeseen anomalies this time, and while I fear not the others, I am wary of those who may object to my acquisition of this fragment of the silver moon's expanse. Li Fuhai spoke gravely. We shall protect the noble lord. No need for that, Li Hao replied, shaking his head. Gathering here would only draw attention. All you need to do is assist me with a single task. Presently, the 4 cities, Boundless City, War Heaven City, Martial Alliance, and Destiny City, are under our control. I require 4 formidable beings of the saintly tier to oversee these cities and stir the heavens and the earth. War Heaven City will activate with the descent of every major city, which poses a challenge for General Huai to manage. While the Martial Alliance will be overseen by the guardian of the mystical flora, you shall govern Boundless City, and let Commander Jiu handle Destiny City. At this moment, he has few saints on his side. The old turtle remains stationed at the star-settling city ruins. Each of the 4 principal cities must have a saint assigned. And with the arrival of Hong Sha, even with the guardian of the Martial Alliance's mystical flora, 6 saints will be arranged. He aims to stir the cosmos, to disrupt the natural order, and to meddle with the intentions of the heavens. This includes interfering with the Zheng clan and individuals like Li Daoing. Whether he can effect such disruption remains to be seen. For now, action must precede speculation. Li Fuhai, upon hearing this, wore a serious expression. In this case, only the noble lord and Hong Sha possess combat capabilities at the level of unity. Should we attract the attention of the Zheng clan or Zhong'an, the danger would be immense. The risk escalates further should Li Hao seek the descent of forces from War Heaven City. If anyone intrudes upon this place, safety cannot be guaranteed. Li Hao fell into silence for a moment, and after a brief pause, he responded, Fear not. Fortune favors the bold, relying on conventional methods. How can one chase a semi-emperor? How to contend with the emperor of the realm? Only through such repeated risks can opportunities arise. You should focus on your tasks. Furthermore, the chaotic transformation of the heavens may lead to a significant energy explosion. I have never experienced such a phenomenon, merely speculating. Thus, I shall bring others along to see if we can seize an advantage. This time, the saints shall not be included. Will the envoy of the sea feel that this might cause dissatisfaction among everyone? Not at all. Li Fuhai promptly replied. The noble lord should proceed without hesitation. If we can gain a few more beings of unity, it will present us with an opportunity. Li Hao spoke of saints. Yet Li Fuhai referred to them as beings of unity. Unity is a term coined by Li Hao, while saint is the designation of the new martial order. One cannot help but acknowledge the intrigue of Li Fuhai. This great demon possesses intellect surpassing that of many humans. Who wouldn't be enamored by such a being? Li Hao's expression brightened. Today is merely a modest trial, a mere sleight of hand. When I truly embark on the creation of worlds, that will be the genuine opportunity. At that time, I shall not forget any of you. Li Fuhai nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Such matters are distant. There is no need for haste. Thus, let us proceed as I have suggested. Indeed, the force of the sea swiftly dissipated. Its inherent strength surpasses the current limits of heaven and earth. However, at this moment, as its true form emerged, it encountered few constraints, always pursued by a divine intention orchestrated by Li Hao, the means of which remain a mystery even to itself. Meanwhile, Li Hao commenced preparations with great urgency. Numerous divine inscriptions vanished from their locations, scattering across the vast wilderness. Gradually, unique energies surged forth, resembling a formation, enveloping the entire expanse of the wilderness, albeit with a precarious stability. Only when the red fur hastily returned and anchored itself into the ground with countless tendrils did it assist Li Hao in solidifying the realm, thereby maintaining its integrity. The character for Tao floated at the center of heaven and earth, and streams of profound power, akin to chains, confined the wilderness. Within this vast expanse, the white steed exhibited signs of restlessness, as if sensing the impending challenges it would face. Beyond the realm, a divine intention began to coalesce. Li Hao himself stepped forth from the wilderness, allowing this divine essence to converge upon him. Not only that, he began to spiral within the void, engaging in cultivation. The power of the Tao radiated outward, manifesting a pathway in the sky. Great dragons coiled around Li Hao, and even the cosmic rivers circled in tandem. The magnitude of this commotion drew attention from afar. With such commotion, the divine intention continued to gather in greater abundance. Zheng Yu soon received word, pondering what Li Hao intended to accomplish. Was this tumult in the wilderness aimed at vanquishing the chaotic essence? That would indeed be a fortuitous occurrence. As chaos dissipated, heaven and earth would undoubtedly revive to some extent. Even if not a half-emperor, a king could emerge. Above the void, the moon hung in the sky, seemingly descending upon the wilderness with the passage of time. The wilderness, the eastern terminus, where the sun rises, is also where the moon sets. The divine intention trembled, and the pathways of the Tao interwove. Upon the moon, a sword-bearing figure softly remarked, "The pathways of the Tao have opened 48 channels." Truly an unparalleled genius. To achieve such feats in merely a year of cultivation is indeed a testament to this era's prodigy. Behind him, the statue quietly inquired, what is his intention? To expel the chaos of the wilderness? If he can emerge from the king of the Tempest City, surely there must be a king present. Beyond the Tempest City, there should also be one or even two kings concealed elsewhere. At that juncture, Li Hao would find himself in a predicament. Surely, he would not be so unwise. Previously, he had paid a considerable price to prevent a second resurgence. The sword-bearing figure pondered for a moment before slowly stating, "The chaotic realm of the wilderness and its divine intention. Let us observe. Perhaps there will be new revelations." Li Hao grows increasingly intriguing. He may be attempting to seize the heavens. What? The sword-bearing figure chuckled. To steal the heavens and alter the day. Let us observe further. I remain uncertain. We shall wait and see if the king of Dali will arrive. Is it related to the king of Dali? The king of Dali also enjoys divine favor. At this point, a hint of regret surfaced. It seems the one we chose may not be up to the task. After all, lacking some refinement and numerous experiences creates a considerable disparity with those who have ascended entirely through their own endeavors. Nevertheless, there are still some celestial machinations at play. You might find a way to transfer certain memories to her, or perhaps allow the prophet to foresee some events. To see if we can seize an opportunity. The statue, somewhat taken aback, pondered for a moment and then spoke. I am beginning to grasp your intention. Yet are we not to intervene? Even if the second generation arrives and takes a few trivialities, it is merely a drop in the ocean. Perhaps we could claim it ourselves. There is no rush. It is merely a small territory. His actions this time could indeed be beneficial to us. Furthermore, my summoning of the second generation was not intended for her to collect mere leftovers. You have misunderstood. The man with the sword on his back clarified. If Li Hao were to follow my thoughts and act in such a manner, depriving a portion of celestial will, the remaining will would harbor resentment and hostility towards him. At this moment, anyone opposing Li Hao would receive the favor of celestial will. The remnants of this will would bestow their blessings upon certain individuals, such as the second generation or Ing Hongyue, who is astute enough to refrain from such endeavors. Thus, it is highly probable that the second generation would be the one to act. He is indifferent to the trivialities. They hold little value. My summoning of the queen is not to compete with Li Hao for any sudden surge of energy, but rather to acquire the remaining blessings of celestial will. The vast wilderness is not as expansive as it seems. With the likes of the great Li King and Li Hao entering the wilderness, the celestial will inevitably turn against them. Can the remaining celestial will not retaliate? Wouldn't he once seek an ally? The moon goddess then realized, indeed, you are a true representative of humanity, possessing a broader vision. Previously, she had assumed that the summon of the second generation was merely for the scraps Li Hao discarded. In reality, he was already contemplating the appropriation of the remaining celestial will. Her mind raced, nearly failing to keep pace with his foresight, as he had already considered the next step before any action was taken. The man with the sword chuckled. This is merely within the realm of normal human thought. It can only be said that you lack the ability to think independently. Engage in more contemplation. It is acceptable if you do not. The Tsang Emperor does not concern himself with such thoughts. As long as he is powerful enough, that suffices. Overthinking can indeed be exhausting. The moon goddess refrained from further discussion on the matter and remarked, as for the great Li side, there is no need for concern. I am aware of his intentions. As long as we do not interfere, he will not meddle in our affairs, and our mutual interests currently do not conflict significantly. A flicker of curiosity stirred within her. Is he truly formidable? Quite formidable indeed. Yet, for now, there is no need for excessive concern. Indeed, the moon goddess chose not to elaborate further. After a brief pause, she suddenly said, recently, Hanyue has been rather quiet, diligently cultivating in silence. After all, he is an emperor and should not be underestimated. He is likely seeking an opportunity to break through his seal. Hanyue is currently absorbing the legacies of the 8 great families, and he may have a chance to reach the level of a heavenly king. For him, a formidable seal is not advantageous, but should Hanyue grow stronger, it would facilitate a more advantageous engagement. After a moment of contemplation, the man with the sword spoke. The emperor is indeed quite powerful. One should not be led to believe he is lifeless or trapped like a fish in a barrel. This individual may have already deduced certain truths. You might want to probe further by employing the silver moon to suppress him. That is well and good. However, his recently dissipating power from the red moon is minimal, making it increasingly difficult for me to extract substantial amounts of red moon energy. No worries. It seems he has indeed grasped a hint of the situation, albeit after all these years. His mind is not particularly clear, so there is no need to dwell on it. After a brief exchange, the man with the sword on his back chuckled, saying, in fact, it has become far more intriguing. If it were always Zheng Yu and his ilk flaunting their might, it would be utterly dull. A lack of excitement signifies that the potential of Silver Moon Realm is rather limited. Without even a hint of resistance, how can one aspire to progress further? The strength of a world is determined by its ability to nurture formidable talents. Yet, this path is fraught with uncertainties, the moon goddess remarked with concern. The man with the sword shook his head. No, you still do not comprehend. Engaging in a struggle against mediocrity will inevitably lead to mediocrity. Only through enduring trials can one hope to ascend to greater heights. If it were not for the overwhelming chaos and our own weaknesses, we would confront the masters of various worlds and the lords of the great path to determine our fates. However, we have yet to learn to run, let alone fly. If we succeed this time, we will be able to soar. At this point, he smiled again, adding, competing against a group of prodigies, victory would render one even stronger. A loss merely signifies that one does not measure up as a prodigy, and one must simply accept that fate. I lament the scarcity of true prodigies in this era. Among them, only Li Hao has truly emerged. Yet, this young fellow possesses a profound mind. One capable of rivaling several others is quite commendable. The moon goddess had refrained from asking until today, when she inquired, what of Zheng Yu? Him? The man with the sword pondered for a long while before breaking into a smile. Indeed, he is quite commendable. Commendable? The moon goddess felt a stir in her heart, expecting him to dismiss Zheng Yu as inconsequential. It was surprising to hear him praise Zheng Yu. The man seemed to sense her thoughts and chuckled softly. He is commendable. There is nothing difficult about it. He has reached the pinnacle of the heavenly king realm, and his talent is first-rate. That is beyond dispute. His wisdom is quite decent as well. At the very least, he knows how to devise plans that may seem impossible. His only flaw is his timidity. His assessment of Zheng Yu is evidently not low. He merely perceived the latter as overly cautious. The moon goddess continued to absorb this information, and after a long while, she asked, between him and Li Hao, who do you think is more likely to become a future adversary? 50-50, the man with the sword chuckled lightly. Besides those two, there is another concern. Zhang'an has been searching for me and may soon find me. That fellow is truly idle. Killing him is not so simple. Though he has barely reached the limits of the Saint Realm and is not even a heavenly king, he is still quite formidable. Previously, he was solely focused on waiting, knowing that the new martial era had only passed a few years, which is why he was not in such a hurry. However, Li Hao's rapid ascent has raised concerns. If he were to devour Silver Moon and flee, there would be no opportunity to reclaim new martial. Now he is hastily seeking trouble with me. Such a slowpoke. With that, he laughed. All right, enough of this talk. Let us wait. Currently, Li Hao is still too immature. For now, the greatest threat remains that emperor. No matter how strong they are or how clever their minds may be, they cannot contend with raw power. The moon goddess ceased her inquiries, contemplating how to guide that foolish second-generation talent to seize this opportunity. Each time, he lagged behind, leaving her feeling somewhat exasperated.